that noise in motorsport. That is incredible. A 1959 machine just warming up for its run in a couple of moments' time. This is a 1914 machine, as you said. 20 years we're celebrating of Daimler Chrysler, and thankfully it's gone quiet.
Yay, just in time. Right, let's have a look at what's happening across Goodwood today, because there's plenty to see, plenty to experience and plenty to do. So at 8:30 you've got the modern saloons, the classics, the rallies and the NASCARs, and the stages open up. Don't forget the rally stage. If you want to take a tractor ride up there, 9:30 the rally stage is open. The Pioneers, Pre-War, Classic Endurance and Maserati celebrating their centenary go at 9:15. Then you've got the Group C, post-Group C, Mon GTs and the electric cars whizzing up the hill at 5:10. The Goodwood Action Sports Show at 10:30. The supercars and first class at 11:45. And the Typhoons take to the air at 12 o'clock. So lots to get excited about through the day. Make sure you go and check all those activities out.
That is one of the exciting things about the lineup in terms of cars today, but of course we've got lots and lots of celebrity drivers, especially ones that you know very well, Jenny.
Well, a certain Kimi Räikkönen and Lewis Hamilton will be here this weekend, which will be very exciting. See if you can catch them today, and make sure you hashtag us Foz Selfies. If you manage to get yourself a picture, we'll try and get it up on the big screen today. And we should say hello to our commentary team today. Hello to the highlights of Henry Hope for us talking over what happened yesterday.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Ben, down there in the paddock. Wonderful soundtrack in the background, guys. Highlights on the big screens then around this site from yesterday. Wonderful cars, bikes from the past 100 years of motorsport history. I'm joined, as ever, in the main commentary box on the outside of the course on the approach to the tricky Molecombe left-hander by Marcus Pye. Marcus, good morning. A wonderful feast on the screen of all the greats and goods from motorsport's past.
Absolutely right. Look at that. Got Jackie Stewart in the W165 Mercedes-Benz. Absolutely fantastic. And on board down that amazing avenue towards that very tricky double apex right-hander. That's the Sin supercar that was out yesterday. Plenty of supercar action, timed for the first time.
Yes, indeed. And down there, very much with a bird's eye view on the avenue at the start, is Toby Moody. Toby, good morning to you.
Good morning, Marcus. Good morning, Henry. I hope that you are well on this fine day. What a shame it's the last day, but it's great that it's Sunday here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. The rain stayed away yesterday. How do those weather forecasters earn that kind of money to get the weather wrong? But we don't care, because it didn't rain yesterday really to affect any of the running. And it's a little chilly down here. It's a little bit overcast, but the main thing is it's dry.
Yeah, some wonderful sights on the screens. Emerson Fittipaldi reunited with his 1974 world title winning McLaren M23. We saw our event host Lord March in the Streamliner 1954 Mercedes-Benz W196.
John Surtees in that 64
the actual Ferrari.
Yeah, world championship winning car.
Incredible, isn't it? Yeah. John McGuinness pulling big wheelies on his Honda Fireblade from the Isle of Man TT. The RAF Red Arrows were here yesterday as well, and they never fail to thrill in the skies here above us.
On the track, meanwhile, we saw Jan Mardenborough win the supercar shootout. Sebastian Loeb shot up the hill in the Pikes Peak Peugeot late in the afternoon. Did the best time of the weekend so far.
He did 137 miles an hour across that narrow finish line.
My question to you is, does it have enough downforce?
Well, could that rear wing be any bigger? Very possibly. Look at that, the wonderful Jerry Judah sculpture celebrating Mercedes-Benz 120th anniversary in motorsport competition, and two of the company's finest competition cars.
There's a W25 there, and last year's Hungarian Grand Prix winning Mercedes Grand Prix car, Lewis Hamilton's car, perched aloft over the top of Goodwood House. Who'd have thought it?
It never occurred to me that one of these wonderful sculptures would go over the house. It's the first time.
It's amazing. There's the view down the avenue as the first batch of cars is turning round, prepare to come up the hill. That's where Toby will be, over on the right-hand side of your picture.
I can see you waving.
Oh, yes, you can. And there's the Plymouth Belvedere, the Richard Petty Plymouth Belvedere, the king. And he had Emerson Fittipaldi drive it up yesterday afternoon. Emo's really embracing this event, isn't he?
Yeah, of
as
course
usual.
he is. Yeah, and the king, in that Plymouth Belvedere, he won 27 of the season's 40-odd races.
27 and 48.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah,
200 NASCAR victories in all for Richard Petty.
Yeah, Richard Petty with the iconic number 43. There is an Audi S1 Quattro with Hannu Mikkola just alongside me as well, in front of the Mercedes rally car that is driven this morning. It looks like Klaus Ludwig, in fact, just in front of Richard Petty. What a breakfast to have, a Quattro on your lap.
Yes, indeed. The sights and sounds and smells down there must be intoxicating, almost literally.
Absolutely quite right. Yes, the fumes that came out of the dragster yesterday were quite stunning. So from me here at the start line, let's catch up with Jenny and a bit of tweeting.
Yes, we've come down here just in front of this amazing vehicle, another one of the Mercedes-Benz, the Blue Miracle it's called, to have a look at some of your tweets. Remember, you can get in touch with us all day. And thank you very much to Luke Tibbetts, who's been in touch. He says, day 2, or his second day at Foz, done, 24 hours down, 6 hours to go, only one more 4:45 a.m. start to go. Don't we just know that?
Absolutely, but he's done 2 days, we've done 3, and it's great. Everyone's loving it. Everyone who's working here and doing these long days still really enjoys the Festival of Speed. James Batchelor tweets, thank you again to Lord March for another brilliant day. Last day tomorrow, a few more things to see at Foss Goodwood. #Foss.
We've been asking you to send in your selfies as well to #Foz selfies, and thank you very much to Catherine Felton, who's done that and said a cheeky tractor selfie, #Hill Climbers, #Foz, #Goodwood.
Yes, and there's plenty of those hill climbers walking around, helping you out, a bit like games makers they are. They're here to make your time at the Festival of Speed even more enjoyable.
Yeah, very much so.
Lee Burkett tweets the name Billy Burkett, licensed to thrill. Look at that photo, fantastic Lamborghini, and a very diminutive little fellow in front of it.
It's gorgeous. And thank you very much, Tim Hall, getting in touch at HimTall 1973, saying great day at #Foz, #Foz Goodwood, Hill Climb, Rally, F1, Red Arrows, job done, Boys Day. Boys Day, it's an everybody's day.
Absolutely.
There's kids here, there's women here, there's everybody you could possibly imagine wants to get themselves to Goodwood. But let us know where you're watching all the action, wherever you are in the world, with your tweets.
Yes, tweet us at Foz Goodwood or #FOS, and hopefully your tweets will be up on the big screens around the circuit here, or indeed on our live stream. Now, let's get back down and find out what's going on the hill.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Jenny. Our first car is very close to the start line then, just making sure that everything is in order. And we will have the first car. It looks very much like Simon Garrard's Renault Laguna Super Tourer, one of the last of the breed from the late 1990s.
It is indeed. It's Simon Garrard, former historic sports car Italy at one point, but he's flying.
Yeah, fantastic. The last of the breed. The manufacturers threw a lot of money at these highly developed Super Tourers, didn't they? We had Renault, we had Vauxhall, we had Alfa Romeo, we had Honda. Great heady days of the British Touring Car Championship. This one campaigned and period by Jean-Christophe Bouillon, the former Sauber Grand Prix driver. The first car in our first batch of the day. The batch comprises classes 5, 6, 7 and 8. Classic touring cars, modern saloons, ultimate rally cars and our NASCAR stock cars.
See from your screens that Sebastian Loeb did a 46.45 yesterday to head these shootout qualifying times. Good effort, still comfortably inside the top 20 for Simon Garrard. Here's Jordi Genet with the very radical looking Seat.
Yeah, that's a very well sorted bit of kit, isn't it?
The Euro Cup car.
Genet, a former single-seater ace who moved to touring cars and was a star of Seat's Works World Touring Car Championship team. Brother of Marc Genet, of course, who finished second at Le Mans a few weeks ago. We're back into the thick of our touring car action, and you'll see some very spectacular performances, particularly from our rally cars, which move around and buck and weave their way up the hill, and our NASCARs, which are loud and proud and leave thick black lines on the road and fill the air with acrid tyre smoke. It's very exciting indeed, so get yourself trackside for a good vantage point.
It's a very, very good opportunity now just to find yourself a good vantage point, at least for the early part of the day. And there is opportunity to move around because we have noticed a switch around at different points between batches. The circuit crossings are open between each batches, and if you stick with the marshals and do what they say, cross when they ask you to, then you'll be absolutely fine. Move to somewhere else on the hill, get a different vantage point, make your way to the top of one of the tractors up towards the rally stage, or even up towards Bruce Jones in the top paddock, where there's so much to see.
Michael Mallock really quick into Molecombe in the ex-Rob Huff World Touring Car Championship winning Chevrolet Cruze, a car built by Michael's father, Ray's concern in Wellingborough.
Car off the line now is Andy Robinson with the Falcon, the Craig Lowndes Aussie touring car. He's been very spectacular this weekend with those bright kind of yellow cat's eyes on the headlamps.
Love the traditional front engine V8 rear wheel drive, no electronic trickery, just your right foot to control it.
That's the traction control, isn't it? It's all about right foot.
Yeah.
Skirting the edge of Molecombe, going in, nice tidy run. That's his best run to date by the looks of things.
Yeah, the Ford Falcon makes its way through the S's past the flint wall.
There's maybe plenty of room up there,
yes.
I noticed.
Yes, we had a bit of drama yesterday, didn't we, when Anthony Reid clouted the flint wall in the Marsh Plant Aston Martin V8 and brought a halt to proceedings. Quite a lot of oil went down on the course, and course director John Ford quite wisely called time on the last half hour or so of running. V6 way on that
broad speed Capri, and it's Henry Mann in the XO0347F, the Alan Mann Racing, his late father's concern, Escort twin cam. It's absolutely stunning, the presentation of this car. Jackie Oliver has also driven it, but it's so redolent of the days of Frank Gardner, who was the Alan Mann Racing ace. I remember seeing him in Ford Falcons in the period in the Escort there. It sounds beautiful, doesn't it?
Right, yeah. Of course, the iconic red and gold colours forever associated with Alan Mann Racing, the Escort, the Cortina, the Mustang, and of course the beautiful Ford F3L prototype.
Absolutely.
Not quite as effective as it looked, unfortunately.
It was a little short of downforce. That was his major problem. I think it looks absolutely glorious. That's a lovely shot there.
Squirming
finish, yeah. Henry Mann, a very good run. Big Ford Galaxy, similar to the car in which Jack Sears won the 1963 British Saloon Car Championship. Of course, he also raced a Ford Cortina GT and a Lotus Cortina that year. There's the big Rover SG1, 3.5 litre V8 engine under the bonnet, all aluminium engine. The one that Rover's bought in, it's a Buick Oldsmobile based engine. Must have been the best value for money ever, because they must have made millions of them.
Absolutely, yeah. The Industrial Control Services sponsored Andy Rouse Rover, and at the wheel Stuart Hall. He's a world champion of sports car racing, world champion last year in the GTE AM division of that class in the Pro Drive run Aston Martin, and of course it was Stuart Hall's father Pete who was Mr. ICS, so it was Andy Rouse's long-time sponsor and teammate.
Amazing you can get these engines that started out at 3.5 litres way out to towards 5 litres, and they actually served as Formula 5000 engines in some cars, in period of single-seater racing. There's Adrian Brady's lovely BMW Batmobile, the other homologation special, which matched and raced against the Cologne Capris. And you can see the aluminium wings with the strakes on top, the big boot spoiler, and that little spoiler over the rear window that directs the air and makes the tail work.
Heady days of European Touring Car Championship competition between BMW with the CSL engines and Ford with the E6.
Listen to that Audi go, 5-cylinder engine, and that's the little Audi which Andre Lotra had a go in. His father built it back in the period.
Yes, with Rasport, that's right.
One of our first NASCAR action. This is Michael Waltrip, team owner, in his Toyota Camry.
Michael Waltrip, who in recent seasons has broken with stock car racing tradition and come to Europe and raced a Ferrari in long distance races. He raced in the FIA World Endurance Championship. He's done Le Mans.
He's got the taste for Europe. I think he's rather regularly.
Absolutely right, yeah. He's always very spectacular. He's having a nice clean run this time. In that raucous V8 NASCAR, a little bit twitchy on the way out of Birdless Grove.
Paul Smith's been quick in the Hans Stuck Audi A4. that was a very quick passage through Moulcombe Corner, the very demanding and very difficult left-hander halfway up the hill, but halfway up the hill. This is Mike Skinner with the Tundra, Toyota Tundra NASCAR Craftsman pickup. He's been phenomenally quick all weekend, up in the top sort of dozen or so.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, I think he's had that car set up to turn right as often as it turns left. It's got its road course settings on, hasn't it? It's road course racing on the road circuits. Or
even the drift up towards the top.
It's still slippery there.
Yeah,
I think.
it is.
Yeah.
That's of course under the trees where it takes a long time to dry out, but he's got a servant of power. He's not afraid to hang the tail out. That's Mike Skinner, another great ascent to the Goodwood Hill climb. First used back in the 1930s when Lord March, his grandfather, ran an event here. Oh, this is Max Papis, isn't it, in the Dow NASCAR?
Yeah, Toby Moody deafened down there.
But not deafened enough to see that Max Papis is taking it very seriously. Short but multiple tyre bursts, spinning the rear wheels before he came to the line, getting the heat into the tyres to try and get a little bit more grip,
Toby,
if that's possible, with the back end of this car.
Toby's kept it off the grass, you'll be relieved to hear this time. He had a very grassy run up yesterday. Very spectacular Max Papis in this Chevrolet SS.
Just kicking up some dust on the grassy apex of Moulcombe as he did into the first turn. A lot of people taking an early turn in there.
This is the specially set up car which does driver tuition. Just amazing.
We'd love to go around Watkins Glen or Road America in one of those.
You can actually do the driving experience in a NASCAR stocker at Rockingham in this country.
Yes,
you get the
that's
taste
right.
for it. You can go and do that.
Chevrolet Impala SS across the line. Here's, I think that's the familiar helmet colours of Rupert Keegan, former F1 racer.
No, it's part of the Kaufman, Robert Kaufman, who's driving the car in the Chevrolet Impala, co-owning the Michael Waltrip Racing concern, and another driver who's come over from America to Europe. He's driven at the Le Mans 24 Hours as well. Now, next up, it might not necessarily be a run per se, but it is certainly spectacular. He's absolutely stationary. There is rubber pouring off the rear of those tyres. It's splattered all over my paperwork. Fantastic.
Patrick Friesacker, the Austrian ex-Minardi Grand Prix driver.
I think he's having more fun than his NASCAR stocker he did in the Minardi.
That's incredible, isn't it? He had completely broken traction, he had his foot on the brake, and he wasn't going anywhere.
He'll probably try again now.
He's going to, isn't he? He's give him a round of applause and a cheer and a wave, ladies and gentlemen. This is fantastic. Get those gas masks out.
I've had to take a picture of the lines that he's left on the start line because you just won't believe the angle that he had on only about 10 foot after the actual start line of the Goodwood Hill climb. Look at the smoke. It's like the red arrows coming off the back of that car, isn't it?
Yeah, the world's biggest number 11. And he's even got dye in the smoke for us as well.
Just amazing.
Paraffin in the exhausts, and we get a multicoloured smoke out. He's just completely disappeared from view. Where's he gone?
We're looking down from our left-hand window. We can see the bridge. The pedestrian bridge there, and he's sitting underneath it, stationary, with smoke billowing out from under the rear fenders. Yeah. Absolutely sensational. Patrick Friesacker, he's been here before. You think that's exciting? Wait till you see Mad Mike Widdett. If you've not been here over the last couple of days, then you'll find there's a Kiwi who drives a bonkers Mazda RX-7 rotary. He's a pro drift champion, makes about 538 horsepower.
And it's at 90 degrees to the direction of travel at all times.
I've never seen a car go quicker through Moulcombe. Absolutely unbelievable. Totally on the lock stops.
Yeah, set up not to go in a straight line. Well, difficult to believe, but trust us, it's staggering, and he'll be out later on. Well,
the NASCAR gets to the top of the hill. Another NASCAR on the hill, and then on the line at the moment, soon to come up, is Dario Franchitti in one of Mika Hakkonen's ex-DTM cars. He's taking pictures of NASCARs whilst he's sitting in the seat. He's just looking around. He's got his thumbs up. He's waving to people. Dario Franchitti absolutely gets
Yeah.
the fever that is the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
He does. He's one of that rare breed, isn't he, who is absolutely at the top of the international game. 3-time Indy 500 winner, 4-time IndyCar Series champion, but loves the history of motorsport and has a particular penchant for Jim Clark. And the sight of him in Jim Clark's Lotus 38 Indy winner at the Revival last September in period dark blue lid and goggles was a sight to behold. He had a big smile on his face all weekend.
Making a gentle passage up is the Napa Auto Parts NASCAR.
That's an ex-Michael Waltrip car, isn't it? Driven by Everett Laumann.
So Dario leaves the line with the DTM Mercedes, the 4-litre V8 underneath the bonnet of this car. 2006 car, I believe it is, originally driven by Mika Hakkinen, as I said. Lots of carbon fibre, lots of downforce, very lowly slung inside the car, as you can barely see Dario's familiar crash helmet peering over the windscreen wipers there.
He's not hanging about, Toby.
He's not hanging around
Very
either.
squirmy out of Moulcom. 475 horsepower, bewinged Mercedes C-Class DTM, the Deutsche Tourenwagen Masters. And it was a championship, of course, that propelled Dario onto the international stage. His links with Mercedes took him to IndyCar.
It was a Mercedes discovery at the Autosport, the McLaren Autosport BRDC.
Now here is the king. It's Richard Petty, number 43, in the light blue Plymouth Belvedere GTX. What a car, what a driver. The car that won the Daytona, well, he won 27 out of 48 races throughout the 1967 season. Richard Petty, NASCAR champion 7 times, as well as winning the Daytona 500 7 times as well. This is just so cool.
It's very purposeful and muscular, isn't it? And, what a wonderful sight. The number 43, King Richard Petty, with those trademark sunglasses and Stetson as he walks around the paddock. And here he is reunited with a car that he used to such a great effect in 1967. Pictures on the screen of our event host, Lord March, down in the paddock. Chatting with Ben Collings there, who we've seen a number of historic cars down the years at this event.
Yes, the driving experience up at Rockingham is the Rusty Wallace Racing Experience UK, Rockingham. And you can actually go up there, driven around or drive a car yourself. Rusty Wallace, another of the great aces. And Peter Hardman's actually involved in it. Just racewithrusty.co.uk sorts it out.
Marcus, here is Mad Mike with it. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely unbelievable.
And he's in 4th gear already, Henry.
Look at the way he flicks that thing around like it's a little toy. Completely sideways around the first corner. Inch perfect. Get those camera phones out. Look at that. He's at 90 degrees to the course. The rear tyres squealing in protest. Thick smoke as he comes over the brow up to Moulcom. He'll flick it left to get the pendulum. Goodness me. That is absolutely unbelievable. How on earth is that possible?
It defies me. Massive belches of flame from this quad-rotor Mazda. He was more concerned yesterday about setting the bales alight.
He was singeing the eyebrows of the photographer there on the exit of the S's. It's a little bit slippery still there. He's still spinning the wheels.
Slippery?
Slippery, yeah. Bring it on, he says.
Absolutely. Just an incredible run. Look at that. Belch, belch, belch. That's all the unspent fuel going through the exhaust system.
He actually did set fire to some bales up the finish there. Brilliant. Just watch him all day and feel sort of really enamored. He's got control.
That's why you leave it to experts, isn't it? You soon know. The XJS Jaguar. Going back to the European Touring Car Championship days, Tom Walkinshaw Racing machine.
The European Touring Car giant killers, the glorious little Alpha.
Beautiful flared arches. A lot of aluminium in the body of These are gorgeous little things.
Well, great to see so many people here this morning at this third and final day of the Goodwood Festival of Speed for 2014. Good morning and welcome to you all if you're just arriving here at the 1.1 mile hill climb that is now of an international standing, now in its 22nd year. We are just having some cars go up the hill. We started about 20 minutes ago. We've had NASCARs, we've had DTM cars, we've had British touring cars, German touring cars, and as we see on the big screens, one of the little Alfa Romeos making its way to the top. Very pretty Alfa Romeo, resplendent in its sort of Targa Florio colours that it would have been racing around those villages and towns. It gets to the top of the hill. Amazing.
We've just been infused in the cockpit with tyre.
It's lovely.
Essence of tyre.
Yes. If only I had an empty bottle to put it in.
That's courtesy of Mike Woodett, I do declare.
Yes.
Still hanging, lingering in the air there, Sir Sterling Moss with Lord March, our front host, and Lady Susie.
That's down in the collecting area, isn't it? Where cars wait to file down to the start line and turn around and make their runs up the hill.
So many people part of the ball last night at which the Beach Boys played. So there was a bit of retroness away from the racetrack as well. Now then, Henry, I've never seen this car before until this weekend. The Mazda Group B.
Yes, Mazda's Group B RX-7 variant, which of course was really a non-starter, but Dave Pavley's got this car very well sorted indeed, and it's a quick and raspy little thing. Belching flames, keeps it nice and neat, stabs of the throttle on the way through Molecombe, which of course is approached through a blind kink and over a bit of a brow. It's tricky to get the braking point sorted, depending on what you're in and how quickly you arrive there.
The RX-7s were raced extensively in the States, weren't they? In IMSA racing, it was catching the little Renault Nerva Sport rally car up ahead. But we remember the RX-7s were here with the likes of Winston Percy driving them.
Winner of the Spa 24 Hours in the TWR RX-7s, the unique rotary engined Japanese machine.
Felix Wankel idea. Very difficult over 24 hours to keep the rotor tips alive, so the compression went down over places like Le Mans particularly, where they're running flat out so much of the time. There's the Peugeot Pikes Peak car, Harry Vatanen car of Ender Garvey, which was going extremely well yesterday, I have to say. He's chasing the Lancia S4 Integrale up the hill.
Yeah, the Group B Lancia that won on its debut in the C Rally of 1985 in the hands of the late great Henry Toivonen. This Peugeot is extraordinary, isn't it? Built and looked after by Jeff Page, and Ender Garvey giving it some beans there, tucks it in nice and early on the grassy apex at Molecombe. Look at the rear wing on the back of that. Fantastic. If you've seen the Climb Dance film with Harry Vatanen, an extraordinary ascent of the Colorado Hill Climb, you'll know all about this car. If not, simply type Climb Dance Harry Vatanen into YouTube and you'll know what I mean.
Yes, it was a shakedown from the Group B era. They then wanted something to do, so they went to Pikes Peak and dominated, taking the record 26 years ago. The basis of that car, an original 205 T16, I was told by one of the Peugeot Motorsport guys yesterday. Yeah. Now we go back a little bit in time.
Yeah, the big Healey, the Austin Healey 3000, used to such a great effect in the 1960s.
Driven by the likes of Rano Altonen and the Morley brothers.
Yeah, Pat Moss.
Yep. This is a 1964 car, looking at the B registration on it.
Very successful in many of the pre-World Championship long distance events, the Tulip Rally.
And racing as well.
Yes.
Good race cars. Straight six engine under the bonnet.
And they drove them at the Le Mans, did they not?
Yes, they did. This is in long distance rally spec, isn't it, with all those spotlights out front.
Always remember John Gott racing a Healy. He's racing massively popular. It's a huge event. First weekend of October at Castle Combe, the big Healy Driver International race, a two-parter this year. And it'll be brilliant. But yes, John Gott, who was the Chief Constable of Northamptonshire, raced SMO 746.
Yes, do as I say, not as I do.
But no, he was a great proponent of motorsport.
And here is one of the most famous minis of all time, 33 EJB, the ex-Paddy Hopkirk Mini Cooper S, winner of the 1964 Monte Carlo Rally, resplendent still in original rally plates with the spot lamps on the front and one on the roof. Paddy was here yesterday.
He was.
What a sight that was, the great Irish hero hustling the little Mini up the hill.
Hoppy Padkirk. Yeah, absolutely.
He became a household name, didn't he, on the back of that win.
This was well spectacular yesterday, the Hyundai.
Yeah, the I-20 WRC, Danny Sordo, the Spaniard, very, very sideways, flicking it one way to get the momentum in the Scandinavian flick. And he's going to do some donuts for it. Yes, he is. A quick tug on the lever of fever, and round it goes. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Spinning in its own length. Danny Sordo's been in this car on the Forest Rally stage at the top of the hill, and he's been quicker so far than Sebastian Loeb in his World Championship winning Citroën DS3. Hyundai returning to the World Rally Championship after an absence of 11 years. Last competed with the Accent, of course, in 2003 with the likes of Juha Kankkunen and Alistair McRae, but they're back.
I'm intrigued to know why it's running in the Egyptian national racing colours of violet.
It's the 1.6 litre turbo four-wheel drive WRC machine, set up to be very spectacular, to carry as much speed through the corners as possible.
And they're set up to be quite unstable, aren't they? So they
Yes.
can change direction quickly. The same principle as an aerobatics plane.
Absolutely right, yeah. Danny Sordo safely across the line, and you'll be seeing that in more of a usual environment on the rally stage, yeah.
Little Renault 5 Maxi Turbo leads line. Meanwhile, the A310 Alpine in the Calverson colours is up, a 3-litre V6 engine.
I love
the
this
back.
Renault 5. It's so muscly and boxy and 80s. Julien Piguet, the Maxi 5 Turbo, ex-François Chatriot car.
Yes, nice seeing it in that Diac livery. Normally seen the works car of Ragnotti, haven't we?
Yes.
Geno Ragnotti has been driving here before, but this one, a different set of colours.
Ragnotti spectacular, doing high-speed J-turns and nipping it up on the handbrake and spinning it in its own length at speed.
Here's the Audi Quattro, the Sport Quattro S1. This is fabulous and it sounds brilliant.
Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen, the 5-cylinder turbocharged warble of the bewinged Audi Quattro, the last of the breed, the S1 Evolution Sport Quattro, the short wheelbase car. This car winning in Walter Röhrl's hands in San Remo in 1985.
Toby, who's a short wheelbase Land Rover fan, was going to find out what the wheelbase of the Quattro was last night. Did you achieve that, Toby?
It's short, Marcus. It's
That's
short.
what I thought.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But it's
Clearly he hasn't done his homework, has he?
what is the short wheelbase of a short wheelbase Quattro then, Henry?
It's short.
Well, it's short. Exactly. There we go.
It wasn't my job to find out, it was yours. You failed.
We were going to offer you a body kit for the Land Rover.
Can you imagine?
I'd never, ever, ever modify cars. Keep them absolutely standard, and I believe it always works. Talking about absolutely standard, well, here is Terry Grant doing something not absolutely standard here up the Goodwood Festival of Speed hill climb. Donutting, doing 360s to the dozen, not just a couple. Here we go, as he yanks on the handbrake and gets it spinning. That's the one, that's the two, and when it really gets going, I'm amazed he can keep sight of which way is up.
Yeah, it's a fairly standard-looking Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, but being handled in a particularly standard fashion. Terry Grant, world-renowned stunt driver, spinning that round many, many times. We've seen him here at this event down the years doing all sorts of tricks. He's gone up the course faster than anyone in reverse. He's gone up the course faster than anyone on two wheels. There's no limit to this man's inventiveness, imagination and ingenuity. And here he is, demonstrating breathtaking car control. He goes all around the world doing this stunt show. Here he is spinning by the entrance to the paddock. That's got its diffs set up just so, hasn't it?
Absolutely,
to allow that.
perfection, yeah.
Yeah, difficult with four-wheel drive to get it to break traction like that, right outside our commentary position. Thank you, Terry. Of course, it got the anti-lag on the turbo popping and banging to keep the turbo spooling, and it jumps down the escape road in reverse. Marshall's unmoved by that as the Mitsubishi sliced past their toes.
Staccato pops and bangs from the exhaust. Yes, mechanical sympathy, nil. Artistic impression, about 100.
Yes. How many sets of tyres he's got through this weekend?
I think they're being provided.
Yes. And I think he'll probably fill the top paddock with smoke, won't he?
That's right, yes. There aren't spectators in that particular area because it comes across the meadow at the top, Birdless Grove. See some more people up towards Bruce Jones's area in the top.
Still looks a bit slippery though on that right-hander where we saw
There's
Jochen
been
Krumbach yesterday.
a fair amount of rain overnight.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Is that the greatest living racing driver of all time ever? I probably. Sir Sterling Moss with period Leslie Johnson helmet being helped by his wife, Lady Susie. He has dispensation, doesn't he? From
he does,
the MSA.
from the MSA and FIAS to wear this original period type helmet. And Lady Susie's on the buckles.
Sir Sterling Moss now 84 years of age, the greatest driver never to win the World Drivers' Championship, which of course devalues the World Drivers' Championship somewhat, doesn't it? 4 times a runner-up in the 1950s. 3 times to Fangio, once to Mike Hawthorne, a superhero.
Well, we saw a qualifying run by Simon Garrard earlier on for the top shoot-off later on, and this is Michael Bartels with a special centenary liveried Maserati in its Goodwood colours.
There's a real needle between this MC12 V12 race car and Kenny Brack in the long-tail McLaren, the 6-litre V12 BMW powered McLaren. They've been sharing fastest times. They're very, very close. They've got Mr. Sebastian Loeb to worry about. He's absolutely
no one knows more about driving MC12s than Michael Bartels, the German, and he's already up to the flint wall, safely through it. Gave it a very healthy margin of safety through there.
Only less than a second down at that 46.45 for Mr. Loeb.
He's done it.
He's under it.
46.24. Wow.
Best time of the weekend, ladies and gentlemen, that we've just seen up this Goodwood hill climb. What a treat we are in for here today. Look at that. Michael Bartels with the 6-litre V12 Maserati of 46.24 beats Sebastian Loeb's Pike Peak Peugeot of yesterday, which did a 46.45. Kenny Brack on a 48.29. Can't wait for the shootout later this afternoon.
That's a cracking time.
Awesome.
In a 2-wheel drive car on a colder day.
I didn't pick up the terminal speed through the finish on that one.
Nudging 140 miles an hour.
Yeah, absolutely superb run from Michael Bartels.
That's going to be great later on, isn't it? That's the end of the batch. A confirmation on the screens of the times. Michael Bartels tops the times at the moment, 46.24, and just a whisker over 2/10 slower. Sebastian Loeb in the Pikes Peak Peugeot, 46.45. Kenny Brack in the McTail F1 GTR on 48.29. Jan Mardenborough, the young gamer who's turned racing driver.
Yeah, winner of yesterday's supercar shootout.
Yes, indeed. In the Nissan GTR Nismo GT3, 48.39. Jeremy Smith in the sensational 6-wheeled March. Just gets under 50 seconds with a 49.17. Didier Serg in the Jordan 191, the glorious 7-Up Grand Prix car, 51 dead. Joe Twyman, our early leader in the qualifying session yesterday in the Lec Grand Prix car of the late 70s, a 51.16. Mike Skinner in the Toyota Tundra, 51.3. Rounding out the top 10, Andrew Newell and Max Papis in the McLaren M8 Can-Am car and the Chevrolet Impala NASCAR respectively. Paul Smith, very spectacular in the Audi A4, the ex-Hans Stuck Super Tourer. He's 11th. Michael Mallock, also spectacular in the Chevrolet Cruze tin top, 53.73. Alistair Davidson in the Tolman Hart from 1984, ex-Ayrton Senna car, 53.89. Enda Garvey, 54.30 in the Peugeot 405 T16. Simon Garrad, our first car on the hill this morning, the Renault Laguna, stops the clocks at 54.70. And Jordi Hannay with 54.74 in the Seat Leon Cup Racer. Bruce Jones is in the top paddock, and he's been having a word with some of the stars from the first batch of this morning's runners.
Michael Mallock running in the first batch up the hill here on Sunday morning. What conditions the hill in? It got a bit of oil on it yesterday.
Yeah, a bit of oil. The marshals cleaned it up pretty well. I think the biggest issue was the ball last night, to be honest, for most of us. But no, the hill's good, and we're lucky it's not raining at the moment. So.
Now, tell us about the car you came up in. Bit of a family interest in it.
It is, yeah. This is our 2012 World Championship winning car. Lord March invited us as part of the Unbeatable Champions, and it's a great year for us. It is 30 years of RML Group, so it's great to be here and celebrate with by having a run in one of our World Championship winning cars.
And as always at the Festival of Speed, you're in quite a mix of vehicles. You know, an Australian touring car in front of you, sitting on the Chevrolet Cruze. We've got the Seat Leon, we've got the NASCARs behind. It's a heady concoction.
It is. It's fantastic. I came here 10 years ago, and I remember it being an amazing event. And this year is just as good. And being up the top and standing and chatting and shooting stories with all these guys is amazing. It really is.
That's part of the mix. Michael, thanks very much.
Cheers. Thank you.
Bill Shepherd, you're leaning on one of the largest cars in the top paddock here, the Ford Galaxy from 1963. What's it like to drive?
Like a bungalow on wheels, but it's the most wonderful thing, honestly. You saw away at the steering wheel and it looks very busy, but it's actually a lovely car. 7 litre, all the business. It's one of the original 4 factory lightweights from Holman Moody. Jack Sears has got his, and I've got this one. There's nothing else in the world. So this is a wonderful car.
Now, part of the mix of the Festival of Speed is the supercar and the first supercar at first glance. Of course, you've been driving the new Mustang. That looks pretty fine.
Yes, I drove it. Oh no, I can't say anything.
A lot of noise going on in the background. That's Marcus Friesacker can't find his way into the car park.
He obviously got a tyre sponsor.
Sunday has no more need for his tyres.
Yeah, lovely. Sorry, I missed the last question.
No, I was just talking about the illustrious history of this car, really.
Oh, yeah, well, it's just a wonderful car. Alan Mann drove it himself. He went over to Paris. It was a Ford de France car in '63, did the Tour de France with Bo Lungfeld, the Magic Bo. And Alan told me before he went that he went over to Paris and nicked it off Ford and brought it back, and it was the GT40 brake development car. And he drove it himself in the European Touring Car Championship in 1964 in Sweden to make up the numbers, and then won his class in it. So
that was the start, really, wasn't it, for the Galaxy and touring cars? And the rest is history. Bill, thanks very much.
Cheers. Thank you.
Richard Petty, Sunday morning at the Festival of Speed. Were you at the ball last night?
Oh, yeah, it was great, man. See that many people in that little place and stuff, and then fireworks and the whole deal. It was just a big show for us from America.
And those guys throwing the electrical bolts around were quite special.
Oh, that was just unreal. I hadn't seen anything like that before, so naturally it really takes your breath to watch stuff like that.
Now, another thing that takes the breath is this Plymouth Belvedere you're leaning on. 1967, you won 27 rounds that year. It must have just been phenomenal.
It was just unreal. I mean, we run a race and we wasn't really excited about winning things. I mean, it was all over. Our first deal was, where's the next race? And then we run it and got lucky and won a bunch of them. Won 10 in a row. That was just phenomenal. But to have a season like that and in any kind of sport, doesn't make any difference, football or baseball, whatever. And it's just one of those things that happened, and we didn't do anything different. It just fate. It just happened to be that way.
Now, one of the things that increasingly at the Festival of Speed, we have more and more cars from the NASCAR ovals, but it's quite a history lesson. We have a huge number right across the years now. It's great for the fans.
Well, it really is. It surprised me when I come over here and I get to talking to people and stuff that there's that many people in England or in Europe together that sort of looks after the Cup Series, NASCAR Cup Series. I mean, we have a lot of guys back home and stuff, and they look at Formula cars and some sport cars deal, but you know, being over here with all the other things going on, and then they are interested in what the Americans are doing and what the Cup Series is, so it makes you feel good to be able to talk to people that keep up with you.
We're all the same. It's got steering wheel, 4 wheels. It works for us. And, of course, a big engine. Richard Petty, a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you, guys.
Didier Auriol, good morning. A very smart medal you're wearing there for being here at Goodwood. You enjoying your time?
Yeah, it's the first time for me to be here, and everybody pushed me to come, say, you must see what is Goodwood. And Toyota invited me this year to drive the Corolla and the Lexus, and what I can say, I am really enjoying, and it's a big surprise to me to see all this big driver, all this fantastic car, and all the public, the fan. There are a lot of respect of the car, of the rally car. It's magic to be here.
And how about the Forest Rally stage?
Forest Rally stage, I was driving yesterday with a 185 Celica, and it was the wrong side driving for me, but it was quite a big fun anyway. The car was very good, and it was very nice for spectator also. The spectator must come to see also the gravel stage. I think it's a big show.
Didier, glad to see you're enjoying it. Thank you.
I'm David Coulthard and we're here at Goodwood House. I have an AMG SLS Black Series and we're going to go and discover the famous hill climb. As we go across the start, we cross some bricks from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So a piece of history as you start this climb into turn 1. Quite an open right-hander, and you build the speed through the crossroads. This will be taken almost flat by those committed. Up past the house, this fantastic view. And then through a fast left-hand kink into what is one of the most tricky corners on the hill climb. It's called Molecombe. And it's difficult because you're coming over a blind rise and then breaking into the apex of a left-hander. A lot of people have been caught out there over the years as the drivers try to push the limits as they attack the hill. We then rise up towards the flint wall, and what makes this particularly difficult is we go under the trees, we lose visibility, and it seems that you're driving directly into a flint wall. You then open out into the bright sunlight again, and then into Birdless Grove, and it's a right-hander, then another left-hand kink. Nick Heidfeld, who has the lap record at 41.6 set in 1999, was doing 150 miles an hour through the left kink, and then 170 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. It really is an exhilarating climb.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
sofa ref, the sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. A very good morning. If you've just arrived at the Goodwood Festival of Speed on the final day, the Sunday of the 2014 Motorsport Garden Party, now in its 22nd year. And what an incredible assortment of competition cars and motorcycles we have in store for you over the course of the day. We're celebrating so many different milestones, as we do every year at the festival, most notably 120 years of Mercedes-Benz. And just look at that stunning sculpture that curves over the top of Goodwood House, featuring one of the very first Silver Arrow pre-war Grand Prix cars and the Hungarian Grand Prix winner from last year in Lewis Hamilton's hands. Timetable on the screen, and we wait for our next batch of cars, which comprises some of the pioneering and pre-war giants of the early years of motorsport history. And we have classic endurance cars in there as well. We're also celebrating 100 years of Maserati in 2014, and the Italian firm has assembled a truly breathtaking array of machines spanning that centenary. Group C cars, sports cars, prototypes and GT races will follow that at about 10:05. The Goodwood Action Sports Gaz show gets underway at 10:30. Then we have the first appearance at midday of our supercars. We had an exhilarating supercar shootout yesterday, won by young GP3 racer Jan Mardenborough in the Nissan GT-R. The Eurofighter Typhoon will be here absolutely on the button of midday. And at 10:30 we have post-war Grand Prix cars. We have a number of Cosworth DFV powered cars from the 1970s. We have 80s turbocharged monsters as well from Renault, from Lotus and McLaren. And we have lots of fabulous Indy cars from the great Indy 500 over in the States. Don't forget the Skoda Forest Rally stage as well. That's running throughout the day. There are the shots of our next batch of cars. I mentioned our pre-war machines, and Toby Moody down there on the start line. Some truly breathtaking machines lining up very close to you down there, ready to make their first run of the morning.
Absolutely, yes. As other cars are being prepared in the paddock, we can see the Porsche RS Spider. That was driven yesterday by Brendan Hartley, the LMP2 chassis. First time he jumped in it. And we've got another Porsche Works driver here today in the shape of Mark Webber, who we hope to see in the 919 later today. Let's find out a little bit more, though, about the magnificent Mercedes-Benz sculpture that arcs over the top of Goodwood House.
Our motorsport heritage goes back right to the 19th century, so we wanted the central feature to really represent that incredible span of 120 years. And Jerry Juda's breathtaking design will really bring something that's never been seen before to Goodwood.
The design for 2014 was to engage with the house. We're putting a sculpture that vaults over the house. It's a massive arch, and the concept is very, very simple. It's one line, and that line is split up between two different roads. So they are sort of passing each other. It's a sort of a nod to each other. It's a nod to history, and the house supports it in the fact that it's underneath it. It engages with it. So there is an involvement between the history of Mercedes, the history of Goodwood, and I think that's very important. initial Mercedes idea was very, very strong in this very simple shape, and that's what I've tried to do this year as well, but a little bit more dangerous.
Every year, Jerry creates something special, and we wanted another first for Mercedes-Benz. The first time we saw his design, it blew us away. The cars are literally soaring over the top of Goodwood House. It's stunning.
Mercedes, one has to look very differently because it's a big company. It's one of the greats, and naturally you think about something that reflects that greatness and that sense of power and history, and no better way than to approach it from completely left field. The past few months we've seen the design on paper and on screen, but being here today a little earlier, seeing the sculpture being put into place, it was a magical moment. The focal point of this year's centrepiece at Goodwood are our two Silver Arrows races. Last year's car from the Hungarian Grand Prix where Lewis Hamilton won, and the model of the 1934 Silver Arrows, the very first silver racing Mercedes. I often do actually, often in the background just watch people looking at this and being amazed by it. But that's what it's about, it's showbiz. That's the whole point. I had high hopes for the central feature this year, and it's absolutely blown them away.
Well, you heard it there from Mercedes-Benz. They're blown away by the sculpture that arcs over Goodwood House, and so are we, quite frankly. What an amazing achievement, and the first time that one of these annual sculptures that celebrates a big milestone or moment in a manufacturer's history has gone over the top of the house. Mercedes-Benz here in force to celebrate that anniversary, notably with a trio of wonderful Grand Prix cars from 1914, 100-year-old Grand Prix machines, the first car away in batch 1 in your programmes. Pioneers, pre-war giants, and classic endurance racers, and our Maserati centenary cars as well. Toby, that must be fabulous, leaning over one of those machines down there.
George Wingard leaves the line, the riding mechanic alongside, and the trio of cars now on their way up this Goodwood course. 1914 they were victorious, second and third. I mean, to go back in one's mind and imagine what it was like, and then see those very cars here today, a century later, really is quite breathtaking. And as you will see as they come up towards you, Henry, they were not short of speed.
Well, you're not wrong, yeah. 5 were built originally and 3 remain, and it's these 3. They are all here this weekend. George Wingard leads Eddie Beresford in a duo of Mercedes Grand Prix cars. The 3rd car is on its way under the bridge now. I can see, looking back down the course from my commentary position at Moulcombe, and here it comes. What a wonderful sight. Who's driving that? It's Roland Ash, isn't it?
It is, with the cake stand on his head with GoPros festooned on it.
It's made for some wonderful video material, hasn't it, on board, and just capturing the whole atmosphere of this amazing event. See, avoiding the slippery bit on the outside of Birdless Grove there. Do make time to go down into the paddock and get pictures of these 3 iconic Mercedes. It's unlikely we'll see the 3 of them together in one place again. Here we are, showing you how motoring used to be at the turn of the 20th century.
Driver under instruction. Hang on with both hands, please.
Yes, that's Ben Collins, isn't it? The riding mechanic. He's rather too smartly dressed for riding mechanic duties.
A few spare tyres on the back.
Mercedes 60 HP. Gareth Graham sharing. We've seen Ben Collins, who's riding passenger today in that car over the course of the weekend.
It's pretty hairy going through Moulcombe Corner, sitting about 10 feet up in the air on one of those. Martin Wiesmann away in another of the beautiful old Mercedes Grand Prix cars. 110 in your programmes.
Yeah, details of all the cars in this class in particular appear on page 5 of the entry supplement that comes free, along with a little radio with the programme to the Festival of Speed. Superb compliment to the event, and do make sure you get hold of a copy to pore over and take home and keep safe.
And treasure.
Yes.
With your previous collection of Goodwood Festival of Speed programmes.
Old 21 if you're as mad as you and me. Martin Wiesmann into Moulcombe Corner. Priceless Mercedes Grand Prix cars. And who's that on the screen? That's Mark Webber in his Porsche. Great to have the ex-Formula 1 star now turning his attention to the World Endurance Championship and the Le Mans 24 Hours with Porsche.
Here, though, is Sally Mason-Stirren in the Ferrari 166, a stalwart of the Goodwood Festival of Speed with husband Dudley. Sally's driving here this weekend. Dudley is mechanicking and helping his wife out from the paddock. Sally, so used to driving on the Tour de France or the Mille Miglia, a stable of beautiful cars that Dudley and Sally have got. And interesting that this Ferrari is, of course, a right-hand drive car, used to keep the weight of the driver on the inside of the predominantly right-handed circuits.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Sally also has the glorious Maranello Concessionaires liveried Ferrari 365 GTB4 Daytona, doesn't she?
Yes.
Wonderful pale blue and red of Colonel Ronnie Horse.
Also the little Tasman Ferrari single-seater.
She drove me from their house to Goodwood some years ago in the 275, and it was quite a beast and quite a morning run and quite a wake-up call. Frank Sittler said that he drove it in the Kyalami 6 hours, and it was the hardest car he had ever driven. But this car, the 166, a little bit more sedate. But Sally, she knows how to drive well. She knows how to drive quickly as she gets to the top of the Goodwood Festival of Speed hill climb.
Sally safely across the line, a wave to the finish line, a pat for the 166mm.
For getting her there safely. It's Murray Smith in the front of the picture there for a moment.
Yes, with Mark Loeb and his Porsche teammate. Great to see Mark here this weekend. Hopefully he'll be coming up the hill in one of the Porsches. There's another of the Porsche stars, Brendan Hartley, one of the stars of the Porsche team, returning in factory capacity to Le Mans this year. And they almost won the race, of course. They were leading with a couple of hours to go, and a problem dropped them back down the order.
So we shall look forward to seeing the 1, 2, 3 and 4th position cars in this year's Le Mans 24 Hours come up the Goodwood Hill climb in a few hours' time.
Now we've got one of our Maseratis, centenary of Maserati this year, and an unparalleled collection of the Italian cars with us. This is Bernd Holzhoff in the HC 3000. He's on his way under the bridge. Got some magnificent single-seaters and sports racing Maseratis right up to the MC12, of course, the 100th anniversary one, of which Michael Bartels has taken to the top in the quickest time we've seen all weekend, of 46.24 seconds, only about 20 minutes ago.
Stunning that, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
And so is this HC, the very sophisticated 1930s Grand Prix car, 3-litre supercharged 8-cylinder. French Grand Prix of 1933 with great pre-war driver Giuseppe Campari behind the wheel. So one of the first cars to feature hydraulic brakes.
Now then, the Maserati 250F leaves the line. A 2.5-litre straight six 1957 car. Fangio scored his last and possibly greatest Grand Prix victory at the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, the German Grand Prix in '57. Took the lap record by an astonishing 7 seconds.
In this very car.
In this very, very car.
I shudder to think what that's worth. Not only is it one of the most perfect and successful and beautiful Maseratis, it's one of the most perfect, successful and beautiful Grand Prix cars of all time.
So at that stage, Valerio Colotti was the sort of chief designer at Maserati, and he went on to develop the Tech-Mech car from this. This is just wonderful.
Described by Sterling Moss as the nicest car to drive.
The 250F. Yeah, 60 years since the first 250F in 1954, the fatter bodied car with the louvers. Although it slimmed down quite a lot by 57, and was used, when about 30 of them made, something like that, and used by so many privateers right through into the early 60s. And soon after that, they were all commandeered for historic racing, sort of fledgling historic racing, weren't they?
Absolutely. Mainstay of the 2.5-litre Formula 1154 to 60. We've got a V12 version of the 250F here as well, haven't we? Klaus Werner's car.
Haven't seen it run yet, though, have we?
I think it's on display.
This is Alan Wynne, New Zealander, from the Brooklands Museum, driving the Napier Railton, the all-time outer circuit lap record holder at 143 miles an hour.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? Back in 1935 with great record breaker John Cobb, and I just have that image of the car off the ground around the outer circuit banking at Brooklands in my mind. Just imagine that. Wonderful.
Some of the outer circuit's still there, and you can see part of Brooklands from the railway as you go on the line from Hampshire down into Waterloo.
Yeah. Car is kept and looked after by Alan Wynne and his team at the Brooklands Museum, which is a wonderful history lesson of motorsport spanning many, many decades. Do go down to the Brooklands Museum if you haven't already. It's wonderful. And there are parts of the banking, as Marcus says, where you can make a pilgrimage.
Neil Perkins again, that very wide line he seems to favour.
Yes.
In his 6cm Grand Prix car, 6-cylinder this one, with a little red Maserati on its way.
And safely at the top in the 24-litre W12 Napier Lion-engined Reed Railton-built monster. Slightly less monstrous, the spindly little Voiturette Maserati.
Yes, this is the Laumann Museum's car, isn't it? With another of the Laumann sisters aboard. We've seen Queenie drive various cars. This is Josine, isn't it? This one, look at this, the 4CLT 48 Maserati Rainer Ott. And he bought this car, found that the engine was totally shot, so spent 3.5 years making another engine from scratch. The block, the heads, the camshaft, the superchargers. He made the engine from scratch. He's an aerospace engineer in Germany.
How do you start?
It took a lot of commitment, a lot of effort, a lot of money, and a great deal of help from the Technical University in Swabia, in that part of Germany where Reiner is based. And Reiner and Simone Kalk as partner did a fabulous job with this car. They've now made, I think, 5 engines, and they're basically keeping the 4CLT population of the world alive, because where do you get the parts? You're better off starting with a fresh unit. And what they did when they first put it on the dyno, they tweaked it around. They had disappointing figures initially. Then they got it to the point where it made a little bit more than the period engines. So they wound it down just so it makes precisely the same output as the factory claim from their early engines.
What a clever man.
This is the Sanremo Maserati, as it was known. And this is the car that Froilan Gonzalez, the Pampas Bull, who came to early Goodwood Festivals of Speed, raced at Monaco in period.
Wonderful. 4CLT Maserati of Reiner Ott safely across the line.
This is Adam Painter with the 4CS Maserati that we see racing with the Vintage Sports Car Club, which celebrates a big anniversary this year. It's its 80th anniversary, so lots of celebrations coming along very shortly. And this is the car that was buried in Singapore for about 40 years. Adam's father discovered it, got it back, and rebuilt it to this concours condition. Drove it beautifully yesterday.
There's so much love and dedication, isn't there, from these marque enthusiasts and collectors. And it's only
the logistics of actually doing something like a total rebuild on these cars, absolutely staggering. You can't put a time scale on it. It's ready when it's ready. It's going really well.
And the reward, of course, is our enjoyment. And long may that continue, where the guys show the dedication and commitment required to keep these historic cars alive and well. Adam Painter through Birdless Grove.
Caught the previous car on the hill. That's the Sunbeam record car. It's Malcolm Campbell machine. Here's the A6 GCS Maserati, the little sports car, making its way up the hill. Then down the line, the 300S Scuderia del Viadotto entered car. It's David Franklin, the great Bristolian, at the wheel. British hill climb champion, sprint champion back in 1978. March BMW Formula 2 cars for much of that period. But over the years he had an Ensign, and he had a little March 733, I think the old Mike Wiles Dempster car, I think it was, from Formula 3, and they moved to the Formula 2 cars, raced lovely Can-Am cars in the International Super Sports Cup with great success, the X-Extra Kovalevsky McLaren M6.
Well, here's a great car, and it's driven beautifully by Julian Mazub. It's the Alfa 308, the pre-war Grand Prix car, the 308C. Had a gearbox problem last year, jumped out of gear on the way to Monaco, and it smoked the bales. Julian was mortified. It's been repaired to its original glorious condition. Blockley Tyres, proprietor from Blockley in the Cotswolds.
Look at the back end of that car, and the styling is virtually identical to the period W165 Mercedes, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's hugely sideways coming out.
He likes his oversteers, Mr. Mazub, who's of Iranian extraction in this country.
He was quick through here yesterday. He's quick through here this morning, isn't he? My goodness me, was it ever in a straight line?
No.
He's always been quick, hasn't he, Marcus? He took the Prescott Bugatti record some years ago by an enormous margin. He just drives everything flat out. And this is a pre-war car getting up just on 60.3 seconds, 102 miles an hour over the line, humbling many of the modern supercars.
Yeah, fantastic effort. And talking of modern supercars, here is the Maserati race cars. This is the Trofeo in the one make series. Glorious styling, huge wing. and going very quickly towards Moulcombe.
Popped a wheel on the grass on the way in there, but gathered it all up. The Vitaphone Maserati MC12. Andrea Bertolini, one of the period drivers from 10 years or so ago. Very spectacular off the line, but I think there's a problem with that car. It's slowing, or is he just showing off, doing some acceleration and smoky getaways?
It's a great colour scheme, this, the Vitaphone. Colours are sort of turquoise and black.
Yes, look, he's just doing some burnouts, isn't he? Just doing some wheel spin to get it off the line. Here's another of the MC12s, 6 litre.
You don't see one for years and then 3 couple other ones.
Yeah, amazing.
The black one earlier
what
on.
Bertoloni was doing was laying some rubber on the ground for the next car to go up. Look at the number 11s that Bertolini left as we have a bird's eye view and watch Nick Hamilton leave the line. Homerson, sorry, with his MC12 GT1 car, based on a Ferrari Enzo. And as you say, Marcus, 3 of them here today, and Michael Bartels will be actually in this batch because he came down earlier, so he's going to be going up again. The man who did a 46.24 second run earlier.
Car built in limited numbers, of course, to satisfy FIA GT homologation regulations. It pushes the road car regulation boundary a little far, doesn't it?
It's always a little bit misty, shall we say?
Yes. I suppose if you can
I'm not
slap a tax disc on it.
I've never seen one in Bournemouth. Then again, I never saw a Lister Storm either.
No, I did see a Lister Storm in Kingston-on-Thames with Lawrence Pierce aboard.
Close to the factory.
Yes, that's probably why.
There's the lovely Cooper Maserati.
Yeah, Michael O'Shea, isn't it?
Yes, the 5-litre V8 Maserati engine in the back of a Cooper chassis. There's Monaco chassis, Michael O'Shea driving the ex-Roy Salvadori car. Now this quartet of Jaguar D-types.
We were saying on the radio, on the breakfast show this morning, for people to tune in on the way in, how wonderful it is that we've had these celebration parades. We've had the Jaguar D-types running in formation, haven't we? We've had the Mercedes Grand Prix cars from 1914 and the Bentleys, the 3 pre-war Le Mans Bentleys, old number 1, number 2 and number 3. Car that first appeared 60 years ago, was beaten on that occasion by Ferrari, but made amends in 1955. Hawthorne and Ivor Bueb winning for the works.
Ivor the driver.
Yeah, and then the next 2 years, the privateer Acuria Kos Jaguar D-types won the race. With Ron Flockhart, and shared one of those wins with Ninian Sanderson, the other with Ivor Bueb. 774 RW, that's one of the most famous sports racing cars of all time, isn't it? And OVC 501's quite well known too. Wonderful. There are the massive Bentleys, the blowers from the 1920s.
The D-types are followed by the pale green C-type Jaguar, evolved from the XK 120, the competition version with the enveloping body, and that engine which dates back to 1948. The C-type, twice a winner at Le Mans as well, car which was developed the very effective disc brakes. And we have the 3 Bentleys, old numbers 1, 2 and 3.
Yes, old number 1 in the sort of in the grey colours. Its sister cars, numbers 2 and 3, the more traditional Bentley green.
It's old number 41 today, isn't it?
Yes. Old number 3 leads the way. Car number 1, 2, 3 in your programme. So it's 3, 2, 1 reverse order for the Bentley racers. Richard Charlesworth at the wheel.
It's now from P3. I see a Tipo B coming to the line. Windy Gringo. It's a wild horse, a Gringo, isn't it? Wally France used to race the powerboat, the Brazilian Pangari Gringo.
It was the P3 with the drive shaft that sort of came to the first diff, if I could call it that, and then split. The prop shaft came to the first diff and split into a V so that the driver could sit even lower rather than on top of the differential.
I love that car.
They're wonderful, aren't they? And this type of car which Tazio Nuvolari excelled.
Yes, giant killing against the Silver Arrows, winning the 1935 German Grand Prix.
One of these also won the 1935 Donington Grand Prix in the hands of Richard Mad Jack Shuttleworth.
Yes,
yep.
That's right. Yeah, it was
Shuttleworth collection fame.
Pre-Silver Arrow arrival in Leicestershire, wasn't it?
You can see the intake for the supercharger carburetor down the side.
2.7 litre supercharged 8-cylinder Alpha P3. One of the cars in our pre-war Grand Prix display.
Eight cylinders are essentially 2 blocks of 4, aren't they? And it's just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, P3, or otherwise known as Tipo B.
Very, very, very slender. I still wish I had, well, I had never had one. I should have bought one of those CIJ models of them that were around. You could bought them quite cheaply about 20 years ago. Now they're exceedingly expensive.
Yes, you should have bought a real one, of course. That would have been a tidy investment for
If
you.
the model was beyond my pocket, I suspect the real one was away further away.
Yes.
Nice little thing on the left-hand side of the driver as he looks forward. That's the wing mirror in that little aerodynamic casing.
Oh, David Lee, this is spectacular. The little GN vintage. He's really, really quick through Moulcombe. Hanging on for dear life in the GN Special, one of the stalwarts of vintage sports car club hill climbing.
I'm intrigued that the styling at the front is so high. I would have thought dropping the front down another foot or two might have worked to good advantage.
David Lee at the wheel of the GN Spider 1 and 1.5 litre V-twin held the record at Shelsley with Basil Davenport, the constructor of the car and driver. Look at David hunched down as he crosses the line. What a great committed run by David Lee.
Toby, and you've seen it many times at Shelsley Walsh, this car, haven't you? And the subsequent 2-litre version.
Yes, which still runs very, very quickly as well with the Spencer family. He's actually going to be going to Shelsley tomorrow with a magazine article with Spider 1 and Spider 2.
Awesome. Down on the start line is the very, very pretty Alpine Renault. Jean Redalet's concern made these little cars. There was always apart from the outright victories at Le Mans that everyone chased and craved and coveted, there were also the index of thermal efficiency, or index of performance, which tended oddly to go to small cars painted blue, and they didn't much care for Colin Chapman and his Lotuses. Put obstacles in the way wherever possible, the organisers of Le Mans, but the little Alpines and the DBs and the CDs and things like that were always very good. But this car needs to be held quite a long time because the very early 1906 Renault is making its way up. It's just rounding Moulcombe Corner.
Yes, it's the Type K, isn't it? The 13-litre 4-cylinder machine.
13 litres under the bonnet there. Monsieur Crapeau aboard, Mr. Toad, waving.
Yes, Eric Leroux, isn't
You
it?
should lean over and pop on that on little rubber bowl horn.
Yeah.
Left-hand side, shouldn't be, for full effect.
Similar to the car in which Hungarian Ferenc Szisz won the first motor race to be dubbed Grand Prix.
Where he needs either a push from one of those drag racing assistance team cars or a winch to the top to help him get there a little bit quicker, because it's a bit of a struggle.
Yes, he's looking behind him, isn't he?
Watch where you're going.
Yes, what's coming up behind?
is alongside.
He's sensibly kept it tucked over to one side.
Yeah. Not resorted to urging it forward now with that sort of hooching motion that kiddies do on their little go-karts. He's not far away. Oh, there we go.
An incredible machine. 108 years old, the 13-litre 4-cylinder Renault Type K. Had detachable rim tyres, didn't it? And Ferenc Szisz had to make numerous changes en route to victory.
Yes, something like an 8 or 9 stop strategy. didn't work terribly well. Well, here's the glorious little Alpine.
Yeah, it's the M65. 1.3 litre 4-pot Alpine.
A tiny engine, but very narrow and aerodynamic. Little Aerodyne coupe, fast down the Mulsanne straight. It was all about, and
yeah, good for 166 miles an hour.
French glory was everything, wasn't it? Yeah.
Some good successes on the car's CV, including 2 wins in the Nürburgring 500 kilometres in 65 and 67. So a class winner at Reims in 65.
Another circuit where straight line speed was all important. The Reims circuit.
Yeah, just a sort of giant triangle, isn't it?
Yeah, that is exceedingly pretty.
Piotr Frankowski at the wheel. Television cameras mounted high up on the turn-in point to that last corner, and he nearly catches the Renault Type K at the end.
Eric Leroux, last time we saw him on screen, was about 200 metres from the top, wasn't
Yes.
it? This is the 40 chevaux, 40 horsepower Montlhéry coupe. Montlhéry Bank circuit just outside Paris. The circuit Linas Montlhéry. And this the big Renault coupe. Montlhéry, where they used to have 1,000-kilometre sports car races.
They didn't they? Until sort of mid-70s.
Until relatively recently, yes, by racing standards, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Also the home of the Grand Prix de Lange d'Or for many years. It started 50 years ago as a support race to the French Grand Prix at Rouen. Les Essarts, fantastic road circuit.
Right, a big treat coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Gather round, keep an eye on the screen. Here's one of the most famous racing drivers of all time, reunited with his 1955 Grand Prix car. It's Sir Stirling Moss. I need a big cheer and a big wave for this racing legend. Mr. Motor Racing in the W196 8-cylinder Grand Prix car. And, he scored his maiden Grand Prix win, the first of 16 between 1955 and 1961. He's got a period Leslie Johnson helmet on, for which he has special permission from the British Motorsports governing body, the MSA, to wear.
And as he sits on the start line, I can only imagine what it must have been like at Aintree in 1955, watching Stirling Moss race this Mercedes W196 around and take that victory.
Hear the glorious sounds, Toby, of revving engines in your microphone.
Well, there's 2 engines that are revving because Bernd Schneider has got the streamliner version that will be going up behind him. 2 of the most beautiful penned cars that ever did grace a Grand Prix circuit.
Yesterday, Lord March, our host, took the streamliner up and achieved, well, a boyhood dream, I think is understating the case.
Here he goes then, Sir Stirling Moss off the line and up towards the first corner, past the avenue of trees in the 2.5 litre straight 8 Mercedes W196. Mercedes-Benz Classic, one of a number of wonderful 3-pointed star.
I was speaking with somebody last night who said they caught up with Sir Stirling at the top of the hill when he was driving this car, and they said, well, you know, how much do you think it's worth, Stirling? And he said, well, you know, they were offered 200 million, and they said no. It is absolutely priceless. There's no way it would ever leave the collection hall of Mercedes-Benz.
Taking it nice and steady, time for a wave, give him a wave and a cheer, ladies and gentlemen. Sir Stirling Moss, for many years, a great supporter of this event, and he features pretty highly in my treasured Festival of Speed memories, particularly back in the mid-90s, in the early years of the festival, when he was reunited with Dennis Jenkinson in the 300 SLR.
Yes, the Mille car. It was
gorgeous.
An extremely moving moment. I I interviewed Dennis Jenkinson about that. Jenks, who was his riding navigator on the Amelia, and Jenks was reduced to tears in memory of those days. There's Bernd Schneider, long-time Mercedes-Benz racer, taking the streamliner. That's another very interesting take. It's extraordinary how you take a completely different body configuration of car to some circuits, and didn't just have to stick with the one. Quite a few teams tried streamliners. Maserati did, Van Wall did, Gordini did. That was Sterling coming up. The 300 SL is also on course.
There was even a Bugatti streamliner, wasn't the Grand Prix car briefly? Maurice Trintignant race just the once.
I remember the Bugatti tank that we've seen here before. It was interesting. Gert Straub with the Mercedes 300.
It's the little SLS, isn't it? Dario Franchitti had a go in that on Friday.
And that's model number used again in the modern cars. There's Frank Bieler coming up in the Auto Union.
That's the Doppel compressor, isn't it? The twin supercharged pre-war Auto Union. Absolutely superb from the late 1930s. Imagine hammering around some of the circuits of the 1930s in one of those at speeds of, well, in some instances over 200 miles.
Very, very close to the front,
on narrow treaded tyres. Incredible. They were real heroes, weren't they?
This is the V12 version. We've seen the 16s here in the past.
Yeah, the C-Type is the 16, isn't it?
Yep.
5 times a Le Mans 24-hour winner, multiple touring car champion as well. You have to have a certain pedigree, don't you, to be entrusted with one of these?
Yep. Nick Mason's driven it in recent years, which has been lovely. Oh, here comes
now then, ladies and gentlemen, we've got
the weekend.
The 46.24 second run from Michael Bartels that we saw earlier this morning. Let's have a look at the split. He's already gone through the first intermediate. He's already gone through Malcolm at an approach speed of 101 miles an hour as he comes up towards the Flint Wall. The Formula One driver and 4-time world champion in GT racing. 34.51 is the next intermediate. I remind you that the speed over the line was approaching 130 miles an hour. Can he beat a 46.2? Yes, he can.
He's done a
45.81 up Goodwood. That is the best time of the weekend. His 2 runs today have gone fastest and fastest again.
Well, Michael Bartels staking his claim in the early running for the big runoff, which takes place this afternoon.
At Toby Marcus, it matches exactly the 10th fastest time ever on this hill, set by Roger Wills in a Williams FW05 Grand Prix car from some years ago.
And the thing about what Michael Bartels has done throughout the 3 days of running on the hill climb here at Goodwood is get his eye in. He's had a couple of extra runs, but he's got the right tyres on the car now. He's got those slightly softer Avons on the car, and that'll give him a little bit of an edge right from the word go.
That's the end of the batch, and the support vehicles will make their way up to help cars come back down. Let's go back down into the paddock, and Ben Constanduros, who caught up with Mark Webber.
Mark, a pleasure to have you here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. A big fan of classic motoring. It's nice for you to be here and have a look at these amazing cars.
Yeah, incredible. You know, some of the examples that we've got here this weekend, well, every year actually, they just roll them out endlessly, and they're just a brilliant opportunity for fans to see the cars, even for us guys to drive cars that were, you know, I was around in this era. Unfortunately, I'm getting pretty old pretty quick, but there's some cars which, you know, I wasn't around in some of these eras, and you get to see how the cars were designed, and some of us younger guys driving them is a good experience.
Now, Mark, you're driving the GT1 Porsche, but your name is on the Mercedes.
Yeah, that's a bit weird, isn't it? I raced this car in '98. And so, yeah, actually I was in competition with this car, with the Porsche. So we did very well against the Porsche in the sprint races, but the Porsche, you know, won the Le Mans 24 hours. So, yeah, both these cars were extremely aggressive at the time. I mean, this is a V12, 7 litre, I think 7.2 litre. The torque on this car was Very impressive, tricky to drive quick. Bernd Schneider was my teammate, one of the best drivers I ever drove with, fantastic driver, very quick. But the GT1 is, it was very interesting because when I drove the GT1 the first time, I said, you know, that the engine is gorgeous, the brakes, the handling, the traction, all the types of things, yeah. So I can actually have a feedback on both cars. And the few areas which this was a little bit better, but I think you can see why the Porsche overall was just a slightly nicer package.
And a beautiful machine as well. Looking forward to going up the hill in it?
Yeah, I've driven it before, so I mean, for me, it's a nice demonstration to show the people what cars are still out there and they're still in great nick, because obviously Porsche had them from off the racetrack into the museum, and they still keep them in great nick. And with Klaus Bischoff's team, they really run them well, look after them, and it's a labour of love. And to give them the keys to us guys is very special.
Mark, thank you very much for coming here.
Thank you. No worries.
Great to have Mark Webber here at the Festival of Speed in 2014, talking down there in the paddock to Ben Constanduros. Wonderful pictures on the big screens of the incredible Mercedes-Benz 120 anniversary. Let's go up to the top of the hill once again, catch up with Bruce Jones, who's been talking to some of the drivers who you saw on the hill in that previous batch.
Ben Collins, a very busy man at the Festival of Speed, preparing a lot of cars, and Mercedes celebrating 120 years. And the oldest Mercedes here is the one we're standing by from 1903. Tell us about it.
Well, I found the car in Connecticut in the USA, and we rebuilt it to this specification 5 years ago. And it's had a lot of use since then, the last 5 years. We use it a lot. My wife drives it. I sometimes do the school run in it, and it's a good, fun, usable car.
What's under the bonnet, which you've very kindly opened for us?
So it was one of the first cars to have mechanical overhead inlet valves, and it was the supercar of its day. When you go and do the London to Brighton run, most of the other cars do 30 or 40 miles an hour, and in the Mercedes you can do 80. So it was a huge change in automotive design. It started with this car.
Well, that's strong Mercedes history. I gather we're going to talk to you about another car. Let's move on to the 1908.
Great, yeah, the 1908 Mercedes that we've just finished rebuilding. Did the first two Indianapolis 500 races, and has a lot of wonderful history.
Ben, thanks very much. Alan Wynne, I can't work out why we don't still have cars with aero engines in the front, because this Napier Railton never ceases to amaze.
Never ceases to amaze and satisfy us as well. I mean, it's a fantastic thing, and yeah, sheer torque and power coming up the hill there. Yeah, just being able to drop it into top at 100 mile an hour in front of the house, yeah, at 1500 RPM. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
And on a still slightly chilly Sunday morning, it's quite nice to have that level of heat coming from in front of you, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of heat there, even with sort of 50 or more litres of coolant trying to keep everything under control. Yeah, she does warm up very well, and there's a Sarah that loves this cold air. Yeah, she really breathes well and goes for it.
Well, it's always a delight, and I think to many people this is how racing cars should look. I mean, it's a statement, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's none of these sort of fancy excrescences on it. It's the shape it is, because that's the shape of the engine, and you've got to have enough room for a driver as well, and a big fuel tank, and that's how they decided what the shape should be, and it looks perfect to us, and we think it's one of the most exciting motor cars there is out there, and it's a fabulous thing to have it at Brooklands Museum and be able to bring it out here and show the world what motor racing really was like.
Perfect, full stop. Alan Wynne, thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris.
And the history lesson continues. Ben, now you're sitting in something rather racier. Tell us about it.
So this is 5 years later than the one we were just looking at, and it has a 13.5-litre four-cylinder engine. Similar design of engine, but just all slightly more advanced. Obviously, they learned a lot in those 5 years. And they prepared a team of 5 of these cars for the 1908 French Grand Prix. And this car then went on and had a different engine fitted and did the first 2 Indianapolis 500 races for Spencer Wishart, who had the car as a 21st birthday present. It then had another engine fitted and did a lot of dirt track racing in America with Larry Beals. It had a V8 Hispano engine, and we've rebuilt it back to its specification for 1908.
Well, it looks fantastic. Would this be a bit more fun for the school run?
Yeah, I have actually used this on the school run, but I think I've got too many children because there's only room for one. But during the 500-mile races that they did in these cars, they had the mechanic had a really, really busy job because he had to maintain all the oil levels in the engine. And using this air pump on the back here, he had to maintain all the fuel pressure and, had a lot to do. And obviously being 13.5 litres and no starter motor, he had to be quite a strong man as well to start it up.
Always pays to be the driver. Ben, thanks for talking to us.
It's a pleasure.
Two multiple Indy 500 winners together. A name not always associated with the Indy 500, the Maserati, but this car, the Boyle Valve Special, won in 39 and 40. Al Unser, I gather this was your first time trying it.
Yes, it is. It's the first time I've driven it, and it is absolutely a fantastic car. It's very smooth, and it adapts to me very quickly. Talks to me, as you would want to know. I'm very happy.
But what were your expectations before you got in it? Because, of course, it's so far ahead of anything that you drove.
Well, there's such a difference in driving something like this than the rear-engine cars. So I'm used to both of them because I used to run the dirt cars and everything and roadsters and all that. So, but it's still, you wouldn't think that in the era of this car that it'd be as smooth as it is and responds to the driver like it does. So it's just a wonderful deal.
And obviously from Maserati's point of view, it was a completely alien environment from the circuits of Europe where these cars were racing beforehand.
Yeah, you wonder why they could design a car like this in its day and then they don't have anything to do with racing today. And, it just shows that things have changed quite a bit, and whether they have the people that I imagine they do, that it would take to do it, and we wish they would.
Well, it certainly worked. I mean, Wilbur Shaw won in 39.40, and but for a Qatar, it would have been a hat-trick. Great car, and a pleasure to talk to you, Al.
Pleasure talking with you, and I hope everybody's enjoying it.
Thank you very much. Bartels, the man in black. We're building up towards the shootout. You've just set the fastest time so far, 45.81 seconds in your very special MC12.
Yeah, it was a good run this morning. Yesterday I had not the opportunity because of this incident of Anthony Reid and another spin. I couldn't drive in the night for the shootout, so I had this morning a warm-up. And now, step by step, it goes faster, and we see later then for the shootout if we maybe can go just below under 45 with the MC12. But it's already close. It's not so much margin, but it's going to be interesting also what Sebastian Loeb can do in the Peugeot.
You couldn't have two more different cars aiming for the fastest time. You with an out-and-out racing car, and he with the car that set that incredible time on the Pikes Peak, that Peugeot 208.
Yeah, well, if you was today in the pre-start area very close to the car, it's very impressive, the amount of downforce we have in the front, in the rear, then the four-wheel drive. I think I lost already 2 seconds just on the first acceleration to the first corner because the car is like a rocket, and with the MC12 I have to make it again in the normal part of the truck in the faster corners, but so far it's good. When we are considering that we brought the car here brand new and we did the rollout and shakedown on Friday morning, we are running now 3 seconds faster than with the previous MC12. So I think we did a good job.
100 years of Maserati and still making progress. Michael Bartels, thanks.
Thank you.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam. This is ludicrous. Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Welcome to Festival Sunday for 2014, the 22nd Goodwood Festival of Speed, a wonderful assortment of incredible competition machinery coming to do battle on the hill over the course of the day. Welcome to you if you've just arrived. Now, if you can see one of the big screens that's dotted around the site, then check this out. 2008 world champion Lewis Hamilton will be here, and get in the picture with Lewis Hamilton. Join us at 11:05 outside Goodwood House for a unique photo moment and interview with Lewis Hamilton, the Mercedes Grand Prix ace who's battling for the world championship with Nico Rosberg. So 11:05 on the lawn outside Goodwood House for a unique photo moment and interview with Lewis Hamilton. If you want to be in the photo and hear what Lewis has to say about coming to Goodwood for the umpteenth time, it's an event he loves, then make sure you're on the lawn in front of Goodwood House in time for the 11:05 moment. And Mercedes celebrating in some style this year, of course. 120 years of competition machinery from Mercedes-Benz, and look at that wonderful Jerry Judah structure that goes over the house. Marcus, no, we haven't had a structure go over the house before. This is unique and wonderful.
I think you could say it's well over the top. It's
Yeah,
absolutely unbelievable. And you'll see, I'm sure, during the day, another opportunity to see the wonderful sequence of building that and how Jerry Judah conceived the idea, how Littlehampton Welding created it from his drawings, and it's held in place by 12 rather large bolts.
Yes, fantastic. Down the years, we've had some wonderful sculptures celebrating half centuries, centuries, and magical moments for manufacturers. It's a real coup, isn't it, for a manufacturer to have the sculpture?
Yes, I mean, it's obviously not a cheap exercise to do, but it brings so much coverage, and I know that manufacturers must be vying years ahead to do this, to celebrate their big anniversaries.
Yeah, and a wonderful book came out last year, didn't it, celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Festival of Speed, and in that book, all the different sculptures down the years, a real wonderful step back in time. Lord March will be signing copies of that book, incidentally, at 11:20 this morning in the Goodwood shop, which is located near the Porsche Cafe. So Lord March signing copies of the 20th anniversary festival book at 11:20. Don't forget that Lewis Hamilton moment, though, on the lawn. There's a picture on the screen of where you need to be on the lawn in front of Goodwood House. And there's going to be a very special photo moment.
I think I'd like to
interview at 11:05.
I think I'd like to invest in a signed copy of that book. It'd be a nice thing to have at home.
You're absolutely right. Yes, it's wonderful. All the best pictures, all the best moments, and scores of world champions, Le Mans winners, touring car aces, bike riders. Everybody who's achieved anything in world motorsport down the years has come to this event to sort of show off and celebrate it, haven't they?
Indeed, they have, and. There'll be more opportunities to catch up with the great celebrities here. Sterling Moss will be signing autographs at stand 100 at 2 o'clock. John Surtees, 4:30 to 5 o'clock at the Henry Surtees Foundation stand, and Sterling Moss again at 16:35.
Okay. Yeah, talk about all the famous faces that come to Goodwood every year. Some great champions, Indy 500 winners, rally champions, motorcycle aces, and we can catch up with one of them right now. In fact, Indy 500 winner and Goodwood devotee Kenny Brack is down there with Ben Constanduros.
Kenny Brack, you've been one of the fastest up the hill all weekend, but you've seen the times tumble yesterday and this morning as well, Michael Bartels. What can you do with McLaren?
I don't know. We'll see today, but you know, I think we'll be in the mid 47s maybe. That's probably as fast as we can go.
Well, Michael Bartels got down to a 46 and you were faster than him yesterday.
Yeah, you know, I don't know how he did that, but I think we will. I'd be surprising if we get down in the 46s, but maybe, you never know. But it depends on the track conditions. But I think they may be a little faster than us at this moment.
And how is the McLaren? Because I understand it's a brand new renovated car.
Yeah, it's a great car. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I enjoy it a lot. It's a very well balanced car.
Thanks very much, Kenny. Have you fun in your run.
Thank you.
Well done, Ben. Down there with Super Swede Kenny Brack, who's so brilliant at this event, and at the Motor Circuit Revival, of course, a race winner in the Daytona Shelby Cobra Coupe, and Adrian Newey's Ford GT40. Here is our final qualifying car, ladies and gentlemen. It is the extraordinary Jaguar XJ220 of Justin Law, who festival regulars will remember is mighty in the Silk Cut Jaguar Group C car. Here he is in the GT spec XJ220, on board with Justin Law round the first corner. Straight into the second corner, a series of double apex right-handers. Chucks the big V6 turbo Jaguar into the corner, flashes under the bridge, comes through the left-hander into the right-hand kink, over the brow, past me. The commentary position at Moulcombe, tucks the nose of the car into the apex, uses all the road and a little bit more as he runs up the line of imposing straw bales into the darkness through the S's, clips the straw bale apex, misses the wall, back out into the daylight once more, and through Birdless Grove, last right-hander. He's a good few seconds down on Michael Bartels in the Maserati, who stopped the clock at 45.81, still very quick indeed though. And it's 51.80 for Justin Law, 115 miles an hour, and just inside the top 10 with that time. Cars were qualifying yesterday. We had a few delays because of a few moments, so a couple of cars had to do their qualifying wrong, which determines the order for the qualifying shootout, which takes place at 4:05 this afternoon. We turn our attention to sports cars and GT machines, Le Mans winners and endurance racing legends. Toby Moody down there, a plethora of sporting car meganess.
Totally, the LMP2 victorious car with Simon Dolan and Oliver Turvey and Harry Tinknell at the wheel. It's David Clark who's actually jumped into the Jota Sport car here this morning. It's now bathed in perfect sunshine here on the start line as the lights illuminate down the home straight, or the start straight I should say, here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. The car is still battle scarred, but just by the driver's cockpit area, just to the left-hand side, somebody has scrawled in the dirt and all of the muck and bullets and flies, winners down the side, because 2 weeks ago this was the car that won at Le Mans in the LMP2 class. The numbers are still held on by just the minutest of sticky underneath them. The flies are still on the front of it, the muck is still all down the side, the brake dust you can write your name in. This is one of the three class-winning cars we've got here at Goodwood today out of the 4 classes that were at Le Mans a fortnight ago.
Yeah, you could sum it up as the Great Unwashed, couldn't you, Toby? Because it won his class, and here it is with David Clark driving it today.
That's no way to talk about your fellow commentators, Marcus.
David Clark from Taylor and Crawley with his a good historic racer, David Clark, I have to say. And,
yeah, former winner of the Spa 6 Hours.
Exactly, with Simon Hadfield and Wolfgang Friedrichs in an Aston Martin.
And he's involved, isn't he, with the Jota team that runs this Nissan engine Zytek.
He's got his Olivier Panis tribute helmet on. Olivier Panis wears the David Clark tribute helmet. You can't really tell.
And as he gets to the top of the hill, we've got the 2014 Le Mans winning Audi. The number 2 car, Fassler, Lotterer and Treluet took the victory at Le Mans at the Circuit de la Sarthe just a fortnight ago. They had a couple of problems, but they managed to get it to the line. It was only a race result that was decided in the last hour and a half or so. Previously, the Toyota has rapidly climbed the Goodwood Hill climb, 1,000 horsepower with the Toyota, but the Audi, the R18 e-tron Quattro, running in the 2 megajoule class at Le Mans. It's got the diesel V6 engine in the back of it. It's got the hybrid power, electric power, powering the front wheels, making it therefore the Quattro that started in World Rallying back in 1981. And it's great to see Andre Lotterer driving the car here this weekend. This is a piece of history from this year.
Yeah, it's a Goodwood tradition, isn't it, that the Le Mans winner is here, and it remains as dirty as it was the twice round the clock French Endurance Classic. And Andre Lotterer, Benoit Treluet and Marcel Fessler, only the second trio to win the Le Mans 24 Hours 3 times, the others being Tom Christensen, Frank Bieler and Emmanuel Pirot, who took 3 in a row for Audi at the start of the noughties. Their 3rd win, this trio together, in 4 years. They won as well in 2011 and 2012.
Now we've got the
driver, Mark Loeb, isn't it?
Yes, the man who took the Nürburgring record with the Porsche 918 road car a couple of months ago. Mark Loeb driving the LMP2 Porsche RS Spider that was about 6-7 years ago. And Mark Loeb driving in the 919 Porsche at Le Mans as well. Meanwhile, more endurance, madness. It's Dario Franchitti in the Mercedes-Benz SLS, the GT3 car from a couple of years ago.
Yeah, great to see. And factory driver Mark Loeb in that RS Spider. Here is the car that took the 16th and most recent of Porsche's Le Mans wins back in 1998 on the 50th anniversary of the German firm. This is the 911 GT1, driven by Laurent Aiello, Alain McNish and Stefan Ortelli.
It's actually Mark Webber driving here today. The GT1 car, the regulations in the late 90s for Le Mans, regulations saying that if you made just one homologated road car, then you could make some other ones and then drive them at Le Mans. So the manufacturers went out on a limb, and it was a you didn't see too many, as you say, down in Bournemouth or Weybridge or Worcestershire.
A bit different from having to build 25 Porsche 917s back in period, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Exactly, and as we heard from Mark in the paddock earlier, the irony of his name being on the Mercedes-Benz following him up the hill, because that was the car that he was at least driving at Le Mans in the late 90s in practice, although he never got to actually race it. But great to see Mark in the Porsche GT1 from 98 here at Goodwood.
Interestingly, in 98, that was the year Mark made his debut at Le Mans, but he didn't race that first year because the cars all retired before he had a chance to race. And he returned in 99, didn't he, infamously, and had those 2 flips. So twice Mark Webber went to Le Mans in the late 90s and never did a racing lap. But put that right this year, didn't he, with the 919 Spider, and acquitted himself very well, almost winning the race.
Don't see many Ferraris in blue, white and green, do you? But this is Christian Pescatori in the 333. Very, very effective car in many hands back in the late part of the 90s.
Yeah, this is the Raffinelli, ex-Raffinelli car, isn't it? Driven by Emmanuel Collard and Vincenzo Sospiri. Wonderful noise that Ferrari makes. Now, talking of good noise, here's Archie Hamilton, grandson of Le Mans winner Duncan Hamilton. He's racing in the GT category. Adrian, he's a collector and dealer of important racing cars.
See, his front wheels absolutely locked when he spins the rears up.
Makes a wonderful noise, this big American muscle car, the V8 Chevrolet Corvette GT1 machine.
Yes, one of the best noises here.
Now then, on the line, we've got Kenny Brack, the Indy 500 winner and the IndyCar champion. He's driving the 1997 McLaren GTR, the long tail. This was the #1 chassis in the long tail specification. He's put an awful lot of heat into those rear tyres, and he leaves the line with the minimal amount of wheel spin. I remind you that he was going quickly yesterday. He did a 48.29 second run up this Goodwood hill climb yesterday. He gets pushed a little wide around the first corner as Brack really now winds on the power with the V12 BMW howling over his shoulders, hard on the brakes, through Malcolm Corner, and this is one of the best sounding cars you'll hear here today.
Yeah, he's absolutely on it, isn't he, in that massive long-tail McLaren. It barely fits on the course. Archie Hamilton was running ahead of him, looks to have very, very sideways coming out of Birdless Grove.
Twitch.
Time to beat is a 45.81. He's going to be a little bit shy of that, but he betters his time of yesterday by just 7/100ths of a second. So Kenny Brack, by my quick calculation, still third quickest up this Goodwood hill climb this weekend.
I reckon he's pretty close to the limit there, isn't he?
And beyond it with that big slide that he had through the right-hander, Marcus. Now, next car on the line is the 4th fastest car that we have had up Goodwood here this weekend. This is Jan Mardenborough driving the Nissan GTR GT3 car, 4-wheel drive, massive traction as he gets off the line, or does he bog it just a little? He does indeed. Yesterday afternoon, Jan Mardenborough did a 48.39. That was only a couple of tenths slower than the time we have just seen from Kenny Brack in the McLaren.
What a sensational young man. He won the inaugural Nissan GT Academy to find a racing driver from a host of gamers, PlayStation guys who were very quick in a virtual world, and Jan's been trained up, and he's absolutely fantastic.
Massively quick through the flint wall sort of flick-flack there.
He was, wasn't he? And his times in the LMP2 Nissan prototype at Le Mans were incredible, and his teammate Mark Szulzilski is another from the Nissan Academy, as is Lucas Ordonez, and they've acquitted themselves really well. His times in the dark at Le Mans were sensational.
Jan Mardenborough did a 48.32 on that run, so just 7/100ths quicker than the time that we saw from him yesterday. Meanwhile, Henry, more Le Mans winners, whichever way you look, there's another one.
That's the beautiful C9 Sauber Mercedes, isn't it? Le Mans winner in 1989 with Jochen Mass, Stanley Dickens and Manuel Reuter. 5-litre V8 Group C car. That's right at the top of anyone's list of most stunning long-distance Group C cars. Carl Wendlinger, who raced this car in period as a Mercedes Junior under the tutelage of Jochen Mass, with Michael Schumacher and Heinz-Harald Frentzen. This is the 61 car, the sister car to the 1989 Le Mans winner.
It's the silver file making its way through Birdless Grove up to the top of the hill. Mighty bellowing Mercedes-Benz engine.
Classes 20, 21, 22 and 23 in your programmes. Our sports cars, our long-distance legends, our Le Mans winners and our GT machines. I love that little Martini Lancia Beta Monte Carlo, the Group 5 car that's just gone by.
This has been spectacular this weekend. The Bentley Continental GT3 making such a name for itself on the circuits.
It's a winner again yesterday. Stephen Kane, Guy Smith and Andy Merrick were victorious in the M Sport-built Bentley GT3. When I first saw that car, I thought, how on earth will they get the weight out of it? They've taken the sumptuous carpets and the
they've lost wooden... about half of the weight, haven't they?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, just said, yeah. GT3 built by M Sport in Cumbria. Malcolm Wilson, who of course is more accustomed to building Ford's World Championship rally machinery, since the late 1990s, but they've turned their hand to racing and built a really effective Bentley, particularly in the competitive world of GT3 racing, where Ferrari, Porsche, Aston Martin and Chevrolet have been doing it for years.
Yeah, it's an amazing achievement. Got the first of our Rothmans Porsches. We've got the 956 and the 962 here this weekend in the Rothmans colours.
The number 17 car on your screens is the Le Mans winner from 1987, the Porsche 956 962 variant's final win. It's 6th in a row at Les Arth. There's quite a lot of straw on the apex of that last corner, Marcus. I think Kenny Brack might be responsible for that.
It's being flicked up, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it was Brendan Hartley driving that Porsche. So he was having a hark back to the past. Now let's have a look right down into the Porsche 917, the very short and svelte wheelbase of this particular car. Look at that fan whirring away. Look how close the engine is to the rear of the driver's seat. And of course, Marcus, if you take that bodywork off, there's nothing much left, is there?
No, I've been very fortunate to drive one of these, and the engine is pretty much strapped to your shoulders, which is pretty amazing. There's not much in front of you either, because your feet are probably, I don't know, 6 inches back from the front of the polyester body. There's, yeah, great stuff,
isn't it? Mark Webber and Dario Franchitti relaxing in the sunshine in the top paddock as we await Murray Smith in the PA Porsche 917 Spider, car built by Porsche to do the Canadian-American Challenge.
Has a tube frame chassis, which in theory was pressurised.
Yeah.
And there was have gauges on the front to tell the driver when the chassis was cracked.
Yes, because it would leak.
Amazing. But they're not hugely substantial, but they're fantastic pieces of engineering. It's all about the engine, monstrous engine. And very powerful, very slippery. And Murray Smith is the man entrusted with it today. Long-time racer. He's raced Martini Lotus and Martini Brabham Formula One cars in the past, and was involved with the Canadian circuit at Mont-Tremblant. It's revitalisation.
A lovely sight, wasn't it, on Friday when Brian Redman, the flying Lancastrian, for many people one of the greatest all-rounders,
and without doubt the world's greatest living Lancastrian.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, right up there as an all-rounder with the likes of Mario Andretti, Jackie Ickx and Quick Vic Elford, another Englishman who turned his hand to Grand Prix racing, sports car racing and rallying, and was at the top of his game in all of them.
Murray Smith's en route with 917 PA Porsche.
Looks like it's doing 1,000 miles an hour, and it's standing still, doesn't it?
It is. It's absolutely
slippery.
Beautiful.
We're into the thick of our sports car category. Classes 20, 21, 22 and 23 in your programmes.
Trying to pick up on that white and blue livery. Is that the Vasek Polak colours? That because Jody Scheckter drove a later 917 10 for Vasek Polak.
That's right.
The agent for Porsche out in the States.
Yeah, some great privateer. Willie Cowson, another one. Willie Cowson racing team taking on the might of the factory, which is of course what happened in the Group C era, isn't it? So the factory ran the Rothmans cars for its big stars: Jackie Ickx, Jochen Mass, Derek Bell, Stefan Beloff, and plucky privateers, the Kramer brothers, Reinhold Just. They all ran cars. So we watched Murray Smith cross the line in the 917 Spider, but the 917-30, the Mark Donoghue Can-Am car.
De Harburg now driving. That's all the way from Australia.
Its power output well into 4 figures.
Oh, it was something like 1,400 horsepower, something like that, at its height.
In 1973?
Yeah.
How does that work?
But Jody Scheckter drove the 917-10, so it was like being on a bicycle with a rocket behind you.
I recognise that lid. That's René Arnoux, isn't it, in the Alpine A442. The Le Mans winner. This is the B-Spec car. It's the sister car to the 1978 Le Mans winner, the bubble top car, driven by then Grand Prix star Didier Pironi and Jean-Pierre Josseau. kit of that as a lad. It's just a great looking thing. And here is Renault ace René Arnoux, Grand Prix winner with Renault in the early 80s, of course. The whoosh of the V6 turbo. It comes past the wall and into the sunshine. We've been very lucky indeed with the weather. It's remained dry pretty much throughout. Had a little bit of rain yesterday that soon went off to bother people elsewhere. Wonderful 4.5 litre flat 12 Porsche 917 in Gulf colours. There is no more iconic a livery. Perhaps the Martini stripes run it close, but Toby Moody down there on the start line, up close with the Gulf 917. You lucky you know what.
Absolutely, yes, and it was revving away whilst the Renault was going up the hill, and one Golf car is followed by another, because this is the third of our Le Mans class winners from 2014 here at Goodwood, the number 95 Aston Martin that won the GT Am class, the Dane train, the number 95 car run by ProDrive out of Banbury in Oxfordshire. And how fitting it was that the Danish car won the class after last year's terrible accident with Alan Simonson. There were a few tears in many an eye down in that garage 2 weeks ago this afternoon. What a great sight it is to see the Audi, then the Jota Sport LMP2 car and the Aston Martin here today, absolutely as they crossed the line.
Yeah, it's great. It's the Christian Poulsen, David Heinemeier Hansen and Nicky Tim, the all-Dane car that we've just seen finishing, and still in its dirty Le Mans livery. Charlie March, that's the son of our event host, Lord March. He's in the Martini liveried Jaguar XJ220, raced in period by Gianni Giudici in Italian GT. Everything looks good with those stripes, doesn't it?
You can't fail. That's an absolute winner. We're very lucky. We see numerous Martini racing cars in historic events with Manfredo Rossi de Montalera from the Rossi family. Emanuele Puro has been driving this glorious 412S Codalunga, the long-tailed Ferrari, taking us way back into the late 60s.
All sorts of rumours about Ferrari returning to Le Mans. Fernando Alonso dropped the flag to start the Le Mans 24 hours a fortnight ago. He drove a lap of the Le Mans circuit as well before the race got underway, just to tempt him somewhat, and he then later said, I really do want to drive at Le Mans one day. There's something about Le Mans, the magic, the romance about the world's greatest 24-hour race that people cannot resist.
We watched the ultimate enthusiast, Emanuele Pirro, a great champion in single-seaters, and of course a 5-time Le Mans winner in the Codalunga Ferrari 512S, as Marco Cajani of Scuderia del Portello fame comes up in the little Alfa Tipo 33.
He's the president of Scuderia del Portello, and these cars ran the Formula 1 type 3-litre V8 engines, very much Coda Tronca, this one, a short, very short tail. They made 2-litre cars, 3-litre cars, and various evolutions of chassis, always under that Tipo 33 banner. Comes to the big V12s.
Between the two red Italian machines, you will have seen the silk-cut Jaguar Group C car, the Le Mans winner from 1988, the XJR9 LM. Tom Walkinshaw Racing, that howled up the hill. 7 litres of V12 Jaguar grunt. Let's go down to Jenny Gow. She's down in the paddock with one of our most important visitors, FIA President Jean Todt, down there with Jenny.
I found myself the FIA President, Jean Todt, who's here at Goodwood. You came yesterday, coming back again today. Is this a special event for you, Jean?
I wish I would come again tomorrow.
Won't be much to see tomorrow.
It's great. No, yes, enjoy, because, you know, I mean, if you have passion for cars, I mean, it's so amazing to have this enthusiasm, all those people who have the opportunity of being in a beautiful location, close to the cars, to the drivers, and I mean, it's all the last decade, the history of motorsport, which is in one location. So I'm a big admirer of what Charles March has achieved.
Incredible event, isn't it? Is this your first time here?
Well, it's my, you see, and even young drivers are there. Look, Emerson.
Look at this, Emerson Fittipaldi reunited with a man who knows him very well, Jean Todt. Lovely that Jean Todt is here, Emerson.
I think it's very important. An event like this, to have Jean Todt, to have FIA with us, is great. It's a big commemoration for motorsport here. Very special day.
Because you're so synonymous with the Ferraris before you became a president of the FIA as well, which is the car.
I saw cars from all my career when I was a co-driver, when I was running the Peugeot team, and when I was at Ferrari, and now with a different position. So it's very, very rewarding.
Do you have a favourite car that's here this weekend?
I would say, a lot of favorite is very difficult because you have so many opportunities, so many choices, but a few of the cars in front I've been dreaming are there, yes.
And it's a lovely environment, isn't it? So different from a Formula 1 week. Everybody's out to play and enjoy themselves. Is that important to you to see that side as well?
It's very refreshing. And you know what I was mentioning, which is very attractive, if you have all those people who are really close to the action, which cannot happen in, unfortunately, in Formula 1.
Well, it's lovely to see both of you back together again, reunited. You're not going out in a car, presumably, or will you get a ride by somebody?
He did not want to take me with him. So.
No, Jean has to go on the rally car.
I thought you were going to get in Sebastian Loeb's Pikes Peak car.
We will think for the future.
Thank you so much, President. Thank you very much, Emerson Fittipaldi.
Great scenes down in the paddock with Lord March, Jean Todt and Emerson Fittipaldi. I can see Stoffel Van Dorn, GP2 ace, in the background, ready to go out in one of McLaren's historic machines. And there's a name from McLaren's past in the background, Neil Trundle, fettling the M23. The guys who was at McLaren at the very beginning of the Ron Dennis era, formed Rondell Racing with Ron Dennis and then took over McLaren in 1980, and he's still part of the heritage team at McLaren, making these wonderful machines run as smoothly and as beautifully as they do. Cars waiting in the batch for the next run. Classes 15, 16, 17, 18 and 19. And details of those machines start on page 30 in your programme. We have our motorcycles and our Grand Prix cars. Before we have that, though, let's once again hear from Bruce, who's been talking to some great names in the top paddock.
Andre Lotterer, 2 weekends ago you were feeling pretty tired on Sunday morning, but you were heading to victory at Le Mans for Audi, and you managed it. Great feeling, another win for you at Le Mans.
Yeah, when you win is always amazing, especially at Le Mans. But a bit more tired now after the ball last night. But no, it's always great to be here, and I like to come here to Goodwood, and it's my third time. So every time when you win, they invite you here. So it's an honor to be here, and yeah, win Le Mans is a fantastic feeling.
Well, one of the best things is the cars come here still wearing the dirt from Le Mans.
Yeah, it's original, you know. It's the car that led us to the victory. All the oil and the dirt, so it looks authentic.
Now, you're quite a busy person here, not just going to the ball, but you're also driving the magnificent IMSA Audi as well, the GTO.
Yes, that's the coolest car ever driven. It's amazing. The sound it's a drug, you know, and I can't wait to drive it up again. It's amazing how they were ahead of its time back in the days. It's from '88 and 720 horsepower, quattro, and you feel so comfortable in the car. You can immediately go race with it. It's a great car. I wish I was a race driver in the late 80s to have experienced that.
They were good days. They're good days now, though. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks.
Derek Franchitti, good to see you. The sun's shining now on Sunday morning, and you come up the hill in a bit of a beast. It's a big thing, the SLS GT3.
It is a weapon. There's a lot of torque. Big old bonnet. You can't even see the front of it.
And I got in, did a bit of a burnout, and just kept pulling gears and hanging on. And it's really a cool thing to drive. It's got all the battle scars still from the 24-hour race it did, which I just think is so cool. They keep that there. But yeah, this is first time in this group this weekend, and getting to see the 956s, 962s, and all these wonderful cars that I had posters of on my wall when I was a kid.
What I like is just seeing all you guys, you, Mark Webber, David Brabham, Brendan Hartley, Mark Loeb, all sitting up here shooting the breeze and just pointing to cars and giggling, really.
That's exactly what we were doing there. We were explaining to Brendan that I had that on my wall as a kid, and Mark just said he had a model of it. So it's just, I think if you love cars, there's no better place. No matter if you're, these guys, or, you're a kid just loving cars. It's brilliant.
Exactly. Encapsulates the whole event. Enjoy the rest of it, Dario.
Thank you, Bruce.
Darren Turner, there's something about Le Mans cars still bearing the scars of battle from just 2 weekends ago. This was the sister car that won the GTE AM class, but not dissimilar to your own.
Exactly the same. I mean, it's the same spec, 13 spec car. The boys in 95, the Danish crew, they did a fantastic job. They pretty much led all the way, and as you can see, it needs a bit of a clean. After this weekend, I think it's going back for a full strip before the cars head off to Austin for the next race. So it's just really nice to get a chance to win, to drive up the hill in a Le Mans winner.
On the Sunday at Goodwood in the sunshine. And of course, as with all other drivers, you're looking at other cars and having a little think about what you'd like to drive next, clearly.
In this collection area, there's so many gorgeous cars, and it's like, oh, can I just swap and have a little go? There's a Stuart's in a Porsche down there, and I'd really like to have a go on that. Anthony's in the Toyota, that looks like a lot of fun as well. So it'd be nice if we could every run just swap around and have a little go in someone else's car.
It would keep us on our toes, but it'd be fantastic. Darren, thanks for talking to us.
Pleasure, thanks a lot.
our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam. This is ludicrous. Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Wonderful sunshine down there in front of Goodwood House, and that incredible Mercedes-Benz 120th anniversary structure celebrating the great German marque's successes in international racing this weekend with a number of wonderful cars. A very warm welcome to you if you've just arrived. Some glorious machinery expected on the hill in a moment, and there are our Grand Prix cars. They'll be coming up after our motorcycle heroes. I can see them lining up there. I can see Sammy Miller, Giacomo Agostini, 15-time world champion. Barry Nutley is here with me once again. I'll talk to Barry in a moment as we build up to the first appearance of our leather-clad lunatics, as we affectionately call them. Jenny Gow is down there with MotoGP star Bradley Smith, who's come specially from Assen yesterday, and he's riding up on a very special bike.
Well, somebody who's had a busy weekend already is Bradley Smith, Tech 3 MotoGP rider, riding yesterday in Assen, and then you managed to hotfoot it over here. How quick was the turnaround?
Yeah, it wasn't that easy for me. We ended up finishing all our media stuff at 5. We were on a plane by 6, and then dressed up in suits and inside the ball last night by 9 o'clock. So bit of a turnaround, a bit tired today, but nevertheless wouldn't swap it for the world. I got to come to Goodwood 2 years ago, and as soon as the invite came from Lord March, I was straight back here again.
Bet you were still on the dance floor, weren't you? You guys are hardcore.
Yeah, we pretend to be, but I'm turning into an old man in my old days. But yeah, we still enjoyed last night. It was great fun. The show was amazing, and yeah, early alarm clock this morning, but when you get a chance to ride a Yamaha 500 championship winning bike from Kenny Roberts, I mean, who wouldn't deal with a little bit less sleep?
So you're obviously looking forward to going up the hill. What do you do? Because you were here 2 years ago, you know what it's like. So this time, do you mentally go, okay, I'm going to do this, or do you just go out there and enjoy it?
I think I just enjoy the experience. There's only a few times you actually get to ride a bike with this history, so I'm just going to go enjoy it and take it all in, make sure I get some nice pictures that I can actually put on my wall at home, and just enjoy the whole experience the whole day.
Do you like the historical aspect of it? Because some riders really are just all about their machine, what they're doing, and some of them really like the historical side of it.
It's difficult for me because I come into racing quite late. My actual first contact with a road race bike is 2004. So the bike that I'm riding today is like 25 years before I even come into road racing. So, but I suppose you have an appreciation for what the bikes are, for what they've achieved and what they stand for. So I'm not really a tech geek from that point of view, but I do have an appreciation for everything.
And you're going to be rubbing shoulders today with the likes of Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Raikkonen. How nice is it to mix with the F1 drivers and drivers from all sorts of eras?
It's an amazing part of my job. It's a great thing being a MotoGP rider. I've got to meet a lot of people over the last 2 years, you know, since I've been to MotoGP, you know, 4 wheels and 2 wheels, to see, you know, people that you just have, you know, admiration for, you know, like Formula 1 GP winners, you know, and then obviously Agostini's here, Wayne Gardner's here. It's just a great day for me, and yeah, I pinch myself still sometimes. It is a bit surreal. I was a motocross rider riding around in a field for many years, and now I'm actually here at Goodwood as a MotoGP rider. It's amazing how things change, but enjoying it nevertheless.
It's great to have you here, and enjoy going up the hill.
I will do. Pull some wheelies.
Fantastic to hear from young British MotoGP ace Bradley Smith. Hot-footing it from Assen. Barry Nutley is here. Commentator extraordinaire, a legend of motorcycle chit-chat. Good morning, Barry.
Bless you, Henry. Good morning to you. That was great to hear that Bradley Smith thing, you know. And when he was asked about the history and what did it mean to him, of course, none of us would be here without the history, would they?
No, quite.
You know, it's what it's all about. And he's going to be on that YZR 500 X Roberts championship-winning bike that's owned by Chris Wilson. Just fantastic.
Oh, that was from a sort of an age when I started to really care and to absorb. The Barry Sheen, Kenny Roberts battles, Silverstone 1979. Oh, wow.
And those two strokes were on-off switches, but Bradley will know about that because he cut his teeth on the 125. You heard it, he's on motocross where they're high revving, the power comes in. He's going to love that bike, and he's going to know exactly what the power delivery is like, you know.
Yeah, Roberts was on the YZ Yam, and Barry Sheen, his great nemesis, on the RG Suzuki 500.
For sure.
And we're celebrating a 40th anniversary of the RG, and there's loads of them here.
And yeah, we are. For 40 years, as you say, we've got about 16 RGs in their various guises, right from the early RV Twin right up to the V4, you know, which of course the Schwantz bikes, amazing things.
And some great names from motorcycle racing's past. We've had Fast Freddie Spencer here, who uniquely won both top-class championships in the same year.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. You know, it's just the most amazing thing. You try and equate that to the modern era where you're geared up to ride a MotoGP bike, but you've just jumped off a Moto2 bike and done 28 laps of Assen or whatever they might be doing. I mean, they psych themselves up. They're trained to go down one channel these days. That's all there is to it. And they progress class by class. They don't ride any more than one class on a race weekend.
Rather like the John Surtees scenario, where he switched from bikes to cars and won the championship. And it's unlikely that will ever happen again. Do you think it's likely that we'll see this mixing of classes and riders doing both?
I doubt it, because I think contracts are involved, of course, and unless you've got the same manufacturer in both classes all the way down the line, but in Moto2, of course, we've got chassis contracts, chassis builders, all this sort of thing. Common engine, yeah. But no, I don't think so. I think it's too specialised these days. Yeah. I really do.
You've spent your entire career watching the greats of motorcycle racing. What do you make of this latest phenomenon, the sensational Marc Marquez?
Well, Jim Redman summed it up, you know. I spoke to Jim Redman over the weekend, and Jim Redman is now was world champion in 1962 after a fight with 5 contemporaries, 3 of whom were no longer with us at the end of that season. That's how seriously dangerous it was then. But he said to me, I don't understand it, he said. Why can't people progress from Moto2 to get into MotoGP? And he was told, oh no, they need a year to learn the class, need a year to get familiar with the bikes. And he said, and then along came Marquez. Toby, you're down there. I can tell you that your favourite bike of the weekend, the ex-Rossi Ducati, is going to be on the line again. And it's going to be ridden by Jim Moody.
Well, that's one of the favourite bikes, but what we're going to do first is have a look at one of my favourite pre-war Grand Prix cars to kick this batch off. This is the 1939 Mercedes-Benz W165. It was a specially built car for the Tripoli Grand Prix in 1939. V8, 1.5-litre supercharged, 254 horsepower, and Herman Lang won the Tripoli Grand Prix in 39 by an amazing margin of 4 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the driver of this Mercedes W165, the world champion in Formula 1 from 69, from 71, from 73, Sir Jackie Stewart.
A legend of the sport. Martin Band helmet, Sir Jackie Stewart in a car built for the Tripoli Grand Prix. Love to hear his thoughts on that car from a generation before he started racing. Racing in a really perilous time, of course, in the 1960s and early 70s. He was a great campaigner of safety improvements in motor racing. Just imagine how perilous it was in the night.
And he has tartan seat in there as well.
He does.
Or is that a rug over the seat?
It's not quite the right tartan though, is it? It's not the Stewart tartan. So that's such a box of sight. W165 Tripoli machine.
Aren't we lucky with the weather? The sun just kissing Goodwood now on this third and final day. Absolutely fantastic.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a very, very special moment here at the Festival of Speed in just a few minutes' time. We're going to celebrate the life of the late, great, three-time world champion Sir Jack Brabham, who recently passed away. World champion in 1959 and 60 for Cooper, and then his own car in 1966. We're going to have a minute of noise in a couple of minutes' time. At bang on 11 o'clock, we will have a minute of noise where everybody in the paddock with a car is encouraged to make as much noise as possible. And it will be a wonderful tribute, we hope, to the late, great Sir Jack Brabham. As the bikes make their way up the course, Barry, weird and wonderful selection.
Well, it's just been the most wonderful Gilera 1954 500 GP ridden by Fausto Zanetti went through. And the classic ones.
There is there's David Brabham, Sir Jack's youngest son. Sir Jack's three sons, David, Gary and Jeff, all successful racers in their own right. David racing for Brabham in Formula One in 1990 and of course winning Le Mans for Peugeot in 2009. It's some amazing sights down there. Kevin Schwantz Suzuki, the Barry Sheen Suzuki, Giacomo Agostini on the MV Agusta 500 in his period leathers and helmet. In 30 seconds time or so, we will have our minute of noise. Ladies and gentlemen, you are encouraged to cheer and wave and make as much noise as you can in celebration of a wonderful man, Sir Jack Brabham, legend of Formula One, who died recently. Son David is there to encourage it. Let's have 60 seconds of noise to celebrate the life of Sir Jack Brabham. Fantastic, what a marvellous moment. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. A big thank you to you for showing your appreciation for the late, great Sir Jack Brabham. A minute of noise, what a fitting tribute, Barry.
Got to get this one. John Surtees on the Grey Flash, on which he won his very first motorcycle race. Look at that. John Surtees. Is it not?
No, it isn't John.
Is it Sammy Miller?
It's, yes, I think it's...
Is it Sammy
yes.
Miller?
Certainly not John.
It's the Grey Flash.
It's not John. Not John's helmet either.
Vincent Grey Flash, that is out of the Surtees collection.
One of the bikes that John cut his teeth on way back in the 1950s.
Here comes the little Suzuki 50.
Tiny little bike, isn't it? Almost got mountain bike tyres on it.
Paul Rutten on that, yeah, in the days when there was a 50cc World Championship. As you say, Toby, tiny little bike, and of course narrow wheels to keep the friction down, minimise it.
And we've got a whole host of riders on the line. Here is Matt Oxley, a 250cc TT winner. He's riding the 1993 Lucky Strike Suzuki RGV 500 that took Kevin Schwantz to the 500cc championship that year.
Matt Oxley, much respected journalist, and this is typical of what those bikes I was talking about with an on-off switch. They basically, the revs came in, and if you didn't have a light finger, you were flicked on. Giacomo Agostini, 15 times world champion, proudly sporting the #1 plate on that MV Augusta, the evergreen Agostini. And just listen, if he can get that thing howling up the hill with its open megaphones, he's on the 3 actually now. He's got the 3 and the 4-cylinder here. This is the 3-cylinder, you can tell by the 3 megaphones. We always get a little bit taken aback here, Toby, because we're never quite sure who's going to be riding what.
Well, this is the 1987 500cc world champion from down under. It's Wayne Gardner. He's riding one of Valentino Rossi's MotoGP Ducati V4 bikes.
He had a play around yesterday afternoon, did he not?
Yeah, he did. He went up yesterday and he was like a kid in a sweet shop pointing towards the number 46. I'm on Valentino Rossi's bike. He doesn't get much cooler than that. But I said, hey, you're Wayne Gardner, and you were pretty damn cool in 87, so don't worry about it. Now here is Bradley Smith.
There's the Roberts Yamaha.
He's riding the 1980 Roberts Yamaha. Kenny Roberts Sr. winning the World Championship 3 times in the 500cc class. And Barry winning it at the first time of asking, coming over from stateside.
Absolutely, and on Goodyear tyres. And that was at the end of that Roberts era, Goodyear announced their withdrawal from motorcycle racing and indeed motorcycle tyre production. He then switched to Dunlop for the rest of his campaign. But 3 championships on Goodyear tyres, and I had the pleasure of working with him, Freddie Spencer, on the fantastic Rothmans liveried Honda. Freddie, the consummate professional, always looks immaculately turned out, and he's just as placid, just as gentle, and just as polite now as he was back in period. An absolute star.
1983 world champion, and then twice in 1985. The youngest ever world champion he was at the time in 1983, a record that was only beaten by Scott Redding, by Marc Marquez last year. Now here is Scott Redding. He has ridden a Suzuki in the past, but he's riding a Honda. He's up into MotoGP this year. He's fresh from 12th position at the Dutch TT only yesterday afternoon. Brilliant. In the wet conditions, but it's always sunny at Goodwood, Barry.
And that, yeah, it is. It's come out well today, hasn't it? That's the RS 500 1987 factory Honda that Scott Redding is on. And of course, he will have had 2-stroke experience, just as Bradley Smith did in the early days of his career.
Yeah,
won a GP at Donington.
He did. He was 15 years old. I remember there was a tear in everybody's eye when he crossed the line.
Absolutely fantastic.
And he's matured into a very, very mature young man now, has Scott Redding. Well, and he loves the history, even at 20 years old.
You've got to be the complete package, have you not, these days in MotoGP? You've got to be able to cope with the press and cope with everything else.
Absolutely.
And they're a Casey Stoner bike.
And there is the Casey Stoner bike. I mean, Casey didn't like the press. One of the reasons that he left MotoGP. This is a 2010 machine, and that was the last time, Barry, that Ducati won a MotoGP race in October that year with Stoner.
He seemed to be the only man who could tame it. Many have tried since. Ducati, though, persevering, as we discussed before over this weekend. Ducati absolutely persevering. They are not going to pack up and go home. They desperately, desperately want it.
They led the Grand Prix yesterday, but eventually they finished second with Andrea Dovizioso. Here's a 250, though.
YZR 250. Andy Caddick owns a couple of those. Could well be Andy Caddick on board. Very difficult to identify the riders in the neutral black leathers. Hence my blunder on the Vincent Gray Flash, for which I apologise. And Henry Hope Frost has given me a severe bruising in the ribs alongside me. But, you know,
I've been waiting for years to do that.
We all do it occasionally. There it goes up the hill. Fantastic stuff. Marlboro livery, of course, in those days, the cigarette companies were very prominent in racing. The Ariel. 2 big road bikes launched here, as well as some electric ones as well. Hesketh are back, as are Ariel. Ariel powered by the V1200 Honda engine, and it's a space frame design not dissimilar to the motorcar. So if you get the chance, ladies and gentlemen, to go down in the paddock and look at this great big Ariel.
Is it half the car?
It could well be half the car. It's probably half the weight. It looks it.
I've often described the car as twice the bike. So it works both ways.
Now we've got a couple of electric bikes. We've seen one already. Here is
the Munch.
The Munch. So that's making its way up. The TT electric TT winner John McGuinness is about to leave the line as well on his Honda CBR 1005 blade. Here is John McGuinness on the actual bike that he did the TT with. He was a little bit injured. He had an injury with his wrist, so he won the electric TT, but this is the actual bike. It's still got the squash flies, it's still got the hole in the screen.
Just brilliant. Just as we've seen from the Le Mans cars, it's straight out of action. All the flies from the Isle of Man, the hole in the screen, as you say, where a stone went through. The only TT victory John McGuinness lifted this year was in the electric race, as you so rightly say, but he's going to be back for more. He wasn't fully fit. There, Jonathan Ray, he and Leon Haslam have been sharing this Pata Honda World Superbike machine over the weekend, and I saw them both on their way to the party last night. I did not, however, see them coming home because I was tucked up in bed under the stars. Jonathan Ray, 3 World Superbike victories in 2014, and he said to me yesterday, the second half of my season is going to be a lot better than the first half, so watch out for Jonathan Ray. Now, this Cadbury's Boost Yamaha, and that's Bernard Giraudot-Migliorani on board. The Cadbury's Boost Yamaha is the Neil Mackenzie 96 championship winning bike, as the SG3 Norton spins a huge wheelie round and round, a donut, not a wheelie, round and round and round. The Cadbury's Boost Yamaha that was going up the hill was one I rode when we did a launch of a race down in Brands Hatch for the BBC. And the very bike, and the owner of it said, I've got the videos well.
And it was the bike that I saw win the championship at Donington in '96.
Well,
it was a great day.
That was the year that Mackenzie battled tooth and nail with Steve Hislop, and indeed all over those 3 seasons, and Jamie Whittam, for a part of that action.
So the Hesketh coming up to the Molecombe corner, followed by one of the very first MotoGP Ducatis in the 990 era, ridden initially by Troy Bayliss and Loris Capirossi. Capirossi going on to win the Catalan Grand Prix that year in Barcelona. It was an exceptionally warm motorcycle. They had lots of power, but of course that made an enormous amount of heat. It was cooking the inside of their thighs. They had to go to the medical centre so many times to get their legs sorted after a 40-minute race.
The Juvenile bike going up. Now Matty Griffin down at the start line with the F800R BMW vertical twin. This young Irishman from the west coast of Ireland, probably ranking in the top 2 or 3 of the world in terms of big bike tarmac stunting. Unbelievable control and balance from what is a very tractable twin-cylinder engine. Henry Hope Frost, sitting alongside me, is in awe of this man, and I saw you trying to practice on your KT.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, Toby rides as well. We all 3 of us, we ride bikes badly, but just what do you think? How do you do this? It's one of those things. He just makes it look so easy.
Well, I had a chat with him yesterday, and he said that he speeds the slow running up to about 2,500 revs, and then the bike is running at a fixed engine speed. He slows it and controls it by a huge combination of 3 brake calipers on the rear wheel. So if you let your brake off, it'll do a wheelie. And there you can see it. Perfect. Good shot by our director and camera there. You can see it on the rear wheel. 3 great big calipers, a great big rear sprocket which gears it down so that it's nice and tractable. You can see 2 levers on the left hand as well. One is the clutch conventionally, the other is also a brake. And he's just spinning this thing round and round. And
it's a big capacity, heavy motorcycle.
It's a big motorbike. It's over 200 kilos, so it's a big chunk of bike.
There's an example of how the bike keeps going when he takes his right hand off the throttle.
Precisely.
Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A big cheer for Irish stunt sensation Matty Griffin. Look at that in front of Goodwood House. Don't try this at home.
If you log on to mattygriffin.com, he's got a very good website. You can register for a newsletter and you can get an update for everything he does around the world, and he travels extensively around the world. Now we're going to see him on the front. I asked him what those little things were on the front axle. He said, I'm going to try a trick where I stand on it. Oh, he's not. He's leapt from the front onto the tank.
Hang on, he's sitting on the tank, facing back. He's going to do a wheelie, isn't he?
He's going to do donuts, I think. I don't think he's going to get the thing up, surely, at that. He's going to do a slow donut. There
must be hours and hours of practice,
and a few bruises,
and a lot of bruises, and a lot of damaged metal.
That's that's a combination of front brake control, weight over the front wheel, very clever throttle control, because at that point he's overriding the 2,500 revs. And this is when it drops down to its very fast tick over, and he's got it geared so that he can keep up with it most of the time. Most of the
That's
time.
brilliant.
Clever. Ever the showman. Matty Griffin, ladies and gentlemen, from Galway, a softly spoken, very, very professional young Irishman.
Would you want to live next door to Matty Griffin when he's doing this at all hours of the day and night and weekend?
Wonderful. He also is pretty good on two wheels. He can, on four wheels rather, he can two-wheel a car. Again, a BMW, and pretty good. But his main skill, as we're seeing now, just unbelievably clever on a motorcycle. And that plate at the back will rub the ground when he's at what he says 1 o'clock. Are we going to see him at 1 o'clock, which is past the vertical? It's a little titanium skid plate which stops it going all the way back, but it also tells him exactly where he is, because he said you lose a sense of direction when you've got it past the vertical, and you can't stay there for very long. You have to get it back down again quickly. Another front brake hard on. Henry Hope Frost here. Just, you've never grown up, have you?
No.
You absolutely love it. Taking photographs off the TV monitor here in the commentary box. And there the stand, the prop stand down, and a handlebar flick, and he's on his feet. Matty Griffin, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for a consummate professional. Brilliant, brilliant stunts.
Well, I don't think any of us will grow up if we're looking at that, and we're here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed reminiscing back to the past with the older cars and particularly the older motorcycles that we've just seen. But Barry, as I would say, young once, immature forever when it comes to looking at some of the machinery that we've got here this weekend.
Yeah. Yes, I'm quite happy wafting in a nostalgic sort of haze of 1970s and 80s action. Thank you.
There was no such thing as a BMX bike when I was a lad. The rally chopper came in when I was in my 20s.
Penny farthing, wasn't it, when you were a lad?
Penny farthing with knobbly tyres.
I bet Matty Griffin could do a stoppie on a penny farthing.
Yeah, only once.
I had a grifter.
Oh, grifter.
I had a grifter.
You are a grifter.
Wonderful. I remember the grifters. Great stuff. Well, that's it. Two-wheel action, ladies and gentlemen. Our boys will be back once more this afternoon, middle of the afternoon, and I'm going to hand back, go and lie down in a dark room to Henry for more motor cars.
Thank you, Barry. Always enjoy talking two wheels with Barry Nutley, and he'll be back later on for the bikers' second appearance. We're talking about a history lesson, Toby, spanning all the decades and all the generations of wheeled competition. And there's a wonderful sight, the Tag Porsche Turbo McLaren from 1984, and Oliver Turvey, young racer, fresh from his LMP2 Le Mans win with the Jota Zytek Nissan, and here he is in the McLaren.
Yes, it's a very Goodwood shot, a very long camera shot through the heat haze down towards the holding paddock at the start line here at the bottom of the 1.1 mile hill climb. Oliver Turvey at the wheel of the 1984 1.5 litre V6 twin turbo Tag paid for Porsche constructed McLaren engine in the back of that car. Nicky Lauda took the World Championship in 1984. He came back out of retirement and he joined the McLaren operation, who, with John Barnard having designed the first all-carbon car and having won the first Grand Prix with an all-carbon car just 3 years earlier with John Watson at Silverstone, were really getting into their stride with the technology that they had brought over from America with the carbon constructed tub, and then the immense power with the technology that they had with the Porsche V6 in the back of it. 1200, 1300 horsepower in qualifying trim, and with Nicky Lauda battling side by side with Alain Prost, it really was a heady year.
A momentous season, wasn't it? 8 wins for Prost, 7 for Lauda, and you know, I'm thinking of a different year. It was 7 for Prost and 5 for Lauda, wasn't it, in 84? But it came down to that shootout at Estoril in Portugal. Half a point the difference. The Dayglow orange of the original Marlboro livery. Oliver Turvey taking it nice and easy. It's a precious car, part of the McLaren Heritage Centre, presided over by legendary McLaren engineer Neil Trundle, who's been with the team for almost 35 years.
There's other mechanics who are still members of the McLaren organisation. and they're personal friends of mine, and they said, boy oh boy, it was one hell of a party at Coconuts nightclub in Estoril that night. Yes. Nicky Lauda gave all of his mechanics a gold watch, and my friend has still got it, he treasures it. And before he went on to be a mechanic with Ayrton Senna at McLaren. Great stories you get from the mechanics, great stories as you hark back now 30 years ago, this car winning the Formula One World Championship.
Yes, and a neat juxtaposition 40 years ago, 10 years before that, Emerson Fittipaldi gave McLaren its first World Championship for constructors, and we saw Emerson following on the Turbo.
Now then, on the line, we've got the Ferrari F60 from 2009. Pedro de la Rosa driving as he shoots off down to the first corner. This is the car that took a solitary win in the 2009 season with Kimi Raikkonen, who we will see here at Goodwood later this afternoon. It was battling against Jenson Button in Button's championship season.
Yeah, took a win at the Belgian Grand Prix at Spa in the hands of Kimi Raikkonen, who is here today. And he will be coming out in the F2007, the 2.4-litre V8 machine, in which he won the World Championship in 2007 in that nail-biting finale in Brazil. Pedro de la Rosa, the Spaniard who's raced in Formula 1 for Jaguar and for McLaren and for Sauber briefly, now on the Ferrari test roster.
So as he gets to the top of the hill, now we go down onto the head of Stefan van Dorn. He leaves the line in the 2011 McLaren. Stefan van Dorn in the 2011 McLaren. Up towards the first corner, it's in the 2014 livery. And with the livery just fooling us just a little, but it's great, Henry, to hear that old 2.4-litre normally aspirated V8 engine. A good speed as he comes up towards you.
Yes, if you've been to a Grand Prix live in 2014 and you've heard the 1.6-litre turbocharged machines, you'll have forgotten what screamers the 2.4-litre V8s were. Stoffel van Dorn, give him a wave. You'll be hearing some more about this young Belgian driver who's part of the McLaren Academy, racing in GP2 for the ART team in 2014. He's entrusted with the 2011 MP426, cunningly disguised in 2014 livery. Regulations preclude running of current cars, of course. So we have cars from a few seasons ago. This is the car in which Jenson Button won the Canadian Grand Prix, isn't it, back in 2011?
Here is Johnny Herbert, ladies and gentlemen. Le Mans winner, 3 times a Formula One victor in the Benetton and the Stewart. He's driving the Mercedes AMG W02 from 2011. Great to see Johnny Herbert here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. 50 years old this week, but with a massive smile on his face last night. And the echo through the trees as these cars make their way up the Goodwood hill climb is nothing short of spine-tinkling. This is just a high point of the British, the international motorsport season.
Johnny Herbert giving that Mercedes a real beating on the way up the hill. It's the W02, again another 2011 car. Give him a wave and a cheer. He's having a good old show off in that car. 3 times a Grand Prix winner, won twice for Benetton in '95, including a famous home victory at Silverstone. And then he took Jackie Stewart's first win, didn't he, as a team boss at the Nürburgring in 1999.
Next on the line, this is Sebastian Buemi in the 2011 Red Bull Renault RB7. He is not against the clock, but as we saw yesterday, Henry, Buemi is going to have a real go. He's not going to leave anything behind that throttle pedal. He's going to have a go and see what speed he can do as he comes past the house and up towards you. This is going to be meteoric as it comes into Moulcom.
Absolutely, the way it changes direction with instant precision and scrubs off the speed over the brow into Moulcom. He's already at the Flint Wall in the RB7 from 2011. Sebastian Vettel's World Championship winning car. The car he won the title for the 2nd of 4 consecutive times. And he howls around the last corner and across the line. Yes, unofficially he was lapping in mid to late 40s yesterday. Current Grand Prix cars not timed.
Now we go back to the DFV era, ladies and gentlemen, with this beautiful Lotus Cosworth 49B. Greg Thornton driving it. DFV's on the overrun. Sound fantastic as we see Sir Stirling Moss and Lewis Hamilton standing on the balcony of Goodwood House with Lord March, looking and watching and seeing these historic motor cars rush past.
Look at that, two giants of British Formula One history. Sir Stirling Moss, the first to win for Mercedes, the first British driver to win for Mercedes. Lewis Hamilton very much flying the flag for British aces at Mercedes-Benz in Formula One in 2014. The gold leaf livery, among the first in the newly commercialised world of Formula One in the late 60s. This is the B-Spec model, Toby, that took Graham Hill to the title in '68. They are wonderful, wonderful cars.
And look at this. We've got Sir Jackie Stewart catching up with Emerson Fittipaldi. It's just like old times, isn't it?
It is. It could be 1973 again, isn't it, when the two of them won most of the Grand Prix in their scrap for world title glory. Stirling Moss, Lewis Hamilton, Lord March, and Sky Sports F1's David Croft up there as well.
And the sun is shining. We're at Goodwood. We've had 2011 Formula One cars go up. We've had a 1984 McLaren ascend the hill. We've got Sir Jackie Stewart, Emerson Fittipaldi, Lewis Hamilton, Grand Prix winner in 2014 and a 2008 world champion. Sir Stirling Moss, Lord March. A view over the grounds, blue skies, fluffy white clouds, the grass is green. Does life get any better on a Sunday morning, Henry? I don't think it does.
No, of course it doesn't. A ridiculous suggestion. That's the end of the batch. And our bikes and our Formula One cars are at the top of the hill, and we'll be catching up with some of those big names up there waiting to be pounced upon by the intrepid Bruce Jones and his microphone and cameraman. Absolutely great. Plenty more to come on the hill here over the rest of the day. Okay, I'm delighted to say we can actually catch up with Bruce in the top paddock, who's been talking to some of the stars from the bike and Formula One batch that's just gone up the hill.
Bradley Smith, great to have you here. Hot foot from Assen yesterday. Slice of history to start your day. The OW48R, the Kenny Roberts multiple title-winning bike. What's it like?
It's an amazing machine. It's a great privilege to be able to ride it here this fine Sunday. You know, especially around all these other great historical bikes as well and great historical riders. I'm pinching myself just at the presence of everybody. It's great fun.
But can you feel the sort of bloodline that went from this fabulous bike through to the bikes you ride today?
I can't believe the performance from a motorcycle from now, which is like 35 years ago. It's amazing to see how much, you know, experience, engineering, technology there actually was back then.
Now, a lot of people here yesterday had their fingers in their ears when anyone might have mentioned what was happening at Assen yesterday. How did you get on for those who have now got to find out?
Well, I ended up 8th, which wasn't a bad result for me. Would have liked to have finished slightly higher, but I was 3rd fastest guy in the race, you know, in terms of lap time, and yeah, just made a slightly wrong error on when to come in and swap tyres to the slicks, but I'll learn for next time.
Exactly. Bradley, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Scott Redding, how did you get on at Assen yesterday?
I was 12th overall, which was pretty good. I was top open Honda. It was my first time with a flag-to-flag race, changing bikes, and I think I changed 4 or 5 times, freaked out a little bit in the beginning, got it in the end and made a good result.
And a total change of gear. Here you are at Goodwood on the Sunday morning. What have you just come up on?
Yeah, I'm riding one of Freddy's old bikes. I think it's a 350, so it's got a lot of bottom end power, you know, just comes in all of a sudden. It was really good coming up the hill, you know. I came 2009, but I didn't know where it was going, so I took it easy, waved a bit, but it's really nice to come and enjoy a day like today.
And the sun's shining, so Goodwood's not a bad place. It's very social too, isn't it?
No, it's really nice, you know, to come and mingle with the fans and stuff like that, and to have good weather always put everyone in a good spirit. So I'm going to try and enjoy the day before heading back home.
Bradley, thanks.
Thank you. Cheers.
So Jackie Stewart, we got you standing in front of the fans among the motorbikes, but you were just telling me a little story about the amazing W165 Mercedes you came up in. Let on.
Just a fantastic car. I was speaking to Bonhams, the chairman of Bonhams, the other day, as a matter of fact, and he thinks that it's the most expensive car in the world. And he wouldn't put a price on it, but I mean, it's multi-billions, certainly well over double billions. He thinks so because apparently it took about 650 to 660 people to build it. It took them close to 18 months for one race, the Grand Prix of Tripoli in 1938. The car won the race with Herman Lang, I think it was, driving it. But it's an amazing motor car. I mean, when you think, the problem is the gas pedals in the middle and the brake pedals on the right. You can imagine I'm scared stiff every time I drive it.
And as you said, it's not invaluable at all. But being here among the bikes, that gives a whole different feel. We have every sort of motorsport vehicle here, don't we, at the Festival of Speed?
It's a remarkable weekend. I don't think there's another weekend in the world that presents the quality of machinery or the quality of people. Kimi Räikkönen's here today, for example. Agostini's here, John Surtees is here, Sterling Moss is here, Damon Hill's here. You know, just a huge collection of people. And the machinery, Lord March and all his team do a job like no other group do in the world. It's a proper event.
It certainly is, and it's always a delight to have you here, Jackie. Thank you very much.
Oh, thanks, nice to be here.
Late bid for racing in the British Grand Prix next weekend with Mercedes.
I think after that run, yes, I think I would deserve it, to be honest. Yeah, no, it's great. It's great always coming back to Goodwood. The event is always fantastic. The fans absolutely love it. And as drivers, equally the same. It's lovely to be able to get in the pieces of kit like this in a W03. Double chassis 09, I think it was Michael Schumacher's last car he drove. So it's just absolutely brilliant being able to get behind actually a modern V8, which I haven't driven before. It was the old sort of rattly V8s of the 90s. So that is like silky smooth.
It is. Is it the right sort of thing to have making a noise behind your head after the party?
It's something that I controlled everything yesterday, so I could enjoy everything that happened today. So actually, the noise I was hearing was beautiful to my ears.
With age comes wisdom. Johnny, thanks for talking to us.
Yes, thank you.
Has a companion tonight. Small creatures prick ears and tremble with fright. A sleek velvet phantom is making its way through shadows, eyes gleaming. It's searching for prey. Masterful strides on dark forest tracks. The prince of the jungle is poised to attack. His muscles a ripple, his heart pumping fast. The spectre, he's ready. his appetite vast. Feline musk impregnates the air. Razor-sharp teeth are suddenly bared. Like lightning he pounces, like thunder his roar. A sound full of power, great might to the fore. Darkness's embrace caresses the cat. The growl is replaced, a purr in its stead. All sated, the phantom is slinking away. As dawn's pearly light prepares a new day.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam. This is ludicrous. Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend.
Day. The sun is shining. There's a whole host of Formula One stars around and many, many more as well that you can meet. You can get autographs. But remember, we are asking you to get in touch with us with your selfies and your tweets. So just to read out a few of the many that are coming in. Thank you very much. Do keep them coming. At Jade Paverley says, great way to start the day, meeting at @Mad_Mike_drift #Foz. And there's a picture of her and Mad Mike. He's the guy that's been drifting up the hill, creating all that smoke and burning rubber and did those really long bananas. He's a really great guy and we've really enjoyed having him here at the Festival of Speed this weekend. At Typhoon Display have been in touch as well. That's the Typhoon Display pilot who will be taking to the sky soon. And he said, ready to go. RAF Typhoon team will be at Foz Goodwood all day. I'll be overhead at 12 o'clock BST and on the ground from 3 o'clock. And look at that picture. That's what you will expect to be seeing up in the skies at 12 o'clock. So prepare for some neck ache, get your cameras out, and you can expect to see those guys in the sky. And it will be a pretty moving and special moment for this weekend. Matt Wisey's been in touch as well, saying that his parents have come to Goodwood. So parents at Foz Goodwood had to get them in on this Foz selfies shizzle. So thank you very much to Matt. Remember, you can keep your selfies coming in. We want pictures of you. Maybe you've managed to spot Kimi Räikkönen. Maybe there's a specific car you like. Get your pictures to us and we shall try and get them up on the big screen, a little bit like a kiss cam. And the final of our tweets for the moment is from @SJDaily, which is Stephen Daly, who says, if they were alive today, who would win, Colin McRae or Richard Burns, #Foz? So this is definitely a question for our commentators and Henry Hope Frost.
Well, Jenny, that's a great question, isn't it? Colin McRae, World Rally Champion of 1995. Richard Burns following a few years later in 2001, both for Subaru. Who would win? Really difficult one to call. Toby, what do you think? Colin was extrovert and sideways and a real trier. Richard Burns pioneered the smooth technique. I don't know, which is quicker per stage mile?
That is such a difficult one. As you say, they had two very different ways of skinning the same cat. I was lucky enough to go on to so many of those World Rally Championship events and see McRae and see Burns. They both won a championship each, didn't they?
Yes,
they both got
did.
very close to the ones that they didn't win. But what a shame that they're no longer with us. But great memories for you and I standing on the side of the tracks in Kielder and Wales and watching those two Subarus come past.
Absolutely
Epic
right.
memories.
I know two people who will have a good opinion on this. There are commentators up at the rally stage, Tony Jardine and Xavier McCartan, two men who watched Colin McRae and Richard Burns in action. Gentlemen, a very good morning. We've had a very searching question from someone on the Goodwood official Twitter feed. If they were alive today, who'd win, Colin McRae or Richard Burns?
Well, I've got to say Colin McRae, and that's nothing to do with my heritage whatsoever. I think the competition between them, although it was very close, it was technical and more clinical as far as Richard was concerned, with Robert Reid alongside him. I think Colin McRae was the more natural, if we say the more daring, the more adventurous, which you need in terms of rallying. So I'd have gone with Colin. Xavier?
That's a really, really difficult question. I've been thinking about that since it was asked, because I think we heard Toby say they had different ways of doing things. Colin was more into the stage, you know, flat out, car on opposite block, very flamboyant. But Richard was more methodical, more calculating, and planned very well. I'm gonna sit on the fence. I really do. Possibly Colin, but for reasons, Richard. Richard possibly. I would have to go.
Henry,
for.
Don't let him sit on the fence.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Guys, up there at the Forest Rally stage, you've got a wonderful selection of rally cars. I've seen Mini Coopers and Saab V4s from the 60s right up to the machine we're looking at now, the Hyundai i20 WRC of Danny Sordo. There's every type of historic and successful rally car for people to come up and ogle, isn't there?
There is, and Henry, to be honest with you, we've been very, very spoilt this morning. We have had a battle royale between Danny Sordo and Sebastian Loeb this morning. There are 0.2 of a second in it as to who is the fastest time. That so far is Sebastian Loeb. We've been lucky enough to just have him up, join us in the commentary box. We spoke to him about World Touring Cars. We spoke to him about coming up the hill later on. We spoke to him about his honour, but the thing he was most interested in is who's fastest. It's all about the times, wasn't it, Tony? It was really, really great to see. Very privileged to have him in, but great company.
I'd say, Henry, we've had our own mini WRC event up here, and he went away smiling. He was ushered out by the PR people. He came back in to double check the times and check it was only 0.2, went away grinning. So they got their own WRC battle going on up here.
Fantastic. He was mighty on the hill climb course down here yesterday afternoon in the qualifying shootout. He was quickest with a 46.45, but it's been beaten this morning by Michael Bartels in the Maserati MC12, who's lowered the mark to 45.81. But first time out on this course in the 208 T16 that Sebastian won the Pikes Peak hill climb a year ago yesterday. He was absolutely mighty, and we're looking forward to him shaving time off that later on.
That's exactly what he did here yesterday. He had one familiarization run. He told us this morning the last time that he was on the loose was in Rally Argentina a long, long time ago. Second run here set the fastest time of the day, 2 minutes 40 seconds, and that is despite not having sat in a Citroen World Rally car for 6 months.
I suppose if you're a 9-time world champion and you've won as many rallies as he has, you don't forget, do you? It's his bicycle, isn't it?
You don't forget, but he said again with a huge broad grin, it's nice to be sliding again properly. I think he was referring to the restrictions, let's say, of slick tyres and touring cars.
Yes, if you slide a touring car, you're slow, aren't you? So you've got great cars up there, and you've got great names as well. You've had Didier Auriol, haven't you? You've had Hannu Mikkola, Bjorn Valdegaard.
Yeah, they keep on coming. We've had Alistair McRae up here as well. So we've got European champions. We've got David Llewellyn, twice British champion, with his son Ben. As I say, we've got European Championship contenders as well. We've got Neil Simpson, who's made his comeback in the Skoda Fabia. We've got this great support from Skoda up here anyway. We've got Robert Barabol, you know, in the Fiesta. Both of them had fantastic finishes on the Circuit of Ireland recently. Simpson just a 7th overall on Le Touquet. So we've got a big variety right through to the clubman. And as you can see there, we have Rachel Patterson, for example, who's an HGV1 truck driver, but she's in her Peugeot 106. That's how she pays for her rallying, right the way through to the WRC Hyundai i20. We've got them all.
Oh, I can see a computer vision 6R4. There is no greater memory for me than standing aged 13, 14 in the woods after bunking off school in 1985, waiting for that distinctive barking howl of the mid-engined 6R4 with Tony Pond. Just mega.
That V6-4V engine has a noise that you would recognise no matter where you were in the world. And I mean, Henry, up here we've been treated to V6 Stratus engines, the glorious, glorious cacophony of an Escort BDA through the forest. I mean, not only is it sights up here at the top of the hill on a lovely sunny day, it's also the sounds of those engines that we've become familiar with over such a long period of time here, 40, 50 years of rallying history. We're very spoiled up here this weekend, and it's very hard not to sit here and not smile and enjoy being a part of this.
Oh, there we go. Listen to that Metro 6R4. Stuart Larby's machine heading out onto the Forest Rally stage, designed, Sav, by none other than Hannu Mikkola, 1983 world champion.
Yes, we have 24 odd bends here, and Tony and I were talking this morning over the fact that times are made and lost on the bends, and of course named after several familiar places and names with rallying such as Dakar, Mexico, McRae, Mikkola. And there's been no major changes to the course, just fine tweaks that allow it to run the course of the 3 days, and it's still very technical, still very demanding. You really cannot go offline the smallest amount. We saw it yesterday, offline ever so slightly, you lose time or get ever so slightly stuck, delay yourself. But a terrific challenge at a terrific event, the Goodwood Festival of Speed, Tony.
Yeah, I think, Henry, one of the things that we've been watching out for is how the drivers treat the last bend, which is the Cooper, named after the Mini Cooper. It's a left, then a right, but there are some big ruts in the middle of that bend which throw the car to the outside and right up to the bales, and then shower the spectators, dust them all in this incredible dirt cloud as they come through. But watching the WRC cars of Loeb and Sordo coming through there, as they go from lock to lock, and then the car flicks to the outside, and how they deal with it, but they never lift. That has been spectacular all morning, and if you get a chance to see any of those shots in the replay, they're quite special.
We've been talking about noise a lot recently on the back of all the moaning and groaning about how quiet Formula One cars are now, and the noise that a car makes is vital, isn't it, to its lure and its appeal.
Well, I think so. I loved the sound originally of Audi when they came in with the 5-cylinder turbocharged engine, because that was so distinctive in the early days. And when the San Remo rally, for example, on the hillside where I'd be on one side, on the night stage, you could hear this fantastic 5-cylinder engine coming around, the twinkle of the lights as the beams were trying to pierce through the darkness in the evening. And that whole thing really electrified the crowd, because the noise was the early indication that the car was coming. And it's the same if you go onto the Roger Albert Clark, the classic car rallying. They're waiting for Steve Perez and the Stratos and the V6 Ferrari engine. That's the first thing you hear before it comes into sight, and that is your alarm call, and everyone gets excited.
Yes,
everyone
indeed.
starts to tingle, don't they?
I've had an alarm call down here, Tony, for our next batch of cars on the hill climber. Good to talk to you guys. Enjoy the rest of the action up on the Forest stage there. We will talk to you later on. Thank you, Tony Jardine and Xavier McCarton. Meanwhile, back down here on the hill climb course, we're waiting for our next batch of cars, which is our supercars. Some of the most exotic supercars, production-based machines that you won't have seen before in action, and some of them, Marcus Pye, are being driven very spiritedly indeed.
Absolutely. It's been a first this year to actually have timed supercar runs. That was yesterday, and young Jan Mardenborough came out on top in the Nismo-ized Nissan.
He's a revelation, that
Absolutely,
kid,
and a thoroughly nice guy. My brother's here helping out, and went over and congratulated him for his drive at Le Mans. He was so terribly pleased that someone came who was there.
Let's catch up with our intrepid duo, Ben Constanduros and Jenny Gow, out and about in this enormous site here at the Festival of Speed. Ben's been doing a bit of fun stuff with Land Rover.
All weekend I've been trying to get myself behind the wheel of one of the machines here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and finally here at the Land Rover Experience, the spectacular Land Rover Experience, I've got my chance. So I'm now going to have a drive of a Land Rover in these amazing conditions. Here we go. Whoa. Oh! I'm absolutely useless at this.
His words, not ours. Yeah, Ben Constanduros having a bit of a shunt with Land Rover there. It's not the only thing Ben's been up to out and about around the site.
In and around the site here at Goodwood, there's plenty to do, not more so than have an experience in a two-seater buggy with a Forster Racing School. Leo, you are a champion in this, so you can drive very fast, right?
Well, I'd like to think so, yeah. I raced these back in 2008 all the way through to 2012, still doing the odd round here and there. So we set this company up, just allowing people to experience exactly that.
And tutor them, and it's a bit of a rally school not far from the site here at Goodwood.
Yeah, it's about 5 or 6 miles away, and we've got a rally school, and we adopt the ethos that we want to teach people to drive as quickly as possible. So we're here today at Goodwood, obviously promoting that fact, allowing people to experience the machines that they could come to the rally school and drive themselves.
Right, in which case you're going to show me how it's done, right?
I'd like to, yeah. Let's get out there and give it a go.
Let's do it. Amazing how fast you can go. Woo, what an exhilarating ride. Leo, I don't understand how you can go so fast.
Well, it's just practice, I think. Continuous practice. Keep on going.
Absolutely awesome fun.
Clearly there's no limit to where Ben Constanduros will take his microphone. Well done, Ben, out there. Batch 6 is next up, our supercars and our first glance class. Cars, prototypes, specially devised creations, in many cases appearing for the very first time here at the Festival of Speed. Toby Moody down there, are you suitably salivating?
I have never seen a Ferrari LaFerrari before this weekend's Goodwood Festival of Speed, but there is one sitting on the start line at Goodwood right now.
The latest.
The latest. I mean, this is the car that is battling against the P1 McLaren, which is in this batch, that is battling against the Porsche 918,
wow,
which happens to be in this batch as well. There is beyond millions. There must be knocking on the door of billions of pounds worth of machinery in this class. The LaFerrari going up the hill here at Goodwood right now in front of the house. Alan McNish leaves the line in a Ferrari. Haven't said that before.
No.
Emanuele Pirro is about to leave the line in a Ferrari. Haven't said that before until this weekend. And Chris Evans is here with his stable of racing cars and road cars and F40s and everything. It is just a mouth-watering array of exotica.
Absolutely wonderful. The LaFerrari, the latest of the breed. A almost money can't buy car. You have to be invited to buy it, don't you? You can't walk down to your local dealer and say, yes, thank you, I'll have one.
I'm relieved it's also available in Rosso Corsa as well, because we saw it in Rosso Verde yesterday.
Yes, we did, yeah. Jamiroquai frontman JK's car, which he only picked up in the week. A great Ferrari enthusiast and collector, and he was one of Ferrari's extra VIP customers who was invited to buy one.
Emerald green car is
great, isn't it?
Amazing.
Chris Evans has just left the start line. Here he is in the Aston Martin, just loving every single minute of it. Both hands, in fact, waving as he makes his way down to the first corner.
Yes, keep one hand on the wheel, please, Chris.
Yes, the insurance company might not like it too much.
He's here with the famous 5 and the magnificent 7.
And that's Mrs. E hanging out of the car, trying to get some pictures. Chris, of course, who has a huge following on BBC Radio 2 in the mornings, a great enthusiast and collector. Just recently acquired an ex-James Hunt Hesketh. He really has got the fever.
Also the man behind the 2 very, very special car fests. Raise money for children in need.
Yeah, one at Jodie Scheckter's Laverstoke Park place, and Carfest North Alton Park last year, wasn't it?
Yes.
He's pulled over in the Aston Martin Volante to let some more cars past.
And to get closer to even closer to the fans, I think, Henry, waving his way up the hill, as we've got the very latest creation from McLaren cars on the line. This is the 903 horsepower McLaren P1.
How many?
903 horsepower.
Oh, I thought you were joking then.
No, not at all. 903 horsepower. It's in full race specification, or track specification, should I say, at the moment. The rear wing is positioned high so that it can grab as much air as possible. And with the works registration P100U, the sister car P100V is on the McLaren stand here just to the right-hand side of Goodwood House. I believe it's Phil Quaife at the wheel.
That's Phil's lid, yeah.
I stand to be corrected. Yes, it is. I'm just a little bit further behind the rear of the car. And this is a car that has sold out immediately by McLaren. They have, of course, made the 3-seater original F1 McLaren back in the early 90s, and then under its current guise, the MP412C that has gone so well with a hardtop, and then the Spider version. Then they brought out the P1, then they brought out the 650S, and they have just brought out the McLaren 650S GT3 car as well right here this weekend. As the classic cars get towards the top of the hill, Chris Evans enjoying his run up the Goodwood Hill climb. Here we go, here's the McLaren P1 launching itself off the line. 4-wheel drive, 903 horsepower, a stunning, stunning motor car. The McLaren kisses the grass on the inside of the first corner as it makes its way up towards the hill. I think there's a little bit of tape flapping. I think the GoPro has maybe fallen off or something. I'm not quite so sure. Such was the enormous acceleration as it left the start line here at the bottom of the hill climb.
Quick announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Would Susan Elliott from Haywards Heath please make herself known to a nearby steward? Susan Elliott from Haywards Heath, please make yourself known to a steward.
The McLaren P1 makes its way past the flint wall and up towards the top of the hill climb. Visibly quick on the big screen. A very, very quick run by the McLaren P1 here this morning at Goodwood. Other cars that have left the line, including the 650S Spider, but here is the noble M600.
Oh, we've got, the sin has gone off. The sin has gone off at Moulcombe. Way too quick over the brow through the right-hand kink. Reminiscent of the Chris Hoy incident yesterday. Far too quick over the brow. It's gone through a couple of layers of the very effective protective bales down here at Moulcombe. It's such a tricky corner, we say it so often. You approach over the blind brow, and when you're in a low sports car, these bales are very tall. It makes the circuit a real tunnel. So we have a red flag scenario, of course, and that will be all cleared up. Ran a little bit wide in the approach right-hander over the kink, got on the grass on the left-hand side, and it's very difficult to scrub off speed when you are on the grass.
Yes, as you say, the bales giving the tunnel effect, and your eye is taken, maybe even subconsciously. But a tremendously difficult corner and a standout corner of this hill climb. But the supercar run will get things underway when everything is tended to, as always, as quickly and efficiently by the crews. But down here on the start line, the Koenigsegg is going to be the next car up when we've cleared up this slight delay. Well, good morning and welcome to you if you've just arrived here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed for 2014. We welcome you here to one of the world's greatest motorsporting events, the 1.1 mile hill climb that started in its current guise back in 1993, and here we are in the 22nd year of running by Lord March and his crew, and a gathering of cars and motorcycles all the way from Japan, such as we are seeing on the big screen, the 1998 McLaren Honda Formula One car that was driven by Ayrton Senna. Bruno Senna was due to get in the car yesterday, but there was a problem with the racetrack towards the end of yesterday afternoon. A little bit of oil had been spilt on the corner above the Flint wall, and Bruno was mightily disappointed not to be able to jump into his uncle's car from 1988, the World Championship winning Honda 1.5 litre V6 engine in the back of the McLaren, and drive his uncle's car up the hill. But he's driven it before, and I'm sure there'll be another day for Bruno Senna to have a crack. In the meantime, we are going to move away from the racetrack and look towards the skies. Chris Druitt taking you through the action with the Typhoon.
Thanks, Toby. Yeah, in exactly half a minute, look to the sky, you'll hear it come. Chris Druitt talking about the Eurofighter Typhoon. I'm joined by Andy de Geer, who is RAF Typhoon display manager, and we're going to get about, Andy, 7 minutes of Typhoon display.
About 7.5, yes.
And at the moment, the pilot, Noel Rees?
Noel Rees, yes.
Is probably loitering around 10 miles away on... when he is given by Tim the instruction to join, he'll come screaming over probably from the northeast.
From the north.
So keep an eye and an ear out for the Typhoon. It's the RAF's latest twin-engine multi-role fighter, canard wing. Andy, what does canard mean?
Canard means the 4 planes on the front, so you have the larger wings, the delta-shaped wings, and then 2 smaller delta-shaped wings, and they control the pitch of the aircraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Eurofighter Typhoon. Lovely picture on the screen. You can see exactly what Andy meant by the canard wings. Noel does a quick flick roll. The purpose of the Typhoon, multi-roll, means that air-to-air combat is incredibly agile, as you can see as Noel pulls about a what, Andy, 8G?
That one was probably about a 6G. You'll see a 9G manoeuvre later on in the display.
2 Rolls engines producing masses of power, about 20,000
each.
With reheat.
And to put that in context, that's about the same equivalent power of about 150 to 200 Formula 1 engines.
Did you hear what Andy said? You probably didn't. Engines equivalent to full grid of F1 cars for how many Grand Prix?
About the first 6.
About the first 6 Grand Prix. So consuming a certain amount of fuel. The Typhoon is a joint project by British Aerospace, Airbus and Air Macquis. Originally the French were involved, but they weren't given design authority out at the Rafale, which is a competitor to the Typhoon. Wheels down. Are the wheels down? I think they were. So, of course, when he was upside down...
That's what we call dirty work.
The Typhoon first flew in March 1994. It's now in operational service with the RAF, of course, with Austria, Germany, Italy, Saudi and Oman. So it's being sold around the world. We're talking about G forces.
positive about 9G.
And negative, I was here, about -3 there, so all the blood rushing to Noel's head.
That's uncomfortable.
Very uncomfortable. And there's, of course, no protection against.
We talked Marty Roll, so air to air, air to ground.
It's the RAF's first truly multi-role aircraft, so it can fight its way into a target, attack the target, then fight its way out.
And Andy, from a range point of view, how far can it go between refuelings?
It depends on the mission, but it can quite easily go for 6 hours and perform just as good as any other aircraft.
So possible to fly to the Middle East, do something, come back?
Certainly, but we look to base nearer to war zones.
Sure. Let's talk speed, because that's what all of us are interested in. Cruises, fast cruise at?
It can get up to 1.5 Mach in dry power without the reheat, and with reheat on, well over 2 Mach.
It looks as if we're going to get a pretty high-speed pass from Noel. Applies the reheat, quick flick roll, and the purpose of the canard wings, the aircraft is designed to be unstable. In other words, if all 4 computers fail, which they won't, it's impossible to fly.
Completely, it's almost impossible. The computers essentially, when a pilot demands the aircraft to do something, the computers will give them the maximum performance they can possibly do.
Yeah. And in fact, if the pilot gets completely disorientated by doing violent evasive maneuvers and doesn't know whether he's upside down, pointing up or down, there's a big red button that he can press which actually restores the airplane to stable flight.
There is indeed, yes. Can get you out of a rather sticky position.
And there are a number of voice-activated controls, and the Royal Air Force has a nice name for the female voice that tells the pilot what to do. What's she called?
There is, I think it's Moaning Betty.
Moaning Betty. You got Moaning Betty in the cockpit with you. Noel is demonstrating slow flight, high angle of attack.
He's coming past here at about 110 knots, that's about 129 miles an hour. And it's really unusual to see an aircraft this large travel that slowly.
And swept wing fighter planes are flying them slowly is not what they're designed to do.
Well, no, the delta wing that you can see there, that very distinctive triangle shape, allows him to fly at extremely low speeds and keep control, but also extremely high speeds and still keep that control.
We talked yesterday to Hunter pilots flying 1950s technology, and in some ways Eurofighter flying is easier because you've got all sorts of electronics to help you.
Yeah, of course. Actually flying the aircraft is incredibly easy. It just gives the pilot much more spare mental capacity to do the other jobs he has to do and fight the battle.
And I believe that if the pilot is not only disorientated but lost, Moaning Betty will tell him how to go home, or will fly the aircraft home for him.
Well, not quite, but almost.
We're all taxpayers, Andy. I suppose we ought to reveal how much you and I and all the rest of us are paying for this aircraft.
Yeah, there's about £65 million per aircraft.
But the Royal Air Force has now how many in service?
We've got just over about 100.
Wow. And the main bases in the UK for Typhoon are where?
There's RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire, which is where this jet is from, and also RAF Lucas in Fife, soon to be RAF Lossiemouth in Moray.
And Noel Rees is an instructor on Typhoon.
He's a qualified pilot instructor on 29 Squadron. That's the operational conversion unit. So all qualified pilots who want to fly the Typhoon must pass through the course of that squadron, and Noel's the one who teaches them.
And you'll be going on to Tucano pretty soon.
That's where I'm next, and then hopefully in another few years onto Typhoon.
Yeah, wow. Well, we wish you all success in that. Andy, we were going to mention there'll be lots of young people watching Typhoon and thinking, how can I get involved? How can I start the process of possibly training to become a Typhoon pilot? What have they got to do?
I'd say the first step for them is to get onto the website, the RAF Careers website. If you type that into Google, that will give you all the information you need. And then after that, if you get down to your local Armed Forces Careers Office, and I'm sure the staff in there will be able to give you all the other information and requirements.
When it's a bit quiet, I'll ask Andy to repeat that. We talked about each one costing 64 million. Well, the UK population is 64 million, so we've paid £1 each for this aeroplane, which is pretty good value.
And this is Noel departing now. And that's Noel departing to about 8,000 feet there in a matter of seconds, just showing the great power that this aircraft has.
Wonderful. We enjoyed the noise. I hope the citizens of Chichester didn't suffer too much from broken greenhouses and noise. Noel is on his way back to Bournemouth, and we're hoping that he can join us in the studio this afternoon. His plan is to land at Bournemouth, which is about 3 minutes away for him.
About that, yes.
And hop in a car, come over to Goodwood, and we've invited him to come up to the studio either during the afternoon or during our evening show, but that'll be great if you can do that. Andy, before we go back to cars, can you just remind people, young people, what they need to do if they want to start the process of becoming a Royal Air Force pilot?
Well, for a pilot or indeed any of the other trades in the Air Force, they should first start by going to the RF Careers website. If you just type that into Google. And then further from that, they can go to an Armed Forces Careers Office in many of the major city centres.
Brilliant. So if that's your plan, go for it. We're back to action on the track. We've got the Noble on the start line, and pretty soon we'll be rejoining Henry and Marcus. In the meantime, Toby, you're down there. The activity is, I guess, about to start.
Well, yes, there's a bit of a delay whilst everything is all cleared up a little further up the hill. So what we will now do is have a few words from our supporters.
I'm David Coulthard and we're here at Goodwood House. I have an AMG SLS Black Series and we're going to go and discover the famous hill climb. As we go across the start, we cross some bricks from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so a piece of history as you start this climb into turn 1. Quite an open right-hander, and you build the speed through the crossroads. This will be taken almost flat by those committed. Up past the house, this fantastic view. And then through a fast left-hand kink into what is one of the most tricky corners on the hill climb. It's called Molecombe. And it's difficult because you're coming over a blind rise and then breaking into the apex of a left-hander. A lot of people have been caught out there over the years as the drivers try to push the limits as they attack the hill. We then rise up towards the flint wall, and what makes this particularly difficult is we go under the trees, we lose visibility, and it seems that you're driving directly into a flint wall. You then open out into the bright sunlight again, and then into Birdless Grove, and it's a right-hander, then another left-hand kink. Nick Heidfeld, who has the lap record at 41.6 set in 1999, was doing 150 miles an hour through the left kink, and then 170 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. It really is an exhilarating climb.
our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend.
Saw motor racing between 1948 and 1966. The original racetrack was opened by Lord March's grandfather, Freddie March, and is the inspiration behind today's Festival of Speed.
Well, the Festival of Speed all started because we couldn't get permission to open the motor circuit as quickly as we'd hoped. So I came back to live at Goodwood in about '92. But I wanted to see, in the meantime, if there was some way perhaps of just checking how people still felt about Goodwood, whether it still lived in people's hearts and minds as the sort of soul of British motorsport. And that's why we started the Festival of Speed, purely by chance really, in '93.
Charles March and I went for a walk through the park and we were talking about how wonderful it would be to bring racing cars back to Goodwood.
Charles said that he was thinking of running a hill climb here. And we said, well, why don't you make it a classic car event? Because we know lots of people who own those sort of cars and we'll pull together an entry for you. And Charles said, oh, great, come down to Goodwood, see me and we'll talk about it.
I received a call from Lord March, said, John, would you come down and talk to me? And he said, I want to open the hill up again. I want to make an event. What do you think? And so I said, well, why not? He said, well, I'm speaking to Sterling as well.
I can't remember actually how he talked me into it, to tell you the truth, but I think probably with some nice cars to drive or something like that. And if you know him, his personality is fairly persuasive. So he's not the man that you sort of say, no, I don't think I'll bother with it.
Charles drove us up here, up from Moulcombe Corner, just down here. We drove up and we stopped here and looked around. And he said, yeah, this is what we're going to do. And the RAC have cleared it for use as a hill climb. We said, pardon?
And with that, it was all hands on deck, or at least a few hands on deck, to make the event happen.
In year one, there was basically a core group of us, about 4 or 5 of us. None of us had had much sleep leading up to it. Lord March was painting the bridge here the night before the event. And he very kindly came out of the house with some glasses of whiskey on a silver tray for all us guys who'd been, I think we'd done a 48-hour shift.
The big thing for us is we just didn't know whether it was going to be a success or not. Was it going to work? Would anyone come? That was the big question.
Would it be 500 or 5,000?
Well, as it did turn out 30,000 people turned up. And I think I had to use raffle tickets to give them something for their money.
It was an amazing experience for me when I opened my bathroom curtains that first morning, looked out and saw the thousands of people pouring in.
So with the Festival of Speed a reality and much bigger than anybody had thought possible, the challenge was to make everything run smoothly.
Apparently, Tony Brooks and Roy Salvadori are both here, so it would be great if we could fit them into the programme somehow going up in the DB3S. Well, the F1 cars are due off, I think, in literally about 20 minutes, so we're going to have to organise that pretty quickly. Can you get the trailer, hitch it up, get it down there ASAP?
I don't think any of us knew what to expect, really, for the first Festival of Speed. The idea was that I think people that Charles knew would bring their old bangers and would have a little hill climb. I think it exceeded everyone's expectations.
It was the start, I suppose, of a new era regarding how you ran historic events.
We were thrilled to discover that, you know, Goodwood still meant so much to people and that people were so caught up and enthusiastic about it, and you can sort of say that, you know, the rest is history.
Charles March, Goodwood, myself, discovered that we had a tiger by the tail, and we're still chasing that old Tigger now.
Kenny Brack, you've been one of the fastest up the hill all weekend, but you've seen the times tumble yesterday and this morning as well, Michael Bartels. What can you do with McLaren?
I don't know. We'll see today, but you know, I think we'll be in the mid 47s maybe. That's probably as fast as we can go.
Well, Michael Bartels got down to a 46 and you were faster than him yesterday.
Yeah, you know, I don't know how he did that, but I think we will. I'd be surprising if we get down in the 46s, but maybe, you never know. But it depends on the track conditions. But I think they may be a little faster than us at this moment.
And how is the McLaren? Because I understand it's a brand new renovated car.
Yeah, it's a great car. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I enjoy it a lot. It's a very well balanced car.
Thanks very much, Kenny. Have your fun in your run.
Thank you.
Chris Evans, this is an annual treat. The Magnificent Seven and the Famous Five, brilliant in its own right, but what a charity fundraiser.
Oh no, it's brilliant. We call them the Dirty Dozen now collectively, the two sets of cars. And the guys here, the passengers here, have donated £1 million. It's 960,000, I think, to children need to be here today. And this is the culmination of a 5-day drive and dine experience. It's brilliant. Nice to see you again. It's like it's like a mantra now, isn't it? How's your year been? Is it okay?
Was it only a year?
Yeah.
I mean, it feels so short, doesn't it? It comes down so quickly.
It comes down so quickly, but we've never actually come up the hill before in an open-top British car. So we're going all Brit, and we're sort of recreating what happened with the Royal Wedding. A very similar experience. This is my Kate Middleton, also known as Mrs. Evans, thank heaven. So she is the Mrs. Evans. So we're having a nice time, aren't we? But Sunblock City.
Yes.
I know.
Yeah, for the two of us.
Yeah. Can you tell?
Great to see you again, Chris. Enjoy the rest of the day. And I do like you get more communication with the fans, don't you, with the roof off?
Oh, roof off, yeah. Oh, top down, sweetheart, yeah? Top down.
That's where to go. Chris, thanks a lot.
See you in a bit.
Down here in the paddock with 1996 world champion Damon Hill, trying to contend with the Typhoon. Damon, reunited with your 96 championship winning car again.
Yeah, I think I drove it 5 years ago here at the Festival Speed, so it's not something I get a chance to do very often, but it's the actual car that crossed the line in Japan, so it's quite a special car.
And you've managed to dust off the overalls as well.
Yeah, I don't know if they're still flame retardant, but anyway, they're the original ones that I was wearing, so I have to let the belt out slightly, not a lot.
Does it still give you a lot of pleasure driving this car?
Yeah, it's just something that I lived in basically for a year. It's a very special year in my career, so it's like it's a glove, you know. It's something that fits. Everything's in the right place, although it does feel slightly more cramped than it used to.
And Karun had a fuel leak on Friday as well, so I understand they've built a new fuel tank for it.
Good grief, I didn't know that. So, oh well, that's a shame. So, I don't know if it's, well, I hope it doesn't happen today. Yeah.
No, exactly. Have a great run, and thanks for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Ben Constanduris down there in the paddock with 1996 world champion Damon Hill. Terry Grant doing his stuff down on the straight in front of Goodwood House. A lot of you making your way up to the top of the course while we have our straw bales put back into the right place at Moulcombe ahead of the return of our supercars. Up at the top of the hill, of course, is the Skoda Forest Rally Stage, the brainchild of 1983 world champion Hannu Mikkola, and up there presiding over proceedings and drumming up excitement, Tony Jardine and Xavier McCartan. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Henry.
All sorts of rare and wonderful machines on your rally stage, including the little Citroen Visa Mille Piste.
Yeah, the interesting one on that is it's still got its Lombard RAC rally plates, the door plates on the side of it, and even more interesting, clerk of the course and director of the rally stage up here, Rick Smith, from the Southern Car Club, has navigated in that car, and we reminded him that he was a works Citroen navigator. So There's plenty of ironies up here.
Yes, of course. Yeah, Rick presiding over that course that was designed by former world champion Hannu Mikkola, and Zav, he's made it quite technical and tricky, hasn't he, Hannu, one of the original flying Finns?
He has, and it's provided great entertainment, but also a really good test. There's no, with the exception of the jump where there's some straight line speed, it's all about being technically clean, neat and tidy. You know, off camber bends, inside camber. I mean, it has been really good to watch the way that the drivers approach it in a different style. Tony was talking earlier about, we watched Sebastian Loeb and Danny Sordo, who do quick runs after the actually changed the style of the entry into the different bends to try and keep the speed, and it's nice to watch that. And then as we see Roger Duckworth here, is the challenge that it provides the drivers that we are then entertained with as spectators, and of course as commentators. I mean, we've had a great morning here. We've been thoroughly entertained.
Yeah, and you've got rally cars spanning 5 or 6 generations, 5 or 6 decades at least, haven't you? From the diminutive Mini Coopers and little Saab V4s right up to the latest WRC machine, like the Hyundai we see on the screen there of Danny Sordo.
This is good you've joined us, because I think what you're about to see, if it's anything like we've seen already, you're in for a treat here, because Danny Sordo so far has done 2:33.6. Sebastian Loeb has done a 2:33.4. As you listen,
fantastic. The 1.6 litre turbo four-wheel drive Hyundai charges into the stage with Spaniard Danny Sordo at the wheel. He's trading fastest times, as Tony and Xavier said, with his former Citroën teammate Sebastian Loeb. And guys, there's real needle between these two, isn't there?
I think it's pride, to be honest with you. It's just great to see it. You know, when Sebastian Loeb was in with us, the last thing he did before he left was check the times. And we're the beneficiaries, because the competition, the pride, and who at 5:30 tonight was fastest on the stage, Henry, is obviously very big, Tony. I mean, it's a big play.
Well, the thing is, you know, it's all going on there in Poland. In fact, it's just finished, but we've got our own World Rally Championship event going on at the Forest Rally stage here at Goodwood Festival of Speed, and there were trading times. They've been talking to each other. There've been messages have been going across with who sets what time. And they've literally been queuing up to go out. Now, the media passengers that have been going in those respective cars have had the ride of their lifetime. They've had an absolutely sensational time, and they've had to literally hold on, even though they're well strapped down deep into their bucket seats. They've been going for it. They were on the edge, on the limit, shaving each other's times off. So it's been a treat in that respect, Henry.
Yeah, and there's a wonderful sight. The Ford RS200 Group B machine didn't manage to win a World Championship rally, third, didn't it, in Sweden with Kalle Grundell. A bit like the 6R4 was a third-place finisher, but didn't manage to win. That car, however, was a multiple World Championship rally and world title winner, wasn't it? The Subaru Impreza, probably the greatest example of win on Sunday and sell on Monday.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, its winning record in history it's just like a who's who of what events worldwide. And as we look at another RS200 take off in the line, I'm hoping we're going to go back to see Danny Sordo. Myself and Tony. Yeah, this is good, because if he's on a 2:08 over the jump, I think he's going to be pushed to beat his earlier time of 2:33.6. He needs to be coming over that jump, Henry, at about 2:08, and then Tony and I will know we're in for this last bit of a lifetime. This left-hander now up out of the forest.
So is the surface cutting up as each run is made? Is there less grip?
It is, but this is what we're saying. Very quick through that. Very quick indeed. He won't be as quick as he was this morning. It is in places, Henry, but the drivers have that ability to get round it and still keep the speed, still keep the lines, and the spectators been thoroughly entertained.
Tony, if it's raining up there, which it has done in the past, of course, it's this very slippery, chalky surface. Makes it very tricky, doesn't it?
Well, it's tough from the start. As you can see, you're looking at the Metro 6R4 there, the ex-Harry Toivonen car, because you've got the tarmac off the line, got fantastic grip, great purchase. You immediately go into the left-hander of Laker there, and that is grass and stones, very, very tight with the bales right on the edges. And now you're about to head into the chalk as you go through Hopkirk and Clark and on down to Burns, another of the great 24 bends that we have here on the special stage. But you're right, if you get a lot of rain, it just mixes with that chalk, forms little balls, and it becomes like ball bearings. It becomes very, very slippy, very, very greasy. As Bjorn Voldegaard said to us the other day, it's like driving on ice. Of course, he'd be happy if that was the situation.
Yes, of course. And up there, of course, where you guys are, you've got your own separate paddock where the rally cars live and the drivers mingle with fans and rivals. It's an open house feel, isn't it? Just like down here on the hill climb, and you can't get as close to these historic machines anywhere else.
No, I mean, this is the great thing about motorsport. Motorsport fans, automotive fans of the speed, I think, you know, this is the branch, the people's motorsport branch of our sport. And this is where it's see, feel, touch, get close. And that is, you know, the world of rallying. You can go into service areas, see the cars get fettled, talk to the drivers, talk to the technicians about what they're doing. We'll have a fantastic service area up here. ET cars from 1958 through to 2014 and the very latest WRC machinery. And Skoda, who've supported us, have a fantastic display in the middle as the Ford lands quite heavily there. And you can do a competition of tyre change, wheel changing. You can go onto their slot cars. You can talk about their products, talk about their rally cars, their Super 2000s. And it would take you probably a good hour to go all the way around. And in Zav's case, collecting all the registration numbers, chassis numbers, and by the time he's been underneath, sort of licking off some of the oil underneath the sump guard, it takes him 2.5 hours.
Good stuff. Guys, we're going to talk to you again in a moment or two, where we'll let you concentrate on filling in all the fans up there with exactly who's doing what, where and why. We're going to go back down onto the hill climb and find out what Ben Constangiris has been doing out there.
Well, usually you can talk as well. Oh God, what are you going to do to me? Oh, that's it. You stand. Yeah, just here, don't move. I don't like the idea of this at all. Do not move. Do not move. Come on, people. Terry Grant is an absolute nutcase. He's less than a foot away from my feet. Oh my God! That's centimetres away. Hang on, on my foot, Terry. Terry Grant, you actually touched my foot.
I was aiming. You told me you had size 9B.
And I've also got metal shoes
for
on.
size 9B.
You are absolute nutcase. How do you do that?
I'm not telling you, because then everyone will start copying. But if you do want to copy me, McDonald's car park about 12 o'clock at night when there's no one around.
Is that where you practice?
Yeah, I've got. I'm joking. Yeah, this is what I do. This is me. This is Goodwood. As you know, my buddy Matty's out as well, so I'm going to join in with him and have some fun with him now. We'll try a few things we've not done before. So.
All right, have fun.
It will be good.
Thanks very much.
That's incredibly brave, isn't it? Ben Constangiris putting his life in stunt legend Terry Grant's hands, and well done the cameraman as well for the full panoramic 360 experience of Terry Grant in the little legend. Let's carry on talking rallying, one of my absolute favourite disciplines of world motorsport, the ultimate manifestation of car control. Tony Jardine, Xavier McCartan up there. It's been a glorious weekend so far. Lots of fans, lots of great cars, and lots of sliding around between the trees. That's what it's all about.
I think we've got our own little bowl here, our own little amphitheatre of just rallying spectacular. That's what it is, because the spectators can go down between the trees. There are some fabulous vantage points, and if people want to come up here and see the action pretty close in, it is a very tight, entertaining, spectacular stage. The cars are getting sideways, they are kicking up the dust, they are bouncing over the ruts, and of course, of all the pounding that it's taken, Henry, over the 2 days so far and into this third day, as we see Ines Marlow has a problem there with the right front, whether it's broken or it's clipped something.
Yes, I'm not an expert, but that toe out doesn't look right.
It doesn't. And Alison Marlow, the journalist alongside him, Ines is a photographer. He's supported many events, and at national level and international level, they've won media awards in that car, and it's just been fully rebuilt. And you can see their long-time sponsors on their Ordnance Survey maps who've helped lots of us out. And I dare say you, Henry, finding your way onto the stages.
Absolutely right, yes. You'd be lost, wouldn't you, without a decent OS map. Oh, hopefully that car... Oh, here's a replay of what happened. The Ines and Alison Marlow machine, the Mitsubishi. Oh, it's just collapsed, hasn't it? He's not hit a thing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that, you know, it is quite rough in parts. It has taken a pounding. The cars have taken a pounding, and thank goodness the cars have all been fettled, and most have gone back out to entertain us as well. And that's why previously, when we were looking at those last section of bends, particularly when they come past the flying jump, or as we call it, the flying fin, and then through to the Cooper, between the Hyundai and the Citroën DS3 WRC of Sebastian Loeb, through those big ruts which have been gouged out inevitably. The cars are getting thrown from one side to the other, and then through the four-wheel drive and the grip and the 1.6 turbocharged engine of the WRC car, the drivers are not lifting, but they are getting thrown very, very close to the bales. And when they come out through that last corner, of course, kicking up an enormous amount of dust, and you can see the dust behind the Nissan there as well. That was a car that Alistair McRae got quite excited about yesterday and pointed to that because he drove one of those.
Yeah, he won the British Championship, didn't he?
Yeah,
that's an ex-works car, isn't it, with the Nissan Motorsport Europe plate on it.
But we did remind him at the same time that he had a huge crash in the championship finale on the Isle of Man, because I remember driving past the wreckage in my particular car at the time.
Marcus Pye sitting next to me, guys, in the commentary box. He's getting excited about this as well.
Yeah, I'm intrigued, Tony and Zav, as to how susceptible are the tyres you use on these rally cars to punctures in these conditions?
Well, in my particular case, I've used Michelin, I've used Kumo recently, and it's the carbon fibre Kevlar that they put into the walls that make them pretty much bulletproof. I say pretty much bulletproof because the flints can catch you, you know not when or why, and the tyre pressures are just as important to help keep punctures away. So before the start of the stage, you'll see the co-driver jumping out and changing those tyre pressures and making sure that when they heat up on the stage, especially if it's a long stage, that you still get the grip and you don't overdo the tyre wear. So it is very, very important. And, you know, as we're seeing, when you look at Sebastian Loeb neatly going at the jump, the car flying nicely, tyre pressures are important when you land and you're giving them a big thump like that, Marcus.
That was a very comprehensive answer. I'm terribly impressed. Thank you.
Do you feel suitably knowledged?
I'm now knowledged up.
Dear.
Well done. Great shots there, Tony, of Sebastian Loeb, 9 times a World Rally Champion in the Citroën DS3 WRC, and he's had the edge up there, showering the spectators with little stones and dust. That's incredible.
But did you see, Henry, the way that it dug in on the ruts on the inside and then threw it to the outside? He doesn't lift. He can't afford to lift because he comes right out by the bales there, and they've been shaving those bales. And Danny Sordo, just the same, to go to the fastest time, committed as he go into that first bend, look there, onto the grass and the stones, very, very tight right-hander as it go into Hopkirk and Clark there. And it is cutting up, but Southern Car Club, all the marshals and the workers from all these different motor clubs around the south and the Midlands, you know, patching things up as best they could last night. Again, let's just look at the Hyundai there. It doesn't stop the World Rally car and their commitment whether it's to entertaining us or whether it's to an eye on the time that Sebastian Loeb has just set. You know, this is Danny having a real good go, and I think it's great that they've sent the car over, and great that they've been doing so well in Poland.
Yes, they
with
have, haven't
team.
they? I last got an update last night, and it was a Volkswagen 1-2 with Ogier and Latvala, but Thierry Neuville and Juho Hänninen, Hänninen who shares the second car, doesn't he, with Danny Sordo on selected events. They were running 3rd and 4th in Rally Poland after the second day's leg.
I mean, well, we've updated people here this morning. Henry Sebastian Ogier has gone on and won that by 1 minute and 7 seconds from Andreas Mikkelsen in second.
I beg your pardon, that's right. It was a Volkswagen 1-2, wasn't it?
And Thierry Neuville represented Hyundai and took the 3rd podium place. 4th was Mikko Hirvonen, Jari-Matti Latvala, who had a couple of strut issues on the event in the very difficult conditions, was 5th. Juho Hänninen was into 6th, and Chris Meek eventually finished 7th.
Fantastic. Great pictures of the Loeb and Sordo battle. Citroën versus Hyundai, as it is in the World Rally Championship. But of course, guys, have the two fastest men set those times, both times, with a passenger? Is that regulation?
Yes.
Yeah, you can't kick him out and
no,
and save a bit of weight.
No, and you can't put the co-driver's seat behind the driver either, like they did in the Fiat. If you remember Christian Geistorfer, you can't do that either. But these are media people. We've had Nicky Shields from ITV in there. We've had Craig Doyle from ITV, the man who presented the TT recently. And I don't know if Michael Dunlop has been up the hill this morning. We're devoid of information on that. But if he's been going past in the BMW, there's someone else he was out on Donegal Rally, Michael Dunlop. Maybe we can get him out on Wales Rally GB. Who knows?
Yeah, Zav, Donegal, close to your heart, of course. How did the TT winner get on, Michael Dunlop?
I have to be honest and say it was extremely impressive. He drove a 2.5 million engined Ford Escort. It was close to about 330 horsepower. He made several joking references to that he wasn't going to listen to the co-driver, but he made it through 6 stages on the Saturday and provided great entertainment. Was holding a top 20 time out of an entry of about 160 cars, and sadly head gasket issues precluded his continuation on the Saturday morning. But Henry, to come across as an 11-time TT winner and take to it the way that he did, and not throw the car off the road, which I think in fairness maybe a lot of people thought he might, but not only was he competitive, he was entertaining, he was safe, and thoroughly enjoyed the event in Donegal.
Tony, you've worked with drivers from both disciplines in circuit racing and rallying for many years. Why is it that rally drivers make good circuit races? I'm thinking Walter Röhrl, but it doesn't work the other way around.
I think it's because of the all-round ability that you need, the versatility that you need. On many occasions in work in the past with people like Schumacher and Hill, they know of my amateur pathetic exploits, but they'd still say to me, you must be mad to go through the trees like that we're watching the Hyundai do. But at the same time, very entertaining in as much as that Derek Warwick, we managed to get him in the Subaru as a teammate to Marco Allen, if you remember, in 1990. And Derek had always wanted to do that, and I took Derek with me to do the Arctic Rally, and he did it in a Mark II Escort because he was turned on to it. We knew that Martin Brundle had done some rallying in his early career in Toyotas, and we got him back into a semi-works Ford Escort on the RAC Rally. They both absolutely loved it. Yeah. Listen, Derek Warwick was lying 11th overall in Kielder Forest, ahead of Tabaton at the time.
Yeah, in a factory legacy, yeah.
You remember? And I was waiting at the end of the stage with a posse of national journalists, because it's a great story. Grand Prix driver goes rallying, of course it is. And he got out of the car after a 30-mile stage, and he could not stop shaking, but at the same time he couldn't stop eulogizing because he couldn't get his words out. The Hampshireman, I tell you, he's flat. He was as ever enthusiastic, and you talk to him about rallying, and he says, I take my hat off to these boys. I can't believe how they do it. I can't believe the hours they put in, the days they put in, and recce and so on. But the funny thing was, Marco Allen and Derek Warwick became really good mates. And Marco would say to me, okay, where is Grand Prix? Didn't call him Derek Warwick, just called him Grand Prix. Where is Grand Prix?
Maximum attack.
Maximum attack. Time to go to bar. Where is Grand Prix?
Flat out.
Exactly, and vice versa. And him and Derek became great buddies in the bar after the rally as well. And that was great to see, you know, swapping stories.
Yeah, they couldn't quite match the performance of Carlos Reutemann, Zav, could they? Who twice finished on the podium in Rally Argentina, his local event. Once in a Fiat 131 Abarth and once in a fearsome Group B 205 T16. I remember watching Carlos driving for Ferrari, for Lotus and Williams in Formula 1, and jumped in a Group B car, finished third on a World Championship rally.
Yeah, it was great to see, and I mean, that was when the events were massively long, a lot longer than they are nowadays. I think, Henry, we need to look at maybe heading back to the rally of the late 70s and early 80s, when we would get the top 8 Grand Prix drivers versus the top 8 rally drivers, and go back to Esker Dafford and the likes of that. I think we need to look at that again, as we just catch a glimpse of Sebastian Loeb and some superb slow-mo action that we're receiving, Tony, from the cameraman here this weekend. Henry, we're thoroughly enjoying it up here, and I mean, people are asking, are we going to get the same battle this afternoon? And is Danny and Seb going to be at it? And I think we are. I think we're going to be spoilt again.
Yes, indeed. We're looking forward very much to the timed shootout here down on the hill climb at 4:05. Sebastian Loeb, who was quickest yesterday, has been usurped at the top of the times in that extraordinary 2:08 Peugeot T16. Michael Bartels has stopped the clock just over a tenth quicker. Loeb on a 46.45, Bartels on a 46.24. So all to play for in our shootout, but I was mightily impressed. I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised, really, that Sebastian Loeb jumped in that car. He's not been in it for a few months, can't really remember his way up the hill, and he absolutely spanked up to a 46-second climb.
Henry, we've just been joined by Steve Perez, and I know one of your favourite rally cars is the Lancia Stratos. He's done his last run of the day. Tell me when you were back at the hill, but is it all right for us to have a quick word with Steve Perez?
Yes, give him a vodka kick from me.
Give him a vodka kick from me, he says.
Steve, we were eulogising about the connection between Africa and the Safari, but equally here this weekend, it's that V6 Stratos engine that is exciting an awful lot of people.
Yeah, she's beautiful. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to bring my 24-valve engine this weekend. We've been rebuilding it. It actually blew up in March. That's going to produce about 300 brake horsepower, whereas we're just producing about 250. But I know she still sounds beautiful.
And I mean, I know we didn't tell Henry down at the other end you were building the 24-valve engine, but that is something for us all to look forward to. But Goodwood, as usual, a terrific event.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, great event. It's great to be here. Yeah, it's a shame we got a bit of a stoppage, but even the Safari cars are braking. I think it's so dry. We all complain about the weather, but when the weather's
Okay, Steve, we'll come back to you in a second. Back to you, Henry.
Tony, thank you. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon up there at the Skoda Forest Rally stage at the top of the course. Do make time to get up there, ladies and gents. It's a wonderful spectacle, a real compliment to the action here on the hill. The 1.1 mile tricky hill climb course. And of course, the highlight of any festival of speed are the Formula 1 cars, the pinnacle of single-seater racing machines. And here's a little video that we put together just showing some of the magic moments of Goodwood Festival of Speed and Formula 1.
Lord March and the Goodwood team knew that the festival needed the involvement of the Formula 1 teams to make progress. Even for fans who had seen and heard Formula 1 cars many times before, the spectacle of the motorsports elite on the hill was very, very special.
Formula 1 is the pinnacle of motorsport. And of course that is what your dyed-in-the-wool motorsport enthusiast wants to see and to hear. Because to be on the start line, and I have been there many, many times at the Festival of Speed, and you're standing alongside a Formula 1 car, and the driver gives it maximum welly and assaults your eardrums and it disappears in a flash up the hill, is an incredible experience.
With the festival's reputation growing year on year, the Formula 1 teams really began to take notice. By 1997, representation was growing, a sure sign that Goodwood was well and truly on the map.
Hear that engine revving away here is, it's the best thing.
Of course, at the very beginning, Charles was, as always, very persuasive. After the event, I looked back and I thought, how on earth did he convince us to take so many cars and take a Formula One car up the hill?
Today, Goodwood remains the only place away from the Formula One circuits that you'll see the teams come together. In 2008, Lewis Hamilton was in pursuit of the Formula One title and was given a massive amount of support by the Goodwood fans. But in 2009, the place went wild as Lewis returned to the hill as Formula One world champion.
Every year it gets even better, and the reception you have here is phenomenal. But coming back as world champion with #1 on the car, it's a very, very special experience for us.
The very next year, it was Jenson Button who returned as champion, a moment that the Englishman really threw himself into. Now driving for McLaren, Jenson got the chance to jump in the car that was raced by one of his great heroes.
I'm in this car behind, which is Alain Prost's World Championship winning car in 1986, the MP4 2C. For me, it's a great experience to drive something that he used to race in the 80s.
It's noticeable that a lot of the young Formula One drivers, you know, the Vettels and the Hamiltons and the Buttons of this world, they've met some of their predecessors here. And to hear them talking to one another and exchanging experience and exchanging views and so on is actually very educational. And it's educational on both sides, I think.
They all want to be there, they all enjoy it, they all enjoy the interaction with the fans, the closeness of the spectators, and of course driving some cars that they've never sat in before. I think last year Sebastian Vettel attended and he had a great chat with John Surtees and even had a sit on his motorbike.
Just to see them in real life, you know them from the screen and from pictures, but yeah, it's great. You can touch them and chat up the people, and it's great.
Sebastian came over and wanted to know all about the bike and was very enthusiastic, and this is the nice thing about it.
There you go, that gives you a flavour of the importance of the Formula One element at the Festival of Speed. Now, of course, a vital part of it. And we have so many of the contemporary Grand Prix teams here each year with many of their top drivers. And those scenes of Jenson Button and Lewis Hamilton here as reigning world champions was really great. You've been keeping in touch with us over the course of the day using the Goodwood social media platform with the hashtag FOS. The Twitter site at FOS Goodwood. Let's have a look at some of your tweets on the big screens now. We'll read some of those out. Olivia Gouch, I think that's the future Mrs. Moody, isn't it?
It is. I've been busted.
Oh, what are you doing in that picture, you terrible man?
Well, we will be married in 3 weeks about now.
Wedding fever.
Yes.
Hashtag Foss selfie with @Toby Moody. Brilliant. Well done, mate. You have to visit @Foss Goodwood. I've never seen so many amazing cars in one place. Hashtag Foss selfie. David Anthony Rush there down on the lawn in front of Goodwood House. And Anna Kalina says, thank you team. Hashtag Foss selfie with the @Mercedes AMG F1 team there to help Johnny Herbert up into the 2011 Mercedes Formula One car. We're going to be underway again shortly. Repairs have been effected at Moulcombe Corner. We were in the middle of our supercar run. John Felix Clark of the course is going to return to his position down at the bottom, and Toby Moody down there at the start line. There is some fine metal.
Yeah, Oliver Webb is in the Noble. He's about to go up. You're looking forward to having a good run up the hill climb?
Yeah, I can't wait. That was rudely interrupted, I must say, that last run. But no, it gave us a good chance to stop off. The marshals gave us some biscuits and water. But anyway, we're getting off now. So.
I'll leave you to it. Well, there's nothing like live commentary, is it? As he takes the crash helmet from the top of the Noble and he is about to jump into the car. We saw the car being driven yesterday by Anthony Reid as he starts the GoPro on the top of the roof, puts the balaclava on, still got his Le Mans overalls on. I rather fancy, with the 24 hours and his BRDC badge and the helmet that he used around the Circuit de la Sarthe just 2 weekends ago. Following the Noble, we will have the Koenigsegg, the 1-1, a car capable of some 273 miles an hour. Then we'll have a Rolls-Royce, we have a Lamborghini, and a whole host of exotica with supercars about to go over the Yard of Bricks, the special bricks directly from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That is why it is still called the Brickyard, because the 2.5-mile oval was initially laid with bricks. Before then, the surface of the asphalt was laid over the top of them. Still many hundreds of thousands of bricks underneath the surface at Indianapolis to this day, and some of them are here at Goodwood. If those bricks could tell a story,
yes,
it would be way back to 1909, I think it is, the first race that took place at Indianapolis. But we're back in action here on the hill climb at the Goodwood Festival of Speed as we ride on board with Oliver Webb. He's going through the first corner. He's from out of the shadows into the sunshine. I'm glad to say that the sun is out and it's giving us some excellent sport as he accelerates up to 4th gear underneath the bridge and up towards Malcolm Corner.
Yeah, here he comes through the right-hand kink over the brow, hard on the brakes. Down the box, get it turned in. There's not much room for error there. A little bit of oversteer and you're filling your full criteria of asphalt, Marcus.
Yeah, it's quite dusty down there. That's not only because the wind's picked up some of the hay from the side of the circuit, just drifted it across, but very nice control run from Ollie Webb, as you'd expect. He's got a passenger on board and he's filming the whole thing. Austerity.
Classes 30 and 31 in your programmes, ladies and gentlemen. If you have one of those, it comes with a free radio, courtesy of the Telegraph, which you can use to keep up with all the action. Sometimes it's a bit noisy out there with these racing cars.
Here is the Koenigsegg 1-1, the car that is capable of 273 miles an hour. It's got specially built carbon fibre wheels, and this is something out of Tron on 2 wheels, isn't it?
Absolutely incredible. Yeah, the way it gathers speed is just amazing. So he's being careful at Malcolm. We've had a rude awakening, didn't we, when the Sin Chevrolet ploughed into the bales. Driver emerged unscathed, car rather less so. But we're back underway again with the first appearance of our Michelin Supercar Run and our first glance cars, the prototypes that are aired for the first time in public at this event. Rolls-Royce Ray, that's indecently quick, isn't it, for such a big car?
Been going brilliantly well all weekend, and yeah, great to see it.
Justin Law driving the Rolls-Royce, Marcus, so probably the reason.
And that's the Lamborghini Huracan, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Going up behind it.
A wailing V12 behind the front seats. I say the front seats, the only seats. That moody looking thing, isn't it? Drop top Maserati.
Yes, the Grand Cabrio. Being absolutely delightful. Have we seen the latest Tesla go up this weekend?
Yes, we have. We saw it go up yesterday. Meanwhile, we have got the Nissan GTR Nismo Time Attack 4-wheel drive car leave the line. This is the car that Jan Mardenborough drove yesterday. He will actually be the next car up with the slightly more standard Nismo. It was faster than the GT3 car, was the Nürburgring car that sets the track record for its class around the Nürburgring, still utilising that Nordschleife colour scheme to try and keep the photographer's lenses away from its flowing lines. A very, very quick and very affordable road car.
may just be about to catch the Alfa Romeo 4C, the red car up the hill. Coming in quickly is the second. That is Jan Mardenborough, isn't it? In the white Nissan, pushing on really hard.
You know you're going quickly when you're quicker in the road-going version of the race car. Goodness me. But it really is, even in standard form, it's like a racing car for the road, isn't it?
Quite extraordinary. There's the Pagani with ex-Formula Super V champion and F2 racer John Morrison in it.
Justin Law being thuggish in the top paddock in the Rolls-Royce Wraith. He's a star of this event, and those times he sets in that massive 7-litre V12 Jaguar Group C car are... we have to move the commentary box back a bit each time he comes past.
Oh, head spiker.
Yes, the Dutch Spiker makes its way towards the first corner. The Rolls-Royce, by the way, with Justin Law, with its 6.3-litre V12 twin-turbo engine, has left the most ginormous black lines off the start line. And by the time he got to the hill, as you saw, he was doing some donuts. The Spiker is coming up towards Molecombe Corner. We've got a laugh. We've got another duo of Ferraris just about to leave the line, including the Ferrari California T, as the Spiker makes its way to the top of the hill.
A wonderful howling V12 in the back of that LaFerrari, the latest supercar from the Italian giant.
As we saw from JK on Friday, LaFerrari also available in Verde Corsa.
That's the F12 Berlinetta that's just come through Molecombe. Wonderful front-engined, chased by the California, another front-engined Ferrari.
Fabulous exhaust nose in the Berlinetta.
Yeah, you get beyond a certain rev range and it just comes alive, doesn't it?
Glorious.
Sounds like 1,000 angry wasps inside a metal box.
So as the Ferraris, they make their way through. Here is the 458 Stradale, driven exceptionally well off the line and going well up towards the flint wall. The very difficult flick right, and then the long left that goes on over a slight crest, opens out into the countryside before then the bales narrow once more. A Jaguar F-Type Coupe following the 458 up the hill. We had Bruno Senna at the wheel with the Jaguar yesterday, and now a brace of Aston Martins up going towards your commentary box, Henry.
Yeah, the canopy of trees and the flint wall casts a big shadow over the course as you come out of the bright sunshine, and difficult to pick a braking point, a turn-in point and an apex point. And if you were here yesterday, you will remember Anthony Reid got it wrong in the huge Marsh Plant V8 racer and clouted the flint wall and ripped the front left. It catches out even the best of them, doesn't it?
Absolutely. When you're on the limit, there is very, very small room for error, scant room for error. The Aston arriving very quickly. Nice with that very dark blue metallic colour scheme and the red contrast on it.
If you're not quite sure what you're looking at any given time, details of all the cars are in the programme on page 48 and 49 and 51. 30 and 31 are Michelin supercar class.
Morgan Speedster next past us at Molecombe.
It's a brand new version, isn't it, of the traditional British sports car built in Malvern in Worcestershire.
Derek Bell, 5 times a Le Mans winner, coming through Molecombe now with the canary yellow Bentley on his way up towards the flint wall. He's been driving it all weekend. A man who made his motor racing debut here at Goodwood, not at the hill climb, but at the circuit. Now we've got the Porsche 918 off the line. Look, was that Mark Loeb at the wheel? It may have been the man who set the race, the record for the car around the Nürburgring Nordschleife circuit. It took off with a hell of a rate of knots. The brand new supercar from Porsche, battling against the LaFerrari, battling against the McLaren P1. This is something for today and the future.
I think that is Mark Loeb in there with that blue crash helmet Pushing up across Birdless Grove now towards the upper reaches of the hill.
Looks great, doesn't it, in the martini stripes. Reminds me of one of the Reinhold Just run 936s of the 70s, which ran in black with the martini stripes, as opposed to the traditional white of the factory 936s.
He set the Nürburgring record time at dawn last year, a tremendous run that you can catch up with through the internet. This is the 1.5 litre 3-cylinder BMW i8 with hybrid electrical power powering the front wheels, so an all-wheel drive BMW i8, and the first time that I've seen the BMW i8 in the metal, in the flesh, in the titanium, in the carbon fibre.
A very distinctive looking thing, isn't it? It sort of harks back to the slippery shape of the M1, doesn't it, in the 80s? So the BMW i8 then is just about to complete its run in this, the first appearance for our Michelin supercars.
On the line now we have the Vauxhall VXR8.
Larry,
yes. Not a
Yes.
Holden Commodore, which it's a bit further in the Northern Hemisphere, isn't it, Henry?
Yes, these are great fun. The sort of traditional lack of sort of driver aids, big V8 up the front, rear-wheel drive.
What they used to call a pony car.
Yeah.
It leaves the line and now gets into its stride through the dappled sunlight underneath the avenue of sweet chestnuts and lime trees as it goes up towards the right-hander. Now into the view of everybody in front of Goodwood House. As I get a little bit more rubber thrown into my face off the back of an Aston Martin that lights up its rears.
Oh, that's your excuse for staying down there all weekend, is it? Oh, I see. Traction control using feet only in the Vauxhall VXR. Brilliant. Great driver's car. Up through the wall. Being chased by the four-door Aston Martin. That's the Rapide, isn't it, the four-door car? There's not many more elegant and rapid ways to transport 4 people and luggage. Here's one, the Polestar Volvo V60 in that Larry racing blue, synonymous with the Polestar Volvo touring cars. Porsche 911 Targa on the course as well. All new 991 shape Porsche. Great shots of those Ferraris up there in the power plant aerial shot there of the F12 Berlinetta. It's an utter beast.
Porsche with the driving experience here at Goodwood, as they have at Silverstone. Wonderful facility there at Home British Motor Racing.
Porsche's a great manufacturer, isn't it? I mean, some of those cars are just amazing. Some of the competition cars we've seen on the hill, the 917 Spider, the 917 Can-Am car, the RS Spider LMP2 car, the Golf 917,
Always
the 911 GT1,
the
yeah. The little 910 sports racer. They've got examples of all their important race and road cars here. That's something that bridges the divide between road and race.
Exoskeletal aerial atom.
Just mental, that thing.
Here is the Tesla that you mentioned a moment ago,
yes.
Marcus. It's on the line.
We've had Morgan Racing champion Simon Arabi-Gann driving it. He's just bought one.
And an all-electric car, and very finely built. I saw a documentary the other day with Will I Am driving around the streets of Los Angeles in one of these.
Former Aston Martin engineer Chris Porritt, Caterham racer extraordinaire. He's out in the States now working with Tesla.
I thought you were about to say Will I Am was a former Aston Martin engineer there.
I think it's unlikely.
As Toby He Is down there on the start line.
Yes, Henry, you are. Up there as the...
Yes, it's Henry I Am and Marcus He Is next to me in the commentary box.
As the Tesla makes its way under the bridge.
We're here all week.
We've got Steve Soper on the hill in the BMW, and the brand new BMW M5 together with the brand new BMW M4 that's sitting on the line as the Tesla whistles its way up towards the top of the hill.
Good to see Soperman. He's back racing again, isn't he, after various problems with his back following an injury. Had a long layoff, but he's and given a clean bill of health, and he's out racing again, racing a Ford GT40 with former junior single-seater ace David Cuff. He was in 2 or 3 different cars at the Donington Historic Festival a few months ago. Soperman, one of the heroes of 1980s touring cars. Great BMW E30 stalwart, and Eggenberger Sierra RS500 star as well.
Tesla makes it to the top of the hill, the all-electric car, the Model S. A very graceful way to get to the top. Now, next up, we've got the Peugeot 208 GTI, the 30th anniversary edition. The Peugeot 205 now, can you believe it's 30 years old? My goodness me. Started off in 1.6, then 1.9 configuration, and it was really a driver's car. And that's what Peugeot are trying to recreate with this 30th anniversary edition with the 208 GTI. Must be a great handling car.
The little 205s, they rewrote the parameters, didn't they? Very lithe, wonderful chassis. It sort of took the lead perhaps from the early Golf GTIs, and then set a new target for everyone else to aim at.
Yeah, sensible power and
tons of grip
and lightweight. It made for a good combo, didn't it?
You still see the odd 1.9 205 on the road today, and an appreciating classic. So great to see that Peugeot keeping an eye and a feel of what the hot hatch driving customer really wants from a little pocket rocket.
Remember 30 years ago when the 205 appeared in World Rallying with the Group B T16 pitched up at Rally Corsica and led in the hands of Ari Vatten, and then went on to win numerous rallies and consecutive world titles in 85 and 86.
The Infiniti Q50, the Eau Rouge edition with the matte paintwork. Still a bit of sunshine glinting off the chrome. Sebastian Buemi has already driven the Red Bull Formula 1 car up the hill, and he's now just driven this Eau Rouge special edition to the top of Goodwood here now this afternoon, under perfect sunshines, perfect conditions. Next up, we've got the Toyota GT86 leaving the line, rear-wheel drive, flat 4, 2-litre car, and I drove one of these the other day. It's a very, very chuckable and very fun car to drive.
Yes, it's won a lot of awards and accolades, hasn't it, in the motoring press?
It's been chuckable through Moulcombe most of the weekend. It's been quite spectacular up here.
David Llewellyn was driving it on Friday, the 2-time British Rally champion.
That explains a lot.
Which explains a lot, as the new Ford Focus ST makes its way up towards the first corner. We had a fascinating gaming versus real driver hill climb on Friday, didn't we, Henry? Side by side.
Yeah, we did. We had a split screen effect, didn't we? We had a guy driving the hill on a computer game, and then someone doing it for real in the new Focus ST. And I know in practice the gamer won, but on Friday it was the car. I wonder if that's Paul Swift, the stuntman extraordinaire we saw last year recreating scenes from the Sweeney movie. He was down to be working with Ford this weekend, and that's going very quickly indeed, that new Focus.
And Ford, another manufacturer, going back to very agile, chuckable, high-performance cross hatches, both with the Focus ST and with the Fiesta, and with the rallying that they've done over the years, and with the internet sensation that is Ken Block, of course, with his Ford Fiesta in the global and world rallycross championships.
Yeah, the Ford EcoBoost, the low-capacity, highly efficient, high-revving engine. Absolutely great, really good to drive. That's the end of the batch, ladies and gentlemen, for our Michelin Supercar Run and First Glance cars. We'll see them again later. They're due out at about 5:15 after the final timed shootout, featuring the top 40 fastest cars or thereabouts, and we'll build to a crescendo with the fastest cars coming last. Course cars out once again to make sure everything is just so on the course. Let's go to the top paddock and catch up once again with Bruce Jones.
Justin Law I've never really seen a Rolls-Royce going sideways before, but third day running now, you've arrived in the top paddock in the supercar run, doing just that.
Yeah, it's a fantastic car. It's amazingly quick. I mean, Rolls-Royces aren't race cars, are they? But, you know, we put some really good times up and beaten quite a few of these supercars here today.
So tell us about, it's the Wraith, isn't it? And tell us sort of what's under the bonnet.
This is a run for that.
Let's swing down here, Rob. A lot of power, clearly. Big car, a lot of power. Very nice white seats and wood inside. But what's under the hood?
It's a 6-litre twin turbocharged V12, 625 horsepower.
And it works. Have you ever been as sideways as you were with Justin there?
Definitely not.
There we are. Festival Speed. It's about speed and fun. Thank you, gentlemen. Jamie Davis, Ferrari driver, but not just any Ferrari, the F12 TRS. Tell us about it. I've never seen one before.
Yeah, well, it's a one-off car which has been built by Ferrari under the special products area, and it's a fantastic car. I mean, 6.3-litre V12. I mean, it sounds fantastic. It's got a lot of horsepower. I think it's probably up around the sort of 700 sort of figure, 750 horsepower figure. So lots of fun to drive up this fantastic hill.
But it's the first time you've ever been up this fantastic hill. Was it what you expected?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite nice. I mean, it was really a recce for me then, to be honest. I mean, having not really seen too much about it, it's quite interesting just to drive the car out there. But I can imagine after a couple of goes, then in the right car, obviously not this one today, but in a more competition car perhaps, you could have some fun and push quite hard, and it'd be interesting to see what you can do.
Jamie, ever the racing driver. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Richard Seymour standing by the Lexus LFA in the supercar paddock. I mean, amazing cars as far as the eye can see, but this was one of the very quickest on Saturday.
Yeah, this was definitely up on the podium with the run yesterday. Apparently we had a slightly bad getaway, but if we hadn't done, we think we'd have been up another place. Very special Japanese supercar, the only one made by Lexus at the present. Excess of 200 miles an hour, sub 4 seconds to 62. It's a great thing to drive, exhilarating. Find the people who know about cars and are technical, they tend to come and look at this car because they understand and get it, the whole thing. So it's a fabulous V10, revs to well over 9,000 RPM. And the beauty of it is it's reliable. So it's like a normal Lexus road car. So same sort of servicing, same reliability. You've got all the mod cons, air con. So it's a blast to drive. It's great fun.
And in fact, something like this Michelin supercar run, particularly with the timed element, it really gives you a chance to lay down a comparative marker, doesn't it?
Well, absolutely. I mean, all supercars now take nothing away from anybody. They're all fantastically fast, fantastic cars. So people tend to go for preference, what they're after. But we do find people who are technical and understand the engineering behind the car really get it and understand it.
Well, it looks great. Sounds good too. Thanks very much, Richard.
Pleasure. Nice to see you.
Tiffany Dell, no one works a crowd like you do, and coming into the top paddock here in the supercar run in the BMW M4 Coupe, a lot of noise, a lot of sideways. Perfect.
It has to be done, doesn't it, really? I'm sure it'll all go terribly wrong one day. I'll end up banging into the back of my teammate's M5, but no, it's, I mean, the crowd's here lovely, and they're here to be entertained, and someone's got to put on a bit of a show, so it's always down to the idiot Tiff to do something.
But it's not just about coming in sideways, it's also the fact that they're getting to see these cars at first glance. This is what it's all about. You're ahead of the market if you're at the Festival of Speed.
Well, Hammond is special. Piston heads car, I've got a titanium exhaust system, which sounds better. So obviously they needed to hear the exhaust note, and obviously I can only do that with revs up, and as it's a slow corner, obviously I had to spin the tyres as well.
Life's not a bad thing, is it, for you, Tiff?
It's brilliant. And Goodwood, of course, now 3 meetings. I did the members' meeting earlier in the year, festival in the middle, and the revival meeting in September. So I'm very grateful to Lord March and his inspirations.
And so am I. Tiff, always a delight talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you. All the best. Cheers.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam. This is ludicrous. Sofa ref. He's out. The sensational suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Wonderful snake of supercars coming back round Molecombe past the paddocks towards the bridge in front of Goodwood House, where they go back to the Michelin supercar paddock, where you can go, of course, and see some of this marvellous motoring metal up close, many of which it hasn't been seen before. Many of the drivers doing big smoky burnouts to go back down to the paddock. This is like an extension of the moving motor show, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. And the whole plethora of these cars, the technology-laden machines of the future, the supercars of today, all there before your eyes.
Stretching back all the way around Molecombe and out of sight up towards the Flint Wall. You'll see them all again if you've just arrived trackside and missed out this time. They'll be back at 5:15 after our shootout for the 40 or so fastest competition cars.
Do you think the Mustang would be better in that yellow, the sort of Trans Am colour with sort of 302 on a black stripe down the side?
I think so. I think blue with yellow Sunoco.
Audi R8 there. I absolutely adore those. I want one.
It's turned into a really effective GT racer too, hasn't it? Wins everything now, doesn't it? Recent win in the
24 hours. Yeah, again.
Lead in the Martini liveried Porsche 918. That's in Congress, isn't it? We've got Danny Sordo in the Hyundai i20 WRC in there. He's come down for a run on the hill, of course, from the Forest Rally stage. Love that big sporting brake Jag, one of the world's most powerful estate cars. And watch this with the aerial atom. Hasn't got quite enough room to really gun it. Lovely shots down there in the collecting area. We're going to see some of these 1970s and 80s Grand Prix cars on the hill climb in a few moments, ladies and gentlemen. Classes 9, 10, 11, 12 and 14. Let's go down to Ben Constanduros, who's been editing some of your latest tweets.
A beautiful afternoon down here in the Drivers' Club. All the drivers enjoying a lovely garden and some lunch, and we were trying to do some tweets for you, but I'm afraid the Wi-Fi has just broken, as is technology down here in the open air of the Goodwood Festival Speed. So I'm afraid at the moment it's not going to be working. I'm going to try and find some drivers to talk to. We can't do tweets at the moment in the garden because the Wi-Fi has dropped out. So let's see who else has got Wi-Fi and could do some tweets for us.
Yeah.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome here to the Goodwood Festival of Speed. If you're just getting trackside, make sure that you've got a prime position because we have got some history coming up the hill in the next batch. Damon Hill, I can see in the collecting paddock, just down from the start line, in the very car that he used to take the 1996 Formula One World Championship with, by winning it at Suzuka that year. And Murray Walker giving us all a lump in the throat. Never mind Murray himself having a lump in his throat that meant that he had to stop talking. I can see a Jordan 191, the 1991 7-Up sponsored car just come past me. One of Jackie Stewart's 1969 championship winning cars. We've got some Formula 5000 cars, some IMSA cars, Group C cars, an Ayrton Senna McLaren from 1988.
Totally, you have in the Mackie in this group, Howden Ganley, its original driver, original team driver.
Let's catch up with Jenny Gow one more time as we wait for our next batch of cars, and Jenny is going to read out some of your tweets.
Yes, lots of you getting in touch. Thank you very much. It's hashtag and FOS, F-O-S is what you should be tweeting us. The first one from is Star, says Jay, and it's saying hashtag FOS, one very nervous Ben Constantiouris, Terry Grant does donuts around him. So while that red flag was thrown down and we were all waiting, Ben Constantiouris, my partner in crime, got an experience I'm sure he will never forget. Thank you very much to Sam Burn9 getting in touch, saying Goodwood 2014 #FOS with an amazing picture of our stunt rider as well doing some wheelies. And we couldn't do this without our marshals. Thank you very much to Ben Seaton at _Seaton_ saying at FOS Goodwood, the new marshal on post 6 is a brick green. #FOS selfies. Remember, we're taking your selfies if you've managed to get yourself next to a star driver or rider or just something that you want to tweet about. Let us know with #FOS selfies. Get your pictures in and we could be able to put you up on the big screen. One final tweet coming in. This is from Lauren Hill. I don't think it's that Lauren Hill, but you never know. Lauren Hill says, one view of the glorious at FOS Goodwood from the sky. #FOS Goodwood Festival of Speed, and it does look absolutely stunning. What an amazing day we are having so far. As you can hear the fever in the engines in the background. If you want to get your tweets in, as I said, either at FOS Goodwood or #FOS. So those are the ways to get in touch. Remember, we've still got Lewis Hamilton to come down here. Fingers crossed we're going to chat with him. Thank you very much for getting in touch with us, and let's hand you back to Henry Hope Frost.
Thank you, Jenny, down there in the paddock, mixing it with fans and racing drivers getting ready to come down to the start line for the next batch of cars. There's a Lewis tweet, look, from William Caulfield. Up close and personal with my F1 hero at Lewis Hamilton, #FOS. Nice big thumbs up from the 2008 World Champion. In the thick of a scrap with his teammate Nico Rosberg for this year's championship, of course, with the British Grand Prix coming up at Silverstone next weekend. Best of luck to Lewis Hamilton and to his fellow former world champion and Brit Jenson Button. Next we turn our attention to classes 9, 10, 11, 12 and 14, and they comprise post-war Grand Prix cars. Cars powered by the ubiquitous and frankly utterly fabulous Cosworth DFV. We move into the turbo era with the whistling 1.5 litre 1,000 horsepower turbo cars of the 1980s, and we have Americana in the shape of Indy cars and dragsters and all sorts of weird and wonderful things. Marcus, it's a great gaggle of cars this time.
It certainly is. I saw the BRM V16 go down. I'm very much hoping we're going to see Ron Hope in that extraordinary rat trap dragster in the group. We've got the JPS Lotuses going down, Howden Ganley in the Mackie, which is interesting. Told me some great stories about that some time ago.
Yeah, period driver.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
And I saw Lorena McLaughlin going down there. She was actually in the 100-metre times within the qualifying for this afternoon's shootout. She was actually third quickest in the first 100 metres, 4.74 seconds. One of 4 cars and driver combinations to get under 5 seconds for the first 100 metres. Quickest, incidentally, in that was Sebastian Loeb, not surprisingly, 4.45. Then Joe Twyman in the Lec Cosworth Formula 1 car, going really well, 4.70. Then Lorena with the ex-Michael Schumacher Benetton Ford B192, run by Roger Heavens, 4.74. And in 4th place, Didier Sieg with the beautiful Jordan 191, 4.97. But we'll see all those cars out this afternoon in the shootout, which brings a great highlight to our final day at the Festival of Speed. There's Damon Hill in the Williams. That's going to be an exciting moment, Henry.
Is he having a read?
He's signing autographs while sitting in his World Championship winning car. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Is he reading a map of the circuit to remind himself which way it goes?
I think he knows which way the hill goes. Of that there is no doubt.
Yes, triple underlining at Moulcombe, please.
Well, it's a treat for me to see Damon Hill in his 1996 car. I was slightly involved with some public relations with the 1993 Williams back when Damon first drove for a full season in Formula 1, and I had to go round to his house in Wandsworth and get some autographs done for some sponsors, and I've never been so nervous in my life knocking on the door of a guy who had just won the Hungarian Grand Prix the weekend before, but remaining to this day a very humble man. Damon Hill, the only man as a son of a former world champion, being Graham, to win the world championship in Formula 1.
Okie doke.
So Damon Hill on the start line, and we've also, as Marcus has touched on, some pre-war cars, including the BRM V16, the 1.5 litre supercharged. That has come down to the start line. The 1988 McLaren Honda, the Senna car. Bruno Senna was due to drive that car yesterday, but there was a problem with the racetrack towards the end of the day, so unfortunately it didn't quite shake out. But that very McLaren has been brought over from the Honda Collection Hall, a specially made museum in the grounds of the Motegi circuit, which is host to the MotoGP in Japan. It's tucked away into the mountains, but it is full of motorcycles and cars from all the way through the eras, as well as off-road quads and marine equipment and everything that the Honda Motor Company has laid its hand on in all sorts of forms of engineering since it got going, whether or not it's on the racetrack or on the public highway. So a real treat for the Honda Collection Hall to bring the Senna McLaren over, together with the 1964 250cc Honda RC 164 that Stuart Graham was riding in the motorcycle batch that we saw earlier. We will see the motorcycles again before the end of the day.
Toby, you know what's wonderful about the MP44, the 88 Senna car? It's running in proper Marlboro livery.
Absolutely, yes. I took a picture and I tweeted it, and you saw it on Thursday, and it was like, wow, look at that, because it was in original livery, and I think that's very fitting. Together with the JPS Lotuses from 1978, with the Andretti helmet and the Ronnie Peterson helmet in that car this weekend, and doing the side-by-side run up the hill. Emerson Fittipaldi, did you say that he was still snugly fitting into his own overalls, as Damon is?
Undoubtedly, yeah.
He hasn't put on a single pound.
No, he's far too cool to have not hung on to his racing weight. A bit like Jackie Oliver, who can still fit into the 1969 Le Mans winning Gulf overalls that he wore.
So the marshals now turning their attention down towards the holding area here at Goodwood. We're looking forward to seeing Damon Hill, the 96 world champion. He had 8 wins in the 1996 season, and every single Saturday afternoon that season, Williams was on the front row. Every time of 16 times of asking, such was the dominance of Damon, hand in glove with the Williams Renault FW18, a V10 engine in the back of this car. It was driven earlier this weekend by Karun Chanduk. It was driven also by Felipe Massa, fresh from the Austrian Grand Prix last weekend when he had pole position. And Dickie Stanford, together with Jonathan Williams, doing such a superb job running these Williams historic Formula One cars and other cars that they've got in their base at Grove in Oxfordshire. Ladies and gentlemen, let's await Damon Hill come to the line here at the 2014 Goodwood Festival of Speed and listen to this V10 howl its way up the Goodwood 1.1 mile hill climb at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Oh, it's so brilliant to see the helmet of Damon in that car again as he leaves the line and gets back with the car that he won the championship with. This is brilliant.
That's a great sight, isn't it? And shots from far and wide around the site. People getting to their feet as Damon comes howling in front of the house in the Williams Renault. Britain's 8th world champion, of course. We've had 2 more since, haven't we? In the shape of Lewis Hamilton and Jenson Button.
You forget how wide those cars were and how low the whole Cranford came so dramatically.
It was, yes, it was 2 years later, wasn't it, 98, that we went narrow track and groove tyres. They were absolutely monsters, these wide track, fat slicked F1 cars, 3-litre V10. First time this weekend, Damon pops out of Birdless Grove and round the uphill long left-hander that completes the climb. And across the line. I'm sure Bruce is going to have a word with Damon when he gets to the top. GoPro camera on the rear wing then, and one on the cockpit shroud as well.
And fresh from Japan, here is the Honda engine behind the McLaren MP4 chassis. This the car that took Ayrton Senna to championship victory in 1998. We saw a quick glimpse of Gabriele Tarquini going up the hill in the 1965 1.5-litre V12 Honda as well. Great to see them here. They've literally crossed the planet to be here.
Experienced Japanese racer Takua Izawa is entrusted with this bellowing 1.5-litre turbo McLaren Honda. That's fantastic, isn't it? Nip and tuck between Senna and Prost during '88. Senna won 8 times, Prost won 7 times, but on dropped scores, Ayrton Senna won the world title in that Suzuka showdown. And remember, he got a terrible start, didn't he? Talking of Ayrton Senna, look at that Ayrton Senna replica helmet. David Alston in the Tolman from 1984 when Ayrton Senna made his Grand Prix bow. He started at Monaco, and then put it on the podium at Brands Hatch in the British Grand Prix. I'd love to think it was Bruno in there, wouldn't it? Yes.
Oh, wonderful moment. The 2 Black Beauties, the Lotus 79s on their way with Andrew Beaumont.
It's Dan Collins, isn't it? Leading Andrew Beaumont.
Yeah,
wonderful.
Wearing the replica helmets of Mario Andretti and Ronnie Peterson. This really is one of the sights of the weekend. They were so advanced, they were so beautiful, such clean lines, amazing ground effect technology, which they started with the Lotus 78 of the previous year. This car is run by Classic Team Lotus, Clive Chapman's team. Down the hill, the Lotus Renault turbo car, 1500 V6 turbo, and Chris Dinage, the period race mechanic for Team Lotus, I believe, at the wheel. Now the team manager of Classic Team Lotus in Potash Lane in Hethel, just opposite the Lotus factory. Coming up now towards us is Howden Ganley, the great Kiwi driver and engineer in the Masao Ono designed Mackie. It's come from Japan for this event. On your big screens, the pink crash helmet is Lavina McLaughlin, top club racer back in the 1970s. She's a Michael Schumacher venison. There's the glorious 191 Jordan. Didier Sierg, who's gone very quickly this weekend. He's 6th quickest in the qualifying for the shootout this afternoon.
Looks good enough to drink, doesn't it, that car?
Gary Anderson designed beautiful livery, contrasting blue and green. It's just glorious to look at.
Nearly won a Grand Prix in its debut year, did the Jordan 191 at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. There was a mix-up with how much oil they needed to put in the car, and it unfortunately ran out of oil when leading the Grand Prix with Andrea de Cesaris. What a fairy tale that would have been to win in the constructors' debut season.
And it was
having to pre-qualify at the same time.
Yes, indeed. And 7 years later, Jordan went on to take that maiden Grand Prix win at the same venue, didn't it?
Correct, yes, with Damon Hill, who we've just seen go to the top of the hill. A lovely car, as you say, Henry, good enough to drink. Meantime, this is the Nissan IMSA GT car, something a little more scary.
It wasn't scary when Dave Brabham drove it.
Yeah,
Jeff Brabham drove
Jeff
it.
Brabham, yeah, multiple IMSA champion in the
This is
late
Kent
80s.
Abrahamsson, the Kentertainer. He was known from Gothenburg in Sweden. Has a lovely collection of Group C and IMSA cars, Group B cars as well, and a lovely selection of chevrons. Top guys, Kent. Drives all over Europe for his competition. Now this is the Lec CRP1, designed and built for the Littlehampton-based Lec Refrigeration Company by Mike Pilbeam, driven in its day by the late David Purley. Joe Twyman has been flying this weekend, and he qualified 7th for the runoff, quickest of the 3 drivers who've been in it this weekend.
You mentioned Didier Serg going well yesterday in the Jordan. He did a 51-second dead. He just stopped the clocks then at 47.32.
Did he?
So
Indeed.
he's taken a big chunk of time on that run. 47.32 for Didier Serg in the Jordan 191.
That would actually overtake Kenny Brack and moving up to 3rd, wouldn't it?
This shootout this afternoon is going to be epic, isn't it?
It certainly is. Look at this, the mighty Lightning IndyCar on its way.
2.6 litre methanol powered turbo V8 Indy monster, driven by Pancho Carter.
Look at this, going hard in the 6-wheel march. His father restores Warbirds and has some race cars on the side. Up he comes, Jeremy Smith then. Car that wasn't raced in its period. The transmission is the original set that Roy Lane used in hill climbing. The rest of the car essentially new. But Jeremy Smith was 5th quickest in qualifying for the runoff.
49.17, didn't he?
Yeah, this looks committed. Excited to see Andre Lotterer on course in that glorious Audi 90 Quattro.
Whistling away skate as he comes off the power at Malcolm. Lovely.
I feel total synergy with Andre Lotterer, having driven this car going back into 89. It's a wonderful thing. 720 horsepower, 5-cylinder, turbocharged, 4-wheel drive, and it looks the business.
What must that have been like in the wet with that much BHP and turbo lag?
Well, very good, because the rest of the field was struggling.
Yeah.
Here's Al Unser Senior. Albuquerque, New Mexico, from the Unser clan. Louis Unser, then the boys, Al and Robbie, their offspring as well. Legendary people. While the Andrettis were working on the opposite side of the continent, they were on the east coast side. The Unsers on the west. There's the Gordon Johncock STP Patrick Eagle Offie.
It's always a treat, isn't it, to have Al Unser Senior, one of only 3 men to win the Indy 500 4 times. Elio Castro Neves came within a few feet of joining them this year. He was beaten by
John Fitzpatrick leaves the line in the Porsche 935. He spools up those enormous turbos in the enormously long car. Aerodynamic it certainly was.
Yeah, Fitz used to, of course, race for his own team in by either side of the Atlantic, sponsored by J. David. Looks fairly careful under the bridge. First time up, I think, in it for him this weekend. A long time, probably since he's driven the 935. And this is the very hot John Paul team development of it. Tricky diffs. To be on the power through corners to stop them from understeering. It's a lock diff essentially.
Yeah, real hero John Fitzpatrick, one of my favourites, a top bloke as well, loves reminiscing about the past. And I remember standing at a very, very wet Brands Hatch in 1983 when he won the 1,000-kilometre race with Derek Warwick.
The answer, Camaro came out pretty quick. I think it's Mike Luck in it now, the Clubman driver. It's a yellow crash helmet, it was John Truslove, but he's going really hard. Might well be Mike Luck having a go. And he's got sideways. It's Truslove, the yellow helmet is gone. He's hit the barriers. Oh dear. He's hit the barriers and
and we've got another one off
and we've
at
got
Morecambe as well.
Yes, the Riley's in the barriers in the bales at Morecambe.
Do you know, I think, Marcus, it was
in reaction to the flag.
reaction to the red, yes it was. And he's jumped on the brakes in the Riley just as it's coming over the brow there. Andy Newell stops the M8
at the first corner.
So we have two cars off, ladies and gentlemen. Both the Riley went in fairly slowly by the
sideways,
end.
The Camaro at the top got in a wiggle and nosed into the barrier one side and then spun round.
It's an unusual place, wasn't it? It was before he turned in at the exit of Birdless Grove. Action Express Riley, one of the Grand Am prototypes. 5-litre V8 machine. It's Tim Jenham, isn't it?
Yeah, the Camaro had actually arrived coming quite quickly into here, and they got hard on the power coming out of Morecambe Bend. But the Riley should be retrievable quite quickly.
Slight delay, ladies and gentlemen. If you're wondering why it's gone quiet briefly, we've got the ex-Al Camaro IROC car off at, towards the top of the hill, and the Riley, the Grand Am prototype Daytona 24-hour winner, the Action Express. Number 9 Riley is sideways on into the bales at Morecambe in reaction to...
Driver of the Riley absolutely out, walked away. He's jumped into the back of the ambulance was just going to go up to the scene of the second, the first chronologically.
Here's a replay of, yes, it's we don't see how that accident started, but I think we both thought that he jumped on the brakes, didn't he, in reaction to the red, and it got away from him.
Easy to do.
Huge numbers of you making your way around the site. So much to see and do.
And a good opportunity to change your vantage point.
Indeed, yeah. The hill climb course, the central thread of the event, of course, as it has been since 1993. The Skoda Forest Rally stage is there to be enjoyed. Don't forget to go to the AA stand as well at 2 o'clock, and they're running young driver programs throughout the weekend. Your chance to have a go if you're not yet of an age, or if you've got youngsters with you who fancy having a go before they're allowed to drive legally. We'll have a short commercial break to hear from some of the event's commercial partners, and we'll be back with you just as soon as the hill climb course is made safe once again.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful shots of the Mercedes-Benz 120-year sculpture that arcs over the roof of Goodwood House. Both drivers are out of the cars. The Chevy Camaro IROC car of John Trusloff we saw go off towards the top. Here's a replay, just snapped sideways on him and smacked into the bail on the inside just before that right-hander. And then the Grand Am Riley prototype, the Action Express machine, went off sideways at Moulcombe, we think, as a reaction to a flown red flag. Cars will be recovered, drivers checked over, but we understand they're both out of the cars and perfectly fine. And we'll be able to carry on with this batch of cars. We're building excitement to our timed shootout at 4:05, so make sure you're trackside for that. It's going to be fantastic. We've got 40 or so cars, and they'll come in reverse order. Slowest first, building up to the quickest cars, which include the Maserati MC12, the centenary livery GT car, the Peugeot 208 T16 of Sebastian Loeb, and the McLaren F1 GTR of Kenny Brack. Let's go and join Bruce Jones at the top paddock. He's got a couple of interviews.
Howden Ganley, John Fitzpatrick, great to see you. We've got a stoppage on the hill, but Howden, you brought the very rare Mackie here. It's been a while since you drove it, is it not?
Yeah, I drove well, not this particular one because it was the prototype, and yeah, I drove it in 1974, and the last time I sat in one was at Nürburgring after the big shunt, and I scrambled out of the wreckage, and I've not seen one since until here I am driving it today.
40 years on, I suppose the wounds have healed, but at that time in 74 at the ring, you didn't feel like continuing with Mackie, I take it. Obviously, they weren't qualifying for races then.
No, we had a bit of a dispute because I finished up in the hospital with all shattered feet and ankles and everything, and then I failed to turn up for the Austrian Grand Prix 2 weeks later, so they sued me for not arriving. So we kind of parted company under strange circumstances.
Oh, this gentlemanly sport. Now, John, you came up with the roof over your head, obviously a Porsche man through and through. Tell us about the car.
Yeah, I've always liked a roof over my head. This car is the car that John Paul raced in IMSA back in the States in, I think, 82, 83. And he was my biggest competitor. I had a similar car, and we had some fabulous races. And 1 week he'd win, 1 week I'd win. And it was just great to get back in that type of car again. And it's incredible, the interest, because people in England, they never see those sort of cars. You know, they see Porsches, but not these type of highly modified cars. And there's been an enormous interest in it.
And quite rightly so. Now, John, you come to the festival a lot, but Howden, you haven't driven the hill that many times, have you? And it's not the biggest place.
This is the first time I have ever driven up this hill. I've raced at the Revival a couple of times, but never here.
And what are your thoughts? It's not wide, is it?
Well, it's quite narrow, but and I'd like to have had a little more practice, but it looks like a lot of fun, actually.
John, how do you see it? Unfortunately, we've had a little off on the hill there, but it's not to be treated lightly, is it?
No, as they say, there was a film called No Country for Old Men, and I think that describes the hill. I mean, you've got to treat it with respect. You know, you only get one run every few hours. You can't warm the tyres up. It's very slippery, and it's not a place to try and prove yourself. It's just a place to enjoy and show the cars to the people.
We agree with that. John Howden, thanks for talking to us.
Bruce Jones at the top there with a couple of legends, Howden Ganley and John Fitzpatrick. Operation underway to clear the Riley prototype and get the bales back in position at Moulcombe Corner, just beyond our commentary position. And while we wait, let's catch up with Jenny Gower. She's down in the Drivers' Club. Who have you managed to catch up with, Jenny?
Yep, managed to find myself two very special people and bikers as well. So we've got Matty Griffith. He's the man that you may well have been seeing on the stunt bike when there's a little bit of a delay. So if all of a sudden your phone rings, you might have to scoot away. And Ross Noble, comedian, all-round bike fan and avid enthusiast. How are you finding it here this weekend?
It's brilliant, yeah. Weather's good. There's loads of bikes to look at. Lovely. And cars as well. I'll be honest, I don't get cars. I don't understand them.
Too many wheels?
I quite like, driving them that, but you're sort of indoors, so I'll get lynched now when I'm walking around there. So they're shiny and that. Yeah.
So have you two been sort of exchanging views and tips on how best to ride a bike?
I've been just trying to get somebody's skill to rub off on me, and I think he's going to take out a restraining order. Yeah, I love it. I love the fact that have you seen the finale where he kicks the side stand down and then he flips off the front of the bike? And the trouble is though that now I've seen that, I know I'll be riding along tomorrow going, how hard can that be?
You know they say do not try this at home, don't you? That is absolutely, you're the person they say that to.
That person. Yeah.
But you do it all the time. What's the knack? What's the skill behind it?
I don't know, I suppose just lots of...
Oh, here we go. Charlie Baum has joined us. Look at this, three amazing bikers now all joining along. We're just trying to get tips on how to do the stunts like he does. Can you do them?
Yeah, of course. I can. In my dreams. No, it's amazing what he does, and thrilling the audience is quite incredible. All I can do is just go up the hill and sort of just wave at people,
That's a good skill to have.
Charlie says that, but I've been riding behind Charlie when he's pulled a wheelie on the big BMW, and because of the way the bike reacts when the front wheel comes up, it pulls across to the right, and many's a time I've been riding behind him and the bike comes up like that, and you're thinking, that looks pretty cool, and you can see the bike just drifting. I'd just point out that wasn't in this country, that was in Africa.
And it was on private roads.
Yeah, private roads, lockdown, that wasn't...
Exactly.
Totally legal, we're saying.
Absolutely.
Arrest him for that.
We couldn't arrest him. He's like one of ours. Can't take you.
He's been up the hill this morning,
yeah. I was up the hill this morning. I got told off yesterday for driving on the grass. So sorry, Charles March.
Take my glory.
He goes, you're not allowed to drive on the grass anymore. So I think it was to do with the divots that I was leaving along the grass.
Like a honed golf course, you're not allowed to do that.
Oh, I know. I just thought he might need a bunker there. So anyway, there you go.
So you want to go, don't we? I can see you trying to edge away. We're trying to keep you as long as possible. I love that. So when it comes to the things you've seen today, what's the one thing that you'd write a postcard about and say, this has blown me away, you must go and see it? I'll start at this.
Him. No? Yeah, top of the list is him so far, and I'm going to go down and see, because Dougie Lampkin, I'm a massive Dougie Lampkin fan, so I'm going to go down and see Dougie in a bit, doing his display.
Dougie was once here, didn't he? And he actually managed to ride in the house. And when he was at the BRDC club at Silverstone, always got a phone call. Someone's saying he's on telly. At the BRDC club, he was allowed to go in.
Come out and do some tricks because he's turned his phone off, so Charlie's going to have to do it.
It's your turn. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Do you fancy being able to do that sort of thing? Because it's so totally different from long distance riding. Oh look, the keys have come out.
He will.
Yeah. No, I'd love to. I mean, I can do the odd wheelie and stuff like that. And actually, Ross and myself are both. That's your phone.
Is it?
No, it's not. No. But Ross and I, he's very handy on a dirt bike and does. He did the Romaniacs a little while ago, and I mean he only just managed to finish. But
okay.
But
how did you do in the Dakar?
Oh,
nice her out. What are your next plans, bike-wise? Because you all love them. So, Ross, what are you up to?
I'm currently filming the second series of my TV show where I motorbike around the UK, getting tweets, and then people just send me off and say, or invite me to do stuff, and then I turn up. I've spent the last week in Northampton where somebody said, "Turn that phone off."
Just chuck it. Look, give it to me, and I'll just chuck it over there.
Yeah, somebody tweeted me and said, "Don't come to Northampton. It's poo." They didn't say it poo. They said a stronger word, but yeah. So I've just spent the last week motorcycling around Northampton trying to prove that it's not rubbish.
Well, you found Silverstone, presumably.
It didn't go there, that's too obvious.
Yeah. Obviously.
I went to a shoe museum and gave my shoes away, and which is fine, except they gave me a pair of Crocs to replace my boots. So I spent 2 days motorcycling in Crocs.
Another thing probably not to try at home, no.
But you should wear socks with Crocs, really.
That's socks and sandals, that's just not good, is it?
No, it's not good, especially white ones as well.
So, if you could tweet Ross and send him anywhere, where would you send him?
I'd send him to John O'Groats, because it's
We've just been up there.
You've just been up there?
Just went up there, yeah. Went up there to, there's a chip shop that Barbara...
Did you get the guy with the little box?
We went to Helmsdale, which is not quite that far, but there's a chip shop that Barbara Cartland's best friend used to own, and she covered the chip shop in pictures of Barbara Cartland. So somebody tweeted and went, "There's a Barbara Cartland chip shop." So I got on the bike, and we rode for like 5 hours to get there, got there, and they no longer have Barbara Cartland pictures. So we have some chips, and then we turned around and rode to Northampton.
No pictures at all now?
No. Our son owns a B&B, so we went and visited him. But yeah, we went on a 5-hour ride because we don't do any research. It's all done on Twitter, so we just went off. So yeah.
Matt, where would you send him?
That's a good question. Somewhere in the UK.
Anything more specific than somewhere in the UK? We've got to do something better than that.
Is it somewhere?
Yeah.
Oh God, I don't know. You have me there. I suppose Wales.
He's from Ireland.
Yeah.
He's
you could send him to Ireland, You could send him to your Mars house or somewhere.
Yeah. Maybe out to Clifton or something in Ireland.
Tell me what
that place. I didn't show you that clip, did I?
Over the dolphins. Yeah. No, at the Cliffs of Moher.
He does stunts on dolphins as well. I can't believe this man's talent. He backflips off the dolphin backflips. He backflips and he lands back on his blowhole.
Is that what you do at Thorpe Park? It's amazing.
On the flume, on the log flume.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, Charlie, give us a little inkling into what it was like at the ball last night, because you were there, weren't you?
Yeah, no, it was incredible. I mean, every year you come here, you always think, I wonder how he's going to do, better that. And this year, they had guys standing in I think metal armor or something, or metal mesh, standing on these things with electricity going through them, and all this electricity coming out of their heads and their arms, and then they were pointing at each other and arcing at each other with these sort of lightning bolts everywhere. It was incredible.
Only 4 people were killed.
Yeah, only 4 people.
Yeah. What if it rains?
What if it rains? Yeah, luckily it didn't. And then, of course, the fireworks. And then we had the Beach Boys.
The Beach Boys played here last night. Lord March just picks up the phone and goes, "Guys, can you come on down and play for us?"
And nobody knew. So everyone comes back in, and then suddenly on the tannoy he says, "Oh yes, and please come and watch the stage. The Beach Boys are coming on." And they all came and they played these incredible set. It was amazing. It was just full. Everybody loved it.
Good, yeah.
Do you get to the point now where you're kind of pinching yourself, or is this time, I do this thing all the time?
No, I mean it's. I suppose I am doing shows nearly every weekend all over the world. I suppose really, but
I suppose
it's
showing off.
This is what I hear.
All over the
like
world.
I say, I was in Scotland.
But like really, this is the one. This is like a highlight. It's the highlight of the year. You wait for the invitation, you get it. It's like yes, back to Goodwood, and the crowd here is just unbelievable. You don't get a reception like it anywhere else. I don't. So really, really enjoy it here.
And just rounding things up, how special is Goodwood? How much have you enjoyed it, and will you be coming back again?
Yeah. Well, if we get the invite, definitely be back. It'd be lovely. I might have to
place.
I got to put all the divots back in a bit, like after a rugby match.
It'd be like Pretty Woman. In Pretty Woman where they go out and put in the polo match.
Yes,
it'd be like that. Charlie Bowman has just finished going up the hill, and then
there's Charlie Bowman putting the divots back. No, I would love to. It'd be great. And it's always, I think what Lord March does here and is incredible. And every year. He has his attention to detail here is incredible, and he really is massively involved in the whole thing, and all the people who run it is it's as smooth as smooth.
That's pretty smooth.
That's pretty smooth, yeah.
It's as smooth as the tarmac that you refuse to ride.
That's why he gets paid the big bucks. Guys, thank you so much to Matty, thank you very much to Ross, and thank you to Charlie for joining us, and say hello to everybody who's out on the park.
Well done, Jenny. Great banter with that trio down there outside the Drivers' Club. Right, a couple of quick announcements as we wait for the clean-up operation to continue. I can see that the Riley prototype is almost on the flatbed, and the bales will be put back into position. Could Susan Elliott from Haywards Heath please make herself known to a uniformed steward, if she hasn't already? Susan Elliott from Haywards Heath, and Alexander Kingsley Filshy to make himself known to a steward as well, please. Alexander Kingsley Filshy and Susan Elliott, thank you very much indeed. Okay, we'll go up to our Forest Rally stage one more time and catch up with Xavier McCarton, who's commentating solo up there this afternoon after Tony Jardine's gone off to do some TV business with Sky Sports. Zav, a lot of fun up there, isn't it?
It's great, and I mean, I have the place to myself. It couldn't be any better. We've started the action a few minutes ago. The Armed Forces Rally team now on stage, and from the commentary position here, Henry, a line of cars ready to continue to entertain us this afternoon. A lot of anticipation for the continued battle between Sebastian Loeb and Danny Soro, one that has thoroughly entertained us already today, and some footage which we've has been seen throughout the event. It's been great so far.
Every time I look at the screens, Av, there's yet another historic, an important rally car, usually in period livery. I'm thinking Castrol Toyota Celica there.
Listen, we keep saying this. That from 1954 to 2014 we have a complete history of rallying. We have we've named the birth of stage rallying, modern rallying. We're very spoiled here, and there is something for everybody. If you're one of the more mature generation, you'll be into your Fiat 124s, your Minis. If you're 30, 40 years of age, you'll be into your Subarus, your Ford Escort Cosworths. If you're slightly older, you'll have your Chevette HSR, your Ford Escort, and those liveries that you talk about, the DKP 191T, Rothmans, everybody, mentally can get an image of that in their head, and it is absolutely superb. It's, like I said to Tony this morning, it's sometimes you do have to remember to keep talking because you're here to commentate, because they keep coming past you. It's absolute perfection.
Yeah, you must struggle to know what to talk about. They come so thick and fast.
No, I mean, there's always a story with all of them, as you would well know. We were speaking about the Rover SD1 Vitesse, brings back memory of Tony Pond. And I mean, if you take Tony Pond on his own, MG Metro 6R4, TR7 V8, and I mean, as we spoke about before, which maybe you didn't pick up on, I mean, we all remember the battle with Tony Pond in the HSR and Walter Roll in the Manx in the Deduco Porsche. I mean, that was a fantastic battle back in 1981. So every time you get a car coming down towards us, there's a story, there's a history, it triggers something in the memory, and it really is, it's an amazing event.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? The diminutive little Mini Cooper on the line, ready to make a run. Just to describe the course, Sav, what's it like out there?
It's holding up really well. It's chalk-based, as we know, designed by Hannu Mikkola. It hasn't changed much in the last 7 or 8 years. There's been the odd improvement here and there. We have the bus stop, which has been added to the stage finish. We've extended the stage start, which now includes a tarmac section, albeit very small. And all of the bends in the course, Henry, named after famous drivers or events: Clark, Burns, Turini, Quattro, Bridge, Acropolis, Kielder. There's a name that springs up many a reminder, for rally fans, past and present, still being used to this day, as Rauno Aaltonen takes to the stage. 24 bends, and as we said earlier on, there's the only straight pieces where the jump is. There's no real speed to be made up, but corners are set up and designed in such a way that it is very tested, very demanding. You need to concentrate on what you're doing and try not to veer offline ever so slightly, because it will trap the unwary. But nevertheless, it's a super test at the top of the hill here.
Yeah, course designed by Hannu Mikkola, 1983 world champion. We've had him down on our hill climb here in the short wheelbase Quattro S1. Quite a sight and a sound, I have to say.
for a lot of people, that 5-cylinder noise. I mean, we spoke earlier about the first thing you hear the noise, you hear that burble, and then the likes of that S1 Quattro explodes into sight, be you in Kielder, be you in the Monte Carlo, and then it's just the way that car would lift under acceleration and then dip under heavy braking. And we were talking about, you know, some of the footage and times going past on the famous jumps at the Thousand Lakes, where they took off that high. You would see that aluminium underguard in the car, and they literally flew. And those, you know, memorable images that stay with us, and that's what draws people here to Goodwood, is to come back and see those cars, both on the hill, down with you, and of course equivalent on the stage up with us, A1 Quattros, A2 Quattros, and you know, the likes of David Llewellyn, who we had on with us yesterday, you know, drove one for a couple of years for Audi Sport UK in the British Rally Championship.
Yeah, indeed. The noise is just intrinsic, isn't it, to rallying folklore. I mean, standing in the forests as a teenager, I knew the difference between a Quattro, a 6R4, and the turbo and supercharged Delta S4. I knew when they were coming which ones they were.
And I remember, as a very young child, my father bought, there was an LP, if anybody remembers what an LP was, of Sounds of Grand Prix.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a copy of that at home. I often wondered why no one ever did the same for rally. And you have the Boxer engine in the Subaru, you have the V6 in the Stratos, the BDAs we spoke about, and the derivatives of that, the HSR, the 2.2 Lotus Sunbeam engine. All, as you say, distinctive sounds that people know the note difference between. And as you say, you can tell what car's coming by the sound before you see it.
Yeah, there are plenty of wonderful soundtracks on YouTube, those have, so it's not all bad.
No, it's many a dark night has been spent scouring there for a rally and fix that we all need. Sometimes for a lot of us, the best news is when we have the house to ourselves on a Friday night, and it takes you just into another age and another era. I'm looking out the door here, Henry, a Lancia 037 with the spotlights, the doors open. Behind that there's a Metro 6R4, a Chevette HSR, and as we say, there is so much for people to see when they come up to visit us. All the stands, all the cars up on axle stands. You know, you can actually look and get time to look at the engineering in these cars. I mean, we were saying earlier on this morning, if you look into Rano Altonen's Mini, or for example, a Lotus Cortina here in period, it was very basic, as you know, a couple of seat belts, a roll cage, a steering wheel, a Halda, and that was you know, kind of it. Contrast that with Danny Sorda's i20 WRC or Sebastian Loeb's DS3 World Rally car, and the difference is remarkable.
Yes, indeed. It's great, isn't it, that we've got the very latest World Rally car from Hyundai, especially as they've just had a third place with Thierry Neuville in Poland.
Yeah, they would be very, very pleased with that. And Juho Heinonen also managed to bag, I think it was 6th overall. 2 good results for them. Chris Meek, I believe, we finished 7th. So from both their perspectives, a very good event. Volkswagen, as we know, won with Sebastian Ogier, but podium places, which when we mentioned to Sebastian Loeb this morning, Citroën are very, very pleased with.
Absolutely, great shots of the Audi Quattro, the ex-Michel Mouton Fabrizio Ponce Audi Quattro. Xavier, you follow rallying closely, both nationally and internationally. The state of play in the sport, how do you think rallying is holding up at the moment?
I think they have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of things they need to fix, but at the end of the day, we're always going to have it as a sport. The manufacturers will want to bring their cars into the championship. The idea is, as the age-old adage, rally on Sunday and buy on Monday, but it has become an extreme marketing tool in that it sells worldwide. I mean, we've seen that with Skoda. Going back to 2009, they came into rallying. The Skoda was the best-selling car for quite a period of time. They need to fine-tune it. There are issues, but I mean, it's the top echelon of the sport that we've got, and we have the right people, I think, in place to fix it and get it right. The manufacturers now have more of a say in how they want to drive the sport, and we've seen the comments from Jos Capito and how he feels that it should be driven and how it would go forward. So it's not perfect, but I think we have the right people, Henry, to drive it and take it to the next level where it needs to be.
Do you think Volkswagen and Jos Capito will get what they want on the basis they are a huge draw for the WRC, and it would be a big blow if they went off in a huff and didn't do it anymore?
You know, we looked at this yesterday. I have a sneaking suspicion that we read about all these changes, like the mid-stage tyre change and the end-of-stage shootout. I think we've been fed that the worst case scenario, sort of a poor story every 3 or 4 weeks, so that when we do get confirmation of how they want to run the sport and how they want to manage the sport, there'll be changes, yes, but maybe not as drastic as we have been fed or led to believe over the last couple of months. I mean, for Joska Peter to move, I mean, if you remember when they were interviewed last year about continuing in the World Championship, it was allegedly a 3-year plan. They've extended that now, and of course it's about selling cars, and it probably will fit their marketing purposes and how and where they wish to take it.
Yes, indeed. Some great shots from your Forest Rally stage up there. You've got big crowds and a very popular paddock. I only wish I could come up there and touch the 6R4.
Listen, there's a lot of cars up here you would like to touch. I mean, we've seen so many. And as we said earlier, when we were advising spectators who were coming up to join us, they make that long walk up the hill, is the cars that we have here are not just the ones you see on the stage. For example, we have the Andrews Heat for Hire Opel Manta 400, a car also synonymous with Jimmy McRae as well, if people remember the AC Delco one. But the Andrews Heat for Hire one is here in the paddock. It's on display along with several other cars that, you know, the owners are happy to bring along, put on display, let people see them. You know, the bonnets are open, take photographs. There's so much to see here. You really do need the best part of, you know, a day up here as we look at some of the footage now on the stage. I mean, the action started here 15 minutes ago, and we're going to be able to run for the afternoon, and looking forward to it is an understatement.
Absolutely, yes. Great shots of the Sierra RS Cosworth there. There were no RS 500s in rallying, were they? Because it wasn't homologated for rallying.
No, and they eventually made their way into the touring cars, and of course we all remember Andy Rice and a few other people like that. But of course then the RS 500, I think, did make its way into rallycross with Kenneth Hansen.
Yes, that's right.
And was very successful there in that two-wheel drive when they ran that for a time. But I mean, we're looking here at the 037, and how many people remember these, not only in the UK, but on European rallies? Mark O'Len, Henry Toyven and Walter Roll, Attilio Betica, Vuda Fieri. I mean, there's a list of names that have been involved with Lancia and driven this car over years that just literally roll off the tongue, Henry.
Yeah, I remember Ad Artico Vuda Fieri. I couldn't say that when I was 12 or 13 watching these cars. A wonderful, and there's an iconic machine. The 6R4 made its debut on the RAC in '85, didn't it? Finished third in the hands of Tony Pond. I remember willing that car on and loving the Lancias because they were so spectacular. I loved the Martini livery, but secretly wanted Pondy to overtake them or for them to have a problem.
Well, I mean, that was the time, that was the great British fervour at the rally at the time. You know, I think rallying made the BBC News at 9 o'clock at night because of the clamour for people to get into the forest and support, you know, Tony Pond and the British car and a British event with a British driver. And that whole buzz, I remember that event so well. The buzz and the atmosphere and the people that wanted to get into the stages, queues like I remember you would have never seen before. It was phenomenal to be part of the event that year, and that for me was only as a spectator. It was wonderful.
Yeah, and of course with the demise of Group B and then all the manufacturers defecting, it's a cyclical game, isn't it? The manufacturers come and go. It's the same in racing. Are we likely to see any more manufacturers joining the top class?
Well, we're hearing rumours of Toyota coming back in. We did ask Bjorn if it was possible, and he sort of gave a wry smile and wouldn't commit to anything, but he has asked the question, and I think it's going to happen. I mean, the good thing is we're seeing that Skoda's developing an R5 car, so there'll be a chance to come in and compete, and of course we have the manufacturers such as Ford that are already here with the different degrees of machines that they have. And going back to what we were talking about earlier, is when manufacturers start to see the sport getting its house in order, having a plan, having a formula that they can go and build to. I mean, we're hearing talk about hybrid cars making their way into rallying. So I think as long as manufacturers are able to invest in the building of new styles and new concepts, then yes, we will. I mean, it's been used to not only promote the sport but promote their own product. So I think long term, yes, they will.
Yeah, you mentioned R5. It's an exciting prospect, isn't it? It's got all the sort of glamour and excitement and high tech sophistication of the WRC, but it's much cheaper because common parts are used, and we know Malcolm Wilson's M Sport concern has built a number of R5 cars. They look and sound, to all intents and purposes, like WRC cars, but they're much cheaper to run.
Well, you have evidence of that already. I mean, David Bogie in the Scottish Championship was running a 2002 Ford Focus. There's no way David Bogie could go out and buy a current Ford World Rally car, but he has just taken delivery of an R5. I believe his debut is possibly next week. They're starting to make their way into British Championship rallying and national rallying. We have evidence of them on some of the national events. There's a couple in Ireland. So that allows people to invest in new technology. And as you say, Malcolm Wilson and M Sport, who build the car, have made it price capable now for an awful lot more people.
Absolutely, yes. So you've got lots of spectators up there, Zav, and they can mingle among the cars, can't they, and get pictures and autographs. I can't think of anywhere else in the world where you can see so many iconic rally cars in one place.
No, it's very relaxed, and that's what we're saying is come up and look at the cars off the start line, go up and through. The drivers are more than happy to talk to you about the history of the car, how they came about it, where they obtained it, why they come and do this. I mean, you know yourself, there are people who will only come to Goodwood once a year. That's all they do. They don't take the car out for anything else. I mean, Roy Cathcart, who sadly isn't with us this year, he springs to mind. Roy with a couple of ex-Works Escorts. All he ever did was, you know, change the battery, put it in the trailer and come to Goodwood. They are so happy to talk to people because it's much more relaxed. You have time here at Goodwood to talk to spectators. You know, because you don't have, it's not like a rally where you have service time, you've only 20 minutes, car comes in, car goes. The guys are here all day, quite happy to talk to you. Sebastian Loeb spent an awful lot of time this morning signing autographs. The gentlemen we have here with the complete range of cars from 1950 right through to 2014. More than happy to show you the car, let you see the engine for those who are technically interested. I mean, it's just a great open door policy everywhere you look, as we just see Stuart Larby and the 6R4 making its way through.
Yeah, he's a big supporter, isn't he, of this event? And Dave Kedwood we saw as well in the Martini Lancia 037, the last two-wheel drive car to win the Manufacturers' Championship. It's thanks to the sort of enthusiasm and dedication of these guys. There's another one, LAR 801P, the Timo Mäkinen car. That's another historic machine.
Yeah, we have them all up here, and that's the beauty of it. They're kept in period livery. Some of them have their original door plates. On the last event they probably contested, and everything is like that here. It's that whole cross section of there is something to suit everybody here. The course is holding up well. I mean, we've had a little bit of rain yesterday. It's dusty, but it adds to the fun, it adds to the glamour, and we're going to have a great run of cars right down through this afternoon. We had a great chat, as you know, with Steve Perez, who eulogised very nicely about the event and why he comes. As we look at the HS Chevette, stirring memories of Penty Auricola, Chris Slater.
Okay, Zav, we're going to leave it there. Great to talk to you for so long and to see so many of those wonderful rally cars. We're going to concentrate on action that's going to get underway again on the hill climb down here. So thank you, mate. We'll talk to you later on. Xavier McCarton, the commentator on the Forest Rally stage. And live pictures down on the hill climb. And we're ready to get going once again. And Toby Moody, there's an utter monster under the start gantry.
There is indeed. The Chevy McLaren, the Can-Am car, I've had a good look around that whilst you were having that brilliant chat up there at the rally course with Javi. And this car is just one of the most amazing Can-Am cars that you will ever see. I remember standing on the pit wall at Donington Park in the mid-90s with the Steigenberger Can-Am series when it came to visit the UK for one of its many European races. And as they all rolled out of the final corner and then got rolling over the start line, they all unleashed tens of thousands of horsepower all at the same time, and I have never ever felt such resonance through my body from a motor race ever. It was quite amazing what it must have been like to witness the Can-Am series in its day. The other side of the Atlantic must have been quite incredible. The trumpets emanating out of the top of the engine block are brilliant. He's got the super sticky Avon tyres. He gives it a big boot full of power, as now we are back in action here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. This is the McLaren. What a beautiful Can-Am car.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's Anthony Bamford's car of JCB Excavators fame. Andy Newell driving it for him. It's 850 horsepower at least. And has monstrous torque, as you can see, huge aero. And Andy, the former off-road racer and Formula Ford racer, blasts through Molecombe, up the hill towards the Flint Wall. A long wait for him down there on the start line, but he's back into it, and he crosses Birdless Grove through the right-hand kink. One left-hand kink now to go, and then he'll be in sight of the finish line, and the McLaren M8F is over the line safely, I'm glad to say. Problem for Andrew Waring behind him, hand up as he came through Molecombe with the BRMP 261 type of car that Graham Hill and Jackie Stewart drove back in the early 60s, 1.5 litre V8 car. And here it is. It's going, so whatever the problem was is a transitory one.
Perhaps he was waving.
Andrew Waring down from Lancashire. Glorious little shark-nosed Ferrari. 10,000 man-hours put into recreating one of the 1961 World Championship winning Ferraris with an original engine, original gearbox, but it wasn't built in Italy, it was built in Waterlooville in Hampshire. Mike Mark and the Jim Stokes Workshops team built it for a Belgian driver, Jan Beacons. Now it's with Jason Wright, the American based in Italy. Squadra Kenny Rogers, as we call him, taking the car to the top. The Quaker State Group 44, Bob Tullius Jaguar E-Type V12 goes through. Sean Walkinshaw driving it today. That's a familiar name to historians of the Jaguar. Mark Henry.
Yes, indeed. That's a brutal car, isn't it? We've seen it here over a number of years at the Festival of Speed.
V16 BRM coming up. Glorious, shattering 1.5 litre, 16-cylinder, centrifugally supercharged engine. Little pistons like thimbles to come up from the National Motor Museum. John Surtees now on the line. 64 World Championship winning Ferrari. It's come over from the Collier Museum in Alabama.
Toby, I'm tempted to get you to leap over the bales and go and touch John in the car, just to confirm that that's actually there and real. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you are near one of the big screens around the site, we have a very, very special moment for you coming up in a second. Make sure you are near one of the big screens and check out this amazing piece of film on the big screens.
John Surtees and Kimi Räikkönen are on the start line here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. The 8-year-old John Surtees leads the line in his 1964 Formula One Championship winning Ferrari, with Kimi Räikkönen in the 2007 Formula One winning Ferrari. Magnificent.
That is absolutely sensational, isn't it? Look at that. Two world-beating examples of Ferrari Grand Prix cars. Look at the physical differences between the 1964, the spindly cigar tube, tread-tired Ferrari, and the Kimi Räikkönen 2007 F2007, 2.4 litre V8. Kimi Räikkönen making his debut at the Festival of Speed. Give him a round of applause and a big wave, ladies and gentlemen. We thought he'd love it here, and it's proved to be the case. He followed Big John up the hill, celebrating this weekend 50 years since he won the World Championship for the Scuderia, having lifted 7 motorcycle world titles.
And Kimi Räikkönen winning the 2007 championship at the very last race. It was undecided until literally the last lap. He was so far behind with just 2 races to go, but the Finn won the last 2 Grand Prix of 2007 and rocked up in Brazil 3rd in the championship, but won the championship come the end of Sunday afternoon. What a gritty fight back by Kimi Räikkönen. He took 6 Grand Prix victories that year, and so fantastic to see them running up the Goodwood Hill and chatting down here in the collecting area before they actually went up line astern.
Yeah. Toby, there's a parallel there, because of course John Surtees also won the World Championship in '64 at the last round, because it was Jim Clark's to win, and he had a problem, and Surtees came through to win it. John Surtees there into the top paddock. What a wonderful, wonderful sight.
The little 1.5 litre V8 mounted in the back of John Surtees' 1964 Ferrari, and the V8 2.4 litre in the back of Kimi Räikkönen's 2007 Ferrari. And thank you so much to Shell for bringing these two, well, superheroes together here at Goodwood. And many of you will be going home and telling your colleagues tomorrow morning at work, I was there, I saw John Surtees go up the hill with Kimi Räikkönen, and many of you will be able to remember today under the sunshine here at Goodwood. What a sight to see these two. 7 times a motorcycle world champion, John Surtees, 1964 Formula One world champion, alongside Kimi Räikkönen here at Goodwood. Andre Lotterer standing alongside Kimi Räikkönen's 2007 car, the fresh from winning the Le Mans 24 Hours in Audi just a couple of weekends ago. We've got 3 of the 2014 Le Mans class winners
Kimi in the Ferrari
here this weekend.
John Surtees coming up. So
And they're
John
just
sits on
wallowing
the front
Chris.
wheel.
They're
to have
wallowing
a chat
Chris
with Kimi.
in the whole fever of being in the top paddock, aren't they? It's a fantastic sight to see, and a great smile on Kimi Räikkönen's face. I was just speaking to one of the crew involved with getting Kimi here today, and they said he is so relaxed, he's so smiley, he's enjoying it so much, no pressure on him, and he's enjoying his run up Goodwood. Chris Druitt will now be able to tell us all about the air display over our heads here at Goodwood.
Just arriving with the wonderful PR9 Canberra and the T7 Hawker Hunter. I'm joined by Ian Brett, Mid-Air Squadron, based in Kemble. So we're going back to the 50s to 2 iconic aircraft. There's the Canberra with its amazing big wing, 2 big Avon turbojet engines, with on its right wing the glorious shape of the Hunter. And Ian, the Hunter's got drop tanks.
Yeah, absolutely. What a beautiful sight that is. The Canberra Hunter together. That's the only PR9 Canberra airborne in the world today. And alongside it is the supersonic Hunter fighter. An absolute perfect example glinting in the sunshine there as they just bank to the right to continue with their display.
Canberra entered service in 1951, believed to be the longest serving aircraft in the RAF, and the photo reconnaissance versions served pretty much into the 90s. And Mid-Air Squadron have spent more than 2 years, and goodness knows how much money, restoring this Canberra to flying condition, based up in Kemble, Gloucestershire, and the Hunter has, Ian, only recently come into service.
Yep, the restoration for the Hunter just finished earlier this year, so we're delighted to be able to present these 2 beautiful aeroplanes together here at the Festival of Speed.
And what they're going to do, has been secret up to now, is that they're going to emulate, as their final run, they're going to emulate the shape of the hill climb course. Of course, not directly over the course, but a mile or so away, and it's going to be timed to see what sort of course record the guys can set, and there's a helicopter in the sky that's filming it as well. Look at the Canberra and the Hunter.
Absolutely, we're mid-air squadron. We're not satisfied with these the four-wheel types, so we're going to take our wings to the course. We're going to describe the course in the sky, and we're going to try and set a record-breaking time today.
And Ian, will that be the Hunter on its own or both aircraft?
The Hunter is the fast one we're going to hope to smash the record with today.
So we can establish a new hill climb record at Goodwood, but half a mile up in the sky.
Yep, but we need to just make sure the timing is verified at the end. However, with a top speed of approximately 800 miles an hour, we're pretty confident.
Yeah, but these are fairly tight turns here, aren't they? Question from Richard, are they going to do the equivalent change of altitude, which is about 400 feet or so? I'm not sure they can, Ian, fly as accurately as that. Maybe they can.
Yep, we're going to attempt to emulate all the turns, all the difficult turns. We're going to have to slow down to make sure we can make the turns. If we go too fast, we'll just keep flying in a straight line. So we'll slow down and we'll try and climb the same altitude in the sky as you do on the course.
Both aircraft equipped with the Rolls-Royce Avon engine. We had a Hunter pilot interviewed yesterday, and he flies in formation with the Canberra and is awed by the awesome power of the Canberra. A Canberra was recorded as getting up to over 80,000 feet, which is almost into space, isn't it? Now the two aircraft separate, and we're going to have individual displays. Ian, first from the Canberra.
No, the Hunter will be displaying first. On its own, the Canberra will just disappear for a minute, and we'll see more of the Canberra later.
Now, will we know when this timed run is going to start?
It's going to be his actual final pass. So the Canberra will come back in, do a bit on his own, and then right at the end, we're going to have the hill climb attempt by the Hunter.
Isn't that an interesting shape? English Electric, we often associate English Electric with washing machines and things like that, but they were a great aircraft manufacturer. Ted Petter was their designer. Here comes the Hunter for a fast pass through. And of course, English Electric produced the Lightning as well.
That's right, and in the Hunter today, we've actually got Dave Piper. He's actually a Canberra pilot, but he's flying the Hunter today. He's recently converted with mid-air squadron onto the Hunter, and he's displaying that today.
And his co-commentator joined me in the box for the revival, and we talked through the Canberra display there. Hunter pulling about a 4G turn. I don't know, Ian, what it's stressed to, plus and minus G.
Yeah, we try to keep it around 4G just to save a bit of fatigue on the airframe life. They're not getting any younger, so we want to keep them flying as long as possible.
We've got the cars coming down the hill, so we've got jet in the sky, petrol engine on the ground. Hunter first flew in 1952, designed, of course, by the great Sir Sidney Cam, and it was Hawker's first swept-wing aircraft in service. There was a prototype swept-wing aircraft that preceded the Hunter, and it was first flown by the legendary Jeff Duke in '52, and the prototype aircraft was painted a very elegant duck egg green.
And this one was purchased back in 2013, so we haven't had it that long. Mid-Air Squadron bought it. It's been beautifully restored. It's painted that beautiful silver colour that you see today to match the Canberra. Glints in the sunshine, and it's very representative of aircraft of its times when it was operating back in the 60s.
The crazy thing is that you can buy an ex-Royal Air Force jet aircraft for not a huge amount of money, but of course to operate and to insure takes a huge amount of money. And Mid-Air Squadron, it's great that they are funding these two wonderful aircraft.
Absolutely, it's Mike Davis from Mid-Air Squadron who has a passion for seeing these beautiful, historic, elegant aeroplanes flying. And they simply would not be in the sky today if it wasn't for him.
And Ian, there are quite a few privately owned Hunters based at Campbell, I think.
There are. Unfortunately, there's becoming fewer and fewer. As like you said, they are so expensive to operate, but we're proud to have 3 in our squadron, mid-air squadron, and you can still see one just completing his air display today.
And a couple of weeks ago at another event we had Jonathan Whaley in the beautifully painted Hunter Misdemeanor, which you've probably seen with its incredible paint scheme that starts bright yellow on the nose and goes down to dark blue on the tail and covered in stars. It's a beautiful sight. The T7, of course, is a Hunter trainer which has side-by-side seats. And Ian, you're training at the moment. You're halfway through your training to fly Hunter?
Yep, that's right. I'm a Royal Air Force Tornado pilot. I've recently started flying the Hunter, and I'm very privileged to have the opportunity with Mid-Air Squadron to fly the Hunter. And I'm training on it at the moment. Hope to be displaying very shortly later this summer.
To fly, is it easier and lighter on the controls than the Tornado?
It is. It's very simple to fly. It's very responsive. I can describe it as a Formula One car of the skies. It's beautifully responsive, very quick, very powerful, and really maneuverable, as you can see as it's displaying today. This is just the...
Okay, now the Canberra solo display. I hope we have time to include the timed emulation of the hill climb run, but even if we can't get it on the screen, Ian, I'm sure it's going to go on the social media, and we'll be able to watch it on our computers.
Absolutely. Keep an eye out for it. If you see the Hunter manoeuvring aggressively at the end of the display, that's what he's going to be doing. He's going to be flying the course.
And has Mid-Air got a website that we can pick up this on?
Yep, just the easiest way will be just to Google Mid-Air Squadron, and you'll be able to see all of our news releases. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter also.
Fantastic. Well, Canberra's doing its solo display. We will shortly go back to high-speed action on the track, but an opportunity to admire the amazing sight and sound of this 65-year-old aircraft.
Yeah, the only one of this type flying anywhere in the world we're witnessing as we speak. Mike Leckie is the pilot, an experienced Canberra pilot from the Air Force. He's also flown the Lancaster and the Dakota with the Battle of Britain Memorial flight.
And Mike came into the box at the revival. He's very fluent as well. It was great for him to explain Canberra flying. He then flew it back at very low level to Kemble, scattering a few gliders on the way. Okay, when the Canberra's finished his display, the Hunter will do his timed run. We may be able to watch that, but what a lovely aeroplane. It's this is the photo reconnaissance version of the Canberra. Originally, of course, the Canberra was a high-level bomber, and in bomber trials in America against the American Air Force, Canberra always seemed to win the game, if you like, and produce the most accurate bombing.
Yeah, like you said, this was the photo reconnaissance version. She was one of, this actual one we're watching now was one of 5 aircraft to undergo complete refurbishment in the 80s, which included a very special camera, surveillance equipment and data link system to be installed in the fuselage, similar to that of the American Lockheed U-2.
And of course, Canberra was sold, the design was sold to the States. The US Marines produced their own version of the Canberra, and they loved the aircraft.
Yeah, that's just a testament to how special this aeroplane is. One of very few that have actually been bought by the US, and it's actually exported all over the world.
Not on the screen, but I can see the Hunter just circling and maybe coming in for his run up. It's going to be quite difficult to fly the hill climb course.
Yeah, unfortunately won't actually be able to fly up the track because of the rules of flying over the crowd, but just over to the side, offset. I've been assured that Dave, that is flying the Hunter, will be able to see the course, and he will be flying that through the sky.
And I can see a helicopter hovering or circling above Goodwood House, and maybe that's the helicopter that's going to film this run. So in a couple of minutes or so, the Hunter will fly in. Ian, which side are we going to be looking? Are we looking to the west or to the east to see the Hunter? Do you know?
Yeah, he's going to be out to the east, so where the Canberra is now, he's going to be in that direction. And if you can see the Canberra, he's actually going to make a lot of noise, a lot of power as he flies past with his wheels down, his flaps down, his bomb bay open, show the raw power of this machine.
And then he'll raise the undercarriage, and if we're lucky, he'll point the nose straight upwards and make a great deal of noise. So there's the Canberra, still with the wheels down. Hunter soon to start his attack on setting a new aerial record. So thank you very much, Ian, for coming. Thank you, Mid-Air Squadron, for a lovely display. Over to our commercial partners to hear from them. Goodbye, Canberra.
Darkness has a companion tonight. Small creatures prick ears and tremble with fright. A sleek velvet phantom is making its way. Through shadows, eyes gleaming, it's searching for prey. Masterful strides on dark forest tracks. The prince of the jungle is poised to attack. His muscles a ripple, his heart pumping fast. The spectre, he's ready, his appetite vast. Feline musk impregnates the air. Razor-sharp teeth are suddenly bared. Like lightning he pounces, like thunder his roar. A sound full of power, great might to the fore. Darkness's embrace caresses the cat. The growl is replaced, a purr in its stead. All sated, the phantom is slinking away. As dawn's pearly light prepares a new day.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensational suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend.
Okay. Lewis, hello. Fancy seeing you here. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to going out. I think I get to be out on my own, so it's cool.
Yeah, it must be nice coming out here to Goodwood, seeing all the fans and then getting a chance to get in the car and give it a bit of a razz up the hill.
Oh, it's amazing. Just firstly, getting in the car is good fun, and then to see so many people here today, it's such a good event. So many fans here. I mean, it's a good build-up to the Silverstone Grand Prix.
Reunited with a 2012 car. This was Michael Schumacher's car. Is it nice to be going up the hill in that?
It's very cool to be able to drive a car that Michael's driven, and you know, such a legend in the sport. And of course, you know, I try and take care of it.
What are you most excited about this weekend? It's a great chance to meet the fans, to interact a bit, and to meet other drivers and riders that you've never met before.
To be honest, I don't get to meet anyone really. I get to meet some of the fans, which is really, really good. But there's so many people here. You're pulled left, right, and centre, and it's not the easiest to handle. But you know, I try and touch as many people as I can.
Right, it's great to have you here. Go and get in that car and show what you can do.
Thank you.
Sebastian
well done,
Loeb.
Jenny, down there with Lewis Hamilton. It's Sebastian Loeb on the line, down at the start in the Citroën DS3 WRC.
Well, Sebastian now leaves the line, the 9-time WRC champion, the man who is so able in a motor racing car, whatever it is, X Games gold medalist, second at Le Mans, Porsche Carrera Cup, and World Touring Car champion, World Touring Car race winner as well.
Yeah, he's going to do some donuts for you in front of the house in the DS3 WRC. Took all 9 of his World Rally titles in the Citroën World Rally Car machinery. Hopefully he'll do another one for you on the approach to, he's going to do one under the bridge as well. Perfect. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A big cheer for Sebastian Loeb. We're going to see him later in our timed shootout in the Peugeot 208 T16 Pikes Peak car. His qualifying time of 46.45. He's lying second at the moment to Michael Bartels in the Maserati MC12. It's going to be a really, really exciting shootout. Takes place at 4:05. Tucks it in nice and early on the grass at Moulcombe. He's not worried, is he, Marcus, about a little bit of off-roading?
It's all set up for that, isn't it? Quite brilliant to watch. Loose at the better.
Not particularly quick in a straight line, these rally cars, geared for acceleration and for punch out of the corners. Through Birdless Grove around the long last left-hander. Under the finishing. He's been embroiled in battle with Danny Sordo all day up on the Forest Rally stage in the Citroën.
Yeah, it's been very close up there all weekend.
That's a little extra treat for you. We're going to go back to the batches now. Classes 1, 2, 3 and 4 in your programmes. Our pioneering giants, our pre-war Grand Prix cars, our classic endurance racers, and 100 years of Maserati. A great bunch of historic machines, tracing the history of the sport right back to the very beginning, Marcus. And these incredible Mercedes Grand Prix cars, 100 years old.
That's right, and the first car on the hill of the trio, driven by George Wingard, is the car in which Christian Lautenschlager won the Grand Prix de l'Automobile Club de France 100 years ago. Eddie Beresford's in another of them, and certainly Jochen Mastrov, the third one yesterday. That is the George Wingard car making its way towards the top of the hill. Nice gallery there of spectators. Another of the Mercedes Grand Prix cars now thundering under the bridge past Goodwood House through this long, quite deceptive left kink over the brow. Heat haze still rising from the hill climb here. That's what riding mechanics are all about.
Gareth Graham in the Mercedes 60 horsepower. Going really quick this time, isn't he?
Period supercar.
Yes. Details these cars in your entry supplement to the programme, starting on page 5. Our pioneering giants, our pre-war Grand Prix cars, our classic endurance races, and a whole host of Maseratis here to celebrate the centenary of the great
working the levers.
Yeah, he's not hanging about, is he?
Absolutely. And of course you view the road from kind of articulated truck ride height, don't you?
Efficiency's improved in the past 100 years, hasn't it? It's a 9.2 litre four-cylinder, pushing out 60 horsepower.
These days, it's considered very little. But there we go. There goes the big Merc. Coming through on the screen is 777 P. Paul Pappalardo with the Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta. This is the type of car in which the Sterling Moss won 2 successive TT races, Tourist Trophy races at the motor circuit in 1960-61. Talking of the revival race meeting in September, only 10 weeks away, and I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Saturday is sold out already. So if you wish to come to the revival meeting, it's Friday or Sunday, for which tickets are available. Get onto the Goodwood website on your return home, and don't miss out. It's going to be a cracker. This is the 22nd of the Festivals of Speed, and the revival meeting followed 5 years later. Getting into the territory now where the number of revival meetings is going to rival the number of seasons in which Goodwood as a motor circuit was open, 1948 to 1966. There's Pappalardo coming to the top in the V12 Ferrari. Say 777 on the side, and then even the number plate's fantastic. PPP, P. Paul Pappalardo.
Absolutely, yes. Across the finish line.
There's Lucas Hooney.
Yeah, that's so lovely, that car.
Oh, it just looks so live, isn't it? Wonderful. 1957 German Grand Prix winning Maserati 250F. It's 60 years since the first 250F hit the tracks, and this one of the later cars, Fangio's finest Grand Prix victory by common consent. And Lucas Hooney, the Swiss collector and dealer in the world's finest cars, crosses the line. Car with the distinctive yellow noseband, driven by the great Argentinian driver, 5 times world champion, of course.
Yeah, he caught and passed the 2 Ferraris, didn't he, of Mike Hawthorne and Peter Collins to take that famous win at the Nürburgring in '57. It would be his 24th and last Grand Prix win. He retired in 1958.
From the Maserati pageant, we continue with the Cooper Maserati T61. This is the car of Michael O'Shea, a one-off car built with a 5-litre Maserati V8 engine conceived by Tommy Atkins of High Efficiency Motors, and competed in its day in the hands of Roy Salvadori. Car had 1 win here in '64 and has had 1 win this in Michael O'Shea's ownership this year.
Yeah, Donington Historic.
Yeah, and he's terribly thrilled with that, because it's doubled the car's provenance in terms of race wins. Michael O'Shea from North London, investor and health club owner. Had this car for a few years now. Finally got it a little bit more reliable. 1 or 2 issues with it. Competed this car in the final Autosport 3 Hours meeting in Snetterton, 1964.
Yeah.
There's Andy Wallace, Le Mans winner, on your screen in one of the Jaguar D-types. You can see the C.A. Walls traditional crash helmet there.
Yeah, 60 years, isn't it, since the Jaguar D-type turned up at Le Mans. Took them a year to win it, though. They were beaten by Ferrari in that first year, and then they took a hat-trick of wins with the works, and then 2 times with the Acuria Cos cars, the dark blue, the Acuria Cos.
It's impressive, isn't it, Henry, the elevation on this course, climbing up right up to the Trundle Hill, up on top, overlooking Goodwood House and the Goodwood Park estate. 3 D-types crossing the line in unison.
Several hundred feet, doesn't it, in total?
That's lovely. On track is the Junior Johnson Ollie Farms Racing Chevrolet Impala.
As the Auto Union has left the line on the big screens, Frank Bieler with the 1936, the V10 Grand Prix car, the D-Type, the last of the Auto Union Grand Prix cars.
V12, yeah, V12 engine.
Sorry, V12, and it's a, I mean, can you imagine this car going up the hill climbs, let alone the Grand Prix circuits pre-war?
It really is a thundering bolide, and it comes into our sight here at Molecombe. Frank Bieler hunched in the very cramped cockpit of this essentially an aircraft fuselage, all about the engine.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. 5-time Le Mans winner, Frank Bieler, and a multiple touring car champion as well, of course. Very few people are entrusted with these silver hours. You have to have
absolutely right credentials, I think is the term.
Several of your largest boxes ticked on the CV to get in one of these.
The Union had a 16-cylinder model prior to this one. There's the big Mercedes going through now.
That's Roland Ash, isn't it? No, it's
Jochen Master. Yeah, W125. Roland Ash drove it earlier on today. 6 horsepower.
And he's pressing on as well, isn't he? Winner of the 1975 Spanish Grand Prix, a Le Mans winner as well, and a European touring car champion.
The little Alpine Renault, 1300cc, 166 miles an hour on the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans in the mid-60s, which tells you just how slippery this little machine from Jean Radelet's factory was.
Yeah, Piotr Frankowski. It's a 1.3 litre 4-cylinder of the M65 Gordini-tuned machine.
The French marque's always chasing the index of thermal efficiency at Le Mans, a highly prized award.
That's King Klaus, isn't it?
That is Klaus,
Ludwig.
yeah.
I recognise that lid anywhere.
And he started his racing career in NSU TTS.
Yeah, absolutely 3-time Le Mans winner, multiple DTM touring car champion, even raced in Formula 2.
I reported on him racing in Formula 2 in the 70s.
Didn't get to Formula 1 though, did he? Great all-rounder in...
He'd have been on the edge of the Zaxby team, wouldn't he, I guess?
Yeah, yeah. Remember him in the Group 5 Zaxby Capri Turbo. We had one of those here last year, didn't we, in Wurth livery. Love that car.
The two-frame Capri, yeah, fabulous, from Peter Zakowski's team. There's the Renault of Eric Leroux, going back into the early pioneering days of motoring.
Just going to say that Zaxby Capri, one of my all-time favourite cars. Got a Tamir kit of that to build in the queue.
I saw them racing at the Norris Ring, which was absolutely brilliant, and at the Nürburgring.
2.1 litre with a turbo that your dog could sleep in.
Here comes the very, very pretty number 45. That's the Auto Union Alpine car, isn't it? Quite an avant-garde colour scheme for its day.
Yes, very racing.
Pale green Jaguar C-Type on the line.
Twice a Le Mans winner on debut, of course, in 1951 with Peters, Walker and Whitehead, and then again in 53. Mercedes winning in 52 in the meet in a C-Type victory sandwich. So in 53, Duncan Hamilton and Tony Rolt's first car to average over 100 miles an hour.
That's the type of car on which was developed the disc braking system, which has become de rigueur. Glorious low drag body, and particularly pretty in this very pale green. Sterling Moss sprung to prominence by racing a C-Type. Mind you, wasn't he good in? Great book listing all his racing career. And he's caught the yellow at Auto Union. Nice gentle run to the top now. is the first of our Bentleys. This is old number 3, making its way up. It's run earlier this weekend with old number 2 and old number 1. And yes, they appear now into our view under the pedestrian bridge opposite Goodwood House. Thudding past. Bentley's dominance at Le Mans from the late 20s.
They're coming in reverse order, aren't they, like they did earlier. Old number 3 heading old number 2, and then the pale blue old number 1, and third in that trio of wonderful Bentley Le Mans legends.
Here comes a Renault Aerodyne, designed to race at the Linas Montlhéry Speedway, the big banked circuit outside Paris.
Incredibly futuristic shape, that.
Very much so.
For its time.
Big though, isn't it? Montlhéry used for top-class sports car racing right through into the 1970s. It was for a long time the home of the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or, a huge historic celebration that kicked off in 1964. The French Grand Prix meeting at Rouen, a race won by Dan Gurney in his Brabham BT7, but notable for a superb historic race, in practice for which Jim Clark had a go in ERA R5B Remus at the invitation of its owner, the Honourable Patrick Lindsay. Went quicker than Lindsay had in a few laps. Yes. And so that was very nice. I really enjoyed that. Thank you. And that car, of course, still raced, Remus, still raced today by Charles McCabe, an American, and a superb enthusiast of historic motor cars. We're so grateful that all around the world we have so many people who treasure these cars but want to use them and are happy to bring them to places like the Goodwood Festival of Speed, where you see the world's finest cars.
Which includes this, of course, the Maserati 8CM.
This is Josine Laumann van Dorth.
That's so
progressing
lovely, isn't it?
nicely, yeah. 8-cylinder. Glorious Maserati. We're so privileged to have a lot of great Maseratis.
We've got the big engine one, and we've got the little one. We've got the 6CM, 1.5 litre 6-cylinder,
and the 4CLT 48, of course, as well. We've just seen the Renault Nerva Sport go up, the Renault rally car.
Jean-Pierre Prévost in the wailing Alpine Renault. Classic endurance racers. Pulling up, led down to our traditional shootout. It's been an exciting part of the final day of the Festival of Speed for the past 3 or 4 years. It'll take place just after 4 o'clock, we hope, and features 40 of the fastest cars, and we go in reverse order.
Here comes Andy Mikkola, savagely accelerative Audi Sport Quattro, the short Quattro S1.
And the original Ingolstadt number plates on that car.
Isn't it?
It's cool, isn't it? It's so brutal, thuggish. Group B Audi Sport Quattro S1, winner of the San Remo Rally in 1986.
Seen Volta in these before here.
85, I beg your pardon. 86.
This is going to be quick. The Vitaphone McLaren MC12.
It's the Maserati MC12 that's on the line as Hanno Mikkola makes his way to the top of the hill. 12.8 inches smaller was the Sport Quattro than the standard Quattro. We were talking about that this morning. I've been waiting for the moment, guys.
And what was the standard wheelbase?
99.4 inches, and Mikkola's driving the 86.6, but that's of little matter as we see the Maserati MC12 leave the line in a roar of 6-litre V12 and just spinning the wheels and putting on a little bit of a show as it makes its way up the hill. And actually following it is, guess what, another Maserati MC12 6-litre V12. Here it is on the line. What a beautiful colour scheme that they adorned this car with. About 10 years ago or so, it won the FIA GT Championship with Michael Bartels, who is here this weekend.
You could buy one for the road, couldn't you, Toby?
Yes, you could.
Yes, Perfect with the speed bumps of the Tesco car park.
Yes, not very good on that front, unfortunately.
Not as practical as a Ghibli.
No, not at all. And based on a Ferrari Enzo, as well as these two Maserati MC12s make their way towards the top of the hill. Beautiful, beautiful.
Andrea Bertolini, one of the period race drivers, wasn't he, for the Vitaphone Maserati squad, winning lots of races with Mika Salo, Michael Bartels, Spa 24-hour winner as well this car. The Vitaphone team developed it into a really, really potent force, and we've got three of them, haven't we? We've got this lovely blue one, the Nick Homerson car. We've got the Bertolini Vitaphone car, and we've got the Maserati Centenary liveried car of Bartels himself, which is quickest at the moment. Topped the times in the qualifying run with a 46.24.
And then did a 45, 8-1 this morning.
Another ace having a go in the Richard Petty Plymouth Belvedere. It's Michael Waltrip at the wheel of the NASCAR machine that won 27 of the 48 races in 1967. But, have we got Patrick Friesacker in the NASCAR? He's yes, here we go. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. He's going to do something rude down there on the straight in front of Goodwood House. He's going to fill the air with a choking acrid smoke. Gas marks at the ready.
That's awesome, Patrick Friesacker.
I didn't know the red arrows were coming onto the racetrack, guys. Red and blue smoke and white smoke. The lines that he's left off the start line are just something to behold. I've had to take a photograph of it. I'll show you later and hopefully get it up on the internet. Quite staggering.
The crowd's disappeared, Toby.
He's missing in action somewhere, isn't he? Oh, here he comes, bursting out of the cloud of smoke.
I'll tweet it with the hashtag FOS.
Yeah. / choking.
Exactly. Bits of rubber all over my paperwork. As we see Kerry Earnhardt now leave the line a little bit quicker with his father's Chevrolet Monte Carlo, the Goodwrench #3 car. Squint and you're at Daytona. Absolutely fantastic to see these NASCARs. Patrick Friesacker leaving more and more number 11s on the racetrack here at Goodwood than we have ever seen before. And now Kerry Earnhardt does it, completely locks the front wheels and a standing burnout. Look at that.
Always
this
mentioned.
Is the way that the NASCAR guys celebrate, of course, Henry, all over the beautifully cut Daytona 500 grass.
That's right, and the #3 forever synonymous with old Dale Earnhardt, old Ironhead. We talk about numbers associated with drivers, don't we? It's 3 with Earnhardt, 5 with Mansell, 7 with Sheen.
Red flag.
We've got a red flag, so somebody has not made it to the top.
Burst tyre, you
It'll
think?
be 3 second car. That's in the top paddock, isn't it? So messing about.
If you fancy your chances at driving a NASCAR stock, and you can do it in this country, Rockingham, the Rusty Wallace driving experience.
And it was also great to see here Max Papis with his NASCAR having 2 steering racks, 2 seats, because he was teaching some of the more familiar NASCAR guys how to race on the road courses.
Red flag was retracted. No, it's still there. It's been.
Yes, you only want one steering wheel, 2 racks, and you can change the sides of the steering wheel, but you don't want people working in opposite directions. It doesn't work very well.
Just an instant changeover, isn't it?
He's been working with the Dillon boys, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. He was telling us yesterday, Max Papis, who made a meteorically fast run with such a large car. They've been working on the car specifically to turn it away from a NASCAR specification to something a bit more Goodwood specification. I don't quite think they had that in the initial design specification, that it would be racing up the Goodwood hill climb, but Max Papis going like the wind.
Had he spoken to the boys at BMTR about some soft hill climb tyres?
Maybe he's got a hand to get some of those Avons on, which have been used on some of the cars here this weekend. I think Michael Bartels had a set of Avons on, and that was one of the reasons why he managed to dip sub 46 seconds to go from the bottom to the top here at Goodwood with a 45.81 second run that he did this morning.
Great shots of Lewis Hamilton down in the paddock. He's a very popular visitor, isn't he? Comes every year to the festival. It has done for many years, and nice chance to relax away from the pressures of the Formula One circuit. Wonderful car still to come on the down at the start line there, the Maserati 4CLT. The driver is out of that car, so a brief delay before he gets going around noon. At this point, our online viewers on Goodwood.com, YouTube and around the world are in for a real treat. We have all the action from yesterday's Supercar Shootout and then some crazy highlights from the Goodwood Action Sports Arena. We've then got highlights of yesterday's incident-filled qualifying session, followed by uninterrupted coverage of the Sunday Shootout to see who can be champion of this year's Goodwood Festival of Speed Hill Climb. Will Sebastian Loeb beat that long-standing 41.6 second record?
Very excited to be here and call the Supercar Challenge. It's one of the first times we've seen supercars, road-going spec cars with professional racing drivers in them pushing for a time up the hill. The target time at the moment is some 45 seconds. That was of course set by a Maserati race car. Can any of these supercars get anywhere near that?
Well, we know that Anthony Reid was nudging 50 seconds in the Noble this morning in practice, so he could be under the 50-second mark.
We're going to have a quick look before we get into the competition runs of some of the demonstration runs we've had here at Goodwood so far. Our broadcast going onto the big screens around the whole of Goodwood and of course here live on Motors TV as well. And we had an opportunity to have a look at some of the past and present sports cars going up the hill. Some amazing cars and amazing drivers, an amazing collection. Group C, LMP1, but it started with Sebastian Loeb in a Citroën DS rally car.
Yeah, the 9-time World Rally Champion doing donuts down there in front of the house with a lucky passenger. Sebastian, of course, will also be reunited with the Peugeot 208 T16 Pikes Peak Monster, in which he shaved many minutes from the hill record last year in Colorado. There he goes, underway.
That's Brendan Hartley in the Porsche RS Spider Le Mans car. See, fantastic. The Audi as well.
Yeah, the R18
fresh from winning at Le Mans.
Yeah, interesting story about that car. That's branded as the #2 machine, but in fact is the #1 chassis that completed Le Mans. Just a slight rebranding due to the fact that the one car, the winning car, had to be scrutineered and therefore taken apart.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and we saw briefly, didn't we, Porsche's 911 GT1 that gave the German mark its 16th and most recent win back in 1998. They came close again with the new 919 Spider and Mark Webber, but it wasn't to be. Audi winning again. The GT3 SLS AMG Mercedes, one of the stars of the modern sports car game in the production class. And there's the car that Mark Webber last raced at Le Mans, the CLK GTR Mercedes, winner of the FIA GT Championship back in the late 90s.
And if you want to see his 919 here at Goodwood, it is a model of the car is on the Porsche Le Mans restaurant area just outside the main house. It's not any of the actual road-going cars, race-winning cars. It's a model, but still a really good opportunity to see that car in the flesh and enjoy the contours. One of my favourite cars here at Le Mans, the Harrods branded McLaren F1.
Yeah, it's incredible. David Clark drives it on the road very sparingly, but he sells most beautiful top-end sports and racing cars from his base in central London. And this is that Harrods car. Wonderful livery.
driven by father and son combo Derek and Justin Bell, of course. Derek, the 5-time Le Mans winner, double World Sports Car champion, here in force this weekend in a number of cars. The gorgeous Gulf liveried, Lola-built, pro-drive run Aston Martin LMP1 car, one of the best of the privateer LMP1 cars, taking the fight to Audi and Peugeot in Le Mans a few years ago.
And that car is based about half an hour from here at Goodwood, just north of the Downs, owned by a guy called Rupert Cleveland, and he's actually looking to sell it. So anyone who's got a few £1 million that you can have a Lola Aston Martin for.
Excellent. I'm sure he'll be very pleased to hear your offers over the weekend. There's the Porsche 917 30 going up. It was following the gorgeous 917 of Brian Redman. This is Jackie Oliver driving the Sunoco Porsche 917 30, the ultimate Porsche Turbo Panzer, as they were known.
1,000 bhp back
and
in
more.
1973. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Jackie Oliver, a Grand Prix driver, a Can-Am champion. All the most important sports car races from all the different rules set and disciplines and generations are here, including the little Group 5 Lancia Beta Monte Carlo. Stefano Macaluso in Martini livery. Everything looks good in Martini livery, doesn't it?
Even Martini. Perfect.
Yes.
Where is it? We need some. Aston Martin snaking out of the stage, class winner at Le Mans a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, that's the GTE AMC winning car, isn't it? Of Iki Tim, David Heinemeier Hansen.
Lovely red Alpine V6. Michel Leclerc driving it in that shot. And we've also seen René Arnoux drive it.
The Aston Martin, the 95 machine, expected really to be the class of field with 3 incredibly good drivers at Le Mans in the GT AM category. The GT Pro car should have also won its class, but had a few maladies right at the end of the race, just like in 2013. Darren Turner itching to get back on that podium.
Look at that. For me, one of the sights of this entire event has been the Ferrari 512S Codalunga, the long-tail car. Emanuele Pirro has been driving it for Franco Miners. Scuderia Filippinetti, a legendary name in sports car entrance.
Harking back to the great Steve McQueen Le Mans films, of course, with the Ferrari and Porsche battles. The Jaguar leaves the line. Andy Wallace in the number 2 XJR 9LM, winner at Le Mans in 1988, ending Porsche's run of 6 wins. And, Toby Moody down on the start line. You must not know which way to look.
Absolutely, Henry. Good afternoon, everybody. It was great to see the Silk Cut Jaguar, the 1988 Le Mans winner. It was great to see Derek Bell driving the 1998 Porsche GT1 as well. We will see Derek Bell coming up the hill in a few moments' time. And one of my favourite cars from the early 1970s, the Alfa Romeo T33. You could just imagine that Alfa barking through the villages on the Targa Florio in 1971. Absolutely fantastic to see them all here at Goodwood at the Festival of Speed here today in 2014. There's an enormous amount of history that we've had in the latest batch, including the very latest technology with the Audi, the Toyotas, fresh from Le Mans, that only finished only a fortnight ago. In fact, out of the 4 classes at Le Mans, we've got 3 of the class-winning cars here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
That was the last of the competition batch. Batch 5 are endurance racers and sports car legends. Marco Caggiani, the Scuderia del Portello Alfa Romeo, safely across the line. Live pictures there. Huge crowd in anticipation of the timed Michelin supercar run. Ben, we've got millions of pounds, many tens of thousands of horsepower. It's going to be very, very exciting, isn't it?
Remarkable to see some of the greatest supercars from over the last couple of years have been built, and the latest technology with the LaFerrari, the McLaren P1, and of course the Porsche 918 in the Martini livery that it had when it set a 6:57 lap around the Nordschleife. That exact car set the time. It's still got some of its telemetry and GPS systems on board, and that's why it doesn't look quite as tidy as some of the other cars down in the supercar paddock. The first car lining up, getting ready for us, is an Audi R8 by the looks of things.
It is indeed, Ben. It's the Audi R8. It's the V10, I believe, 4-wheel drive technology. multi-million-pound car park I can see just down the avenue of trees here at the start line at Goodwood as we await the start of this Michelin Supercar run. Just to remind you, it's a 1.1 mile hill climb. We have a measurement of speed off the line. We've got a speed trap before the very difficult Molecombe corner. We saw a speed of over 100 miles an hour this morning with one of the racing cars. It'll be interesting to see how the very powerful supercars compare with the McLaren GTR Longtail that was driven by Kenny Brack this morning. We've then got another intermediate split a little bit further up the hill, and then of course the all-important time at the top of the hill. That is exactly what hill climbing is all about. Standing start and then go as fast as you can up this 1.1 mile now world famous hill climb here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. The car is being lined up on a yard of Indianapolis Motor Speedway bricks, and the first car is underway. The Audi R8 V10 shoots down the avenue of trees, a flash of brake light, it tips it into the first corner. It's a tight entry to that first right-hander, and then it opens out. The Audi is on its way.
Keep an eye on the clock as well on your big screens. Charlie Hollings, single-seater racer at the wheel of the Audi R8 V10, comes over the brow through the kink, hard on the brakes and into the Molecombe left-hander.
Sounded like he was really on the limit going through Molecombe, the wheels scrabbling for grip through certainly the most important corner on the circuit through Molecombe. It's a very tricky corner indeed, and then you have the flint wall as well, which is the second of the two challenges up the hill. Slightly widens out through here, and Charlie Hollings still with his foot buried to the floor.
Yeah, through the long last left-hander and thunders across the line. Charlie Hollings, the first of our runners in the Michelin Supercar run. The second car is ready on the line.
And that looks like the Lexus LFA.
Yeah, with a very distinctive bark to its engine. We saw it here at the Festival of Speed a couple of years ago. Very, very rapid indeed.
Okay, now second car on the hill, the Lexus LFA, entered by the Toyota Motor Company, driven by Chris Ward, a very rare car in its day. And they've stopped the production, but it's still a car that stands out. The clock is ticking away as we speak, as it races its way up towards Molecombe Corner and up towards you two guys.
Yeah, the rear end switching through the first two right-handers, and now through Molecombe. Looks a little bit more tidy there. No rear end sliding around. The tyres now with plenty of grip as he heads towards the flint wall, throws it through there.
Yeah, he certainly got the power down really early out of Molecombe Bend, and he's up through the final turns.
It's Chris Ward, isn't it?
It is Chris Ward with that red and yellow helmet, chief instructor at Silverstone.
And top historic peddler. Entrusted with the LFA. Stops the clock at 53.43, 116 miles an hour between the bales in this narrow tunnel at the top of the hill.
Next up, we've got Bruno Senna leaving the line here in the brand new Jaguar F-Type Coupe. It growls its way down the avenue of trees. Bruno Senna, nephew of Ayrton Senna, going through the first corner, leaning on those tires, leaning on the Jaguar, 550 horsepower. He's up on the first split by the looks of things with our data and timing as he's hoving into your view.
Yeah, comes through the kink over the brow, hard on the brakes in this very, very sporty Jaguar. Tucks it into the Molecombe apex, back on the gas, little bit of a twitch as he gets back on the power. The Brazilian, who's of course racing in the World Endurance Championship with Aston Martin. Here he is in another iconic British name. The Jaguar F-Type comes through the penultimate corner, the right-hander. Birdless Grove into the top on left-hander, and he will flash across the line to stop the clock.
Not a lot of opportunity for Bruno Senna to have a chance to drive the Jaguar F-Type before that run, so a little bit cautious through some of the turns. The car looking a little bit ragged through the first two right-handers, and now it's the Porsche, the 918.
The 918 sits on the line. It's the first time that many of you will have seen this tremendously technologically advanced car, as it's lining up on those yard of bricks from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. the hybrid-powered Porsche 918 sits in near silence. In fact, it leaves the line in absolute silence, and we wait for the engine to kick in, and it still hasn't kicked in, and it's already at the first corner. Incredible! It just whisked away like a ghost.
Doesn't that look superb in its Martini livery, harking back to the days of the great Porsche Martini Association Le Mans winners in 76 and 77. Wonder if he's using electric power or the traditional combustion engine in this.
Gordon Robertson from Porsche Cars Great Britain.
Yeah, you can't hear the engine at all, can you? So it's certainly relying on those 200 odd horsepower from the electric motors that power both the front and the rear wheels on this car. Not the 900 horsepower that you would expect with both engines working, but still a technological process going up through the hill here. It's not going to be a fast time, but it's certainly one for the history books.
Yeah, P1 at the moment, Chris Ward in the Lexus LFA, 53.43. And Gordon Robertson stops the clock at 66.09.
That was a completely electric run here at Goodwood, so a little bit of history being made once more. Next up, it's another Porsche. This time it's the 911 Turbo S. This is a beautiful car, and it is been driven very quickly indeed in the bottom reaches of this hill. Let's have a look at the split. 25.4 is the first split as he comes up towards you.
Yeah, one of the fastest of the breed, the new 991 shape 911. It's been in production for over 60 years.
And faster as well, faster through the first split by 1.2 seconds. Can he keep the momentum up now through the flint wall here?
39.96 to beat.
And the time ticks away. He's lost nearly 2 seconds in that middle sector. And see, Chris Ward was incredibly fast in the second half of his climb. Now just one final turn and over the line. It is going to be slower, but a good commitment into that first part of the run.
Next up, we've got on the line the little Lotus Exige V6 Cup. The time to beat at the moment is still the 53.43 set by the Lexus LFA. We've just seen Simon Simpson go up with the Porsche 911 Turbo S in a 55.11. You can see the splits that we've got on the hill. He's been given the green light, and as the Lotus Exige V6 shudders under acceleration as the clutch is let in, he goes up to second and third gear before he gets to the first corner, tips it through the right-hander. It's a tight first part of that corner, and then it opens out, kisses the inside of the second right-hander, flashes past the front of Goodwood House. The first intermediate split is a 25.42. He's coming through the timing beam now, and he's up on the split by 0.4.
Fantastic. Matt Becker, who's one of the Lotus development drivers, he's really hustling this Lotus Exige S. And how does he compare to the 39.96 split? No, he's lost nearly half a second there. 0.45 adrift.
The car looks so nimble though through all these turns. Of course, Lotus built as a track car. It is a road-going machine, but built with racing in mind. Over the line, it's pretty close, but not close enough. 0.6 down, and he falls into second position. Top speed of 110 over the line.
Yeah, 54.03.
So still the time to beat, a 53.4 of Chris Ward in the Lexus LFA. Next up on the hill here at Goodwood, we've got the Panigale Huara, if I pronounced that correctly. You have a go, Henry.
No, you were pretty good there, mate.
Was I?
Yeah, John Morrison in Horatio Pagani's extraordinary machine. John Morrison, who was a very quick racer in his day, raced up to Formula 2 level. And here he is entrusted with one of these £1 million supercars, the Pagani.
And just remarkable to see one of these cars being driven at such speed. Yes, he's not anywhere near the split time of Chris Ward, who set that provisional fastest time, but still at great speed, threading through the bales. Over the line of 57.8, so 4.4 seconds slower, but still a speed of 107 miles an hour over the line. Remarkable. In fact, he's clipped the wing mirror on the left-hand side, look. Here's a replay, great pickup from our director. Through the final turn, and he's just clipped the apex and rubbed that wing mirror.
How close would you dare to get to the bales with that Panigale? Next car is on the line. This is the Ginetta G60. The Ginettas being brought forward here into the mid-2010s by Lawrence Tomlinson, supplying a couple of support races alongside the British Touring Car Championship. And this little G60, pretty little car and very quick as well, as it starts its way up towards the front of Goodwood House.
Stuart Lynn at the wheel of the Ginetta G60, a Ginetta racing champion, knows his way around these Yorkshire-built sports cars very well indeed. Nice and tidy through Molecombe, back on the gas as he goes uphill towards the Flint wall. It's a very quick S-bend, right on the way in, left on the way out.
An LT on the number plate for Lawrence Tomlinson, who is the now the owner of the Ginetta brand and very much racing in the DNA of this category as well. In fact, they've got 2 classes racing this weekend up at Croft.
Yeah, he's not going to be troubling Chris Ward's fastest time of a 53.43, is he? That stops the clock at 63.36, almost 10 seconds adrift.
So still the best time of days in this supercar run, held by the Lexus LFA in the 53. Now here is the 5-time Le Mans winner, Derek Bell, at the wheel of this Bentley. And you've never heard tyres squeal on a Bentley nor a Rolls-Royce, but you are in this run, and indeed the next run.
Carrying huge pace for its weight, Derek tucks the nose in. Tyres howling as he gets onto the gas, only 6/10 down at the split. Let's see how he compares with the 39.96 at the Flint wall. He's lost a bit of time through the technical bits there, exactly 3 seconds adrift.
But a little nimble Lotus Exige compared to this Bentley is just worlds apart, and he's making that car do things that you wouldn't expect it to do. Looks so nimble in the hands of Derek Bell. 4.66 seconds down. A good speed though, 101 mile an hour over the line. Next car on the hill.
The next car on the hill is a Rolls-Royce Wraith. I never thought in all my years I would be commentating on a Rolls-Royce that is racing against the clock. I only heard the tyres squeal underneath this brand new Rolls-Royce Wraith as it was coming to the line. It's got Justin Law at the wheel. Rolls-Royce building their cars just 1.5 miles away from this very Goodwood Festival of Speed hill climb. And only 1.7 seconds down at the split in this enormous 6-litre V12 twin-turbo Rolls-Royce. What an epic piece of engineering.
Yeah, Justin Law used to threading big cars up the hill climb, isn't he? He's in the top 5 of the fastest ever up here in the Silk Cut Jaguar, the Group C car. Here he is in the Rolls-Royce Wraith.
Plenty of power from that car, but also plenty of weight to carry up the hill as well. He comes through the final turn and under the start and finishing line. Of course, just the finishing line at the end of this hill. 5.9 seconds down, but still over 100 miles an hour as he finished the run.
The same terminal velocity as Derek Bell's Bentley, 101 miles an hour. Still stopping the clock at under a minute. Impressive stuff.
I wonder if Justin Law and Derek Bell had the air conditioning and Classic FM on at the same time. There's a thought. Next up, we've got the Maserati screaming up the hill, and a Maserati that looks slower and sleek and a real Gran Turismo car, but this is a very, very quick run.
Is there a more elegant way to carry 4 people and luggage across continents with that lovely V12 soundtrack at the front? Ross Kaiser, experienced racer, is charged with driving this car this afternoon.
And there is a racing series for the Maserati Gran Turismo as well. They race across the world in a World Series. In fact, we've got one of the cars here at Goodwood celebrating 100 years of Maserati. He crosses the line 5.33 seconds down.
58.76, so the last 2 cars getting to the top of the hill under a minute. Next up, we've got another Maserati. This time it's the Maserati Gran Cabrio. Steve Mills at the wheel.
So effectively the same shape then, but the roof taken off for sun tanning as you're cruising down Saint-Tropez.
Yes, you've got the previous car you could go to St. Moritz in the winter, and then this drophead you could go to Saint-Tropez in.
2.71 seconds down as he goes through Molecombe. but safely through there. Not quite on the same limit as Ross Kaiser was in the car just before. But a great opportunity to have a look at the beautiful engineering that Maserati are continuing to produce. Still scrabbling with the wheel. You can see the work that he's doing. The open top allowing us to see the driver. And coming towards the line, it's going to be just over a minute, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Stops the clock at 62.46. 9 seconds adrift of our fastest man so far. It was the second car to go, the Lexus LFA of Chris Ward, 53.43. There's confirmation of the classification thus far. Chris Ward is quickest at the moment with a 53.43. Matthew Becker in the Lotus of 54.03. Third quickest Simon Simpson in the Porsche 911 Turbo S. Charlie Hollings is fourth. Bruno Senna is fifth. John Morrison heads Derek Bell in 6th and 7th place. 8th is Ross Kaiser. 9th, Justin Law. We wait for the next car to go through. Building up, of course, to some of the fastest cars in this class. I think it will be a real showdown, Ben, in the latter stages of this Michelin supercar run.
Well, we've already seen the Porsche that went up the hill, and now that looks like a Noble to me.
It is indeed, Ben, as it is not just the Noble, but it is Anthony Reid at the wheel. Former Le Mans driver, former British touring car driver, and a former and here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And he has been doing exactly what you need to do as a hill climber. Get heat into the tyres. He was coming to the line, and then there was a bit of a delay, so he went back towards the tyre warming area to try and get some more heat into the tyres. The time to beat at the moment is a 53.43, and we are riding on board with Anthony Reid. This is fantastic. Oh, massive opposite lock. He's on the grass, but he managed to hold it. Brilliant stuff from Anthony Reid. Commitment, if ever there was some. 3rd to 4th gear underneath the bridge. This is a committed run here at Goodwood. Great to see.
Yeah, over the brow and through the kink into Malcolm. Get it stopped, turned in. He's very, very ragged through there, but he holds it together. Riding on board as we go up towards the Flint Wall. Watch for the straw bale apex on the right, mind the wall on the left, and back out into the sunshine towards Birdless Grove and that tricky right-hander. And then all he has to do is get the Noble M600 around the long last left-hander, blind on entry, and thunder across the line. And what time has Anthony Reid done?
Anthony Reid crosses the line with the Noble. Next up, we've got Jan Mardenborough. Anthony Reid, quickest, a 50.1. He shatters the previous best time from Chris Ward. Anthony Reid leads in the Noble. Next up, we've got Jan Mardenborough now in the Nissan GTR Nismo Special Edition Time Attack Edition. It's still in its Nürburgring livery, and Jan Mardenborough is already 0.8 of a second underneath at that split.
Oh, very, very sideways on the way out of there, carrying so much speed into the left-hander. And we go on board with Jan as he goes past the wall and back out into the sunshine. He was knocking on the door of a 50-second run as well yesterday.
And at the moment, it looks like he's up on Anthony Reid by some 0.8 of a second through the second sector, now through the final turn. Coming towards the line, has Jan Mardenborough got P1?
Yes, he has. 49.27, 127 miles an hour across the line. Wow.
And 3 years ago, he wasn't even racing a car. He hadn't even sat in a race car. Amazing stuff from Jan Mardenborough.
Next up, we've got Andrew Frankel at the wheel of this McLaren 650S Spider from McLaren Special Operations, built just up the road in Woking. Andrew Frankel, who has just arrived at Goodwood after driving from Africa to Goodwood on 1 tank of diesel. Amazing. So as Andrew makes his way up the hill in one of the latest McLarens, he's coming up to the very difficult Moulcombe corner. You can't see it until you're right on top of it.
Absolutely right, and he's going quickly, but not taking any undue risks. And he stopped. Andrew Frankel has stopped on the way out of Moulcombe, halfway up the run towards.
It looks like a red flag has been shown to him. Not entirely sure why. We've got red flags flying at Moulcombe.
I wonder if there was a pheasant on the racetrack. We had something similar yesterday, and I think they are indeed chasing some of the local wildlife back into the forests. Well, there is, opposite your commentary box, a grandstand called Pheasantry.
Yes, indeed. So Andrew Frankel has to thread the McLaren 650S back up to the top paddock. He may well be allowed another go, of course, as his run was spoiled.
You certainly wouldn't want to have pheasant contact with carbon fibre.
No, certainly not. So gently round the last corner and under the finish gantry.
It's one of the quirks of British hill climb courses, the fact that they are in the countryside and usually on estates where there are shoots in the winter. So in the summertime, the pheasants are just going for an amble on a Saturday afternoon sometimes, and they sometimes get in the way. So the marshal's quite rightly putting the red flags out and just calling a stop for things. But we will be back in action here with the Michelin Supercar run in a few moments' time as the Sin R1 gets wheeled back from the start line, as it's going to put some more heat into the tyres when it gets the green flag.
Yeah, distinctive looking machine powered by a Chevrolet engine, and it's been making some quick climbs during the festival so far. 2 runs yesterday and a run this morning in practice.
Well, one of the stories of the launches here at Goodwood, plenty of launches, but one of the most significant was McLaren's launch of the 650 GT3 car, a new generation of GT3 cars for your gentleman drivers, and a great stepping stone for McLaren. They obviously had the NC12 GT3 car, been racing, for nearly 2 years now, I guess, but the 650, a progression of that. And if you are on site, you can go and have a look at some of the Gran Turismo concept cars that are either down in the supercar paddock with Aston Martin, or indeed Nissan launching one on Thursday. All of these cars can be driven on the Gran Turismo game, but won't be driven here because they can't move, but look beautiful. And certainly Nissan very bullish about their Concept 2020 being used in the future of some of their road and their race cars.
OK, let's go up to the top paddock and catch a word with our fastest man so far, Jan Mardenborough.
Jan Mardenborough, first driver under 50 seconds in the supercar shootout, 49.27 seconds. How close to the edge were you?
It was pretty close to the edge, you know. Anthony was really pushing really hard, and yeah, it was good fun. That big rush, and wall comes up very fast at Morecambe corner, and at the wall corner as well. But it was really good fun. Really enjoyed it.
Now, what's the power delivery like in this? Anthony was talking about the Noble spooling up and then suddenly pouring the power out. Is yours a bit more controlled?
It's very similar. It's we have it's twin turbocharged 3.8 litre V6, and different to the Noble in terms of the way it's delivered. It's 4-wheel drive, obviously, so it's a bit easier to get off the line. But similar power delivery. Not a lot of power until 3,500–4,000 RPM, and then you're like a rocket ship. You're away, and the gearbox again is again really good and helps us out. But yeah, fantastic event. It's faster than GT3 car, so yeah, it's mega.
Just one look at your face, Jan. It's clearly fun, but you couldn't get a more contrasting event to the Le Mans 24 hours, could you? You've got to pace yourself, go as hard as you can, but 24 hours. This is over in under a minute.
You know, it's very similar to the Le Mans 24 hours, because people think that Le Mans you have to look after the car, take it easy, but in reality nowadays it's flat out. We take care of some curbs sometimes, but it's flat out, especially this year. Pace is so fast, and there is thinking about looking after the car in the final 3 hours or so, but other than that, to stay on the lead lap and to stay up front, you have to push so hard. So, and this, again, it's a different event, a hill climb, and you get one chance at it, and nothing's really warm. The tyres are cold, the brakes are cold, and the driver's cold because we're waiting around. So it's a different kind of event. You really have to psych yourself up for this.
Jan, glad you enjoyed it. Thanks very much.
And Jan Mardenborough, a real star of motorsport over the last few years. Massive support from Nissan. He's racing as a Red Bull driver in GP3. And is this a replay, I think, of Andrew Frankel?
No, this is live. This is live. This is Andrew Frankel already off the line. They've returned the car to the base of the hill after the pheasant incident. And Andrew Frankel now battling against the clock in this McLaren 650S, making his way up towards Morecambe, and he's got a little bit of an advantage because he's got the tyres warm and he's got his eye in.
Yeah, there'll be a little bit of nerves though, won't there, as he had his run interrupted and he had to get back into his rhythm. Let's keep an eye on the clock as he takes the very latest McLaren supercar towards the top of the hill. Fantastically high-tech electronic trickery aboard these new breed of hypercars, we should call them really. Jan Mardenborough, 49.27. Fantastic. Look at the air brake on that McLaren. Andrew Frankel stops the clock at 55.73, 115 miles an hour. A very respectable climb indeed.
Next up, we have the Sin R1 with the Chevrolet engine leaving the line as we are riding on board underneath the first of the bridges here at Goodwood through the first right-hander. It opens out, but you can't get on the throttle too much. Got to just steady yourself, and now, although it's not a straight, you can give it maximum power underneath the other bridge. And as we hove into Molecombe Corner, towards that white banner, towards the grandstand, you can't see the corner until you're right on top of it.
Yeah, fantastic onboard shots with Rosson Daskaloff in the Chevy-powered Sin R1. You can hear that big American Chevrolet grunting away behind his head. And it all goes dark for a moment as he threads it through the right-left S's at the Flint Wall and through Birdless Grove, the right-hander, towards the final long left-hander. Patience required to pick up the throttle again, otherwise you run out of road on the outside there with those huge, daunting bales. And he thumps across the line, 59.84, 102 miles an hour.
1.5 litre 3-cylinder internal combustion engine powered by petrol in the rear of the car, doing the rear wheels, and electric power feeding the front wheels. Is it four-wheel drive? Well, I think BMW like to call it all-wheel drive. It is deceptively fast. It's the first time I have seen a BMW i8 and that is what's great about this Michelin Supercar run, that so many cars have never ever been seen before by the vast crowds who are trackside here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So we're under starters orders. Alex Sims gets the thumbs up. He's broken the beam. The time is ticking, and the BMW i8 already has the brake lights on into the first corner, the first 100 meters being done there and timed. The next split is at 22.48 seconds. Alexander Sims up, whispering his way up towards you at Molecombe Corner.
And because there's the lack of sound, it doesn't necessarily look as fast, but it's certainly going incredibly well. And Alexander Sims pinch perfect through Molecombe, heading up towards the Flint Wall now and breaking the beam at the second split. It's going to be 3 or 4 seconds off the ultimate fastest time, but that's what you would expect. This car is not producing a huge amount of horsepower, but it is incredibly fast anyway. And of course, torque from those electric motors, a very, very important part of the i8's DNA. And of course, MPG, it does 400 kilometers to a tank of fuel, and the tank is something like 30 liters. So it might not be the fastest, only 12th position up the hill, but it is a marvel in engineering.
Yep, stopping the clock at just under 100 miles an hour. And here's a great name from Formula One's past, Rupert Keegan in the Alfa Romeo 4C.
We saw one of these in the barriers, sadly, yesterday at Morecambe. It's been replaced by a different car today, and Rupert Keegan, a 70s Formula One driver, heading up towards Morecambe now.
Yeah, here he comes over the brow, through the kink and into the left-hander. Very, very tiny left foot braking halfway through at the apex there to keep some weight on the nose. Vastly experienced racer, former British Formula 3 champion who won the Aurora AFX British Formula 1 title in '79 and made it to Formula 1, racing for the great March team.
This car, just 50,000 euros to buy. It's got a 1.7 litre turbo-tuned engine, all carbon fibre chassis, very, very lightweight. I think it weighs less than 1,000 kilos. A very different generation of supercar to the other cars in this batch, like the GTR and like the McLaren P1. The beauty of this is it's not necessarily a comparison of car to car and time to time, but lots of different manufacturers showing off this, a McLaren.
This is the McLaren P1, ladies and gentlemen. 903 horsepower under the right foot of Chris Goodwin, who's driving this car. It'll be very interesting to see how 903 horsepower gets up the 1.1 miles of Goodwood hill climb.
I've got a feeling he's also doing electric mode as well. It doesn't look very fast to me.
Well, what does it sound like when it comes past you?
Quiet.
Quiet, yes. Yes, very, very wafty. But still got some pace, though.
So the Porsche 918 was able to do it a full hill climb run on just electric power. So this will be a direct comparison between the two electric power machines. Now, the P1 has only got 160 odd brake horsepower from its electric engine, whereas the Porsche has some 200 horsepower. So very different configurations. Let's see what time this McLaren P1 can do. It sounds like the engine's now kicked in at the top of the hill just to boost it over the line. It goes fractionally faster than the Porsche.
Yeah, the Porsche did a 66.09. In the hands of Gordon Robertson. Chris Goodwin stops the clock at 65.03 in the McLaren P1, just using electric power.
Well, I think there was a little bit of motor at the end there. I did hear the engine power up.
Just to get him up the hill and over that last crest. Here's a car that is not powered by electricity. It's Elliot Cole in the thunderous Mercedes SLS AMG GT3.
And this is an out-and-out race car. Maybe not necessarily the best car to have on the hill. Really doesn't get Moulton very right at all. Apex way too early and then pushed to the outside, but manages to from New Bales now towards the Flint wall. The car meandering across the road because, of course, this is a road course and therefore there is a crown in the road. And the race cars just follow the crown and meander from left to right to left to right. Very hard to keep the cars under control. And comes towards the start and the finishing line at the top of the hill to break the beam, and we don't have a watch on this particular time by the looks of things, but a beautiful example of Mercedes engineering, a 61.94 his time.
61.94 seconds for the Mercedes. Next car on the hill is the Ferrari. This is the 458 Speciale. This is a very, very quick motor car. Alexandra Gordon-Lennox at the wheel.
Lord March's daughter, of course.
Yeah, she was taken up to show her the ropes this morning and still going incredibly fast, pushing very, very hard indeed. If it is indeed her driving, she was a passenger this morning to show the ropes and was expected to drive, but this car is flying in her hands.
I remember her going on the back of the Ducati two-seat MotoGP bike with Randy Mamela a few years ago as a 21st birthday present. Unbelievable.
And this is going to be a very close time. 49.2 to beat, crosses the line, and a 53.9. Fourth position in this supercar run. What a great run. She should know the hill, though.
Absolutely. She's been up many times on her push bike.
We think it might have been Enrico Battaglia, Italian racing driver, who's involved very much in the customer programme of the 458 Speciale. I stand corrected. If Lord March's daughter has gone up in 53.92, that would be absolutely staggering on her level of experience. But our winner, I think, is going to be that man there, Jan Mardenborough in the Nissan GTR, 49.27, the only man to go sub 50 seconds. Anthony Reid second quickest, Chris Ward third quickest. There he is with Bruno Sauer. That's Chris Goodwin there. Overalls around his waist.
And this is one of the wonderful things about. And this is one of the wonderful things about Goodwood is different drivers from different eras and different forms of motorsport all conversing and sharing their love for everything 4 and 2 wheels and motorised. And hey, look, here's a car with 6.
Yes, this is something rather different to go down the shops in. This is the big Mercedes-Benz Brabus Super G 700, 6-wheel drive. There are smaller cars that have won the Dakar Rally than this.
Toby, is that going to fit under the start gantry?
Only just, Henry. They might have to let some air out of the tyres just to make sure it goes underneath. It is quite an amazing piece of engineering. I need a stepladder to get into the back to load my logs in.
It's indecently quick as well, actually.
It is indeed. The whole thing moves under the when it's been revved with the sheer amount of torque from the Brabus engine, and it leaps away, goes down towards the first corner. I believe it might be Tiffany Chittenden, in fact, driving. On the grass, doesn't matter, of course, Henry.
No, yeah, daughter of saloon exponent in the 70s, Mike Chittenden, of course. And Tiffany, a great kart racer over the past few years. One of the instructors for Mercedes-Benz at its wonderful MB World site at Brooklands in Weybridge down in Surrey.
And Tiffany's a very slight lady, very short and perfect for karting, but looks tiny in this machine. Have we established how many wheels are powered on this?
Apparently all of them.
Okay.
It's a rumour that's not been confirmed or denied, so I'm sticking with it for the time being. Yeah, Tiffany hustling the Brabus machine up through the Flint Wall and round the Birdless Grove right-hander, and then up towards into the sunshine for the last time and round the long last left-hander across the finish line.
She's got a couple of Mercedes behind her as well, some road cars coming up behind her, both of which making mistakes through Moulcombe but keeping the cars off the hay bales. And here is a very special Land Rover as well.
Well, the Range Rover makes its way towards the top of the hill, past the Flint Wall, and Jaguar Land Rover having some exquisite cars at the moment. They really can't make enough of them in all over the world. They're being sold all over the world. California taking up a vast number of them, and with Bruno Senna driving the Jaguar F-Type Coupe up this Goodwood Hill climb a few moments ago, Jaguar doing having a real purple patch at the moment. Now this looks like the little Audi e-tron, some Le Mans technology coming down to everyday road usage.
Which is why, of course, these manufacturers go racing, isn't it? To filter the technology down into their road car products.
And if you are watching on Motors TV, then and you're wondering why these cars are coming thick and fast and the times are not there, it's because this is our first glance look at some of the cars of tomorrow, the cars that you can buy in 2014, at the end of 2014 and 2015. We've seen Peugeots, we've seen Ford Fiesta being launched, Ford Focus being launched here yesterday, and here is one of those Jaguar sports brakes that are used on the Tour de France.
Yes, they are supporting Team Sky. Tour de France getting underway in Yorkshire in a week's time before it then delves all the way down through France towards the Pyrenees. Aston Martin, the Aston Martin Rapide S making its way up the hill. We've also had a Tesla come past me, the all-electric brand. I've got Steve Soper about to leave the line in the brand new BMW M5 30-year edition, and also Tiff Needell in the brand new M4 Coupe. Here is the Tesla just coming past Goodwood House. It'll be wafting its way up towards Moulcombe.
Great to see so much electric technology represented here in these new look cars. Very much the future of motoring. However much we dislike the lack of noise, it is an exciting future for motoring, with electric power now being able to rival in terms of pace some of the leading petrol-powered cars. And great to see both Porsche and McLaren doing only electric runs up this Goodwood Hill.
Great to see Steve Soper back behind the wheel of a BMW, ladies and gentlemen. Multiple race winner in the BMW E30 M3 days, the early edition of the M3, four-cylinder, 2.3 then 2.5 litre car that he's now moving into classic, iconic status. Here is really, well, I wanted to call it the M3, the latest M3, but it's the M4. It's moved away from 4-litre V8 power in the M3. This new M4, turbocharged straight 6. Tiff Needell at the wheel. That's why it's sideways.
And he's been doing this all day, hasn't he?
He's
been
very
like
good,
a right
isn't he?
hooligan.
He's a real showman. Yeah, Grand Prix racer, podium finisher at Le Mans, at TV Star. Races a lot at the Goodwood Revival at the motor circuit nearby. And he's hustling the new M4 Coupe into Moulcombe, stabbing on the throttle to keep it under control. And he's got time for a wave.
Another man who's a local to here, Derek Bell, living just south of Goodwood, and Tiff Needell used to live just north of Goodwood, in fact, in the Downs, a beautiful part of the world.
Well, the M3 being all through the next generation. Now next up, this is the Rolls-Royce. Have you ever seen a Rolls-Royce go so quickly? Nearly £250,000 worth of Rolls-Royce that is made just a mile and a half here from Goodwood. It's the Ghost that is coming towards Moulcombe Corner. A Rolls-Royce squealing its wheels, my goodness me.
Fantastic to see it being driven at such a limit. And here's another of our electric powered machines.
So this is the Volkswagen XL1. Only a few models being produced by Volkswagen, and it was really an engineering process to do and achieve well over 300 miles per gallon. Just look at the tiny width of those front tyres. They're only about 3 or 4 inches across. It's all about being slippery, and it's all about getting miles per gallon. Meanwhile, let's catch up with Jan Mardenborough, the quickest man up Goodwood in this supercar run.
Jan Mardenborough, the wait is over. You are the winner of the first Michelin Supercar Shootout. Job well done.
Thank you very much. It's never expected to be, fighting for this, but I've had a time of my life the past 2 days, and really enjoyed coming to Goodwood.
Tell us about your car. It's a very special Nismo GTR.
Yeah, so this car, it's a Nissan Nismo GTR road car. This one's in looks to be some wallpaper, but basically this is the car that did the Nürburgring lap production car lap records with Michael Crum at the wheel, 7 minutes 8.6, and this is how it finished the lap record, and it's in its original trim and seats and tyres as what it left the Nürburgring, and I'm here trying to go as fast as I can up Goodwood Hill in it.
Now, a lot of people like to know the sort of facts and figures of cars. What sort of power has this got in its performance?
So it's 600 horsepower from a 3.8 litre V6 twin turbo, four-wheel drive, same flappy paddle gearbox as in the normal GT cars. We have some trick aero bits on the car on the front wing. We have some louvres and scoops. The rear wing is bigger than a normal Nismo model, and we have no rear seats, only 2+2 seats, and that's about it. And lots of carbon bits. We have a carbon rear spoiler, carbon rear boot lids, mirrors, everything. I think body pollen's carbon, and seriously quick.
But I take it you've had fun this afternoon. You'll be back for a future shootout here at Goodwood.
Yeah, I hope to be back in the future. I couldn't come last year because I was racing, but I hope to be back next year and racing another fast Nissan.
Jan Mardenborough, bravo.
And remarkable to see Jan Mardenborough going so fast up a hill that he'd only just seen on Thursday afternoon. In fact, he did a couple of laps on the Gran Turismo game that he was so used to playing with me on Thursday morning, and he couldn't do a lap up, a run up the hill without going on the grass and crashing. So it's good to see that he's finally mastered it, and the fastest man up in the supercar run today.
He's a revelation, isn't he? Winner of the first Nissan GT Academy, now racing in the Formula One supporting GP3 series. He's a star in the Nissan LMP2 programme as well. He was very quick there last year on his first appearance at Le Mans as well. So he's got a very bright future ahead of him as we watch the Porsche Macan Turbo come howling into Molecombe Corner. This the fastest SUV you can get.
Of course, these cars are not going for timed run, they're just being driven to a limit that is acceptable and also a bit showy for the crowd at Goodwood here this afternoon, enjoying all of these first glances of the cars. This is a new Focus ST that was launched just yesterday on the stand, at the full stand at Goodwood, and they did a side-by-side with the Gran Turismo game and a real-life gamer driver going up the hill.
Yeah, that was great to watch, and the gamer won.
Yes, he did a little bit, didn't he? Yeah.
And then the driver of the car won the second one. We're going to have some highlights on the screen now of our first Michelin supercar run. And first away, Charlie Hollings in the Audi R8 V10. He set a time that would soon be beaten by the second car on the hill, the Chris Ward Lexus LFA. Wonderful Jaguar, the Martini liveried Porsche 918, the Pagani Huayra. We've had some wonderful supercar, and he folded the mirror in there on the apex of the last corner in the Pagani Huayra. And the Ginetta G60 coming into Molecombe Corner. Derek Bell in the Bentley GT V8S. An absolutely mouth-watering lineup of supercars. And the Rolls-Royce Wraith Terry Grant entertained fans down on the start line there. McLaren P1 with Chris Goodwin at the wheel. Andrew Frankel in the 650S as one of the fastest cars.
But it was Jan Mardenborough who was the fastest up the hill in that fantastic special edition GTR.
Well, the supercar shootout was certainly fun. Ben, you were commentating on it. Was it as fun as it looked?
Well, most amazing to see Anthony Reid so much on the limit of adhesion through that first corner, and a guy who's only been 3 years in a race car being the fastest man up the hill. Jan Mardenborough is such a legend.
He is a really exciting talent and prospect for the future, doing GP3 at the moment. So anybody that's going to Silverstone next weekend will be able to see and hear the GP3 cars going around. And maybe Jan Mardenborough is going to pick up a lot of new fans from this weekend, because he's so affable, he's a really nice guy, and he really appeals to the younger generation coming through because he's a gamer.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's gamers everywhere in the sport now, in cars, but in the media and commentary, they're all coming through this gaming, and it is so great to see the role model in Jan Mardenborough and a few others now behind him flying the flag for gaming, and Nissan putting a load of money behind him, and Red Bull as well. There's a Nissan LMP1 project that he's got his eyes on for 2015.
Oh, it's really, really exciting. Well, hopefully you enjoyed that. Now we've got plenty more to come in our highlights for you, including the bikes, Surtees and contemporary F1 cars.
A beautiful view over Goodwood House, ladies and gentlemen, with the tremendous sculpture that includes a Mercedes-Benz from 1934 and a 2013 Mercedes-Benz Formula One car. Our next batch is already assembling at the base of the hill here at Goodwood. It includes the motorbikes, the tribute to John Surtees, and the very latest Formula One cars driven by, or brought here today by Ferrari, by Red Bull, by Mercedes AMG, by McLaren. A tremendous mouth-watering collection of 2 and 4 wheels, riders and drivers, and world champions everywhere.
Yes, indeed. One of my favourite elements to the Festival of Speed, the motorcycles. I'm joined once again in the commentary box by a man, he'll be too modest to admit it, but a man who was a legend of motorcycle commentary. I grew up listening to the fabulously enthusiastic, shouty tones of Barry Nutley. Barry, good to see you again.
Well, shouting's taken on a whole new level. It's great to be here. Thank you very much, Henry, for those kind words. Look at Aggo leaning on his bike down there. Did you see that shot? How relaxed is he? Look at him.
Is he the coolest male human being in the history of male human beings?
Just look at him. There he is. Agostini, Giacomo Agostini, number 69 on the Goodwood plate, and number 1 because so many times was he used to go on holiday, you know, because he was so dominant. He won 10 Grand Prix in a row in one season and then took 2 weeks holiday to give the others a chance.
Yes, the only Grand Prix he didn't win are the ones he wasn't in. Oh, brilliant. 15 times a world motorcycle champion.
Amazing man. Isle of Man as well. That's when, of course, the Isle of Man was a very important part of the championship. And the Ulster Grand Prix was as well at different times. And
of course, there's the famous Aggo's Leap.
Indeed.
Isn't it, as they come down Bray Hill and pop out over the top with the front wheel in the air.
Yeah.
Something that he pioneered on the MVs.
And on the old Bruno circuit, they went either side of keep left signs and road bollards because it was an old street circuit. Murray Walker in shot. Doesn't he look well?
Doesn't he? There's a man who started his career talking about motorcycles. His father, Graham Walker, a great commentator on the Isle of Man. And Murray, a real enthusiast for motorcycles and, of course, for motor cars.
And a gold medalist in the International 6 Days Trial. And not many people know that.
No, absolutely. Yeah, we're waiting for our motorcycles to appear on the course. Barry will talk you through all of the different bikes and their riders coming up over the next half an hour or so. Let's go once more down to Jenny Gow. She is with Le Mans LMP2 class winner Harry Tinknell.
Well, down in the assembly area, I've managed to find myself a champion bracket in the background, but Harry Tinknell, Le Mans winner in the LMP2 category. Congratulations. Still very happy?
Yeah, absolutely. Still on cloud 9. Just been celebrating for the last week or so, to be honest, with the team, and really nice to have the car here as it came off the track in Le Mans.
I know they leave all of the dirt on it, all of the dead animals and flies and everything, so that people can really see what it's like for you guys to drive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a tradition that the winning car sort of stays as it was when it crossed the line in Le Mans, and we certainly had lots of comments about the mechanics had a bit of a holiday and not cleaned it or whatever, but it's nice to have it in its original state sort of thing. everything. And obviously, it's an amazing result for a team. It's such a small team as well, and an all-British win as well in terms of the team and the drivers. So amazing to be able to show it off here at Goodwood and be part of the attraction.
Now, I spoke to your #1 mechanic, Bob Friend from Jota, and he was saying that he celebrated by drinking a whole box of wine, and then you guys threw him in the swimming pool.
Yeah, and then he slept with the trophy in the evening, so passed out with it. So yeah, no, it was a fun evening. But to be honest, I was just so tired from the race that by about 10:30, you know, I was just in bed, like, finish sort of thing. You know, you had such a good result, and you want to go out and just celebrate with everyone. But you know, by the end of the race, I'd been up for like 35, 40 hours. So all I wanted to do was go to bed, to be honest.
I bet you did. Well, you're here at Goodwood, nice chance to meet everybody, meet the fans. Do you enjoy that part of it?
Yeah, it's great, and the reaction's been absolutely huge. And I mean, it's so good to be able to come to an event like this for the first time and actually be really part of it, because we won Le Mans. I mean, it's the biggest race in the world.
I can still feel you almost pinching yourself when you say it.
Yeah, like I say, it still really hasn't sunk in properly, to be honest. Yeah, it's just amazing, and it's great to go up the hill for the first time and allow the fans to come up close with the car, and you know, it's such an open and relaxed atmosphere. So you know, just come up and chat with a lot of different people, and it's all really good fun, and enjoying the driving as well.
Tremendous atmosphere down here on the start line, ladies and gentlemen. We are awaiting the motorcycles to come up the hill, and an array of motorcycles going from pre-war all the way to some very, very modern MotoGP machinery. We've got TT legends, we've got John McGuinness, we've got James Hillier, we've got Fast Freddie Spencer, we've got Wayne Gardner. From the 80s, we've got Giacomo Agostini aboard an MV Augusta.
Yeah, and if we see Wayne Gardner, Toby, on that RS 500 Honda, that's really the first bike that Honda came back into GP racing after almost a decade out of it. As you know, Yamaha pretty had it. Between Yamaha and MV, they had it all their own way through the 70s. Honda having taken time out from the four-stroke era, they eventually came in with a two-stroke, and we're seeing the Ariel now. There are one or two new road bikes here. Great to see the revival of the ancient name, the good name of Ariel from Small Heath. Sammy Miller was very much involved with the Ariel company.
And he's riding today.
And he's riding today. Of course, he won so many trials on Gov 132, his 500 HT Ariel trials bike, which he made so light for a big single cylinder. Agostini leaving the line. Just what does that MV sound like down there?
Words escape me, because it is still the best sound in the world to see Agostini on an MV. Stuart Graham just leaving the line with the four-cylinder Honda 164, the 250.
Yeah,
a tremendous cacophony that we've got.
I heard that. I heard the Honda fire up. That was for sure. Agostini, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. 15 times the world champion, Giacomo Agostini, who actually had a rear brake problem coming down the hill last year and threw it away and ended up with a damaged shoulder. He's not going to repeat that. Interestingly enough, it was a mechanical problem that hooked him off. So even though these machines are scrutineered before the event, scrutineering needs to be ongoing. And I had a really good, interesting chat with one of the scrutineers. The MT 500 Velocet on the big screen, number 36. Ivan Rhodes on board, and I said this morning, if you look at the technology here, Velocet carried Gerda Forks well through into the post-war era, even though they had a fully sprung rear end. Norton's, on the other hand, tended to go for teleforks and plunger springing. MV Augusta, David Bedlington, number 74. Bedlington, a regular here. He's also got a KR250 Kawasaki here, but this, the MV, which he tends to ride himself, and you would, wouldn't you? Let's face it, Toby, if you own something of that value, you wouldn't want to lend it to too many people. Dave Bedlington away then on the MV Augusta. Everybody getting safely through here at Moulcombe in the sunshine. This the 500 four-cylinder MV that was so dominant. Freddie Spencer, ladies and gentlemen, riding the big number 4, Fast Freddie in Rothman's livery, away up the hill. That's the NSR 500, the wild Hondas that were an on-off switch, basically. They were so difficult to ride. The power was either out or it was in. Well, the Spencer, of course, mastered this beast, but the NSRs went all the way through to Wayne Gardner. He was a Yamaha man, but Wayne Gardner did pretty well on the Honda, but it bit him back a few times as well. And then, of course, along came Michael Doohan and mastered the thing. We're celebrating also Valentino Rossi GP. Yeah. Come on, Toby, fill us in on that.
Well, this is Valentino Rossi's, one of his MotoGP bikes. It's got Wayne Gardner riding it. He came alongside me at the start line and he was pointing at the 46 like a little kid. I'm riding Valentino Rossi's GP11, GP12 bike. Yeah. I mean, absolutely fantastic. Rossi didn't get it together with Ducati, but he's back with Yamaha, his second season back with Yamaha at the moment. Who knows, maybe he's won the Grand Prix today.
And that number 51 bike is the 1982 RS 500 Honda that Wayne Gardner took up the hill this morning. And this is the bike I was talking about that Honda brought back when they came into Grand Prix racing with a two-stroke after almost a decade out of it. And a year later won the championship. So in 1983, they took the World Championship. This Heron Suzuki RG500, the number 6, just briefly, that's an ex-Steve Parrish bike. We are also celebrating the return of Hesketh here. This is an all-electric motorcycle. We've got 3 electric bikes running up the hill, and the state of the future, I think, the face of motorcycling to come. And like the cars, they are uncannily quiet. But the fact that they can lap the Isle of Man TT at 116 miles an hour says something.
Charlie Borman now on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Long way round, long way down. Everywhere else across the planet, Charlie Borman went with Ewan McGregor as he takes the BMW GS off the line. This is Michael Neves going up the hill with his BMW S1000RR that he's racing at the moment. He went up earlier on a Ducati Panigale with police livery on it.
Yeah, well, that was the bike safe bike, which I was hoping we might see a bit later on. That's the HP4 BMW he's on, but you're right, Toby, it's a derivative of the 1000 BMW. Now we've got Johnny Ray, ladies and gentlemen. Jonathan Ray, 3 wins in World Superbike on the Pata Honda for the Pata Honda team. So the Fireblade, the CBR 1000RR in the hands of the popular, the very quiet and likeable Ulsterman Jonathan Ray, who's pulling a marvellous wheelie for us up under the bridge. So Johnny Ray, the second half of his season, I think is going to be a lot more rosy than the first half. Watch this space for Jonathan Ray.
He's been followed up the hill by Alex Loeb, the reigning British Superbike champion, who's now moved on to the Suzuki World Superbike Championship squad with Volcom, and Paul Denning, who's running the team nearby from Bournemouth. Johnny Ray, a real star that HRC and Honda want to keep hold of. When Casey Stoner missed a couple of Grand Prix a couple of seasons ago, they put Johnny Ray on the bike.
Yeah, and you mentioned Alex Lowe's the reigning Superbike champion. He's only in World Superbike, if you ask my opinion, because Honda decided not to defend the British Superbike Championship. They've now fielded a wildcard rider in the shape of Julian Costa for 4 of the remaining rounds, and he's already proved to be quite a force to be reckoned with. But big wheelies from these guys. There's Johnny Ray still playing very much, and there's John McGuinness, big John McGuinness, the number 1, until very recently the quickest man round the Isle of Man. He's now lost that crown to Bruce Anstey. And what have we got down there? And,
well, there was a little bit of miscommunication between the marshal and the rider of Troy Bayliss's 2003 GP3 Ducati 990cc machine. This was the motorbike with which Ducati entered the MotoGP Championship at Suzuka in 2003. The regulations had come in the season before in 2002, but Valentino Rossi had won the World Championship aboard the RC211. 1V. That was really known as the Honda V5. Ducati had Troy Bayliss and Loris Capirossi. Capirossi did win the Barcelona Grand Prix in 2003, though, under immensely difficult conditions. It was a very hot motorcycle.
We're not going to see it because it's being pushed back. It obviously...
but he's got a slave motor, so they'll be able to get it started, Barry. So just hold on just 30 seconds and you'll hear what the 990 Ducati sounded like.
Are they going to let Matty Griffin go, or are we going to get this Ducati fired up? Now in the hands, or rather owned by Patrick Morgan, who's on board. Is that the owner on board? Can you see, Toby? Is that Patrick Morgan?
It's a generic Ducati helmet, so I can't quite tell by the colour of his eyes, if you'll forgive me that one.
No, absolutely. I suspect it is Patrick Morgan, the owner of this bike. You know, it's just so good that people around the world buy up these Grand Prix machines. First of all, it's good that the factories let them go because they preserve them for the entertainment. They preserve them for posterity and for the likes of you and me and all you wonderful people out there to witness these bikes into perpetuity, really to go on and on and on, and that is brilliant. Matty Griffin on the F800 BMW Twin, now strutting his stuff on the tarmac, ladies and gentlemen. This man from the west coast of Ireland, from Galway, very softly spoken, very modest, is one of the top stunt performers in the world, hence his BMW contract. And he does tricks on this big 800cc BMW Twin which defy belief. Under the bridge, hand in the air. Toby, you and I ought to have a go at this one day. We'll find a Tesco's car park, get a big bike, and see what we can do.
No. We need to go to Travis Pastrana's house and go into the foam pit, Barry. There's no way you think I'm going to get on the back of that.
The only foam pit I know is a pint of Guinness.
A good one. Hey, I did 2 laps around Donington Park with Randy Momola with the two-seater Ducati that you can see that is unable to actually get up the hill, unfortunately. The marshals say he's missed his slot, even though the bike was barked back into life. The brakes on these modern MotoGP bikes are just stunning. Absolutely stunning with their carbon discs. In the meantime, from the bottom of the hill, let's go to the top of the hill with Bruce Jones.
Giacomo Agostini, great to see you here again on your MV Augusta. You enjoy the Festival of Speed?
Yeah, it's a nice weekend, and Goodwood is fantastic. I have a very bad experience from last year because I crashed. It's technical problems, but always nice to come back because it's too many people and the atmosphere is fantastic.
Now, it's an exciting year this year in MotoGP. Marc Marquez, 8 races, 8 wins in a row now. That's like you in your best days.
Yeah, I win 10. He's very close. It's very, very nice. Very good riders, and today also he win. Fantastic. His moment. He's great today. He's the best.
One day he'll be here with you. Giacomo, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. Bye.
Now then, coming to the line, we have got the Spaniard Pedro de la Rosa in one of the Ferrari Formula One cars of seasons ago. Just listen to V8 2.4 litre Italian horses.
We switch from our motorcycles to our Formula One cars. Many thanks once again to Barry Nutley, our bike expert. Just bridging the gap between bikes and cars, John Surtees, a man who was champion of the world in both disciplines, will be signing copies of his book in about 10 minutes' time on the Porter Press stand. Stand number 100. John Surtees signing copies of his book on the Porter Press stand, which is number 100 at 4 o'clock this afternoon. As the screaming 2.4 litre V8 Ferrari of Pedro de la Rosa howls to the top of the hill.
Now, he was on the sort of wet Pirelli tyre. So he was still feeling his way around those first couple of corners, but just having left the line is Sebastian Buemi, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're trackside, although this run is not specifically timed, Buemi is having a go.
Yeah, he's in the Red Bull Renault RB7, isn't he, from 2011? Car in which Sebastian Vettel took the second of his 4 titles, carrying huge speed over the crest towards Malcolm. Just jumps on those carbon brakes and the thing practically stops. Threads it through the tricky left-hander and rolls up towards the wall. The 2011 Red Bull, the RB7. from the pen of great Adrian Newey, whose designs have won world championships with Williams, with McLaren, and of course with Red Bull. Sebastian Buemi, one of the Red Bull protégés. There's the familiar helmet of Cheeky Chappy, Johnny Herbert.
Johnny Herbert in the Mercedes AMG Formula One car, 3 times a Formula One victor at Silverstone, Monza and the Nürburgring. Le Mans 24-hour winner. It's great to see him back behind the wheel of a contemporary Formula One, really contemporary, you know what I mean, Formula One car, Henry.
Yeah, and he gave it a huge burst of grunt off the in front of the house, and then jumped on the brakes. He's a real showman, is Johnny. Give him a wave and a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny Herbert, Sky Sports F1 pundit, stabbing the throttle. The wild power output of the 2.4-litre V8 Mercedes Grand Prix car. This is the W02 from 2011, driven by Michael Schumacher and Nico Rosberg. That's resulted 4th place in Canada, courtesy of the great Michael Schumacher. And of course, everybody here at Goodwood extends their warmest wishes to Michael Schumacher and his family as he recovers from that nasty skiing accident at the end of last year. Great to see one of Michael's old cars here.
Well, Johnny Herbert getting to the top of the hill. His Le Mans winning Mazda is here as well, but it's a day for him all about Mercedes. Meanwhile, we have the McLaren coming up towards you, Henry, the 2011 specification McLaren that Jenson Button drove to victory in the Canadian Grand Prix, but it's in this year's livery, slightly confusing us yesterday.
Yeah, it's young British driver Oliver Turvey, who's one of the McLaren test and development drivers, fresh from his LMP2 win at Le Mans a few weeks ago, of course. Well, 2011 McLaren, the MP4 26, and giving chase, which I think we'll see on the screen in a moment. So Emerson Fittipaldi from the McLaren M23, the car that takes McLaren's World Championship winning history right back to the very beginning, winning as they did that year in '74 with the M23 and the great Brazilian Emerson Fittipaldi. Glorious cigar-shaped Lotus 49 on the line. The Cosworth DFV powered machine. Greg Thornton, a historic Formula One champion, entrusted with the 49.
That's Greg Thornton, who won last year's FIA Masters Championship in Lotus 92, 5XL DeAngelis and Nigel Mansell car. Now going back to an earlier era with the gold leaf liveried Team Lotus 49B. Wide winglets on the front, triple-decker rear wing. Got less downforce than he's used to. Lovely monocoque chassis car with the engine bolted to the back of it to add to its rigidity.
This is the B-spec car, isn't it, which came in for 68?
It is,
and, yeah. Graham Hill carried the weight of expectation after the death of his teammate Jimmy Clark in April that year, and he went on to win his second title, the first coming with BRM in 62. So Graham Hill emerging as champion at the end of 68.
Lovely to see historic Formula 4 2000 racer Nick Heidfeld driving the car in which his father won the Race of Champions, the Chevron Chevrolet B24 Formula 5000, the only time the 5000 cars ever managed to beat Formula 1 in a straight fight.
Is young British racer Sam Bird aboard the Surtees Hart TS15. Immaculate condition.
It's a Formula 2 Mike Hailwood type car, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Hailwood winning the 72 European Championship, of course, in the Matchbox liveried car. Sam Bird entrusted with demonstrating Big John's superb machine, kept down at John's base, as it always was, Bridge, Kent. He's got a wonderful array of cars here, and many of them are here this weekend, celebrating 50 years since John converted his World Motorcycle Championships into success on 4 wheels, and he won the World Championship for Ferrari.
So as the Surtees gets to the top of the hill, that was a good run by Sam Bird. But here, ladies and gentlemen, is the 3-time Formula One World Champion from 1969, 1971 and 1973. It is Sir Jackie Stewart.
27 times a Grand Prix World Championship winner between 1965, and he won the Italian Grand Prix in his maiden season in Formula 1 VRM, and he was still winning with Tyrrell in 73.
Just intrigued to see how the Mercedes engineers have installed a tartan seat. I wonder if it's the Caracciola or Lang tartan seat.
Yes. It's the Germish tartan, isn't it? German-Scottish tartan.
Yes, blue tartan seat. Jackie with his red tartan band around the crash helmet. Son Paul with the green tartan band and a blue sort of neutral tartan on the seat cover.
It must be fascinating for JYS to drive a car from 30 or so years before he started in Formula 1.
And a very rare car. Only 2 of these W165 Mercedes were built, literally for one Grand Prix, the 1939 Tripoli Grand Prix. They won.
Yeah, small capacity engine, wasn't it? It was the 1.5 litre Silver Arrow. It took a 1-2 with Herman Lang and Rudolf Caracciola.
Yeah, Voituret's spec going very quickly as an Aston Martin running out of its regular batch.
We've got a couple of cars, road cars, going up out of batch, and as you can maybe hear, we will have the Ducati from 2003, the ex-Troy Bayliss MotoGP Ducati coming off the line very shortly. As the Aston Martin makes its way towards the top of the hill. The very first MotoGP Ducati that made its debut at Suzuka in 2003 has just left the line. Troy Bayliss and Loris Capirossi riding the motorcycle for those first couple of seasons.
That bike, Toby, makes a noise quite out of this world.
Absolutely. I had the pleasure of going to every single 990cc MotoGP race from the beginning of 02 to the end of 06, and Bayliss didn't gel with this particular bike. He was almost overriding it, but Loris Capirossi managed to win the Catalan Grand Prix at the circuit of Montmello in June that year. The problem they had with this motorcycle was the immense amount of heat coming out of the engine and hitting the rider. Capirossi had won the race in June that year. It was a very hot Spanish afternoon, I can assure you, and he was stood on the podium, but not for long before he fell to his knees. He was absolutely exhausted after just a 40-minute MotoGP race. It was scorchingly hot to ride these motorcycles.
Fantastic to see contemporary Formula 1 cars. Much different atmosphere here to what you're used to in Formula 1.
Just a little bit, but it's really nice because this is a very social event and all the drivers get together and chat. I mean, it's very seldom that you get Lewis Hamilton and Nico Rosberg sitting there sipping a cup of coffee, sort of shooting the breeze, talking about what's coming up. So yeah, the atmosphere is different, but it's all the better for it.
And it's wonderful to see these contemporary Formula 1 stars mixing it with old rally stars and Le Mans legends as well. They love it as much as we do.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that. Lewis Hamilton will come storming down from the Drivers' Club any minute now and say, "Oh, I do have coffee with Nico Rosberg. He's one of my best friends."
Oh yes, you're right, he is. There's been loads of action on the hill, but of course there's lots going on off the hill as well. Lots of exhibitions and also the Goodwood Action Sports Arena. People flying through the air. Check it out.
Welcome to GAS. What is GAS? Well, it is the Goodwood Action Sports Arena. My name's Christian, I'm the host of everything that happens in this area, and we have brought some of the world's top athletes to throw down for Goodwood's viewing pleasure. We've got 2 world title holders in BMX dirt from America. Anthony Napolitan making his debut, and Chris Doyle making his second appearance. Plus we have Kai Forte and Leo Forte. Kai, ex-World Dirt Champion, the man responsible for all this awesomeness. And his brother Leo, the Woodmaster, built this ski walk village. Then, It's the freestylers. And we have, for the very first time here at Goodwood, a female freestyler, Emma McFerrin, all the way from the Gold Coast of Australia.
Hey, I'm Emma McFerrin. I'm here from Australia to ride the freestyle motocross at the Goodwood Festival.
Jamie Squibb, who's an institution here, but he's now stepped it up 20 notches. He's got backflips in his arsenal and combo backflips, like Superman backflips he only learned 6 weeks ago. Then we have the Adonis, the man, the myth, the legend that is Dougie Lampkin, 12 times world champion.
As well as Dougie Lampkin, the more experienced of our crew, we also have 3 youngsters. Chris Stoney, trials bike on a mountain biker. We have Andy P on a mountain bike as well. And then we have our junior world champion, Alex Wigg. All these guys are incredible. And what's great is them vying off each other, motorbike to mountain bike, and seeing who can win the crowd over. And trials biking, for those that don't know, is either a motorbike or a push bike, mountain bikes in this case, and hopping over all weird and wonderful and crazy obstacles. In this particular instance, 7-foot high boulders and tree trunks, all right up and close in front of the crowd. And the whole idea of trials biking is to make sure you get up on all of those obstacles without breaking your neck and without putting your feet down. So it's pretty crazy, skillful stuff. The rounding off to the trials biking show is where our 12-time world champion Dougie Lampkin, the legend in the sport, insists that I get down on the floor on my back, and then he throws his 70-kilo 300cc motorbike all over me, getting front tire, back tire, engine within a gnat's whisker of my face, and all the while I have to remain totally still while commentating all the way through.
Yeah, I don't know what Matt's worried about. I mean, I've never hit anybody while I've been jumping in between the legs. Well, only Tim Warwood last year. That didn't really count. He didn't really count. Just a bit of skin off.
It's all happening here at Goodwood. Let's go talk to some of the riders and find out what they got to say.
My name's Anthony Napolitan, and I'm here at GAS. BMX is really great this year. You know, we've got a few jumps out here, and we actually have a really unique wooden structure that one of the Forte brothers constructed before the event. And it's really awesome. It helps control the flow and really adds a little bit something different to the event.
It almost kind of reminds you of mountain biking a little bit, and it's really fun, and it's different. It's better than most contests that I've been to in the States, so it's really cool to come over and ride with these guys.
As well as the rather insane dirt jump track, which is back-to-back doubles and that raised Ewok walkway village type thing. The course is rounded off by this massive quarter pipe for the very first time. So as well as the guys doing all these tricks all the way through, right up until the end, they've got to finish with something big as well, which is cool because it's a big showstopper.
Yeah, the new quarter pipe that the BMX guys are doing this year is amazing. I mean, they're all doing some great stuff off it, but Matt Jones doing them really big flares, that's a real highlight for me.
After all that, doing all those tricks all the way through, they've still got enough energy to throw one more showstopper. It's pretty cool to watch. Matt Jones is our one and only mountain biker amongst the dirt jumping crew, so he's doing it for the bigger bikers out there up against the BMXers, and he has absolutely been slaying it. He's the youngest, and apart from his performances coming up to this festival, at this event, he is just absolutely killing it, and in particular, his upside down maneuvers are blowing people away. He's doing a no-hander backflip, and this ridiculously stretched out Superman backflip over the last double, then straight into a flare.
Yeah, the course is sick. I've really been enjoying riding the quarter pipe, which is a bit different to what we're used to on a dirt jump course. So yeah, it's really exciting to have a mixture of features here.
It is the Newton Abbott contingent. The Devon boys, Leo Forte and his younger brother, world dirt champion, Alex Forte.
Every rider out there has their favourite tricks and the tricks that the crowd love the most, and it has to be said, out of all of the crew that we've got riding here in the dirt jumpers, the turn downser and Chris Doyle are the most tweaked out, the most overcooked that you can get out of a turn down, and he's throwing them off every single jump throughout the course.
Perhaps the highlight is the freestyle motocross guys, and they're jumping 75 feet on their motorbikes, doing backflips, doing all sorts of tricks. Emma came over and she's killing it. It's really fun to watch her ride.
The festival is just amazing. The crowd's huge. There's just everything you can think of. There's cars, bikes, trials, BMX, mountain bike, freestyle motocross. The weather's perfect. The sun's out. We haven't had much rain or wind, so it's been awesome.
My name is Edgar Torronteras from Spain. I'm here in Goodwood Festival for do the freestyle show in this magical area. And well, the place is amazing, the crowd is amazing, and the organizers do this magic event. For me, it's insane. It's my first time here, and I want come back more times, you know.
So many parts of the show that are highlights for me and for the crowd, but it has to be said that one particular bit is the train that our motorbikers and our FMXers do, where they just go one after the other, back to back, whips back and forth, flipping back and forth, and all looking at each other as they fly through the air, more than one FMXer in the air at once. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, the FMX this year has been amazing. They just seem to get better and better. The whips that they're doing are absolutely fantastic, especially from Peter Pilat. He's really going for it, and they're all putting on such a fantastic show.
Pilat's tsunami flips they're as big as I've seen. He's just getting back on over the landing, like all the other guys are like that. And Edgar's just whipping the bike upside down and backwards. He's pretty much the king of whips, really. So just seeing them ride gets everybody else so stoked to be here and riding as well, you know?
So I always make it a point to walk around and see all the car vendors and go to the start line over there, watch the F1 cars take off. So yeah, it's really cool to come over and just be a part of all this that's going on. It's quite mad.
Well, I checked many stands outside of this area, of the freestyle area, and it's so good for me. I love the cars and I love the bikes.
They have the track that goes around the whole estate here, and people are just racing all day long, and you hear some of the craziest noises from the exhaust of some of these cars, and it just gives you kind of chills down your spine. The other really awesome thing about Goodwood is they have so much interaction with the general public. You have spots where you can rent trials bikes, rent mountain bikes, kind of do a little bit of cruising on motorbikes. So they have all these stations set up so that the public can really get involved with it.
In amongst the show that we do twice a day, the big spectacular, we also have these best trick contests for the BMXs and the FMX. And yesterday we had the BMX best trick contest, which was pretty cool because it was a little bit more impromptu, a little bit more fly by the seat of your pants, and every single one of our 8 BMXers just throwing down the biggest trick they possibly could for a really cool, intimate crowd right on top of the action. And well, unfortunately for the Brits, the Yank took it away. Anthony Neapolitan took down the first best BMX trick. What we've managed to achieve here over the past 4 days at Goodwood is no less than one of the biggest action sports shows you will find anywhere on the planet. 20 of the best BMXers, FMXers and trials bike riders throwing down multiple shows over these 4 days and blowing crowds away, crowds of thousands, and they have loved it, we have loved it. This is the 4th year and it's definitely the biggest year. We can't wait for next year because it's going to be even bigger and better.
Those guys are absolutely insane.
I know, they're so cool. I spent a bit of time down there with them yesterday, and they've all had broken bones. One of them's even taking to the slopes this weekend, with this massive busted foot and limping around. But they are totally committed to what they do, and they take BMXing, mountain biking, all of that freestyle to a whole new level. I am totally in admiration of them.
And they absolutely love it as well. They love what they're doing, and they love geeing up the crowd, and the atmosphere down at the Gas Arena all weekend has just been totally and utterly incredible. More action from the hill though. There's been plenty of highlights going on the hill, and here are some more.
It's the third string NASCAR championship, isn't it, behind the Nationwide Series and the Sprint Cup, based on pickups.
They don't have proper pickup ride height, I've noticed.
No, they don't. I think they're actually just sort of real NASCARs, aren't they, with half their tops missing.
Half the tin work missing, yeah.
They've got the same miles per gallon.
Yeah. Mike Skinner, the inaugural champion in the Craftsman Truck Series back in 1995. He's fantastic in that thing, isn't he?
He's giving it plenty. He was on the grass coming into Malcolm, but he managed to hang on to it, and a lot of car control and a lot of commitment round the flint wall.
Yes, indeed. Keep an eye on the clock. This is going to be a quick climb for a big, heavy V8-powered NASCAR that's not set up for these narrow, undulating roads. It's going to be great fun. That's incredible. 51.33, 122 miles an hour. That's really impressive stuff.
Ultra impressive. My breath is taken away with the commitment that he had there. Look at the replay of him understeering through the first corner. My goodness me, well done, Mike Skinner. Meanwhile, we've got the Chevy Camaro on the hill, one of the later IROC cars after they'd stopped using the Porsches, I think it was. This, to me, is just a fantastic vehicle.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing, isn't it? It's a tube frame Camaro from that IROC series, the International Race of Champions, as it was known. This is the one in Al Unser's colours, and they got together a lot of drivers from different disciplines, road racing, from NASCAR, from sports car racing, and put them out on identical cars. And this is the car of John Truslove, ex-Formula Junior historic racer. And it would be lovely to see Al Unser actually drive it maybe tomorrow, as he's here.
Yeah, he's been out in the Lola T500 IndyCar, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
There's a friend of mine who lives not far from me, Dean Butler. He had one of these cars, and he brought it to a hill climb in Worcestershire, and he drove it up. It filled the road somewhat.
Wasn't it the car that Jerry Marshall had his last drive in at Silverstone?
The light blue one?
Yeah.
Ah, I didn't know that Marshall had driven that.
Well,
now we got the...
this is the practice for the qualifying for the shootout, and this is Joe Twyman in the Lex CRP1 will determine the order for tomorrow's shootout, and Joe Twyman in the David Purley car, the local Formula 1 car here, beautifully rebuilt by WDK Engineering. It's designed by Mike Pilbeam, who apart from being a great BRM designer, was a specialist hill climb engineer par excellence. His cars have won something like 15 British hill climb championships, and Joe Twyman, young driver, quick driver, is going through Malcolm. Cosworth DFV power, 500 horsepower in the back, and he's gone up towards the flint wall and out into Birdless Grove.
Fantastic Francois Sever replica helmet as well that Joe is wearing. It's great to have that car here, and part of the qualifying shootout that, as we say, will determine the order of tomorrow's timed shootout. 51.16 for Joe Twyman. Here's a man to keep an eye on. It's Gary Ward in the Penske.
Yes, the very last Penske to win an IndyCar race. Gary Ward nearly got the best Goodwood a couple of years ago. Leaves the line with great big plumes of smoke pouring off the rear tyres. If anybody's going to be committed up Goodwood, it's going to be Gary Ward, trying to get a good qualifying time for tomorrow.
He's been right up there before in years past, driving the Leighton House for Patrick Morgan, Leighton House Formula 1 car, but Gary on the way. What's happened? Is there a problem?
He had a problem beforehand. Maybe it's got sorted. Maybe he's going again. Does he look quick?
No, it's relaxed.
Yeah, and he's slowing on the way.
He's got a mechanical issue with the car, I think. If you remember, it broke yesterday leaving the line. And,
That's right.
Yeah. So he's pulling off into the end of Garvey slot, where the 405 Peugeot ended up, and now he's got an issue with it. So.
Yeah, that will be moved, and we'll carry on with this qualifying session for the time shootout. He's been spectacular in the past.
Yes, the marshal's just made the tow rope sign, so it's not going to go any further under its own steam.
Yes, he came to the start line, but then there was a problem. He was wheeled back, another car went up the hill, and unfortunately some other problem reared its unfortunate ugly head for the Penske. That's a shame for Gary. Julian Mazoub's Alfa Romeo 308C just being wheeled back from the start line at the moment whilst we retrieve the Penske. So whilst we've got a short break, we'll see who Jenny Grau has caught up with. Jenny?
Yes, I'm down here with Bruno Senna, just signing some autographs. Lots of people wanting to catch up with you and see you. How are you, first of all?
Very good. It's always a pleasure to come to Goodwood and drive some amazing cars. And today I have the pleasure of driving the car that I first drove here back in 2005. It was my uncle's 1988 McLaren. So yeah, looking forward to it. Nice sunshine. So what's not to like?
Is it a nice experience for you when you get asked to drive Ayrton Senna's cars? Because it's a little bit difficult for some people.
For me, it's a pleasure. You know, I think he's driven so many super important cars. You know, we had so many pieces of very important history, and I'm just getting to drive them and see how he was back in the day. You know, and I don't think many people have the chance to do it. So every time I'm called to do it, I normally do it. So unless there's a schedule clash, I'm always up for it.
Okay, so if you had to pick any of your uncle's cars, which would it be? You're going to say the 88, but that one's banned.
No, it would be the 1993 McLaren MP4 8. That was a very nice car to drive. We drove it here as well, but I would like to drive it on a racetrack.
That would be amazing, wouldn't it, to be able to get a spin in that? I think a lot of people here and a lot of people across the world watching would do almost anything to get a chance to do that. Conditions-wise, what's it looking like up the hill today?
It was a bit slippery. I'm surprised. I drove twice already up the hill today, and the hill's a bit slippery. I think we've seen some people going off a little bit, but you know, it is for fun. It's not something you're going to push for the best lap time, and it's always a pleasure to go up there and then have a catch up with the guys that sometimes you only see once a year here in Goodwood.
I know, it's like a bit of a party atmosphere, isn't it? Especially if you go into the drivers' club. They're all sat around, they're all having cream tea, scones, and you know, the racing trim's gone. It's just carbs.
It is, and obviously I learned to eat the British afternoon cakes here. So I never had them before, and I had the pleasure to do it, and I always come back for it.
And just tell us about the future, because it's looking pretty interesting for you, isn't it?
Definitely. I mean, I'm still going to be doing some endurance racing for the next few years, but Formula E Championship is up and coming, and we're really looking forward to it. We have the first official tests this week, so definitely it's going to be a big challenge, totally different from whatever we've been doing before, and I think hopefully it's going to pave the way for some real cool new style motor racing.
Well, fingers crossed for you and for the championship. Thank you very much for talking to us.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
Right, I'm just going to grab this camera away from Bruno, and we're just going to go and have a chat with some of the people down here, because there's all sorts of people down here. Lorenzo Top, not lucky today. I'm not going to tell you the result of what happened in MotoGP, because someone will get very cross with me.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll look forward to that.
Well, you will do. Hopefully we'll have Scott Redding and Bradley Smith down here tomorrow. They're hot-footing it from Assen from MotoGP down here. Where are you from? What have you enjoyed doing today?
Norwich.
Lovely, from Norwich. What's your name?
Paul McAdam.
Paul, and what have you seen so far that's excited you?
Everything, I think. Really good. Bikes, old cars, everything.
Yeah. Really good, yeah.
Lovely, lots of people meeting. I know, it's amazing after they said there were going to be thunderstorms and lightning and everything as well. Oh, look at this, a nice old style rocket red McLaren cap. Did you manage to catch a glimpse of Jenson Button?
We were right next to Jenson this morning, yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't get his autograph. I don't know whether he would have liked the old hat.
I'm sure he would have liked the old hat. Are you just enjoying the day? What have you been able to catch up with?
Oh, we've been looking particularly at the Formula One cars, and I love the motorbikes. So we've been watching the motorbikes go up the hill.
Just like me, the split between motorbikes, Formula One cars, the mix you get at Goodwood is so cool, isn't it?
Yeah, and the aircraft. I like the air display with the red arrows and the Vulcan.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Lovely.
Oh, well,
great day.
Glad you've enjoyed it as well. Are you two together?
Yeah, bringing my dad out for a treat for the weekend.
You sound like, oh no, just Dad, you know, towing him along. Here we go. How did you get into motorsport? Is it his fault?
Yep, I always used to watch him, the races when I was younger, just for the crashes then, but now properly into it.
Who do you support? Who do you enjoy watching?
Jensen, of course. Michael Schumacher was always my favourite, but so I wish him well.
Oh, well, thank you very much for chatting to us. I'm just going to run along the line a little bit. Say hello, everybody. There we go. Lots of people here, very excited. We're just going to keep on going. Hello, everybody. I tell you what, everybody along here, can you give me a bit of a cheer in 3? Because everybody who's watching over there is missing out on all the fun at the moment. So in 3, 2, 1, we'll do a cheer. So 3, 2, 1. There we go. That was just for Bruno. He feels very special now. Thank you very much, guys. Well done. And we'll catch up with some more drivers and some more events down here in a few moments. But let's go back to the commentary box and Henry Hope for us. That cheer was just for you, Henry.
Thank you, Jenny. That's terribly kind of you. Give them all my thanks and regards, won't you? We've got a small delay to our qualifying shootout that will determine the order for tomorrow's proper official timed batch of cars. The Penske IndyCar of Gary Ward has been pushed back into the paddock on the left on the approach to Malcolm Corner. And
what actually happened then, Henry, was that we saw on the big screens Rainer Ott's beautiful Maserati 4CLT 48 being turned around. That was red flagged because he was already en route when Gary Ward stopped. That's why Julian Mazub was being pushed back, so they can make room for Rainer. Rainer, who bought this car, then spent 3 years creating the engine from scratch, because the one that was in it was absolutely scrap. And amazing, with help for Technical University in Swabia, he's managed to do that. And he and his lady Simone have got it together. It's running beautifully. It's lovely to see. It's the car that Froilan Gonzalez raced at Monaco.
Unbelievable. He built a 4CLT engine from scratch by himself.
Yep. Well, with the help of a few friends, a few very clever technical engineers.
Wow.
He's from the aerospace industry in Germany.
He can drive too.
He can. He had an ERA till recently. He sold R9B recently, but still got to drive it at Monaco. Next to the owner. Away he goes, scorches away. Yes, he made everything. The superchargers, the block, the heads, the cams.
I'm almost inclined not to believe you.
Well, he wrote a wonderful story about it, which is published in the Historic Grand Prix Cars Association yearbook of 2014. And very, very nice guy. Also has a Cooper T53 if he fancies to go in a rear-engine car.
Fantastic.
Here he comes, Rainer F.W. Ott himself.
Hard on the brakes, soaring at that huge wood-rim wheel. Jumps back on the power.
Yeah, it's quite a narrow power band. It's all quite savage, but he's been around a long time in the historic racing world. So he's past the flint wall, up into the open to the meadow at the top, through Burton's Grove, up towards the final corner. Rainer Ott in this magnificent Maserati. He's made 3 or 4 more of the engines as well, so he's keeping sort of the world population of 4CLTs running single-handedly.
Yeah, it's not the sort of thing you can go down to Halfords and
what he's done, it actually makes the same power as it did in period. He made it made a little bit more to start with. He's backed it off, so it makes precisely the same power as the original.
Fantastic. Julian Mazub very sideways in the fabulous pre-war Alpha 308 coming out of Moulcom.
Mazub, an exceptionally accomplished vintage pre-war car driver, has smashed pre-war car records at all sorts of hill climbs, the length and breadth of the UK, and this is a very quick run in a pre-war car. My goodness me.
And yeah, 59.23, that's incredible.
Behind him, Adam Painter was going well in his bewinged Maserati, the car that was interred in the ground, buried in Singapore for something like 40 years. This is Sally Mason-Stirren you saw briefly with the 166mm. There is Adam Painter with the 4CS Maserati, road-going sports car. He's going really well in the early part. He's a vintage sports car club racer. We see him out in this car many times. 69.72, well, that's a very good effort. Here's Sally Mason-Stirren, long-time Ferrari hill climber. Seen her in the Tasman Formula 2 car with she and husband Dudley. have there from Farnham Way. So relatively local, been at every one of the hill climbs over the years.
As Paul Knapfield leaves the line in this lovely Lola Chevrolet T70. Another very accomplished historic racer is Knapfield, looking to battle and see how he can get on in this shootout qualifying.
Here comes Nappy under the bridge in this John Surtees T70. We saw Jamie Campbell-Walter take it up earlier on in the day. He's safely around Molecombe. And he's on the rise now towards the Flint Wall. You see him in Formula One cars. He's in a big Chevrolet Camaro, the FCA, one of the FCA freight cars Frank Gardner drove back in the early 70s. Joe Twyman leads the way on a 51.16. And then goes Paul Knapfield through 57.68. This is determining the running order for tomorrow's runoff.
Yeah, there's confirmation on the screen then. Joe Twyman has the edge by very little, less than a tenth, or less than 2/10 of a second from Mike Skinner in that extraordinary Toyota Tundra pickup. Paul Knapfield fourth quickest in the
Gassi going quickly.
T70.
That's Walter Rothlauf with the Type 35 on your screens. Was the Maserati of Neil Perkins, the 6cm, 6-cylinder car. Neil Perkins down from Northamptonshire. Up at the top, the Maserati A6 GCS comes in, and in front of there's Sally Mason-Stirren with her shell overalls by the 166 mm. Lola T70's now safely parked up. A sea of red.
Basil Davenport's Spider 1 car now on the hill, a V-twin 1.5-litre car that dominated in the late 1920s, the oldest motorsport venue in the world. David Lee now the custodian of the car, and he drives it with a similar aplomb that Davenport did drive as he battled against Raymond Mays in those days. And only Raymond Mays took the record away from Davenport, didn't he?
Yeah, but no cow herding smock, I regret to say. You were telling us, Toby, how Basil Davenport drove it in a herder's smock.
But David Dumps does sometimes don the smock when he comes to VSCC Shelsley. A great run. Great to see this car running, and also Spider 2 is running as well. Not here today, but it's going very well on the hills.
Talking of the ERA and Raymond Mays, I remember seeing James Baxter taking the VSCC Prescott record away from R4D after Anthony Mayman had set it 21 years earlier.
We do love a Batmobile, don't we, Henry?
Absolutely.
BMW CSL Batmobile with its homologated wings, front spoiler, roof spoiler, and rear aerofoil.
Adrian Brady in the ex-Team Luigi car. BMW Motorsport ran to the European Touring Car Championship many years on the drop.
Luigi was the famous Belgian team, wasn't it? Luigi Cimarosti.
That's right.
A car that so many people know, with that famous photograph of Hans Stuck in the black liveried BMW CSL leaping over the Flugplatz at the Nürburgring with one wheel, if any wheel, in touch with terra firma.
A mighty picture. I used to have it on my bedroom wall when I was a kid.
Midnight blue was its official colour.
For the Toyota Group C cars, and up now, Paul Stott, its preparer, was driving it this morning. It's one of Kent Abrahamson's fleet, and the reason that Kent can't drive it is this is Kent's next entry, the Nissan Elvis. Kent Abrahamson from Gothenburg in Sweden, the Kentertainer, as he used to be known in the International Sports Super Sports Cup, where he ran his fleet of chevrons.
It's an incredible car, isn't it? Built to dominate the IMSA, International Motorsports Association sports car series in America, the US equivalent of Group C racing. And this car in the hands of Jeff Brabham was utterly dominant. Looks like something out of a sci-fi movie, doesn't it? Hugely ahead of its time, very slippery.
Jason Wright in the Derrington Francis ATS.
Going a little bit wide at Moulcombe. Yeah. Took the outside line.
Sharp intake of breath from the commentary box. Jason Wright, the American, Kenny Rogers lookalike, Squadra Kenny Rogers we call him in historic racing.
Based in Italy now, isn't he?
Yeah, races everything from, we used to race in Formula Juniors, won the FIA Lorani Trophy Formula Juniors a few years ago, but raced everything up to a Lola T70.
Oh, there's one of the greatest cars ever made, the Lancia Delta S4, the Group B monster. First appeared on the RAC Rally in 1985. Took a dominant 1-2 that weekend with Henry Toivonen and Marco Elen.
But why did they forget the rest of the bodywork underneath the rear bumper?
Yeah, good point. Yeah. So
because you could see the immense engine and the immense engineering, I rather.
So they could have massive
would have finished it off.
So they could have massive mud flaps.
This is David Franklin, who is a hill climb ace, British hill climb champion back in 1978 with a March BMW Formula 2 car, 772 that year, one of the wide chassis cars before they went to the 772P, and then the best car March ever made, and probably the 782. Top two in the shootout practice so far. Joe Twyman on the right, Mike Skinner on the left.
That's great. Some good banter there at the times. Joe with a 51.16, Mike a fraction behind with a 51.33. Greg Thornton third quickest in the Lotus 49B, a 56.34.
Mike Skinner telling Joe Twyman how he's enjoyed this vehicle up the hill. And Joe from the Formula 1 car, just the Lex CRP1, the Charlie Purley commissioned car, driven in its day by his late son David. There's the BRM 261, the 1.5 litre V8 car just gone past us as Dave Pavley's Evo Mazda RX-7 goes through the finish. We're going to see Jade Pavley in that as well tomorrow, up and coming racer. Yes, we've seen Andrew Waring with a 1.5 litre V8 BRM 261. This is Andy Robinson with the Ford Falcon, the Craig Lowndes Australian touring car machine with those distinctive yellow-green eyes.
Brutal machine, low-tech V8 rear-wheel drive, no driver aids, no electronic trickery.
And a thuggish power delivery.
Yeah, great.
And one of the most popular touring car championships on the planet, and yes, it's the most furthest away.
If you haven't seen V8 supercars from Holden and from Ford threading themselves through the eye of the needle that is the mountain at the top of the Bathurst circuit in New South Wales, then you really need to.
I've long campaigned for a round up here out of season. I think we should have a little mini tour of Europe, like the USAC cars did back in the 70s.
It's a box I managed to tick 20 years ago when a friend was racing in Australian Formula Ford, and he was on the support programme to Bathurst.
So you went down. Would have been rude not to.
Immense, absolutely immense.
Okay, the big Maserati.
On the pace as well. Only 1.7 seconds down at the split.
Yeah, but quite late into the braking area for Moulcombe, and he got it squeezed through. This is Nicholas Sturzinger.
Squeezing himself past the wall, and having lost a little bit more time towards the top of the hill. Still that 51.16 is the quickest time. Mike Skinner just over a 1/10.5 behind him on a 51.3. The Maserati does a 56.4 and goes into 4th position.
Here comes Janae in the Seat.
Yeah, the Spaniard, ex-Works World Touring Car Championship driver with Seat. Had a good career in single-seaters. Got all the way to Formula 3000, didn't he? Won Silverstone round of the FIA European 3000 series in the early 90s. And never managed to follow his brother Mark into Formula 1.
Dramatic
touring car racing instead.
Dramatic looking car, this more kind of silhouette Seat. Huge wing, suspended from the top unusually, I notice. Here he comes, and that goes third, is it? Yes, a 54.74, 107 miles an hour through the finish for Gordy Janae. Now this is Lorena McLaughlin, many times women's BTD setter here, sparking along in the Michael Schumacher Benetton. It's run by Roger Heavens, the 1960s and early 70s sports car racer.
Recently switched to Roger Heavens a keep. They had endless problems with the gearbox with that car. And it now seems to be behaving properly.
And it is when it's only 1.7 seconds off at the split as she comes past the wall. And she makes her way through the dust that's from the rally course towards the top of the hill. And McLaughlin looking to get under 50. That won't happen. The only sub 50 we've had today was in the supercar run by Jan Mardenborough. McLaughlin a 55.6 to go fourth. Yep. Meanwhile, we've got the Pikes Peak car on the hill. The one from 26 years ago, the one that Ari Vatanen drove. It's the Peugeot 405 T16.
What a brutal machine. Look at the wing on the back of that. Enda Garvey had problems with it yesterday, but it's running sweetly now. And, this is a fairly quick time. Looks like rain, doesn't it, silhouetted on the skyline, but it's the dust from the off-road course.
It's gone very cold down here, I assure you, Henry. The cars are getting up as quick as they can. Nobody wants to be left with a damp track. Meanwhile, the 405 T16 does a time and goes third, a 54.3. Third position, a 54.3 behind Twyman, behind Skinner.
Demoting demoting Jordi Genet in the Seat touring car. It's the 1984 Tolman.
That's a good effort. Here comes Max Papis. He's got something to say about this.
He has, Marcus. He is really going to hang it out. I can see the lights shining like beacons from inside the car as he lets the clutch in. And plumes of smoke are left behind off the back of those Goodyear Eagle tyres. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eye on Max Papis with this NASCAR. He's sideways already through the first corner. Sideways already, he's on the grass. He has to get out of the throttle. Gathers it all back together again. This will be a committed braking into Malcolm. Lifts an inside front wheel.
That's absolutely
spectacular.
Brutal. Oh, the offside rear flirting with the grass on the exit of Malcolm. We thought Mike Skinner was spectacular in the Tundra pickup. Check this out, the NASCAR Chevrolet. Max Papis to get out of the throttle there at Birdless Grove as well. He's blind on the entry. What's he going to do?
The wheel off the deck through the last corner. Inside front wheel, there was daylight underneath the tyre. Absolutely awesome. NASCAR stocker.
53.08 seconds. He goes third. This is a replay of Max Papis off the road, nearly all four wheels off the racetrack. My goodness me, and still to do a 53.0, that is mightily impressive.
The last three cars in a row have all taken the third quickest slot, and it stays with Max Papis for now. Paul Smith in the Audi A4 Super Tourer. Michael Mallet really hot into Malcolm. Paul Smith, a 53.66.
Bear in mind, we've seen the Super Tourers go very fast here before. Anthony Reid's had some great results in various Nissans. Yeah.
Michael Mallet in the Chevrolet Cruze World Touring car used by Rob Huff to win the world title a few seasons ago. Built by his father Ray's RML concern up in Wellingborough in Northamptonshire. 53.73 for Michael Mallet. Impressive in a 2-litre touring car.
Well, as Mike Skinner tends his NASCAR truck at the top of the hill, here is the very first Jordan Formula One car. It is the Jordan 191, the 7-Up livery, a beautiful car, and it is going to be touching well over 150 miles an hour up towards you.
Yeah, lovely looking car of Didier Seard, and designed by Gary Anderson, Hutchison design livery. Quickest at the split. That's a fantastic effort. 37.70 for Didier Seard. He's now out into the upper reaches of the hill.
Still underneath the split as he goes towards the top. He's got a 1/10 of a second advantage over Twyman. He's got another 5 seconds to break the beam at the top of the hill here at Goodwood. 51.1, and he's beaten it. He goes first. The Jordan leads.
51 dead in a car much younger, of course, than Joe Twyman's Lek. I think that puts into perspective, Marcus, what an impressive climb that was from Joe in a car that's 14 years younger.
But we've got the extra grip of the March, and this is going to break the time. Look at this, a 49.1. It's the best time of the day. Jan Mardenborough's GTR time has been shattered by a 1/10 of a second here by the March. And here is Jan Mardenborough. He's immediately got to take the best time of the day back. Through the split he goes, up towards the Flint wall. A 36.4 is the time that he has got to beat at that individual split, and he's up again, but only by a 1/10 of a second.
Toby, he did a 49. He did a 49.2 in the road car. This is the race car. This should be quicker.
Whoa, using all of the road, he breaks the beam, and it's a 48.39.
48.39.
He goes quickest at 126 miles an hour over the finish line. Breathtaking.
On the hill now, Andy Newell with an M8F McLaren, 8.5 litres, 850 horsepower. Massive Can-Am car. He's passed us. He's en route to the top.
That's incredible. The past 3 cars in a row have all taken the top spot. Didier Selg, Jeremy Smith and Jan Mardenborough. It's gone from 51 dead to 49.1 to 48.3. Andy Newell a 51.53.
He'll be pleased with that. 51.5 in the big Can-Am march that barely fits along some parts of this course. Anthony Reid now with the ex-Jerry Marshall Aston Martin, the Marsh Plant car.
Anthony Reid, he's already been up today in the Noble. He was quick in the... Oh, no! He's hit the wall! He's hit the wall, but he's going to manage to just... No, there's not a chance. It's over, unfortunately, for Anthony Reid. He's getting closer and closer to the Flint wall, but this time, just too close.
Yeah, and he's taken the near side front wheel off that car. That's such a shame. It just understeered. Did it get pushed off the bail into the wall?
Possibly.
On turn-in?
Yeah.
We know he's very, very, very close to the wall.
3 wheels on my wagon, and I'm not rolling along. What a shame. That was very, very spectacular. He clipped the wall, and it's taken the corner. Anthony's out of the car. He's absolutely fine. Just serving. Here we go.
Well, it looked like he didn't hit the bail. He
hit the wall. He went straight
turned
into the
in
wall.
a little bit too late to the wall, and it came out to hit him. That's a shame, that's a real shame, but commitment all the way for Anthony Reid, and that's the thing about hill climbing, isn't it, Marcus? You have to commit right the moment you let the clutch in. Every corner has got to be 120%.
Very much so, and of course over the years we've seen occasions when the top names in hill climbing have damaged cars. I remember Martin Bolsover having a massive shunt at Doon, taking all 4 corners off his Geisen Pilbeam. David Franklin did the same thing, got the corners out of sync at Saint-Roger, the fantastic Swiss hill climb course. Went home with a pile of scrap, and it can happen so easily.
Yes, I remember, and here we have the replay on the big screen. It was just that last half.
It looked
half
okay initially, didn't it?
Yes.
It didn't look like it was out of control. It just ran on a bit too...
It was kind of 5 miles an hour too quick. That was about it.
And that's the other thing about hill climbing. You have a rhythm when you're going up a hill. You change gear here, you change gear there, you brake at the next point. But of course, if you've got a good run from the bottom of the hill, you're arriving at the corner about another 5 miles an hour more, and you then think, oh, I'll brake at this point, but of course you're going that much quicker and life catches up with you.
That's right. It was exactly as I was saying yesterday with good old Chris Kramer, talking about the video game. You play the video game and you just come offline and that's it.
While we wait for the qualifying shootout session to continue, let's catch up with Jenny Gow, who's out and about on the site.
Well, lots of tweets coming in. Thank you very much to everybody getting in touch. Hashtag FOS is the Twitter handle if you want to get in touch. Thank you to Paul Chisholm, who's got in touch. Paul M. Chisel, who says, at Foss Goodwood, love dream would be there in person, but I'll make do with my TV and surround sound. Hashtag Foz in my lounge. Fantastic exclamation mark. So thank you for getting in touch. You can send us pictures, by the way. We love the hashtag Foz selfies if you're at home watching wherever you are in the world. Ollie Jonesy's been in touch as well. Oliver Jones, who says, at Foz Goodwood, why do the cars spit fire? Well, we know who we can turn to in times like these to answer all our technical questions, because our commentary team have a wealth of knowledge. So Henry Hope Frost, hopefully you were listening to that. I could give my 2 penneth, but for you, why do cars spit fire sometimes?
Well, it's all to do with the combustion in the engine, isn't it? The high velocity fuel and air mixture, and sometimes some of the unburnt fuel gets expelled in the form of fire. It only really happens in very highly modified competition cars.
There we go. Now you know. Thank you very much, Henry. Brad Ainsworth's been in touch and says, how do they race those? Lovely picture saying no sun there for the show. Hashtag Foz, with a lovely, gorgeous picture of Goodwood House with those two beautiful Mercedes going over the top in that megaton statue that's there. And we've also had a message from one Chris Ingram, who's got in touch saying, finally got to meet my hero, best driver ever, Sebastian Loeb, at Foz Goodwood, hashtag Michelin Foz. Thank you very much to Paul Castle, who's got in touch as well, who says hashtag Foz selfie. The F1 legend and super nice guy at Johnny Herbert F1. Yeah, we saw him going up the hill just a few moments ago, and there's a lovely picture of Paul Castle with his hero, Johnny Herbert, who I believe is celebrating his 50th birthday, so that was a bit of a treat for him to be able to go up the hill. And thank you to Anna Kalina F1, who says, me, Derek, can we have a selfie with you, please? Question mark. Oh, I added the please, sorry. Derek Bell says, bloody hell. So that's hashtag Foz selfie and at Mini Mad Claire. So thank you all for getting in touch. And I thought, because we're talking about Foz selfies, I would do a selfie of us and try and see if I can get it on the big screen, which I'm not sure if this is going to work, but we'll give it a go because Jason's my bestie. So I'm going to come around and I'm going to try and take a picture of me and Jace. Smile, Jace. Right, so I'm going to try and see if I can get that on the Goodwood website, and you can get your selfies on the Goodwood website as well. Hashtag Foz selfies, and we'll see if we can get them on the big screen for you before the end of the day. So let's go back over to our experts who knows all about Y-Car Spitfire, Henry Hope Frost.
Thanks, Jenny. If that tweet makes it on the big screen, I'll have to read it out because you can't read out your own. That would be awful. Right, we're going to be back underway on the hill climb course soon. We've got all sorts of shenanigans going on at the Flint Wall, clearing up after Anthony Reid had an unfortunate moment in the Marsh Plant V8 Aston Martin. Bit too hot into the S's, understeered into the Flint Wall and took the front left off that car. There's lots of broken Flint Wall pieces on the course which need clearing up. That Flint Wall, Marcus, doesn't usually lose any fights with cars.
Slightly stouter than the plastic wing on an Aston Martin.
Okay, let's have some of the some more tweets up on the big screens that have been coming in over the course of the day, all using the hashtag FOS, of course, for Festival of Speed. And that's from Sebastian Loeb, at Loeb_Seb. I here at Goodwood, at FOS Goodwood, one word, impressive. I beg your pardon, that wasn't from Loeb, that was from Xavier McCarton, me Zav. Driving for pleasure says, great crowd at FOS Goodwood, and the sun is out, comma, brilliant. Mark Hamilton writes, watching at Foz Goodwood online and can smell the fuel and tyre smoke from my desk. Good work, Mark. Shut the window in your at home there. Phil Buckle with Johnny Herbert. At Johnny Herbert F1, looking good. Me not so. Hashtag Foz selfie. He's very popular, Johnny Herbert, isn't he, around the paddock. The course car is coming back down the hill, which is usually a good sign, Marcus. It means we're going to be underway again soon, doesn't it?
Let's hope so. As soon as that course car comes past, the marshal's post will take the red flags in. And once they're all in, and there's Sir Sterling Moss in the W196 Mercedes-Benz. Lady Susie to the left, organising the troops as usual.
That's an amazing sight, Sir Sterling in the W196. I just think of the Aintree 55 beating Fangio at home to take his first win. Here are some shootout top times in this, the qualifying session, which will determine the order for tomorrow. Quickest, Jan Mardenborough, superstar young racer in the Nissan GTR Nismo GT3, 48.39 seconds, ahead of Jeremy Smith in the extraordinary six-wheel March Cosworth, 49.17 second. Look at the battle for third, fourth, fifth and sixth, all in the 51s. Didier Serg leads the way in the Jordan 191 from Joe Twyman. He was our early pace setter in the Lek Cosworth CRP1. Mike Skinner was spectacular in the Toyota Tundra, and Andrew Newell getting the McLaren M8F up in a 51.53. Seventh quickest at the moment, Max Papis in the Chevrolet Impala SS with a 53.08, and just over half a second adrift, Paul Smith in the ex-Frank Bieler Audi A4 Super Tourer.
Safe to say, Henry, that had Max Papis not had a couple of big grassy moments, he'd have been in the 51s
yes,
as well.
Would. Absolutely right. Here's the next screen's worth of time. Michael Mallock, 53.73 in the Chevrolet Cruze 1.6T World Tourer, ahead of Alistair Davidson in the 1984 Tolman. Enda Garvey's extraordinary Peugeot 405 Pikes Peak is 11th quickest, ahead of Jordi Genet in the Seat Leon touring car. Lorena McLaughlin, our first lady on the scoreboard in the Benetton Ford B192. She stopped the clocks at 55.65, ahead of Greg Thornton in the B24 Chevrolet-powered Chevron.
The owner took it up in that run. It's been Nick Geffen earlier in the weekend.
That's right. Nicholas Sterzinger in the Maserati Trofeo is there as well. So some... Oh, hang on.
Yes, ladies and
Hold
gentlemen.
your horses.
Sebastian Loeb, ladies and gentlemen, is on the start line here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Here it is the Peugeot 208 T16, 3.2 litre V6, 875 horsepower. A year ago, today, Sebastian Loeb shattered the Pikes Peak International hill climb record. He went up the hill, he took 90 seconds off the previous record. Ladies and gentlemen, Sebastian Loeb, the 9-time world champion, is on the hill, and will we see some history being made? Will we see the current fastest time of a 48.3 being beaten? We're riding on board with Sebastian Loeb as he rushes past the Goodwood house. He's coming up to the first intermediate split. It's a 22.8 that he's got to beat, and as he's braking, he's already underneath by 2 seconds.
Look at that thing go. It's effortless. You saw Sebastian Loeb making very, very small corrections on the steering wheel, inch perfect through the wall, kicks up the dust left by the sweeping up from Anthony Reid's off in the Aston. Here he is out of Birdless Grove.
It might be a 45, Henry. It might be a 45. It's going to be a 46.45.
Nearly 2 seconds quicker, 46.45. That's his very first climb in that car on this hill.
What a treat it was to see that Pikes Peak Peugeot take to this glorious Goodwood track, and Sebastian Loeb was just amazing, wasn't he?
So amazing, considering he doesn't know the run. It's the first time he's been up for a while, and it's the first time he's actually driven that car since Pikes Peak. I think he did 4 laps at Paul Ricard, but it's very different than blasting flat out up the hill. Amazingly, he was up at the first split. He was under the record.
And there were a whole group of drivers that I was stood with waiting to go off in the next batch of cars, and they were totally enthralled watching what is, I suppose, a unique union, isn't it? When it happens, you know about it, when a person and their car come together and just work perfectly.
But it seems that he can jump into anything and do that, because he was at the rally stage as well, and he was wowing crowds there, and he's been wowing people in the World Touring Cars this year. His first time in World Touring Cars. They're very special beasts. They're just front-wheel drive, and yet he is as fast as the leading contenders when it comes to qualifying, at least. He is an absolutely special talent.
He certainly is. Well, next up for you, we have uninterrupted coverage of this afternoon's Sunday Shootout.
All to play for in our timed shootout. Do not go anywhere.
It's interesting to see from that on board, Henry and Marcus, that although Sebastian Loeb did 137 miles an hour over the finish line, he was on the limiter past the house, flat in top, for a good 3 or 4 seconds, if you listen to that on board. So he's doing 141, 144 miles an hour even past the house, and yet he's losing just a little bit of time with the gearing that is absolutely as it was when he took the Pikes Peak record 12 months ago.
You don't think they've taken it away and just lengthened the gearing a fraction, do you?
No, they told me yesterday it's absolutely the same.
They had nothing else in the box. No more ratios. Here's the Chevron B24 Chevrolet then. Wonderful machine. This was the 19th quickest car.
Yeah, it's Greg Thornton, isn't it?
Thornton has been sharing with Nick Gethin all weekend, and designed by the great Derek Bennett, founder of Chevron. Started out with Clubman's car, went to the sports racers, and then on to single-seaters. This is the Formula 5000 that slayed the Formula 1s at Brands Hatch in the Race of Champions.
Here he comes over the brow to Malcolm, hard on the brakes. Very experienced racer, and he tucks that fat slicked Chevron into the apex at Malcolm and thunders up towards the wall.
Yeah, neat effort from Greg Thornton, qualified on a 56.34. He hasn't been driving this car all weekend. He's been out in the Lotus 49B as well. He's up towards the top now.
Keep an eye on the clock. 56.34 is his best. I think he's going to be inside that, Marcus, isn't he? Yes, he is. So. 54.12 for Greg Thornton.
Well done, Greg.
111 miles an hour in the brutal Chevron B24, the big Chevy V8 engine, Formula 5000.
horsepower.
Okay, that's the first of our top 20 that we're doing. We're going to do from 20 to 1. Next car coming to the line is the 1992 Benetton of Lorena McLaughlin. This is the car in which Michael Schumacher won his very first Formula 1 Grand Prix in the 92 season, and she leaves the line with tremendous acceleration. In the first 100 metres in qualifying yesterday, she was exceptionally fast halfway through this avenue of trees. Now she's getting into the car's stride. Little pop of flame on the overrun underneath the under tray as she's going up towards the front of the house. Sparks emanating from underneath the Venturi as she comes up to Malcolm.
Yep, she's on her way, and she qualified on a 55.65. Greg Thornton's done 54.12, but she won't know that. Up to the flint wall, neatly through, in the middle, out the other side into the daylight. This is difficult, the change of focus, the change of light conditions, and up towards the finish. Here's the final corner, accelerating hard now, sparking as she goes all the way over the top. Lorena McLaughlin, 53.12, exactly 1 second quicker. 53.12, that's by far her best run.
Yes.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here is Sebastian Loeb leaving the line at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Already he's up into 4th gear as he rambles into the first corner. 875 horsepower, ladies and gentlemen. He cuts the corner on the inside. He's rocketing past the house, and he'll be touching 145 miles an hour. Look at this, he's 3 seconds underneath at the first intermediate split. He's 109 miles an hour into Malcolm Corner. Yesterday, Sebastian Loeb did 46.45 miles an hour. Already he's gone through the flint wall. He's 7 seconds underneath the quickest time at the moment. 46.45 he did yesterday. The time of 54.12 will be shattered. Look at the speed as he crosses the line. A 44.6 second run by Sebastian Loeb here at Goodwood in 2014. Stunning.
That's the fastest indeed, isn't it? Michael Bartels did a 45.81. It doesn't break the record, but it's the fastest time this weekend. That's fantastic, isn't it?
Did you see a terminal speed for that? I didn't, but it was a wonderful run. Here's Max Papis with the Dow Chevrolet SS.
Interesting, ladies and gentlemen, Sebastian Loeb's time of 44.60 puts him 6th on the all-time fastest times.
Look at this, Max Papis, he's underneath Loeb's time as he came past your commentary box. He's got the advantage at the moment as Papis uses the brute NASCAR grunt to power his way up to the top of the hill.
He's got the gearing in the grunt lowered down, but in the nimble bits at the top, he'll lose out. Surely Max Papis giving it everything up to the finish. Wonderful, skirts the bales through the finish.
That's absolutely brutal. How do you get one of those massive NASCAR V8s up there so quickly?
Max Papis a
50.80.
That's way quicker than he managed in qualifying. He did a 53.08. Sebastian Loeb with Lord March, we just saw there. Here's Andy Newell in the massive Chevrolet-powered McLaren M8F Can-Am car, last of the breed.
Yeah, it's going to the States in a couple of weeks, this guy, he was telling us. And a big wodge of power, massive torque.
Yeah, so he's going to be
800 foot-pounds of torque.
Oh, goodness me. Can you see the trees falling over as he goes by?
It's a neat run, that's for sure. Good drive from Andy Newell, keeps it tight going into the final bit.
And he does a 49.87. 49.87 for Andrew Newell.
Better than 51.53 on which he qualified.
Absolutely. Next on the hill, we've got Mike Skinner, the very first winner of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. And this is a deceptively quick car up this Goodwood Hill climb. This has got a serious amount of pace. Oh, he's looking towards the grass on the first corner. Now he's going to use some of that Talladega, that Daytona speed as he rumbles up towards Malcolm Corner. Magnificent.
Oh, and he's hugely sideways, right across the grass on the apex there. Oh, I just looking across into the grandstand, and I can just tell everyone's holding their breath. He did a 51.33 in qualifying.
He's got some car control, hasn't he?
He's been a little bit scrappy, hasn't he? It's going to be... I don't think he's going to match his time from before.
I don't know.
He may do. Oh, he only has gone and done so. 57.5, he's quicker, 126 miles an hour. How quick would that have been without mistakes?
Quicker than Max Papis by 5/100ths of a second.
Oh.
And that went into the category of great car control, but needed it. Here's the leck in the hands of Joe Twyman, who's pushing hard. Cosworth DFV power, beautifully rebuilt this car by the WDK guys down in Stockbridge, Hampshire. And skirting the grass just on the inside of Malcolm, fires it up. The type of car we used to see in British Hill Climb Championship rounds in the 70s and 80s, up against the 5000s.
Yeah.
Joe Twyman pushing on very nicely.
He's a tall lad, isn't he, for this single-seater? See his shoulders flexing there as he guns the car. 49.81.
Yeah, top job. Well done, Joe. 49.81.
130 miles an hour. Everybody so far, Marcus, has been quicker than in qualifying.
Yeah, 49.81, 600ths quicker than Andy Newell.
Next up, Didier Serg in the Jordan 191. He did a 51-second run in qualifying. He gets it sideways out of the first corner, and that will have given him a fright. Look at the sparks coming from the under tray. There is no more downforce available for that car. Spectacular. Jab of power as he accelerates out of Malcolm. Those super sticky Avon tyres, even they cannot keep up with the Honda HB V8 Formula One power. Now he's going around the tight right-hander towards the top of the hill. It's deceptively steep there. The screen doesn't show the climb all the way to the top of the hill. He has a bit of a wobble, but he breaks the beam at the top of the hill. The Jordan does a 48.3. He'll be over the moon with that time.
Yes,
48.3.
He's taken 1.7.
Well, he'd been over the moon with it, but for the fact that he 47.32 this morning, so it was a good effort and a bold one.
Next up, we've got the Maserati on the hill.
Yeah, it's Nicholas Sterzinger, isn't it? 20th fastest in qualifying in the Maserati Trofeo MC. Wonderful noise as the driver's feathering the throttle to keep some traction around this nasty left-hander that can bite.
For a big car, it's really pretty, isn't it?
Yeah.
That side elevation is particularly nice. Sturzinger up towards the top. Qualified 20th on 56.43.
And he's beaten his time as well.
55.71 at 106.
It's not often you see people going, everybody going quicker in the main event than
Jeremy
in qualifying.
Smith,
look at
on
this.
his way.
Look at this, massive traction off the line for Jeremy Smith with the four wheels driving at the rear of the car. It's light, it's nimble, it's chuckable, and a committed drive already as he goes underneath the footbridge. How late can he be on the brakes into Malcolm?
I have to tell you, he's not done many hill climbs, but he's pushing on like a veteran. Drifting it, a six-wheel drift through Malcolm. That was absolutely stunning.
I'm glad I'm sitting up here.
Me too.
Jeremy Smith, 49.17 he did in qualifying. Can he be yet another driver to go quicker in this, the important shootout on Sunday afternoon? He's
slowing.
No, something's gone wrong towards the end.
50.26, yeah, I think he'd have been quicker, wouldn't he?
That's a shame, that. 50.26. So the quickest man at the moment is still Sebastian Loeb with a 44.6.
Tell you what, our old friend Roy Lane would have been proud of that, though. That was a big effort.
That was a massive effort. Second quickest at the moment. That time is going to the...
Didier Serg is second quickest.
Didier Serg in
Joe
48.3. So,
right, let's have a look on the big screens of the onboard footage of Sebastian Loeb's 44.6 second run.
Well, standing here at the start line and seeing him launch, first gear, second gear, third gear. Will he stay there? No, he's going into third gear for the first corner. But listen as he goes up another gear and then all the way to the top of the box. Fifth gear, sixth gear. A stunning ride. He's on the limiter, just at the footbridge. By the time he comes into your view, Henry, and rattling around Molecombe Corner, look at the grip of the Peugeot.
Hardly any movements on the steering wheel. Bouncing off the limiter as he came up to Molecombe. Incredible. Through the S's, past the Flint Wall, back out into Birdless Grove. Keep away from that straw apex. And is he flat? No, just feathered the throttle around that last left-hander. I bet you with a few more runs he could take that flat. Wow, 44.6 seconds then.
Just needs the gearing, doesn't he, to help him bottom of the circuit.
Fantastic. Imagine bouncing off the limiter into that flat-out right-hand kink over the brow, hard on the brakes. Well, that's why he's a 9-time World Rally Champion. That's why he finished second at Le Mans. That's why he's a winner in the World Touring Car Championship. We've got a small pause. We've had 10 cars, and we're going to have the next 10.
875 horsepower and about 875 kilograms is that Pikes Peak Peugeot. A stunning piece of engineering. You can only imagine what the acceleration is like as those four wheels try to transmit all of the power down onto the Goodwood tarmac here, which I have to say, off the start line is just getting better and better because more and more rubber is being laid down on the road off the start line, and that's going to give more and more grip for these guys as they let the clutch in and try and get the car rolling as soon as possible.
So what you're saying is,
and get
Toby,
up to speed.
If we keep running till Wednesday, we'll be in good shape.
Here we are then, confirmation of the fastest times from the first 10. We've still got 10 cars to run. Of course, Sebastian Loeb quickest with a 44.60. Second place, impressive Didier Serg in the Jordan 191, 48.30. Joe Twyman, the youngster, in the Lec Grand Prix car, a 49.81. Our fourth fastest man, Andrew Newell, in the massive Can-Am McLaren. The last man under 50 seconds with a 49.87. Jeremy Smith, very committed in the six-wheel march on a 50.26. Mike Skinner, just a shade behind in 50.75. Max Papis in the Chevy Impala NASCAR, 50.80. Eighth quickest at the moment, Lorena McLaughlin in the Benetton Ford B192, 53.12. 7 of our 8 drivers were quicker then than they were in qualifying.
I can tell you that Greg Thornton in the Chevron B24 did a 54.12 and Nicholas Sturzinger in the Maserati Trofeo 55.71. They were our 10 runners in that batch.
Let me tell you about the 10 drivers and cars we have yet to see in the shootout. We'll see Jordi Hannay in the Seat Leon touring car. We'll see Simon Garrard in the Renault Laguna touring car. Ender Garvey's monstrous Peugeot 405 Pikes Peak car yet to come. Alistair Davidson, there is Alistair Davidson, in fact, in the Tolman Hart TG184. Michael Mallock in the Chevy Cruze. Paul Smith in the Audi A4. Justin Law in the XJ220 Jag. And we'll still have to see Jan Mardenborough in the Nissan GTR. And finally, Kenny Brack in the McLaren F1 GTR. 10
Michael
cars
Bartels.
still to come.
And Michael Bartels.
And Michael Bartels, yes. Forgot about him. He was fastest in qualifying, wasn't he?
46.24, yes. That would currently put him third in the... no, second in the...
He's got to really nail a perfect climb, hasn't he? Alistair Davidson in the Tolman, the 1984 Grand Prix car. He went up in qualifying in 53.89. Very impressive indeed. I don't think he'll be worrying our fastest drivers.
He's wanted to beat his 53.89, won't he? So here he goes. Alistair Davidson, former saloon car racer, had a Mercedes 190E at one point, I seem to remember. And through he goes, 54.81. 54.81. So he drops back just a little bit, but better safe than sorry.
Yes, indeed.
Jordi Janay now leaves the line with the Seat Leon Cup racer. All getting it a little bit sideways, isn't he, through the first corner? Had to get it all back together again. Kicks up a little bit of dust again on the second right-hander as now he builds the speed underneath the footbridge. He's looking for his braking point. He's looking for the crest. He's looking for the turning point for the all-important Malcolm corner. Now he's got a straight run up towards the flint wall. He's got to adjust his sight, adjust his eyes to the shadow as he continues up the hill.
Yeah, 54.74 was his cue time, and the Spaniard now going through the last couple of kinks.
Giving away a lot of power, isn't it, this little touring car to some of the big, powerful sports cars and single-seaters, but he crosses the line, 54.13. He is quicker. 54.13 makes him 1/100th of a second outside Greg Thornton's time with the Formula 5000 Surtees. Next up should be the Pikes Peak Peugeot of Enda Garvey. Sorry, Vatanen car, lovely shot of that sliding Seat through T1. Here it comes then, festooned with wings. Another Pikes Peak car. We've seen Sebastian Loeb go quickest on a 44.60. Enda Garvey did 54.30 in qualifying. A little bit messy at Malcolm there, got it on the grass on the apex. It will cost him time. Far more accustomed to the gravel roads of Colorado and the fearsome Pikes Peak hill climb.
And a 26-year-old car, let us not forget.
Yes,
so
indeed.
Holding its own in this current shootout here at Goodwood as it breaks the beam, 55.01, 55.01.
Yeah, looked a bit circumspect around the last corner, possibly gave up on that run.
Now then. Now then. This is the Nissan GTR Nismo GT3 of Jan Mardenborough. He qualified in a 48.39 second run. So this is a contender for our current second position time that is being held at the moment by the 1991 Jordan, Jan Mardenborough, Le Mans racer, GT3 racer, GP3 as well. Look at the speed as we ride on board with him, coming into Malcolm corner, down the gearbox, inch perfect through the left-hander, bit of a wobble, getting very close to the grass on the outside of the corner as now he delves into the shadows around the flint wall, kissing it literally on the left-hand side, up towards the right-hander. The bails close, he gets narrower and narrower again as he goes up towards the finish line, and it gets narrow because you're just going ever faster. And as he breaks the beam at 124 miles an hour, he does a time of 48.05. He does go into second place, beating Didier Serg by a quarter of a second.
Yeah, he does sort of wobble on here at had a second bite at Malcolm, but he was pulling just the 135 miles an hour on the way, so that might explain it. But a super run from Jan Mardenborough. Second currently. Here goes Michael Mallock with the 1.6 turbo Chevy Cruze, built by his father's RML concern up in Northamptonshire. Rob Huff's World Championship winning car. Here he comes, snakes out of T1, courts the edge of the grass, accelerating rapidly now under the bridge into our sight. On the brakes for Malcolm, quite wide line through, but kept the momentum up pretty well.
Great momentum, in fact, as he goes past the flint wall. The view from the top of the hill, he won't have time to look at that as he's concentrating on focusing between the straw bales. It opens out, it closes up again, and then the long left-hander that takes him to the finish line as Mallock breaks the beam, 52.83.
Yeah, it's quicker.
52.83.
He did a 53.73, didn't he, in qualifying?
Yeah, he's just ahead of Lorena McLaughlin with the Michael Schumacher Benetton 192.
That's impressive, isn't it?
Currently, what, sixth or seventh place, something like that.
Impressive to be just a whisker away from a Grand Prix car in a four-wheel drive Tourer.
Paul Smith was quick in this Audi. It's deceptively fast.
Yeah, he did a 53.66 in qualifying.
And as Paul Smith gets a little bit of oversteer, was it, as he went through the first corner. He hugs the inside of the second corner, as they are all doing in this runoff.
Yeah, everybody's taking an early apex there, aren't they?
They are, absolutely, Henry. And as he cuts through the heat haze with the four rings of Audi, a little bit of a wobble on the brakes. Oh, all the grip he was using as he went through the left-hander at Moulcombe.
That's pretty dramatic stuff. Very, very squirrely over the brow into Moulcombe.
I can hear your intake of breath.
Ah, yes.
He's out into the open, has burst out into the sunlight at the top. Last little tunnel of trees. Now into the final left-handed kink. He's hard on the power.
52.85. He's on the rev limiter, wasn't he, coming over the finish line there?
2/100ths of a second outside Michael Mallock's time. 52.85 for Paul Smith.
Kenny Brack now on the line here at Goodwood, ladies and gentlemen, about to attack the 1.1 miles of Goodwood hill climb. He leaves the line, and the BMW V12, beautiful, glorious sound. A quick stab on the brakes immediately offers the Indy 500 victor from the late 90s. This is a very, very quick car driver combination, and we're riding on board with Kenny Brack. It's got a sequential gear shift with his right hand. He's on the way up to Moulcombe, down the gears he goes, quickest into that left hand, 110 miles an hour. My goodness me, the speed is there as he comes up towards the flint wall. He's jabbing up to find a way through, and he does pass the flint wall through the right-hander. Look at his arms, no power steering with this car. He's got to hold on to the long tail F1 GTR. Just look at the speed as he crosses the line at 129 miles an hour.
47.52. He takes 7/10 off his own best, which was a 48.29. And that's going to put him second, isn't it?
It is going to put him second. He'll be very happy with that, I should think. Very happy with that, as Sally Mason-Stiren now leaves the line. Just confirmation on the screens. Loeb quickest
47.52.
From Mardenborough with that 47.52. Sally Mason-Stiren in the Ferrari 166.
She's just having a non-shootout run. The door's open on the passenger side of Ferrari. She was 41st fastest in the qualifying shootout. A 79.98.
Essentially, we're waiting just for Michael Bartels, aren't we, of the really quick contenders. Here, Michael Bartels, who qualified quickest on a 46, and Justin Law as well, we may see. He qualified in 10th place.
Yeah, we haven't seen, yes, just two cars among the fastest 20 from qualifying yet to run. One of them is the car that was quickest in qualifying. To beat Sebastian Loeb's 44.60, he's got to find 1.2 seconds. He's done a 45.81. Compares with Loeb's 44.60.
80.03 at 79 miles an hour for Sally Mason-Stiren, which is very, very consistent. 79.98 was her Q time, so 500ths across the pair. If you've got points for consistency, that will be top.
Now the Bugatti on the line. The Type 35C. A little bit of water leaking from the engine as it was being held on the line. A lot of these cars getting very hot by the time they've driven down to the start line. They've done a little bit of a run from the holding paddock up towards the timing beam. But if ever there was an evocative pre-war car that you could go out and buy, drive to the Grand Prix, win it and drive home, this is surely it.
Yeah, it's the ultimate off-the-shelf turnkey Grand Prix car, wasn't it, of the 1920s? So we've got a gaggle of cars for you, ladies and gentlemen, that are not in the timed shootout. Walter Rothlaff running a bit wide at Moulcombe there, but kept it on the grippy stuff.
Took remedial action.
Yes. Two cars still to run in the shootout. The number 187 Justin Law Jaguar XJ220 LM, Tom Walkinshaw Racing built GT car, and number 100 Michael Bartels in the Maserati MC12 with the special centenary livery done especially for this event. So will he be able to eclipse Sebastian Loeb's time?
Well, that's Walter Rothlaff safely up into the top paddock. Here's Adam Painter with the 4CS Maserati.
The 1935 car is on the line whilst Neil Perkins comes past your commentary position and on his way up towards the Flint Wall.
Yeah, 6-cylinder Maserati of Neil Perkins, then regular historic Grand Prix Cars Association racer. There he goes. Neil Perkins nearing the summit of the hill.
Don't forget the 2 cars still to run in the shootout. Don't leave your trackside vantage point if you have a good one. We've got to complete our official Festival of Speed 2014 shootout with 2 cars. The Jaguar of Justin Law, he's a former winner here, of course, and he set the third fastest ever time.
Car in the background. It's about the 3rd or 4th in the queue, behind Manuel Elicabe's Maserati A6 GCS sports car, which leaves the line now. So here he comes, just flicks his visor closed, approaching the first corner. Very svelte, nimble little sports car from the mid part of the 1950s, going back to kind of the days of the 9-hour races at Goodwood, 52, 53 and 55. And say book your tickets now for Friday or Sunday of the revival. Sold out for Saturday. To come back and see head-to-head racing rather than racing against the clock at the motor circuit in September. Well, here comes Manuel Elicabe, who was racing a Cooper at Monaco at the Grand Prix Historique a month or so ago. He's round the Flint Wall, making his way up.
So as Elicabe gets towards the top of the hill, the next car that we will have coming up Goodwood has been the second quickest car, only to Sebastian Loeb in qualifying. This is the German Michael Bartels with the 6-litre V12 Maserati MC12. He was 8 tenths behind Sebastian Loeb in qualifying. Loeb has gone quicker a moment ago. What can Bartels do? Here we go!
Are we going to ride on board? Yes, we are. Michael Bartels thunders up the avenue, the V12 howling between the trees into the first corner. Kick it us at the second apex. We may not see as we ride on board round the pair of right-handers, and he hammers under the bridge in front of the house up towards the blind brow at Moulcombe.
He's got the speed, Henry, because he was only in 5th gear. Stunning approach speed.
So it's a bit messy on the exit of Moulcombe there. He fires towards the wall.
Bags of experience there, and he comes through that S is so fast, past the Flint Wall, up into the open.
He's got over 44 points. He's quickest here this afternoon. How exciting is this? Oh, Michael Bartels can't quite do it. 45.82 seconds. 45.82 seconds.
That's 100th of a second. He managed it this morning. He did a 45.81. So, unless Justin Law can do something quicker than 44.60.
Yep, it's Loeb from Bartels and Brack, the top 3. Mardenborough in 4th.
This is the last car that conceivably beats Sebastian Loeb's 44.60, which is the 6th fastest time ever on this hill. The record, of course, stands at 41.6.
Justin Law, now we're riding on board with him, if you can see him. Oh, massive oversteer, all arms and elbows as he came up towards the house with the Jaguar XJ220. He grabs another gear after the footbridge. Now he goes down 2 gears before the left-hander. In he goes. Now he feeds in the power. Now he's got to keep the momentum, because now the hill starts to get steeper.
He hasn't managed to break 50 seconds in this car. He did a 51.80 in qualifying. He's managed 44 before in the Group C Silk Cut Jaguar. And he's the 3rd fastest man up here in 22 years. He's not going to beat Loeb's time. He's going to do a 52.48. So Justin Law is slower. Ladies and gentlemen, Sebastian Loeb has won the 2014 Goodwood Festival of Speed Shootout. Round of applause for the 9-time World Rally Champion. Our winning time, 44.60. Massive oversteer from Justin Law in the Jag. On board with Justin Law. Watch his left and right hand cross over briefly.
He didn't do that in the Rolls-Royce Wraith earlier on today. So I hope he didn't. But,
fantastic. So a win for Sebastian Loeb on his confirmation on the screen. Sebastian Loeb is our winner for 2014. 44.60 the winning time. Michael Bartels takes second, 45.82. Kenny Brack in the long-tail McLaren, 47.52. Jan Mardenborough in the Nissan GTR, 48.05. Didier Serg in the 191 Jordan Grand Prix car, 48.30. Joe Twyman in another Grand Prix car, the 1970s Lek, 49.81. Our last runner under 50 seconds, Andrew Newell in the McLaren M8F Chevrolet Can-Am car, 49.87. 8th, Jeremy Smith in the six-wheel March Cosworth, 50.26. 9th goes to Mike Skinner in the extraordinary Toyota Tundra Craftsman truck, 50.75, ahead of Max Papis in the more conventional NASCAR, the Chevrolet Impala, with a 50.80. Justin Law, we've just seen, last car on the hill, 52.48. Michael Mallet was 12th in the Chevy Cruze with a 52.83, ahead of the rival touring car of Paul Smith, the Audi A4, in a 52.85. Lorena McLaughlin comes in 14th, 53.12, ahead of Greg Thornton in the Formula 5000 Chevron with a 54.12. And Jordi Hannay 16th in the Seat Leon Cup Racer with a 54.13. So it's a win for Sebastian Loeb in his first time in this car on the hill. Incredible scenes. That was great to watch.
Awesome. Very, very exciting stuff.
And we'll have some sort of presentation, I imagine. That is our runner-up, Michael Bartels. So they've swapped positions over qualifying. Bartels had the edge with a 46.24. He then went a little bit quicker this morning with a 45.81. He dropped 100th of a second in that run and stopped the clock at 45.82. It's a big, big, wide, long car, isn't it, to thread up this hill?
Very much so, and it's not a car in any way, shape or form designed for speed hill climbing, but it performed so well. He's just showing Lord March something at the back end, probably where he's touched the hay bales at some point. He's been trying that hard. Here's some highlights, and this is on board with Jan Mardenborough, does it not? Kenny Brack in the Langheck McLaren. Fabulous car, accentuated by those fluorescent day-glow stripes. Michael Bartels had a huge moment up here at Volcom Corner. Managed to get it all back together. Only lost 100th on his best time this morning. But it was Justin Law who got most out of shape. Former winner of the event here. But here is our victor, Sebastian Loeb. Man, I'm sure many of you came to see this weekend. The car may have been short-geared in the early part of the hill, but in the twisty bits later up, it was the perfect tool for the conditions and for the day. And the 9-time World Rally Champion, Sebastian Loeb, congratulations, félicitations to him for winning the 2014 shootout at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Well, that's it for our coverage here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Hopefully you've enjoyed our coverage. It's been fantastic. Ben Constadouris has been by my side ably all weekend. What's been your favourite part of the weekend?
You can't choose. You just simply can't choose.
I'm going to make you.
No, I'm sorry, I can't. We had a display of 2 JPS Lotus with Ronnie Peterson and Mario Andretti's helmets driving in unison. We also had Kimi Räikkönen and John Surtees in Ferraris driving up the hill in unison. We had Seb Loeb on the rally stage in his Pikes Peak car. We had the Gas Action Arena. We've had so many highlights, so many different types of highlights. It's just an amazing event. Could you choose?
I think I've got 2 personal highlights. They're both me being an idiot, which is always good. The first one was me trying to get into that NASCAR Sprint, which, you know, it doesn't have doors, so woohoo, right in there, Dukes of Hazzard style. And then a personal highlight, I suppose, with Wayne Gardner when he'd lost his bike, and he ended up giving me a piggyback on the course, because what else do you do when you lose your bike? You give someone a piggyback.
In which case, if you're going to embarrass yourself like that, then I'll own up to something. When I was doing the supercar walk around the paddocks there, I couldn't open the door on the McLaren P1 because you had to pull and push a button at the same time, and it simply wouldn't open. I don't understand how you can design a supercar that you can't open the door.
Surely you just have a button and click it.
You'd have thought, wouldn't you? I could get in the i8 and I can get in the Porsche, but I couldn't get in the McLaren.
Well, there we go. Those have been our highlights. Hopefully you'll come back and have a look online to see plenty more highlights. We've had a fantastic time, and fingers crossed you join us again next year for more action from the Goodwood Festival of Speed. But from us, bye for now.
Bye-bye.